Sha Palang Chapter 1 to Chapter 39. In the border town of Yanhui City, there was a general slope. The name was awe-inspiring, but in fact, it was just a small hill. The top of the hill could be seen with one's eyes. General Slope had not always existed. Legend has it that 14 years ago, Dalyong's 1st Iron Cavalry Xian Tai's 3 battalions went on a northern expedition to flatten the 18 barbarian tribes. On their way back to the capital, they passed by Yanhui City and abandoned their broken armor here. They built a small hill on the spot. Later, after the dust and wind blew, it became General Slope. General Slope was a barren slope. No matter what was planted, nothing would grow. Even the weeds were lacking. There was no cover for cheating, so it was left bare. No one knew what it could be used for. The old people said that it was because the Black Iron Battalion had killed too many people, so it was oppressive. After a long time, there were some idle hoodlums who used this as a prototype and made up a series of ghost stories. Over time, no one went there. That evening, 2 10-year-old brats ran to the foot of General Slope. One of them was tall and thin, while the other was short and fat. Together, they looked like a pair of running chopsticks. The tall and thin one was dressed like a little girl. If you looked carefully, you would know that he was a boy. His nickname was Xianxia. Because the fortune teller said that he was originally a girl and reincarnated in the wrong body, he was afraid that the heavens would call him back to reincarnate. His family was worried that he would not live long, so they raised him as a girl. The short and fat one was Butcher Ji's youngest son. His nickname was Xianxia. Just like his name, his whole body faintly shone with a layer of wealth. The two of them looked at General Slope together, but because of the ghost stories, neither of them dared to go near. Xianxia held a copper clairvoyance in his hand. He stretched his neck and looked in the direction of General Slope. He muttered, "You said the sun had already set, but he still hasn't come down the mountain. My big brother is really, what's it called again? He's fasting by hanging." Xianxia said, "That's called hanging from the beam and stabbing the butt. Don't talk nonsense, quickly give me the clairvoyance." This fake lass often turned her acting into reality. Unfortunately, there was a problem with her real acting. She didn't seem like a young lady, but more like a shrew. She especially liked to wave her chicken claws and pinch people. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Xianxia's fat started to ache. He hurriedly cupped his fists and offered the clairvoyance, warning repeatedly, "You must be careful, if you break it, my father will whip me into meat stuffing." The so-called clairvoyance was a small round copper prism with the words 5 bats engraved around it. Inside the prism was a transparent piece of colored glaze. When placed on the prism's eye, a rabbit 10 li away could clearly see the male and female of the prism. Xianxia's was especially exquisite. It was left behind by his grandfather, who had been a scout. Xianxia held it in her hand and stared at it for a long time before raising it to look at the stars. "It's so clear." Xianxia followed his gaze and pointed out, "I know. That's Dusk Star, also known as Chongqing. He has the same name as my elder brother. Mr. Shen taught him before." "I remember." Xianxia curled her lips, "Who's your elder brother? Did you see him pay attention to you? You're shamelessly chasing after him and insisting on calling him your elder brother. Look at how cheap you are." "Hey, wait, look, isn't that him?" Xianxia followed the direction of his finger and looked. It really was him. He saw a young man carrying a sword with his head lowered, slowly walking down the slope. Xianxia immediately rushed out as if he wasn't afraid of ghosts. "Big brother, big brother." He ran too fast and tripped over something at the foot of the slope. He rolled out and rolled to the young man's feet. Xianxia raised his head with his face covered in dirt. He didn't bother to get up and first revealed a flattering smile. He bared his teeth and said, "Hee, big brother, I've been waiting for you here for a whole day." The young man named Chongqing silently retracted his foot and almost stepped on Xianxia's foot. Every time he saw Xianxia, he felt that it was strange. He thought that the butcher Gu, who had slaughtered thousands of pigs, was born with discerning eyes. After so many years, he actually didn't slaughter his son like a pig. However, Chongqing's personality was steady. He was very virtuous with his words. No matter what he thought in his heart, he wouldn't say anything hurtful. Chang'ing acted like an elder brother and reached out to help Gepengxiao up. He also patted off the dirt on his body. "Why are you running? Be careful not to fall and break yourself. Do you need something from me?" Gepengxiao said, "Big brother Chang'ing, tomorrow your father and the others will be back soon. We don't have to go to class. Why don't you come with us to snatch the goose food? We'll definitely beat little Monkey Lee and the others until they piss their pants." Chang'ing's father was Su Baihu, not his biological father. When he was 2 or 3 years old, Chang'ing followed his widowed mother, Xianxia, to this place to seek refuge with their relatives. Who knew that their relatives had already moved away with their whole family? It just so happened that Yanhui officer Su Baihu's first wife had died early and he had no children. He took a fancy to Xianxia and married her as his second wife. Su Baihu brought people out of the past to collect the annual tribute from the barbarians. Counting the days, they would most likely return to the city in these 2 days. The border town was poor and the children didn't have any snacks. Every time the officers and soldiers returned from paying tribute, they would bring back some barbarian cheese and dried meat and scatter it along the way. Every time, it would cause the naughty children to fight over it. This was called snatching the goose food. Since it was snatching, a group of children would inevitably fight. As long as the food wasn't broken, the adults wouldn't care. They would fight among themselves and make a show of being serious. For this kind of thing, whoever could get Chang'ing to join them would be in an invincible position. Chang'ing had been practicing martial arts meticulously since he was young. There were many military families in the border area, so there were many children who practiced martial arts. However, practicing martial arts required hard work. Most of the children just fooled around and practiced sloppily. Only Chang'ing, from the day he started learning swordsmanship, he would go up the general slope alone to practice swordsmanship. He practiced hard for many years and his perseverance was amazing. Now, Chang'ing's nominal age was not yet 14, but he could already lift a heavy sword that weighed more than 60 kilograms with one hand. Although he knew in his heart that he would never participate in the naughty children's fights, those children were inexplicably a little afraid of him. Chang'ing didn't take it to heart. He laughed and said, "How old am I? Why would I want to pick up the goose food?" Gepengxiao didn't give up and said, "I've already discussed it with Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen also agreed to give us a few days off." Chang'ing walked slowly with his hands behind his back. His heavy sword knocked against his calf from time to time, and he ignored Gepengxiao's childish words. Whether he studied or practiced swordsmanship was up to him. It had nothing to do with whether Mr. Shen gave him a break or not. Gepengxiao said, "Besides, Mr. Shen said that he has to change the bandages for Uncle Shirlu. He may also go out to buy herbs these few days, so he won't be at home. You have nowhere to go, so just come with us. What's so fun about practicing swordsmanship all day?" Chang'ing finally took these words to heart. He paused and asked, "Didn't Shirlu just come back from Changyang Pass? Why is he sick again?" Gepengxiao said, I think so. He hasn't been well all this time." "Then I'll go take a look at him." Chang'ing waved at the 2 little followers and said, "Hurry up and go home. It's late. If you miss dinner, your father will beat you again." Gepengxiao said, "Hey, big brother, that." Chang'ing wasn't interested in listening to his this and that. At this age, boys were older by 1 year. Their size and thoughts were very different. Chang'ing couldn't play with Gepengxiao and the others anymore. He took advantage of his tall and long legs and walked away in the blink of an eye. The little fatty came here in vain and didn't manage to invite anyone. He sighed in disappointment and turned around to glare at Xianxia. "You should say something." Xianxia's face was red and her eyes were wandering. The arrogant and bossy attitude she had when she was talking to Gepengxiao was long gone. She covered her chest as if she was in love and said, "Even my big brother Chang'ing looks better when he walks than others." Gepengxiao didn't know what to say. He couldn't bring this modern treasure out anymore. The Mr. Shen and Uncle Shirlu that Gepengxiao mentioned were a pair of brothers. They had a lot of connections with Chang'ing. 2 years ago, when Chang'ing was still young, he sneaked out of the city gate to play alone. He accidentally got lost and encountered a pack of wolves. He was almost taken away. Fortunately, the Shen brothers traveled to this place. Mr. Shen used medicinal powder to drive away the hungry wolves and saved his life. The two brothers later lived in Yanhui town for a long time. Su Baihu rented an empty courtyard to them. He was grateful to them for saving his life and didn't charge them rent. His elder brother's name was Shen. He was a scholar who had failed several times. Although he was young, he had already given up on pursuing an official career. He knew his place and became a hermit in this remote place. The neighbors all politely called him Mr. Shen. In addition to being a hermit, Mr. Shen was also a doctor, a ghostwriter for letters and couplets, a tutor, and a long-armed tutor. He was very versatile. He could treat people's injuries and deliver mares. During the day, he ran a private school at home and taught a group of teenagers how to read and write. At night, he sent the students away and rolled up his sleeves to repair steam engines, steel armor, and all kinds of puppets to supplement his family's income. He was very busy living in seclusion. Mr. Shen knew everything. He knew how to make money and take care of the family. He was also good at cooking. His brother had nothing to do, so he focused on being a prodigal son. Mr. Shen's brother was called Xianxia. It was said that he was in poor health since he was young. He was afraid that his family couldn't raise him, so they didn't give him a baby name. Because he was born in the first month of the lunar month, he was named Shirlu. Xianxia didn't study or work all day long. He didn't know how to pick up an oil bottle when it fell. He didn't even pick up water when it fell. If he wasn't strolling around, he was drinking. He was very ignorant and had almost no merits. Except that he was good-looking. He was really good-looking. The old man in town said that he had lived for almost 90 years, but he had never seen such a well-groomed man. Unfortunately, no matter how good-looking Xianxia was, it was useless. When he was young, he had a serious illness. His body was badly burned, and his eyes could only see things 2 feet in front of him. If he was 10 steps away, he couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. He was also hard of hearing. He had to shout to say anything to him. Every day when he passed by the door of the Mr. Shen's house, he could hear the gentle and elegant Mr. Shen roaring at him like a mad dog. All in all, Xianxia was deaf, blind, and sickly. According to his conditions, he should have been a well-endowed gigolo. Unfortunately, in this small border town, other than poor people, there were only poor people. Even if he was a fairy, no one could afford to keep him. According to the local customs, when there was no way to repay a great kindness, they would recognize each other as godparents. If they had children or grandchildren, they would recognize them as godparents. If they didn't, they would recognize them as godparents. The Shen brothers saved Chongqing from the wolf's mouth. It was a life-saving grace. Chongqing naturally recognized one of them as his godfather. Mr. Shen's brain was damaged from reading too much. He insisted on saying that it was unreasonable, so he didn't dare to accept it. On the contrary, his brother, Shirlu, was straightforward. He immediately changed the way he addressed Xianxia as son. In this way, Xianxia, the hooligan, took advantage of the situation. If this idle and sickly person became poor in the future, Chongqing would have to take care of him when he was old. Chongqing walked through his yard with ease. He turned outside from the corner gate and arrived at Mr. Shen's house. There were 2 bachelors in the Shen family. They didn't even have a hen. Naturally, they didn't need to avoid anyone. He always came and went as he pleased. He didn't even knock on the door. As soon as he entered the yard, he was greeted by the smell of medicine and the sound of rustling. Mr. Shen was frowning and brewing medicine in the yard. He was a young man who looked like a scholar. He was wearing an old gown. He wasn't old, but he was always frowning. He had a chilly aura that was full of smoke and fire. The sound of rustling came from inside the house. The slender figure of the person playing the sun was reflected on the paper window by the dim light. Obviously, he wasn't good at it. He couldn't tell what tune he was playing. Sometimes, there were 1 or 2 notes that couldn't be played. The whole thing was muted, and it brought out a strange sense of desolation and tiredness. It might be a bit far-fetched to say that this was music. Chongqing tilted his head and tasted it. If he had to praise it, he could only say that the person was howling rather tactfully. Sheni heard the sound of footsteps. Chongqing smiled, then rushed into the house and shouted, "Ancestor, please be merciful. You've already blown my urine out. Chongqing is here." The person playing the sun turned a deaf ear. With his hearing, he probably didn't hear anything. Mr. Shen's face turned pale. Chongqing listened and felt that the person playing the sun was still breathing. He didn't seem to be sick. He was relieved and asked, "I heard from Gu Pengxiao that Mr. Shen was going to change the medicine for Shirlu. What happened to him?" Mr. Shen looked at the color of the medicine and said angrily, "It's nothing. It's just a change of season. The medicine used in each of the 4 seasons is different. This sickly person is very delicate and difficult to serve." "Oh right, you came at the right time. He got something from somewhere today and wanted to send it to you tomorrow morning." Chongqing took the decocted medicine and entered his adoptive father's room. Shen Shiliu's room was only lit by a small oil lamp. The light was as big as a bean and looked like a firefly. He was sitting by the window. Most of his face was under the shadow of the lamp. Only a few clues could be seen. He was probably going to sleep. Shen Shiliu did not wear a hat. His hair was disheveled, and there was a small cinnabar mole at the corner of his eyes and under his earlobes. They looked like they were pricked by needles. The only light in the room was used by him to illuminate the small mole. It was almost blinding. Looking at a person under the light was even more colorful than usual. Everyone loved beauty. Even if he was used to it, Chongqing's breath still stagnated. He blinked quickly, as if he wanted to blink the dazzling cinnabar mole out of his eyelids. He cleared his throat and raised his voice, "Shirlu, take your medicine." The teenager's voice was changing, so it was a bit difficult to talk to this half-deaf person. Fortunately, Shen Shiliu heard him this time. The sound that made people urinate stopped abruptly. Shen Shiliu squinted his eyes and saw Chongqing standing at the door. "Who are you calling so impudent?" In fact, he was only 7 or 8 years older than Chongqing. He hadn't married yet, so he probably knew that he couldn't afford a wife and was prepared to be alone. It wasn't easy for him to meet such a cheap son who didn't need him to support him, so he couldn't wait to get close to him. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would always emphasize his identity as his father. Chongqing ignored him and carefully put the medicine bowl in front of him. "Drink it while it's hot. It's late. Quickly lie down after drinking it." Shen Shiliu put the sun aside and took the medicine bowl. "Ingrate, isn't it good to be my son? I treated you so well for nothing." He drank the medicine without any difficulty. Obviously, he was used to it. He drank it in one gulp and took 2 mouthfuls of the mouthwash that Chongqing handed to him. He waved his hand and said, "There's a market at Changyang Pass today. I brought you something fun. Come here." After that, Shen Shiliu bent down and fumbled around the desk. He could not see clearly and the tip of his nose almost rubbed against the desk. Chongqing had no choice but to say, "What are you looking for? Let me do it." Then, he could not help but complain, "I'm already so old. Why do you always give me a bunch of childish things? If you have the time, why don't you make less trouble and let me have more time to learn more useful things?" Chongqing thought about the last sentence in his heart. When he was about to say it, he felt that it was a little hurtful, so he did not say it out loud. As a playboy, Shen Shiliu not only wasted his time but also dragged Chongqing along. He either asked him to go to the market or dragged him to ride a horse. Once, he even picked up a puppy from somewhere and gave it to him to raise. At that time, Mr. Shen scared him so much that his face turned green. It turned out that this blind man could not tell the difference between a wolf and a dog and brought back a wolf puppy. Subai, who was not at home all year round and was a dull person. Although he was very good to Chongqing, he did not often communicate with his stepson. Chongqing seemed to have spent the 2 important years when he was 12 or 13 years old with Shen Shiliu, his unreliable foster father. From a little kid to a handsome young man, how much willpower did he have to ensure that he would not be led astray by Shen Shiliu? Chongqing simply could not bear to look back. He was not a playful person by nature. He had his own plans for everything and was very strict in carrying them out. He did not like to be disturbed by others and was often annoyed by Shen Shiliu. But his annoyance usually did not last long because Shen Shiliu did not only take advantage of him verbally but also really treated him like his own son. One year, Chongqing had a serious illness. As usual, Subaihu was not at home. The doctor said that it was very dangerous. It was his little foster father who carried him home and watched over him day and night for 3 days. Every time Shirlu went out, no matter how far or near, and no matter what he was going to do, he would always bring some toys and snacks for Chang'ing. Chang'ing did not like toys, but he could not help but love Shirlu's heart that was always thinking about him. In short, when Chang'ing saw Shirlu every day, he would be abnormally angry. But when he did not see him, he would always be worried. Chang'ing sometimes thought that although Shirlu was not good at anything and was not good at literature or martial arts, there might be someone who would fall for his good looks in the future. His little foster father would also marry and have children in the future. Then, when he had a biological child, would he still miss him? Thinking of this, Chang'ing's heart was unspeakably blocked. He found a square box on Shirlu's desk. He temporarily shook off his wild thoughts and gave it to Shirlu without interest. This? Shirlu, it's for you. Open it and take a look. Maybe it was a slingshot or a bag of cheese. Anyway, it was not something serious. Chang'ing opened it without any expectations and casually scolded, "Even if you are rich, you should save some money." Besides, the next moment, he saw clearly what was in the box. He immediately closed his mouth and his eyes suddenly widened. There was actually an iron wrist buckle in the box. The so-called iron wrist buckle was actually a part of the military light armor. It only wrapped around the wrist and was very convenient. Therefore, it was often taken off and used separately. The iron wrist buckle was about 4 inches wide and could hide 3 to 4 small knives inside. The knives were made with special craftsmanship and were as thin as a cicada's wing. They were also called sleeve silk. It was said that the best sleeve silk could be split into 2 the moment it was shot out by the spring in the iron wrist buckle. Chang'ing was pleasantly surprised. "This, where did you get it?" "Shirlu, shoo. Don't let Shani hear it. This is not a joke. If he sees it, he will nag again. Do you know how to use it?" Mr. Shen was watering the flowers in the courtyard. He was not deaf, so he could hear everything clearly. He really couldn't do anything about this half-deaf person who judged others by his own standards. Chang'ing had learned how to dismantle steel armor from Shani and skillfully put on the iron wrist buckle. Only then did he realize the uniqueness of this item. It was not easy to make sleeve silk and it was very rare among the people. Most of the iron wrist buckles on the market were old ones from the military. Of course, the size was also the size of an adult man. The one Shirlu brought back was obviously thinner and was just right for a young man. Chang'ing was stunned. Shirlu knew what he wanted to ask and said slowly, "I heard from the seller that this is a defective product. There is nothing wrong with it except that the size is a little small. No one asked about it, so he sold it to me at a low price. I don't have any use for it. You can play with it. Just be careful and don't hurt anyone." Chang'ing's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Shirlu." "Thank who?" Chang'ing happily called out, "Godfather. Whoever has milk is your mother, you bastard." Shirlu laughed. He put his arm around Chang'ing's shoulder and sent him out. "Go home quickly. Don't wander around outside in the middle of the night during the ghost month." Chang'ing heard this and then remembered that it was the 15th of July. He walked back to his house through the side gate. The moment he stepped into the house, he suddenly felt that the sun that Shirlu played sounded a little familiar. Although it was out of tune, when he thought about it carefully, he vaguely remembered the tune of "Sending Off to the West." Is it appropriate for the occasion? Chang'ing thought silently. Shirlu sent Chang'ing off and looked down for a long time before he could barely see the outline of the threshold. He carefully stepped over and closed the door. Mr. Shen, who was waiting in the yard, held his elbow expressionlessly and led him into the house. "Mr. Shen, the best Xian tie is an iron wrist cuff. The 3 sleeves of silk inside were made by Master Lin in autumn. Since the master died, it has become a limited edition, defective product." Shirlu did not answer. Mr. Shen, "Okay, don't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Do you really want to raise him as your son?" "Of course. I like this child." "Benevolence and righteousness," Shirlu finally said. "That's probably what that person means. If I can really adopt this child in the future, those people will be relieved. His life will also be much better. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Mr. Shen was silent for a while and said in a low voice, "First of all, you have to make him not hate you. Aren't you worried at all?" Shinshirlu smiled, lifted the hem of his robe, and pushed the door open to enter the house. He said shamelessly, "There are many people who hate me." That night, the river was lit and the soul returned to its hometown. Before 5 o'clock, Changing woke up with a hot body. There was a thin layer of sweat on his back and his pants were wet. Every teenager would experience such a panic when they were about to grow up, even if there was someone to guide them in advance. However, Changdeng neither panicked nor was he at a loss. His reaction was indifferent. He just sat on the bed blankly for a moment before he got up and casually tidied himself up. There was a hint of imperceptible disgust on his face. He went out and fetched a bucket of cold water. He scrubbed his newly formed body from head to toe. He took off the neatly folded clothes beside the pillow and changed them. He drank the tea from the night before and began his daily homework as usual. Changing did not know what other people were like. But in fact, he did not have any erotic dreams. He dreamed of a heavy snowfall outside the Great Wall that could freeze people into their coffins. The wind that day was like white hair, ruthlessly surging. Before the blood in the wound could flow out, it had already condensed into ice dregs. The howls of the wolves came from afar, but his broken sense of smell could not smell the blood. When he inhaled, he would choke on a mouthful of salty, bone-chilling air. Changing's limbs were stiff and his lungs were burning. He thought that he would die in the snow without a corpse. But he did not. When Changing woke up again, he found that he was wrapped in a cloak and carried away. He remembered that the person's clothes were white and there was a bitter smell of medicine in his arms. Seeing that he was awake, the person did not ask anything. He just took out a wine pot and gave him a mouthful of wine. Changing did not know what kind of wine it was. After that, he never tasted it again. He only remembered that the burning knife outside the Great Wall was not as strong as that. It was like a ball of fire rolling down his throat and igniting all the blood in his body. That person was Shirlu. The dream was too clear. In the dream, Shirlu's hands seemed to be still attached to his body. Changing was still puzzled. Wasn't that person a sickly person? In such a terrible world of ice and snow, how could there be such a steady and strong pair of hands? Changing looked down at the iron bracelet on his wrist. He did not know what material it was made of. It was attached to his body for a night, but it did not warm up at all. Borrowing the coolness of the cold iron, Changdeng quietly waited for his restless heart and blood to calm down. He chuckled and threw away the absurd idea of dreaming of his adoptive father. Then, as usual, he lit the lamp and started reading. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from afar. The ground and the hut shook. Changing was stunned. Only then did he remember that the giant kite that was patrolling the north should be back soon. The giant kite was a large ship more than 5,000 feet long. It had 2 wings on its back and was made up of thousands of fire wings. When the giant kite took off, all the fire wings would spit out white steam together. It was like a mountain, like a tide, like a lake, like a dream. Inside each fire wing was a bowl of purple flowing gold. It shone with a faint purple-red light in the vast expanse of smoke. At first glance, it looked like a myriad of lanterns. Since the Bayman paid tribute 14 years ago, more than 10 giant kites would set off from the major towns at the border to patrol the north every year on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Each kite would take a fixed route and deter the barbarians from thousands of miles away. Even the slightest movement could be detected clearly. In addition to deterrence and patrol, the giant kites were also responsible for escorting the annual tributes of the Bayman tribes back to the imperial court. The main thing was the purple flowing gold. A giant kite was loaded with nearly 1,000,000 pounds of purple flowing gold. Even the sound of its footsteps when it returned was heavier than when it left. One could hear the loud sound of its flaming wings blowing from 20 to 30 miles away. The giant kites that patrolled the north set off in the first lunar month and left for half a year. They only returned during the flowing fire season. The Su family had inherited some land from their ancestors. Subaihu was also from a military family, so his life was considered quite good. His family had a small property, so he had an old maid to do chores such as cooking and cleaning. When the sky began to brighten, the old cook of the Su family slowly finished preparing breakfast. She knocked on the door of Chongging's study and said, "Young master, madam asked if you would like to eat in her room." Chongging was concentrating on writing. When he heard this, he paused and replied as if he was used to it, "No, she likes peace and quiet, so I won't disturb her. I'll have to trouble you to tell my mother that I'm paying my respects to her." The old cook was not surprised by his reply. The daily questioning and answering between mother and son was like a routine, nothing new. It was strange. Logically speaking, Su Baihu was only a stepfather, while Chongging and Xianxia were biological mother and son. However, this pair of biological mother and son would only eat at the same table when Su Baihu was at home. They would eat at the same time in the morning and at night, pretending to be compassionate, filial, and happy. As soon as the male host left, they would be even stranger than strangers, ignoring each other. They lived in the same courtyard, but Chongging did not even use the main door. Every day, he would go to the side door next door. The mother and son might not even see each other for 10 days or half a month. Even when Chongging was seriously ill last year, Xianxia only glanced at him indifferently. She did not care whether her only son was dead or alive. In the end, it was Master Shirlu who carried him away and took care of him. The old cook had always suspected that Chongging was not Xianxia's biological child. However, based on their appearance, the mother and son looked very similar, so they must be related by blood. Moreover, if he was not her biological child, why would a weak woman like Xianxia take care of that child when she was stranded in a foreign land and could not even protect herself? It did not make sense. After a while, the old cook brought over a lunchbox and said to Chongging, "Master will probably return to the city today. Madam told young master to come back earlier." Chongging understood what she meant. With Su Baihu back, they had to pretend to be a loving mother and filial son again. He nodded and said, "Got it." His gaze fell on the lunchbox. Suddenly, Chongging saw a strand of hair stuck to the handle of the lunchbox. He immediately retracted his hand. The old cook's hair had already turned white. Naturally, this black and soft long hair was not hers. Su Baihu had not returned yet. There were a total of 3 living people in the house, including the master and the servant. If it was not the old cook's hair, then it was naturally Xianxia's. Chongging had a strange obsession with cleanliness, he only hated his own mother. When they were next door, he could even eat the leftovers from his adoptive father's bowl. However, when he returned home, as long as it was something that Xianxia had touched, he would not touch it at all. The old cook knew about his strange temper. She hurriedly and carefully removed the strand of hair. She smiled and said, "Madam accidentally dropped it on the table. No one has touched it since it was taken out of the pot. Don't worry." Chongging smiled at her very politely and said, "It's okay. I happen to have some questions to ask Mr. Shen today. I'll go to my adoptive father's house to eat later." After he finished speaking, he did not take the lunchbox. He grabbed the book on the table and put it under his arm. He then picked up the heavy sword hanging at the back door and left the house. Mr. Shen rolled up his sleeves and was busy oiling a few pieces of dismantled steel armor in the courtyard. The steel armor was sent by the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers of Yanhui also had their own long-armed division that specialized in the maintenance of military steel armor. However, there were too many sets of armor in the army and they were always too busy. Therefore, they would look for civilian long-armed divisions to do some miscellaneous work. Long-armed divisions were those who repaired steel armor and lighters. They dealt with those iron things all day long. They were considered craftsmen. However, in the eyes of the common people, long-armed divisions were similar to those who beat dogs and cut their feet and heads. They belonged to the lower 9 classes. Although they did not have to worry about money in this line of work, it was not very honorable. Mr. Shen was a scholar, but it was unknown why he had such a strange hobby. Not only did he like to tinker with things when he had nothing to do, but he also often used this skill to earn some money. Shin Shirlu, who accidentally entered the teenager's dream, was sitting on the threshold with his long legs stretched out. He leaned against the door frame as if he had no bones. There was an empty medicine bowl beside him, he did not even clean it after drinking it. Shirlu stretched lazily and waved to Chongqing, who was half dead, and ordered, "Son, go and bring me the wine pot." Mr. Shen's hands were full of engine oil. He was sweating profusely as he said to Chongqing, "Ignore him." "Have you eaten?" Chongqing replied, "Not yet." Mr. Shen then turned to Shirlu and roared, "You woke up early in the morning and waited to eat. Can't you do some work? Go and get some rice and cook some porridge." Shirlu tilted her head. She was perfectly deaf. She said slowly, "Huh? What? Let me do it." Chongqing was used to it. "Why do you need rice?" This time, Shirlu heard him. He raised his long eyebrows and said to Mr. Shen, "Stop ordering your son around. Why don't you do it yourself?" Mr. Shen, who was a gentleman, was angered by his wastrel brother every day. He said, "Didn't we agree to take turns? You're a man. It's fine if you can't hear me, but how can you go back on your words?" Shirlu used the same trick again and couldn't hear it again. He asked, "What is he barking about?" He acted as if he was really barking. Chongqing was speechless. Actually, it was quite convenient to be deaf. He said. Chongqing lowered his head and met Shirlu's playful eyes. In an instant, the dream from the previous night flashed back to his mind. He suddenly realized that he was not so indifferent. Chongqing's throat suddenly felt dry. He forced himself to calm down and said expressionlessly, "You'd better sit down. Don't bother to act shamelessly so early in the morning." Shirlu didn't have time to get drunk that day. His conscience didn't turn into wine. He smiled and took Chongqing's hand, stood up, and patted the back of the young man's head affectionately. He stumbled into the kitchen. He was actually preparing to work. Shirlu was rarely seen in 100 years. It was rare to see someone who could do something. It was comparable to the blooming of an iron tree. Chongqing hurriedly followed him in. He saw his foster father casually grab a few handfuls of rice and throw them into the pot. Then, he scooped water and washed the rice. The water splashed and the white waves flew. Then, he condescendingly reached out 2 fingers and stirred the water casually. He took out the rice and shook off the water droplets. He announced, "It's half done. Shen-yi, come and take turns." Mr. Shen was speechless. Shirlu reached out and took the wine pot from the stove. He raised his head and took a sip. His movements were smooth and precise. Sometimes, Chongqing suspected that he was pretending to be blind. Mr. Shen was probably convinced. He didn't make any unnecessary struggles. He cursed as he washed his hands with locust and ran into the kitchen. He steamed pastries and began to clean up the mess that Shirlu had left behind. Chongqing took out the invitation he had received in the morning and showed it to Mr. Shen one by one. After Shen finished reading and commenting, Chongqing stuffed the paper into the stove and helped to start the fire. "Your handwriting has improved. You've been working hard recently," Mr. Shen said. "I see that the invitation you received was from the Marquis of Stability, Guyun?" Chongqing said, "Yes." Shirlu, who was idling nearby, suddenly turned his head. A strange expression flashed across his face. Mr. Shen didn't raise his head. Marquis of Stability led an army the 15th and became famous in one battle. The 17th was the commander. He was ordered to go on an expedition to the west. When he passed by Xiliang City, he saw the remains of the ancient people. He felt that the scenery of the previous dynasty was still the same, but the country had been established for hundreds of years. He picked up his brush and wrote the ode to the Long Pavilion. He was originally going to leave it as it was, but the bootlickers around him secretly left it behind and engraved it on a stone tablet. Speaking of which, Guyun's handwriting was taught by the contemporary scholar, "Mr. Mo Senator, since you're practicing your handwriting, why didn't you receive the ancient invitations? Why did you receive the invitations of today's people?" Chongqing rolled up the paper full of words and stuffed it into the stove without hesitation. "I heard that the 3 Black Iron Battalion, the Black Eagle, the Black Armor, and the Black Cavalry wiped out the 18 Bayman tribes under the old Marquis. Later, they were passed to the young Marquis and made the bandits of the western region bow down to them. I don't like his handwriting. I just want to know what kind of handwriting was left behind by the hand that held the 3 Black Iron Battalion." Mr. Shen stirred the spoon in the pot unconsciously, but his eyes seemed to have drifted away. After a while, he slowly said, "The Marquis of Stability's surname is Guyun, and his name is Zixi. He was the only son of the former emperor's eldest princess and the old marquis. His parents died early when he was young, and he was pitied by today's emperor. He was raised in the palace and was granted a title of nobility. He was born to be rich and idle, but he insisted on going to the western region to eat sand. I don't know if he's a hero or not, but I'm afraid there's something wrong with his brain." Mr. Shen was wearing an old gown that had been washed until it was white. The corners of his gown were stained with oil from the steel armor, and there was an unlucky apron hanging around his neck. The two brothers lived together and didn't have a woman at home. One was more outrageous than the other. He didn't know if the apron had been washed since it was brought back. The color of the apron was long gone, and it looked neither fish nor fowl wrapped around his body. Only the outline of his face was clear. Shinny had a high nose bridge. When he wasn't joking, the side of his face was almost cold. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he suddenly said, "Since the old marquis passed away, the Black Iron Battalion's achievements have shocked the emperor, and they are feared by the emperor. In addition, there are many sycophants in the imperial court who flatter the emperor." Shirlu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted him, "Shani." The two people by the stove looked at him together. Shirlu was staring at a small spider web on the doorframe. Shirlu didn't drink. The more he drank, the paler his face became. He didn't show any emotion in his eyes, and it was hard to see clearly. He said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense." The Shin brothers were usually very rude. As brothers, they didn't respect their elder brother, and the elder brother spoiled them. They quarreled from morning to night every day, but their relationship was very good. Chongqing had never heard Shirlu speak in such a stiff tone. He was sensitive by nature, so he didn't know what was going on. He frowned deeply. Xingyi's teeth tightened. He realized that Chongqing was observing him. He forced himself to control his emotions and said with a smile, "It's my fault. But isn't slandering the imperial court a side dish? I just said it casually." Chongqing sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere, so he cleverly changed the topic and asked, "During the 10 years between the Northern Expedition and the Western Expedition, who was in charge of the Black Iron Battalion?" "No one was in charge," Shinny said. After the Northern Expedition, the Black Iron Battalion was silent for a while. Some left, some died. There were only a few veterans left in the army, and most of them were disheartened. After more than 10 years, the elite soldiers of the past had been replaced. Their equipment hadn't been replaced for many years, and they had aged beyond recognition. It wasn't until the rebellion in the western regions a few years ago that the Marquis of Stability was ordered to restart the Black Iron Battalion. Rather than saying that Marshal Gu took over the Black Iron Battalion, it's better to say that he trained a new batch of elite soldiers in the western regions. If you have the chance, you can learn from his writing. Chongqing was stunned. Could it be that Mr. Shen has seen the writing of Marquis of Stability? Shenny smiled. Although it's rare, one or two of them occasionally appear on the street. They all claim to be authentic. Anyway, I can't tell whether they're real or fake. As he spoke, he blew white steam and carried the dishes to the table. Chongqing was very perceptive and went forward to help. When he passed by Shinshirlu with the porridge, the sickly man reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Chongqing grew up earlier than the average teenager. Compared to his peers, he was tall and big. Although he was still young, he was almost as tall as his adoptive father. When he raised his head slightly, he looked straight into Shirlu's eyes. 16 actually had a pair of very typical peach blossom eyes, which could only be seen when his gaze was unfocused. This was because when his gaze focused, it was as if there was a pair of abysses shrouded by clouds and mist in his pupils, making it difficult for others to see through them. It was pitch black. Chongqing's heart palpitated again. He lowered his voice and deliberately called his adoptive father, which he didn't usually use. "Adoptive father, what's wrong?" Shirlu said carelessly, "You're just a child. Don't always think about being a hero. Do heroes have any good endings? As long as you have enough food and warm clothes for the rest of your life, and you don't have to worry about sleeping when you wake up, that's the best life. Even if you're poor and idle, it doesn't matter." Shinshirlu often pretended to be deaf and mute. It was rare for him to speak human words, but when he opened his mouth, he poured cold water on Chang'ing. He was a cripple who was half deaf and half blind. Naturally, he didn't have any ambition or drive. But how could a young man listen to such disheartened words of muddling through? Chang'ing felt a little uncomfortable because he felt that he was being looked down upon by Shirlu. He thought unhappily, if we all waste our lives like you, who will support our family in the future? Who will take care of you? It's easy for you to say that. He avoided Shirlu's hand and said perfunctorily, don't move. Be careful not to burn yourself with the hot porridge. The Shen family was not particular about not talking while eating. While eating, Mr. Shen taught Chang'ing a lesson about college. However, as he talked, he lost the main point and talked about how to take care of steel armor in winter. Mr. Shen was an omnivore, so he spoke whatever came to his mind. Once, he even told Chang'ing how to prevent and cure the horse plague. Even Shirlu, who was deaf, could not bear to listen to him and forced him to shut up. After eating and talking, Mr. Shen tidied up the plates and bowls. He said to Chang'ing, I have to clean up these steel armor today. They are old and they don't take good care of their armor. Some of their joints are rusty. In the afternoon, I may go out to pick some herbs. Gepengxiao and the others have asked for leave to play. What do you plan to do? Chang'ing said, then I'll go to the general slope to practice. Before he could say the word sword, Shen Shirlu had already hung his iron sword on the wall. He announced, son, let's go. The giant kites may be entering the city. Let's go and see them. Chang'ing said helplessly, Godfather, I just said to Mr. Shen. Shen Shirlu said, what? Louder. Okay, here we go again. The giant kites came and went. They were the same every year. Chang'ing could not think of anything new to see. However, before he could protest, Shirlu had already pulled him up and half dragged him out. The heat of the late summer had not dissipated, so the clothes on people were thin. Shirlu's whole body was pressed against Chang'ing's back. The faint smell of herbs in his arms suddenly enveloped Chang'ing, just like in his dream. Chang'ing felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He subtly lowered his head to avoid his godfather. He covered his nose, turned his head, and pretended to sneeze. Shirlu smiled and teased him, someone is missing you. Is it the round-faced girl from old Wang's family? Chang'ing finally couldn't bear it any longer and said stiffly, is it appropriate for adoptive father to joke with a junior like me? Shen Shirlu didn't take it to heart. He smiled mischievously and said, not suitable? Oh, I've never been a father before, so I don't know my limits. I'll be more careful next time. If anyone dared to take Shen Shirlu seriously, he would definitely explode in anger. Chang'ing shook off the gangster's hand that was about to touch his shoulder and took the lead to walk out. Mr. Shen reminded him from behind, Shirlu, come back early and chop the firewood. Shen Shirlu said shamelessly, I can't hear you. See you later. Chang'ing was being pushed by him as they jogged. He asked, when did you become deaf? Shen Shirlu smiled but didn't say anything. His expression was unfathomable. At this moment, the two of them just happened to pass by Chang'ing's front door. The door suddenly opened with a creak. A woman in a plain long dress walked out. Chang'ing's face, which was a mixture of helplessness and annoyance, instantly froze when he saw the woman. It was as if a ladle of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. His eyes, which had been suppressing the anger just now, suddenly became empty. Even his anger and liveliness disappeared. The woman was Xianxia, Chang'ing's nominal mother. She wasn't young anymore, but her beauty wasn't damaged at all. Standing in the morning light, she looked like a quiet beauty. Such a woman, even if she was a widow, shouldn't be wronged by a small baihu in a small border town. Xianxia nodded and curtsied. She bowed to Shen Shirlu and greeted him, Shirlu. Shen Shirlu only acted like a hooligan in front of Shenyi. As soon as he met a woman, he immediately transformed into a graceful gentleman. He turned his body slightly and didn't look directly at Xianxia's face. He politely greeted her, Madam Su, I'm taking Chang'ing out to relax. Thank you for your concern, Xianxia smiled without showing her teeth. She then turned to Chang'ing and reminded him softly, your father is coming back today. If you go out, remember to bring a box of rouge back for your mother. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, which could be blown away with a breath. However, before Chang'ing could answer, Deaf Shen had already responded, "Yes, don't worry, madam." Chang'ing was speechless. At this time, he had a rough understanding of his foster father's deafness. Whatever Shani said to him, he couldn't hear. Whatever other people said to him, he would selectively choose not to hear, depending on whether he liked to hear it or not. As for those young ladies and young wives, even if it was a female mosquito buzzing, he would be able to hear them without missing a word. Not only was he lazy, but he was also a pervert. The phrase, gold and jade on the outside but rotten on the inside, was simply tailor-made for him. When the giant kites returned, there were children waiting to pick up the food gathered at the city gate. There were also people from the nearby villages who came to watch the fun. When there were more people, some smart people came out to sell food. Slowly, a large-scale market was formed. The local people called it Wild Goose Market. Xianxia never looked at other people's faces, even if he could see, he pretended not to see. It was as if he didn't notice his godson's gloomy mood at all. He excitedly walked around the overcrowded wild geese. He was very interested in everything he saw. Chang'ing had a head full of complaints, but he still had to follow him closely. He had to be careful not to get lost in the crowd. These years, the world was not good, and the people were poor. Most of the things sold in the market were small things that were produced by the farmers. There was nothing good to eat or drink, and it was very boring. It was said that the bad days were because of the war, and the tax burden was getting heavier year by year. However, in the past, there was still a war. After a war, they could always rest for a while. However, these years, for some reason, people always seemed to be unable to breathe. It had only been 20 years. Daliang had first conquered the north, then conquered the west. The Celestial Empire was a big country, and there were imperial courts from all directions. How majestic was that, however, the people were getting poorer and poorer. It was really strange. Chang'ing was bored to death and wanted to yawn. He only hoped that Xianxia, this country bumpkin who was curious about everything, would be able to enjoy himself and let him go back soon. He would rather be Mr. Shin's assistant. Xianxia bought a packet of grilled black salted beans. He ate them with his hands as he walked. As if he had eyes at the back of his head, he reached out a hand and accurately stuffed a salted bean into Chang'ing's mouth. Chang'ing was caught off guard and accidentally licked his finger. In a panic, he bit the soft flesh in his mouth. Blood immediately came out. He hissed in pain and glared angrily at Xianxia, "This big trouble. Flowers bloom with another day, but people are no longer young." Xianxia did not look back. He picked up a bean and held it up, facing the direction of the sun. His hands were really good. They were slender and fair, like the hands of a rich family's son. They should be holding a scroll or playing chess. They were very incompatible with the grilled beans covered in black ash. Xianxia said like an old man, "You will know when you grow up. A person's youth is only the size of a bean. It will be gone in the blink of an eye. You can't go back in your lifetime. By then, you will understand how much time you have wasted." Chang'ing was speechless. He really could not understand. How could Xianxia have the face to say that other people wasted their time? At this moment, the people near the city gate suddenly burst into cheers. Even if they were half blind, they could still see the giant kites in the distant sky. Countless flaming wings rose to the sky. All the white steam burst out at the same time. The steam was like a ball of cotton wool falling from the 9 layers of clouds. Then, a huge shadow of a ship appeared from the vast expanse of smoke. The 8 lifelike giant dragons at the bow of the ship were entrenched on the side. They looked disdainfully at the clouds. Xianxia was stunned at first. Suddenly, he tilted his ear. The cinnabar mole on his earlobe seemed to have a red light flashing. He frowned and whispered, "Why is this ship so light this year?" However, the surroundings were filled with the deafening rumbling of the giant kites and the clamorous shouts of the crowd. His sight quickly disappeared without a trace, and even Chang'ing, who was following closely behind him, did not hear it. The children began to hold their small bamboo baskets. They pushed and shoved each other to get a place, waiting to receive the food. A group of soldiers on the city wall trotted out in formation. The messenger stood still and waited for orders behind the 3 zhong tall copper roar. The copper roar was like a big trumpet lying on the city wall. There was a circle of green copper rust on the periphery. The rust was disorderly and picturesque, like a carving. The messenger took a deep breath and aimed at one end of the copper roar. He opened his mouth. The sound from the huge copper roar was magnified dozens of times. It echoed endlessly like a large bell. Wild Goose returns, open, dark, river. The 2 rows of soldiers responded and grabbed the handles of the huge wooden wheels on the city gate tower. At the same time, they shouted loudly. Their upper bodies were naked, and their muscles and bones were exposed. They exerted their strength together, and the mountain-high wooden wheels creaked as they spun down. The bluestone road below the city gate tower split into 2. Countless interlocking gears twisted, and the stone brick soldiers on both sides split into 2, moving with their backs to each other. The earth cracked open, revealing a deep underground river that ran through the entire Wild Goose town. The messenger blew a long and hoarse horn. The sound came from the copper roar and penetrated everything. The giant kite also responded with a long horn. Then, countless fire wings exerted strength at the same time. The steam surrounding the clouds and mountains surged crazily. It was ready to land. The first batch of wild goose food flew down like a fairy scattering flowers. The children below went crazy and reached out to grab it. Unfortunately, the path to scatter the wild goose food was not long. Soon, the giant kite sank into the underground river and stopped steadily on the water surface. It landed in front of people. The hull of the ship was stripped. The cold iron glimmered with an indescribable murderous aura. The horn from the ship was inexplicably tragic and echoed for a long time. The whole Wild Goose town was resonated by the humming sound. It was like the souls of the dead in the battlefield for thousands of years had all woken up and were singing in response. The giant kite slowly sailed into the city along the underground river. The sound of the water was loud. The messenger shouted again. Extinguish, lights. The fire wings of the giant kite were extinguished. The smell of slightly burnt firecrackers came from the air. The giant kite moved forward along the river. The flood dragon around it was like a kind of totem that was frozen in time. It had a demonic divinity. Chongqing watched the giant kite from afar in the crowd. Even though he said that he didn't want to come, he had indeed seen the giant kite return many times. However, when he faced it directly, he was still shocked by the size of the giant kite. If the giant kite patrol in the north was like this, then what kind of style would the 3 battalions of the Xianxia be? The teenager was trapped in this remote and narrow corner of Wild Goose Town. He couldn't even think about it. As the giant kite approached, the remaining heat of the extinguished fire wings hit his face. Chongqing subconsciously grabbed the person beside him and said, "The giant kite is coming. There are too many people here. Let's move back a little." No one answered, and he grabbed empty air. Chongqing turned around and found that his annoying foster father had disappeared at some point in time. Chongqing stood on his tiptoes with difficulty, looked over the crowd, and shouted, "Shirlu." No one answered. The crowd that was chasing the giant kite began to swarm over in large numbers. Some cheered, some shouted, "He's here," and some angrily shouted, "Stop pushing." Chongqing was bumped into a few times by people, which made him even angrier. He roared, "Godfather." The crowd flowed along the underground river. Chongqing struggled to stand against the flow while looking for the person. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat from the jostling people. The shock he felt from the giant kite earlier had disappeared. With such a godfather, he didn't know how many years he would have to live. Chongqing thought angrily, Shinshirlu must have nothing better to do. It's such a hot day. Why did he have to come out and see people? At this moment, someone not far away shouted sharply, "Stop squeezing," someone fell down. Chongqing looked around and couldn't help but look in the direction of the scream. The crowd by the river became chaotic. Oh my God, how did he fall down? Go over there and find the soldier on duty. Make way. Make way. We can't get out. This is... Chongqing was just about to make way for the people who were desperately trying to squeeze out when he vaguely heard someone say, "Shirlu, be careful." Chongqing quivered and suspected that his nerves were too tense. He hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to grab a person who was squeezing out of the river, who fell down. It can't be Shinshirlu, right? It wasn't clear if the person heard what Chang'ing asked, but he nodded carelessly, I think so. Let me out first. There was a buzzing sound in Chang'ung's head. In the heat wave of the giant kite's roasting, his back broke out in a layer of cold sweat. He took a deep breath and went against the flow of people to the riverside. He staggered a few steps before he managed to steady himself by holding onto the railing. He looked down anxiously and saw a person struggling in the water. The surface of the underground river was 60 to 70 feet above the ground, and the bottom could not be seen at first glance. It was emitting a deep chill. Large white waves swept past, and the people in the river were like duckweed floating in the water. They could not even hear the slightest movement, let alone see who it was. Chang'ing took off his coat. Excuse me, excuse me. Someone shouted from the side, you can't just go down like that. Hurry up and get that young man a rope. It was unknown who had hurriedly stuffed a rope into Chang'ing's hand. Chang'ing caught it and raised his head to look at the giant kite that was almost within reach. He still jumped down without hesitation. Pull it tight. Hurry up, the giant kite is coming, the people will be swept away. The giant kite that was about to slide over created a row of waves that were about the height of a person in the underground river. As soon as Chang'ing entered the water, he was hit in the chest and held his breath. He choked on a mouthful of water and was almost swept away. He quickly grabbed the hemp rope that was hanging from the shore and wiped his face. The sound of the water and the giant kite slowing down roared in his ears. Chang'ing's vision was filled with white waves. He could vaguely hear someone on the shore shouting, "Don't let go of the rope. The giant kite is coming. Hurry up and pull that young man up." It's too late. Chang'ing said, "Wait a little longer." But the noise in the water was so loud that he could not even hear his own shout. He desperately waved at the people on the shore, indicating that they should not pull on the rope. He struggled to swim towards the place where the waves were the fiercest. Amidst the chaos, someone grabbed his hand that was groping around. Chang'ung didn't have time to think. He grabbed that person's wrist tightly and pulled that person into his arms. Before he could see who it was, the giant kite had already rolled over with a rumbling sound. The people on the shore did not dare to delay any longer. The rough rope firmly tightened around Chang'ing's waist. With a strong attack, Chang'ing's body became heavy. He was forcefully pulled out of the water by several men on the shore. As soon as he was out of the water, he felt that the weight in his hand was not right. Chang'ing quickly blinked away the water droplets around his eyelashes. He suddenly realized that the person he was holding was not Xianxia, but an 11 or 12-year-old child, the fake girl, Xianxia. At this time, a long sound from the giant kite pierced his ears like a long knife. Chang'ing's ears were buzzing. He did not have time to think. He shouted and first dragged the half-dead Xianxia up. The people on the shore shouted and pulled the two young men up one by one. But they were still too late. Chang'ing's feet were still outside the river bank when the giant kite flew over without stopping. Its flaming wings were about to sweep his bare calves. Before it even arrived, the scorching hot wind had already rolled over, scraping his skin and flesh painfully. Don't touch the flaming wings. Be careful. At this time, a pair of pale hands suddenly stretched out. Through all the screams, it grabbed Chang'ing's arms and lifted him into the air. The surrounding people collectively cried out in alarm and bent down. Chang'ing felt that he was almost directly thrown out. Then he fell into someone's arms. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. A whiff of medicinal fragrance instantly entered his nose. Chang'ing suddenly raised his head. The tip of his nose almost brushed Xianxia's sharp chin. Xianxia's face was as calm as water. I just didn't see you. You've caused trouble and even went out of the circle. Chang'ing was robbed of his words. For a moment, he was speechless. Xianxia angrily said, "There are so many officers and soldiers on the shore. Do they need a child like you to save them?" Chang'ing, his heart, which had been in his throat, fell back to its original place. The blood that had stopped in his chest rushed to his numb limbs like a flood. At this point, he finally let out his first breath. It was so suffocating that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels turned inside out. His legs were so weak that he almost couldn't stand. Xianxia had already been carried to the side. She coughed and slowly woke up. Xianxia saw that the child was fine, so he carried Chang'ing out of the crowd. Xianxia frowned. Chang'ing, whose legs were weak, staggered. Xianxia scolded him as he walked, "The temperature of the flaming wings hasn't dropped yet. If it touches you, it can sweep off half of your leg. Do you plan to be a cripple for the rest of your life? You don't know what's important." Chang'ing trembled as he came back to his senses. Before he could do anything, he heard Shen Half-Deaf's complaint. His anger suddenly boiled. He straightened his neck and roared, "I thought you were the one who fell in." Xianxia raised his amorous eyebrows. "Don't make excuses. I'm a grown man. How could I fall into the river for no reason?" Chang'ing, his heart, which had been disturbed by his concern, was completely treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Heat rushed from his neck to his ears, turning them red. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether he was ashamed or angry. Anyway, he had a stomach full of demonic fire. Ordinary water couldn't do anything about it. "Okay, don't quarrel here." Xianxia reached out to touch Chang'ing's wet hair. He took off his robe and wrapped it around Chang'ing's body. "This is too messy. I won't argue with you today. Hurry up and go home to change your clothes. Be careful not to catch a cold." He was quite magnanimous. Chang'ing angrily shook off Shirlu's hand. His big movement made his palm hit something hard in his sleeve, causing his hand to hurt. Xianxia said, "Oh, that's the rouge I just bought. Remember to bring it back to your mother." "Hey, Chang'ing, where are you going?" Chang'ing didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He left him behind without a word and ran away. In fact, Chang'ing knew that he was being unreasonable. He was purely prejudiced by first impressions. He had only heard the sound and didn't see clearly who had fallen into the water. He had panicked and jumped into the water. No wonder his adoptive father scolded him. But when he thought about how that pervert was picking rouge next to him while he was burning with anxiety, he was so angry that his heart hurt. He couldn't suppress this anger no matter what. Xianxia was inexplicably left behind by Chang'ing. He awkwardly touched his nose and couldn't understand. He could only blame it on the fact that all boys were temperamental at this age. Shirlu, who was a first-time father, was a little distressed. He thought to himself, "If I had known earlier, I would have kept the iron fist for a day before giving it to him. Now he's really anxious. How am I going to coax him?" He stood by the dark river with his hands clasped behind his back. The giant kite had already roared past him. Its tail light flickered and the dark river behind it slowly closed. Xianxia was distressed for a moment. He began to stare in the direction of the tail light. His eyes weren't as unfocused as they usually were when he looked into the distance. Then his brows slowly furrowed. Suddenly, his body swayed and disappeared into the crowd like a swimming fish. His steps were silent and his body was extremely fast. There was no sign of him dilly-dallying like he usually did when he was crossing the threshold. Chang'ing returned home sullenly. The hot wind blew over his body and the cold river water calmed him down a little. The anger between his eyebrows gradually dissipated. His eyes looked very much like Xianxia's. The outline of his face was very deep. He didn't look like someone from the Central Plains, but he didn't look like a foreigner either. In short, he was a very special kind of handsome. As soon as Chang'ing stepped into the house, he saw the old cook standing on her little feet and looking outside. The old cook was surprised to see him in such a sorry state. "Oh, how did you get yourself like this?" "It's nothing," Chang'ing said weakly. "Someone fell into the river. I pulled him up and got wet." The old cook followed behind him with small, quick steps. She rambled on. "Madam said that she won't set the table for now. I think she wants to wait for Lord Baihu." "That's right, Madam wants young master to go to her room when he comes back. She said that she wants to talk to him in private." Chang'ing paused and his shoulders tensed up involuntarily. After a while, he nodded expressionlessly and went back to his room to change into dry clothes. While sulking, he carefully folded Xianxia's robe and put it away. Then he picked up the rouge box and went to Xianxia's room. The old cook was very curious about the strange relationship between Chang'ing and his mother. She didn't dare to ask about it openly and could only stick her head out to look. Chang'ing tidied up his clothes in front of Xianxia's door as if he was greeting a guest. After tidying himself up neatly, he knocked on the Xianxia's door and said, "Mother." A woman's cold voice came from inside the room, "Come in." Changgung reached out and pushed the door open. After entering the house, he turned around to take a look. The old cook, who was peeking, met his gaze and was startled. She hurriedly looked away and stuck her head out to take another look. However, the door was already closed and she could no longer see any clues. Xianxia's room was very dark. She hung a curtain on the window facing the sun. It seemed that she couldn't see the light. She sat alone in a dark corner and looked at a dressing mirror. Chang'ing looked at her back and frowned slightly. Xianxia seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. She was wearing a yellow dress and her hair was combed like an unmarried girl. Time had treated her well. In addition to the dim light in the room, it easily covered the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She really looked like a girl in her late 20s. Chang'ing opened his mouth and was about to call out to her when Xianxia spoke first, "There's no one else here. Don't call me mother. Did you buy the rouge?" When Chang'ing heard this, he didn't say a word and swallowed the word mother a second time. He let his internal organs digest to a pulp. Then he walked over and gently put the rouge box on Xianxia's dressing table. "Oh, the color of this box is nice. It's bright." Xianxia finally showed a stingy smile. She used her fingertips to pick up a bit of rouge and smeared it on her pale lips. She looked at herself in the mirror with great interest and asked, "Do I look good?" Chang'ing stood to the side with a cold expression. He didn't say a word. He was secretly curious. He didn't know why Xianxia had called him over. Just as he was thinking this, one of his eyelids suddenly twitched twice without warning. Chang'ing's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have some kind of ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, Xianxia said, "In the future, you don't have to call me mother in front of outsiders. Our fate as mother and son has come to an end today." As she said this, she raised her well-dressed and radiant face. She stretched out a pair of shallot hands, as if she wanted to straighten Chang'ing's collar. Chang'ing suddenly stepped back to avoid her. "What do you mean?" Xianxia smiled and retracted her hand indifferently. Her lips were smeared with the rouge Shenshirlu had bought for her. Her pale and dignified face suddenly had a touch of color, like a flower that had absorbed enough blood. "I know you've always had doubts in your heart. Since we have a chance today, why don't we make it clear? You're indeed not my biological child," Xianxia said. "Do you feel better after saying this?" The corners of Chang'ing's eyes twitched slightly. After all, he was young and did not have the shrewdness to hide his emotions. In this world, no matter how good a friend or how close a teacher was, no one could replace a mother, not even a father. It was not that Chang'ing did not desire a mother, but sometimes, if he knew that it was unattainable and still refused to accept his fate, then it would be too bitter and he would feel pity for himself. Chang'ing had thought countless times that he could never be Xianxia's biological child. Now that he had received such an unsurprising answer, his heart felt empty for a moment, and he could not describe what he was feeling. Chang'ing had an ominous premonition in his heart. He asked cautiously, "Why are you suddenly telling me this?" Xianxia looked at herself in the mirror and examined her own face. Perhaps she had put on too much powder, but her face was a little pale. So she carefully dug out a little rouge and carefully smeared it on her cheeks. "Chang'ing is the nickname I gave you," Xianxia said. "The people of the Central Plains say, in the east there is Qiming, in the west there is Chang'ing. They come out at dusk, and it's an ominous name for killing. The noblest and dirtiest blood in the world flows in your body. You were born a terrible monster. There's nothing more fitting for this name." Chang'eng coldly replied, "Wasn't I born after you were captured and raped by the bandits when you were stranded in Xianxia? I can't even count with my fingers how many fathers I have, the son of a prostitute and a robber. What's so noble about that?" Xianxia's entire body stiffened. She didn't turn around, and the rouge on her face couldn't hide the paleness of her face. Her pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak flashed with a hint of pain, but it quickly calmed down and turned into a crazy calm. Chang'ing's first memory was of being in a bandit's lair in the mountains. Xianxia always locked him in a musty cupboard. Through the cracks in the rotten wood, the young Chang'ing could always see the drunken bandits who barged in. Those rough men either beat her or had intercourse with her in front of little Chang'ing. In the beginning, the bandits were very strict with Xianxia. Gradually, they relaxed when they saw that she was weak and easy to bully and did not know how to resist. Later on, they even let her out and let her serve them with food and drink like a servant in the village. Xianxia filled the well and hundreds of jars of wine with poison. Heaven didn't know where she got so much poison. She used a small bowl to ladle a bowl of poisoned well water for Chang'ing to drink. However, when he actually drank it, she seemed to regret it and desperately dug at his throat to make him vomit. Xianxia put the half-dead Chang'ing into a small bamboo basket and carried him on her back. She held a steel knife in her hand. Whenever she saw someone who was still breathing, she would go forward and stab him. Chang'ing remembered that day when she wore a red dress stained with blood. She splashed kerosene and the bandit leader's private purple gold all over the mountains and plains. She set the entire mountain on fire and took him away. In his short life of more than 10 years, Xianxia had wanted to kill him countless times. She had fed him poisoned wine, stabbed him with a knife, tied him to a horse and dragged him away. There were even countless times when she suddenly lost control of her emotions in the middle of the night and tried to suffocate him with a blanket, but every time, she reined in the horse at the precipice and spared his little life. She also left him with a thread of unrealistic fantasy. Chang'ing said as calmly as possible, "You're thinking too much. I've never thought of you as my mother. I just always felt that the reason you hate me is because I'm the filth the bandits' lair left for you." Xianxia sat woodenly in front of the mirror. Her face grew paler and paler. After a long time, she suddenly sighed and said, "Child, I'm sorry." The moment these words left her mouth, the thousands of weariness and resentment in Chang'ing's heart almost fell apart. Only now did he know that all the grievances he had suffered since he was young could be easily resolved with these words. However, this 14-year-old youth used all his strength to hold back his tears. He then asked tiredly, "What do you plan to do by telling me all this now? Do you have a conscience and want to cure the poison in my body or just kill me?" Xianxia looked at him with a strange gaze, as if the youth was some precious object. "Do you know?" Chang'ing said, "Of course I know. Since the day I settled down in Yanhui town, I've not had a single night without nightmares. Even if I take a nap during the day, I'll wake up from the nightmare." Except for the night before, Chang'ing's thoughts scattered in an instant. He suddenly regretted being angry with Shirlu. Chang'ing said, "I don't think I've achieved much in my life, but I haven't done many shameful things either. How can there be so many ghosts knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Is there a strange disease in the world that causes nightmares every night?" Xianxia's bright red lips curled into a strange smile. Her eyes slowly fell on the exposed iron wrist cuffs on Chang'ing's wrist. There was a sharp light in her eyes, like a pair of poisonous arrows hidden in them. "What else do you know?" Chang'ing subconsciously retracted the iron wrist cuffs into his sleeves. He only felt that it was defiled by her gaze. "I also know that the pack of wolves that chased me outside the Great Wall 2 years ago didn't come by themselves. They were summoned by someone. You're warning me that I can't run away. You have plenty of ways to kill me, right?" Chang'ing said quietly, "Only the barbarians know how to control those beasts. After you came to Yanhui town, you've been in contact with the barbarians. I guess you're also a barbarian woman. When I was a child, I was locked in the cupboard by you. I saw a man come in and tear your clothes. There was a wolf head on your chest." Xianxia laughed in a low voice. "Barbarians, you actually call us barbarians?" Her laughter grew louder and louder. In the end, she was almost out of breath. Suddenly, Xianxia's shrill laughter stopped abruptly. She clutched her chest and coughed violently. Chang'ing instinctively raised his hand as if he wanted to help her, but then he reacted on his own and pulled his hand back as if he was convulsing, pinching the joints of his fingers. A thin trace of blood flowed out from between Xianxia's fingers and landed on her yellow dress. It was a shocking purple-black color. Chang'ing was shocked. He took a step forward. Xianxia grabbed his arm and tried desperately to straighten her back. She was shaking like a withered leaf in the cold wind. She gasped for breath and took out half of a jade pendant from under the makeup box. She stuffed it into Chang'ing's hand with her blood-stained hand. Her face was snow-white. Her blood-stained lips were more dazzling than rouge. She stared at Chang'ing with bloodshot eyes. "My name is not Xianxia. That's the name of a woman in the Central Plains. My name is Hugur. It means the purple gold of the heart of the earth. She was choked by her own words. After another heart-wrenching cough, she spat out a mouthful of blood and stained the front of Chongging's robe. No, the purple gold of the auspicious. The woman had a strange sobbing tone. Her breathing was getting faster and faster, and her chest was like a broken bellows. My sister is the goddess of the everlasting heaven. Even the wolf god has to kneel down and worship her. You're a little monster that I raised single-handedly. She laughed weakly. No one loves you. No one treats you sincerely. She struggled to grab Chongging's wrist. Her sharp nails pierced into his flesh. She clasped the iron wrist cuff on the boy's hand. This is the Xianxia light armor cloud coiled wrist cuff. It's specially made by the Black Iron Battalion. Who gave it to you? Chongging pushed her away fiercely as if he had been scalded. The woman fell on the dressing table. She curled up and twitched. Her charming phoenix eyes were wide open, revealing the ferocious whites of her eyes. You have my wooer bone in your body. I gave it a Chinese name, also called Chongging. Do you listen? Her cheeks twitched violently. White foam and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her voice was also blurred, but it did not prevent Chongging from hearing it clearly. Ju, the unparalleled wooer bone. No one can detect it. No one can understand it. One day, you will grow up to be the most powerful warrior in the world. You will also begin to be unable to distinguish between nightmare and reality. You will become a powerful madman. Chongging stood in place, stupefied. He felt those words that he didn't understand drifting past his ears, easily freezing his bones with ice shards. The blood of the goddess also flows in my chest. I bless you with the infinite divine power of the immortal heaven. You will only have hatred and doubt in your heart. You will become violent and bloodthirsty. Everywhere you go, there will be a storm of blood. You are destined to drag all of them down with you. They will not be, well, the word die slipped from her throat. The woman's body twitched violently. Then she suddenly felt something. She slowly turned her head and looked at the small sachet hanging on the bed curtain. There was a protective talisman in the sachet. Subai who once asked for it in a temple outside the city when he returned home from duty. The woman's eyelashes fluttered gently. Suddenly, it seemed that her eyes were full of tears. The tears washed away her insidious gaze into incomparable gentleness. Unfortunately, this gentleness only lasted for a moment. Her constricted pupils finally dispersed lifelessly. The well-dressed woman's breath came to an abrupt end as she cursed the world's most vicious curse. Then, wrapped in her last remaining warmth, she fell heavily to the ground. No one will love you. No one will treat you sincerely. You will only have hatred and doubt in your heart. You will become violent and bloodthirsty. Everywhere you go, there will be a storm of blood. You are destined to drag all of them down with you. In the dead night of the late summer, Chongging stared blankly at the well-dressed corpse on the dressing table. He blankly held the iron bracelet stained with blood. Why did she commit suicide? Why did she hate him so much? Why did she raise him to this age? What's the deal with the iron bracelet of the Black Iron Battalion? What kind of person was Xianxia Lu? The curse of Xianxia seemed to have taken effect. A child's initial trust and closeness to the world came from his parents who raised him without reservation. Chongging had never received that. No matter how generous and benevolent he was forced to be on guard all the time. He would also be like a stray dog with its tail between its legs. Even if he was dying from the desire for that little bit of human warmth, he would still be frightened and rejected again and again. Chongging suddenly had a strong idea in his mind. He wanted to find Xianxia Lu. He had to ask him face to face who his adoptive father was and what his intentions were. However, he did not walk out of the embroidery room that was filled with the smell of blood. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was already scared. By the way, Chongging thought blankly, Mr. Shin usually shows his knowledge and talent. How can he be a poor scholar who has been trying for a long time? Although Xianxia Lu was idle, he had the temperament of a young master from an aristocratic family. Even if he was living under someone else's roof, he did not show the slightest bit of embarrassment. How could he be an ordinary gangster? He should have known these things, but when he closed his eyes, He always thought of Xianxia Lu holding his head and looking after him by the hospital bed. If that was also a false show of affection, when the old cook saw the door open, she rushed over with a smile and said, "Master, today." Chongqing looked at her with red eyes. The old cook was scared by his eyes and trembled. After a while, she calmed down and complained, "What are you doing?" Before she finished her words, she saw the scene in the room clearly. The old cook froze. Then she staggered back 3 steps and sat on the ground. She stretched her neck and let out a scream that did not sound like a human's voice. At the same time, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the city. It was unknown who had released the alarm whistle in the city tower. The long whistle, which was more than 2 feet tall, swept up white gas that had been dyed with purple and gold. With a whoo sound, it rushed into the sky. The sharp sound drifted out like water waves for 30 to 40 miles, cutting through the bleak tranquility of Yanhui City for 14 years. Shen Yi, who was busy tidying up the steel armor, looked up. The next moment, the door of the Shen family was kicked open from the outside. Shen Yi picked up the heavy sword that was removed from the steel armor on the ground. "It's me," Xianxia Lu said in a low voice. Shen Yi said in a low voice, "The barbarians took action in advance?" This sentence was short and low, but the half-deaf Xianxia Lu heard every word. "There are barbarian spies on the giant kite. The people hiding on the ship that came back are not our people." As Xianxia Lu said this, he rushed into the inner room without stopping. He raised his palm and chopped down beside the bed. The whole bed board split into 2 with a loud noise. There was nothing under the bed board. A set of dark iron armor was lying under the board. Xianxia Lu deftly pried open the secret compartment on the chest of the steel armor and took out a Xiantai token. His fingers were green from the cold reflection of the Xiantai token. He suddenly turned around. His mud-like waist was like an iron spear. The wind blowing through the open door lifted his light, plain green robe, as if it was intimidated by the cold murderous intent on his body, and brushed past him in a whirl. Shirlu said, "Jipping." Jipping was Shen Yi's name. He had never called him in front of outsiders. The 2 of them often bickered and quarreled over small family matters. They were as close as real brothers. At this time, Shen Yi took a step back and quickly half-knelt on the ground. "I'm here. Since they came in advance, we can take advantage of the chaos to close the net. I'll entrust the 4th prince to you. Send him out of the city first." Shen Yi said, "Yes." Xianxia Lu quickly took off his coat and a sword at the head of the bed, turned around and left. The old soldier who was in charge of the defense was surnamed Wang. He had wasted most of his life in Yanhui City. He liked to drink a little when he had nothing to do. When he drank too much, he would brag and say that he had followed the old marquis to the north. No one knew if it was true or not, but it was not impossible. The old marquis was also a human. He had to eat, drink, and poop. He had to bring someone to cook with him. However, no matter how ridiculous he was, old Wang did not dare to drink on the day of the return of the giant kite. The officers had to line up in order. Everyone was afraid of making a mistake and embarrassing themselves. Unfortunately, what he was afraid of would happen. This day was destined to not be peaceful. Old Wang raised his neck and looked at the alarm whistle that was rising into the sky. He roared hysterically, "Which little bastard who drank urine did not look at the day and wanted to drink to your wife's bed? What alarm whistle? Do you really think it's a monkey?" At the end of the underground river, there was a large pond that was waiting to welcome the giant kite. The outside of the pond was surrounded by an iron fence. The iron fence was already half open, but the soldier who was pulling the iron bolt was frightened by the sudden alarm. He didn't know what was going on, so he didn't dare to act rashly and stuck the iron bolt back in place. As a result, the large iron fence was half open and half closed, as if it was a big mouth that was stunned. It just so happened that the dragon head of the giant kite was stuck in. The soldiers who were waiting to unload the purple gold from the ship were already waiting. At this time, they all looked back in confusion. The Baihu who was in charge of the military supplies took out a small copper roar and shouted at the soldier who was holding the iron fence, "What are you daydreaming about? The giant kite is stuck. You can't see it." Before he could finish his sentence, a cluster of scorching flames suddenly burst out on the deck of the giant kite, and a huge white fog burst out. A steel arrow as thick as an arm rushed into the sky savagely. Amidst the exclamations, it shot into the siren whistle in the sky with unstoppable sharpness. The alarm whistle instantly shut up and stopped in the air for a moment. It fell straight down. The surroundings were silent at first. Then, there was a loud bang. White rainbow arrow. What's going on? Who activated the white rainbow? Are the people on the ship crazy? Rebellion. What are you trying to do? White rainbow was a type of mechanical giant bow. When the bow was fully drawn, it was 7 zhang long. Only a giant kite could equip such a terrifying weapon. Of course, such a terrifying weapon could not be controlled by a human. Under the bow, there was a purple molten gold power box. When the arrow was fully charged, it could pierce through a city gate that was several zhang wide. It was said that when the giant kites glided across the sky and white rainbows fell one after another, it was as if the ground was being punished by the heavens. Even heavy armor could not withstand it. This change was too sudden. Lao Wang snatched a clairvoyance and stretched his neck like an old tortoise. He muttered, "Oh my God, midwinter. I can't play with this anymore. Quick! Send word to Lord Gua and Commandant Liu. Hurry!" Before he could finish his sentence, the flame wings on the giant kite that had been extinguished lit up. The burning purple flowing gold had not been warmed up, so it let out an explosive roar. The giant kite was like a monster that had just awakened. Lao Wang stared blankly as the deck of the giant kite flipped over. A row of heavily armored soldiers lined up in an awe-inspiring formation. Their sparkling heavy armor was like the surface of a river. Even from afar, he could feel the silent pressure. The leader of the group pushed open the mask of his heavy armor, revealing a face full of scars. Lao Wang was shocked. This was an unfamiliar face. How did he get on the giant kite? The scar-faced man suddenly smiled and let out a long howl. That howl could actually pierce through the roar of the machinery. It was like a wolf howl. All the heavily armored warriors behind him did the same thing. The howls of the wolves rose and fell one after another. It was like a pack of hungry wolves that greedily bared their deadly fangs. Someone in the crowd that was chasing the giant kite shouted, "Barbarians!" This was like poking a hornet's nest. The people of the surrounding cities and villages were all gathered here. There were men and women, old and young, and all kinds of people. For a moment, they were all like sheep, running in all directions in panic, pushing and shoving, and trampling on countless people. Even the warhorses of the soldiers on duty on the street neighed incessantly because of the collision. Lao Wang jumped up to the watchtower and pulled out the spear at his waist. He raised his hand and stabbed the golden box at the top of the tower. He knew that the golden box contained the purple flowing gold used to light the lamps. If he was lucky and ignited it properly, he could use the top of the watchtower as an alarm and blow it up into the sky. The old soldier who had been bragging his whole life pierced a corner of the golden box with his spear. Choking purple flowing gold poured out. He trembled as he pulled out a match from his bosom. Amidst the howls of the wolves, a few sparks flew out of the match. It was stuffed into the golden box by the pair of old hands. Half of the purple flowing gold in the golden box was spilled out. The remaining half burned fiercely as soon as it touched the flame. The vent of the lighthouse was blocked. Only a few wisps of steam were coughed out. It looked like the lighthouse was about to explode. The next moment, another white rainbow arrow rushed up and nailed Lao Wang's chest. Lao Wang's body disintegrated in an instant. The white rainbow arrow's momentum did not decrease. It carried the remains of the old soldier and rushed to the edge of the watchtower. After a loud noise, the tower collapsed from the top. The broken stones rolled on the ground. The soldiers and the people on the ground all ran away. At the same time, the burning golden box at the top of the tower finally flew up into the sky. An ominous purple light flashed in the sky and exploded into a huge firework in the sky. It lit up half of Yanhui City. The messenger behind Tong Ho only reacted at this time. He raised his voice and shouted, "Enemy attack! Barbarians attack!" The giant kite controlled by the barbarians slowly rose from the ground. The white rainbow arrows fell down like raindrops. The commoners fled for their lives like headless flies. The 36 light armored cavalrymen of the city guard whizzed past the bluestone slabs that were not completely closed. All the cannons on the city tower raised their heads at the same time and aimed at the giant kite that was swaying in the air. Fireworks filled the city. The purple flowing gold on the giant kite opened up. Countless Bayman's soldiers fell from the sky amidst the howls of the wolves. The wolves roared and the long street was covered in blood. Everything was a mess. The scar-faced man on the giant kite leaped up. Steam violently gushed out from the bottom of his steel-armored feet, propelling him more than 30 feet into the air. He then leaped onto a warhorse. The warhorse simply couldn't withstand the weight of the heavy armor. With a long neigh, its front knee snapped. The rider on the horse didn't have time to react before the barbarian grabbed him by the throat and fiercely bit him. The barbarian raised his head and bit off a piece of the rider's throat. Blood gushed out like oil. The rider did not even have time to scream before he died. The scar-faced man laughed heartily. He was like an evil spirit that ate rotten meat. He swallowed the human flesh in 2 mouthfuls. Suddenly he pursed his lips and whistled. 4 or 5 barbarians in heavy armor responded and rushed out. They stayed close to the scar-faced man and quickly swept across the street that had turned into a bloody battlefield. They went straight in the direction of Subaihu's house. The armor in the army was divided into light and heavy. Light armor was worn by the cavalry. It could only carry a small amount of power. Most of it still relied on manpower and animal power. Heavy armor was a completely different concept. A heavy armor was as tall as 2 grown men. It carried a golden box on its back. Violet gold flowed through its joints and limbs. Its feet could travel thousands of miles. Its arms could wield a broadsword that weighed several hundred pounds. There were even short cannons attached to its waist. A heavy armor could wipe out 1,000 soldiers. If there were heavy armor soldiers, whether it was cavalry, infantry, or marines, they would not want it. But there was no other way. Heavy armor was too expensive. A box of violet gold could be burned in 6 to 10 hours. It was about the amount of violet gold stored in the long-lasting lantern on the watchtower for 2 years. Violet gold was the lifeline of the country. On the black market, 1 tael of gold might not necessarily be able to buy 1 tael of violet gold that was 70 to 80% impurities. Even in such a great country, there was only 1 unit that could afford a full set of heavy armor, Marquis of Stability Guyon's Black Iron Battalion. Where did these barbarians get their hands on such heavy armor? The soldiers who had died in vain had no time to think. The old cook, who had stumbled out of the Sioux family's residence, happened to bump into this group of fiends. She did not even have time to utter a sound before she was plastered to the wall. The scar-faced barbarian charged straight into the inner courtyard and shouted, "Hugur! Hugur! Hugur, Xianxia!" Of course, it was impossible to answer him. The carved wooden door was kicked open by the heavy armored cavalryman. The door shaft screamed and broke, and the door fell down with a loud crash. The barbarian's invincible footsteps finally stopped. He stood in front of the door of the woman's embroidered room in a daze. The faint scent of incense had not yet dispersed. The room was still dimly lit. The long tassel shadows of the hanging bed curtain were scattered on the floor. The dressing table had been tidied up, and there was an opened box of rouge in the corner. A youth was kneeling in front of the bed with his back facing them. There was a faint shadow on the bed. It seemed like there was a person lying down. When the youth, Changgung, heard such a loud noise, he instinctively turned around to take a look. He saw a group of terrifying barbarians barging into his house in broad daylight. However, he did not feel shocked. Instead, he suddenly understood why Xianxia had to die. These barbarians were able to enter the city, so it was definitely related to Xianxia. Subaihu was still on the giant kite. Perhaps because she had colluded with a foreign country, she had already been killed by the barbarians. She had avenged her country's enmity and killed the only man in the world who had treated her well. Changgung looked at the barbarians indifferently. He then turned around and kowtowed to the woman on the bed. It could be considered as repaying her for not killing him for so many years. Then, he made a clean break with this dead person. After kowtowing, he stood up and turned around to face the heavily armored warriors at the door. The heavy armor was as heavy as a mountain, and he was a young man with a mortal body. In the middle of the crowd, he looked like an ant trying to shake a big tree. It seemed that he should be afraid, but he wasn't. Changgung wasn't so arrogant as to think that he could fight against these barbarians alone. He knew that he was doomed, but strangely, he wasn't afraid. Perhaps all his fear had disappeared the moment he heard that there was a secret behind the identity of Xianxia. The scar-faced barbarian stared at him. He seemed to have thought of something and his face suddenly became ferocious. "Where is Hugu-er?" Changgung's gaze stayed on his face for a moment. He said, "I remember you. You are the one who led the wolves to attack me in the snow last winter." One of the heavily armored bay man wanted to grab him, but was stopped by the scar-faced barbarian. The scar-faced barbarian lowered his head and bent down slightly clumsily. He stared at the young man in front of him who did not even reach his chest. He asked again in a strange accent, "Let me ask you, Hugu-er, where is Xiao?" "Xiaonyang?" Changgung said, "Dead." He held the iron cuff on his wrist and took a step to the side, revealing the silent corpse on the bed. There was still a thin line of black blood at the corner of Xiaonyang's mouth. Her face was as white as snow, like a poisonous flower. A few barbarians in the courtyard let out sorrowful cries, and dropped to their knees. The scar-faced barbarian looked a little confused for a moment. He slowly walked into the embroidery room of Xiaonyang. Although his movements were very careful, the floor was still cracked by his heavy armor. The barbarian walked to the window and stretched out his hand to support himself on the large carved bed. Halfway, he withdrew his hand, as if he was afraid that he would collapse the bedpost. He bent his waist, which was wrapped in heavy armor. The white smoke behind him dispersed into the small bedroom. The purple gold on the heavy armor burned quietly, making a huff-huff-huff sound, like a dying beast. The beast gently touched the woman's face. He felt something cold. The scar-faced barbarian suddenly screamed like a wolf that had just lost its mate. The next moment, the heavy armor in front of the bed started to rotate at a speed that couldn't be seen clearly. White steam started to gush out of the armor as it stirred. A big mechanical hand stretched out from the middle of the armor, and grabbed Changgung with its hand. Changgung's feet left the ground. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. His internal organs were knocked upside down, and he was violently slammed into the wall by the barbarian. The wall cracked from the impact. Changgung could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood. He spat it on the scar-faced barbarian's iron arm. He lowered his head with difficulty and met a pair of eyes that were filled with killing intent. It was the first time Changgung had seen such eyes. They seemed to carry a heavy smell of rust. However, he did not know why, but in this situation where there was a great disparity in strength, he suddenly felt a desire to fight. He did not shrink back and fiercely stared at the barbarian in front of him. The young man and the murderer's eyes met. The young wolf's claws and teeth were not sharpened yet, but his fierceness seemed to be innate. This might be a kind of innate temperament. When people were trapped in a fatal situation, there were two kinds of people who would fight back. One kind of people had to do it after careful consideration, either out of morality, duty, integrity, or after weighing the pros and cons. It was not that he did not know fear, but his conscience or reason could overcome this fear. This was true courage. There was also another kind of people who did not think of anything. Everything was done out of instinct. They were instinctively angry and full of fighting spirit. Even if they vaguely knew that their resistance would lead to a more terrible result, they could not restrain their desire to bite off a piece of meat from the enemy. At this moment, Changgung was undoubtedly the latter. Perhaps the word terrible was enough to anger him. Thinking back to those years, not only did Xiaonyang have a struggle in her heart, but Changgung was also the same. In the end, Xiaonyang did not kill him, probably because he had half of her sister's blood in him. In the end, Changgung did not kill her, probably because she raised him during the long period of torture. The scar-faced barbarian seemed to be hurt by his gaze. He angrily raised his big fist high, intending to smash Changgung's head on the ground. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from outside the door. A barbarian guarding the door flew out and crashed into half of the room. The dark embroidery room suddenly brightened up, and strong sunlight poured in. Changgung squinted his eyes. He did not see the cold light, but heard the scream first. The scar-faced barbarian's iron arm that was choking Changgung was mercilessly cut off along with the arm inside. Changgung lost his footing and involuntarily leaned to one side. The next moment, he was gently picked up by another heavy iron arm. There were always a few disassembled steel armors in Mr. Shen's yard. However, heavy armors were expensive, so they were usually not maintained by the long-armed armors. Not even by Su Baihu's connections. There was only one time when a set of heavy armor was completely blown out and ready to be disposed of at Jiangjun Slope. Mr. Shen relied on his familiarity with the armor and asked for it in private. When he returned home, he excitedly dismantled the broken armor that had been passed down for generations and told Chang'eng about it inside and out. Chang'eng still remembered him saying that when a person put on heavy armor, it was as if he had the strength of 10,000 caddies. It was easy enough to crush a few warhorses and topple a few walls. Even a child could do it if he or she was just a beginner. However, the most difficult part was not being able to lift the cauldron. The strongest steel-armored warriors were those who wore heavy armor but could still thread the thinnest thread through the nose of an embroidery needle. The man's armor was different from that of the barbarian warriors. It looked thinner and smaller. The surface of the armor did not have a layer of bright silver light. It looked dark and inconspicuous. He patted Chang'eng's back gently and put the boy on the shoulder of the heavy armor. He whispered, "Don't be afraid." The voice came from behind the iron mask. It was a little distorted. Chang'eng turned his head sharply and stared thoughtfully at the iron mask that was tightly covered. At this moment, the barbarians at the door finally reacted. They rushed in like a swarm of bees. With the scar-faced man as the center, they spread out in a circle and surrounded the man in black armor and Chang'eng. The man in black armor used one hand to protect Chang'eng, who was on his shoulder, and the other hand held a smooth long rod. Thin steam came out from the end of the ordinary-looking iron rod. Just now, he suddenly chopped off the scar-faced man's arm so fast that Chang'eng did not see it clearly. Could it be that his weapon was this broken iron rod? The scar-faced man was covered in cold sweat and his face was pale. He took 2 steps back and said in a low voice, "Black armor, cutting wind blade. You are one of those ghost crows." Chang'eng did not react at first. After a moment, his spine suddenly stiffened. Ghost crows, yes, 14 years ago, during the Northern Expedition, the Black Iron Battalion drove straight into the Beiman Prairie like a black whirlwind. The barbarians feared and hated them, so they called them ghost crows. The man in black armor did not pay attention to it. He just ordered Chang'eng, "Hold on tight." The scar-faced man shouted, and the 4 well-trained barbarian warriors followed him and charged forward. With 4 swords and spears on their bodies, a deep purple light flashed under the black-armored man's feet, and he nimbly slipped through the gaps between the swords and sabers. With a leap, he landed on the dilapidated roof of the Su family's residence. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his left shoulder, which was carrying Chang'eng, almost didn't move, but the right side of his body spun out at a dazzling speed. The iron rod in his hand instantly became a shadow. Chang'eng tried hard to open his eyes. He saw that the end of the rod in the man in black armor's hand was like an illusion of a blade. It chopped down like a whirlwind. The barbarian who had caught up with him could not dodge in time and was hit squarely in the chest. The golden box in his chest burst open instantly. The purple gold inside burst into a terrible fire and blew the head off the giant. The hot blood splashed on Chang'eng's face. He tried his best to control himself and barely maintained a calm expression. His hand tightly grasped the shoulder of the man in black armor. This was the legendary invincible black iron camp that was said to be able to take on 100 men by themselves. The barbarians saw the disparity in strength between the 2 sides and did not dare to fight alone. They exchanged glances with each other and ran out of Xianxia's house at the same time. They jumped onto the roof from different directions. One pounced at the feet of the man in black armor, aiming for the joints of his legs. Another brandished his sword and smashed the top of his head, blocking his escape route. Another barbarian blocked his back, aiming for the golden box in black armor. The scar-faced man with a broken arm retreated 10 steps away. He raised his iron arm and opened it. A sinister arrow tip was ready to move. It was aimed at Chang'eng, who was on the shoulder of the man in black armor. These barbarians had hunted together since they were young. They surrounded and killed together. Their teamwork was almost flawless. The air was filled with murderous intent, rising in the white steam. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Chang'eng finally understood the staff in the man in black armor's hand. When it was driven at high speed, 3 to 4 foot long Xiantai blades would shoot out from the end of the staff along with thin steam. When the force was withdrawn, the sharp blades would quickly hide in the other side. With each movement and withdrawal, the blades would turn in a circle, like a terrifying meat grinder. At this time, Chongqing suddenly lost his footing. He was pushed from the shoulder to the crook of the man in black armor. His whole body was pressed against the chest of the heavy armor and suddenly bent backwards. Chongqing was horrified. Putting aside his weight, just the heavy armor alone was definitely several hundred pounds. After bending and bending, the entire weight would be pressed against the waist of the man in black armor. Wouldn't his waist be crushed by the steel armor? The man in black armor bent his waist and did a back flip. He did a clean spin in the air and jumped down from the roof with Chongqing in his arms. He just happened to brush past the arrow that the scar-faced man had shot at him. The light on the cutting wind blade condensed into a line. In a flash, he killed another barbarian and cut off his legs. Then, steam burst out from the leg guards of the man in black armor, pushing the heavy armor forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already more than 10 feet away. It seemed that it was easy for him to deal with a few barbarian armored soldiers. It was only because of Chongqing that he didn't want to get entangled with them. "I'll send you out of the city first," the man in black armor still said unhurriedly. "It's too chaotic here. Your mother's matter." "Sigh, my condolences." Chongqing leaned on him. After a moment of silence, he said, "My mother committed suicide by taking poison. She had always been in contact with the barbarians outside the Great Wall. Maybe she was a barbarian spy." The man in black armor didn't say anything. He didn't seem to be surprised. "You saved the son of a barbarian spy. What a loss." Chongqing paused and then revealed the man's identity. "Mr. Shen." A wisp of white steam came out of the man in black armor's ears. The Xiantai mask was pushed up, revealing Shen Yi's weak, scholarly face. "Someone on the northern patrol giant kite betrayed us," Shen Yi said. "I originally thought that the traitor was Brother Su. But now it seems that Xiaonyang committed suicide because she felt sorry for her husband. I think Brother Su might have died for the country and didn't know about this until he died. My condolences. It seems that you already knew." Chongqing whispered, "Who are you?" Shen Yi said, "I'm a subordinate of the Black Iron Battalion. I'm a direct subordinate of Marshal Gu." A subordinate of the Black Iron Battalion. He was a direct subordinate of the Marquis of Stability, Gu Yun. Chongqing mulled over this sentence several times in his heart. He felt very strange. He had just learned that he wasn't his mother's biological son. His mother, who never left the house, was a barbarian spy. Now he heard that the poor scholar next door, who never washed his hands clean, was a general of the Black Iron Battalion. Then what about Shirlu? Chongqing thought with a bitter smile. Even if someone told him that his adoptive father was Marshal Gu or even the emperor himself, he wouldn't have the energy to be surprised. Why would a general under Marshal Gu live in seclusion in a remote place like ours? Why would he save the son of a barbarian woman? After asking these two questions, Chongqing realized that he might lose control. He immediately wanted to shut his mouth tightly. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop the last superfluous sentence from being squeezed out from between his teeth. What about Shen Shirlu? After Chongqing finished asking, he felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. At this point, he was still thinking about Shen Shirlu. He knew that he was an important person who came out to patrol, but he was still worried about his poor eyesight and bad hearing. Would he be accidentally hurt by the swords outside? Would he not be able to find a place to hide? He couldn't help but think, why is Mr. Shen the one who came to find me? Why didn't Shirlu come? The sound of fighting shook the sky. The figure of a giant kite shrouded the entire Yanhui town. White arrows appeared from time to time like ghosts. In the distance, someone's house was on fire, and the fire quickly spread. Shen Yi looked indifferent. He turned a blind eye to everything. He dodged the arrows in the chaos like a bird swimming in a fish. Your Highness, please sit tight. Chongqing said blankly, what did you call me? Shen Yi said unhurriedly, 14 years ago, His Majesty was touring the south. The imperial noble consort was pregnant and guarded the summer palace alone. She was harmed by a scoundrel. Fortunately, her loyal servants and sisters rescued her and she escaped. Unexpectedly, on the way to the south, she encountered a mob rebellion. The imperial noble consort was weak. In the chaos, she gave birth to His Highness. She never saw you again. The imperial noble consort's sister fled with Your Highness. Since then, there has been no news of you. Over the years, His Majesty sent countless people to secretly search for you. He always thought that Your Highness had died. It was not until 3 years ago that he found some clues and sent us to pick you up. Shani briefly explained, we haven't been able to reveal our identities. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Chongqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that Mr. Shen's brain might be filled with engine oil. He couldn't even make up a story. According to what he said, Xianxia was the imperial noble consort's sister? Was the imperial noble consort also a barbarian? Besides, why did His Majesty only send 2 people to look for his son? Even if His Majesty was so poor that he could only send 2 people to look for him, why didn't these 2 people reveal their identities? The mysterious general of the Black Iron Battalion lived next door. Didn't he know that Xianxia had been secretly communicating with the barbarians? Why didn't he stop them? Chongqing interrupted him, you've got the wrong person. Shani, Your Highness, you've got the wrong person. Chongqing was so tired that he suddenly didn't want to be entangled with these liars anymore. Let me down. I'm a little bastard that the barbarian woman gave birth to with some mountain bandit. How could I deserve the general of the Black Iron Battalion to risk his life to save me? How could I deserve to recognize you as my godfather? When Shani heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but sigh. He felt that Chongqing's anger was mostly directed at Shen Shiliu. It seemed that he was implicated and was the target of Shen Shiliu's anger. He gently held Chongqing's kicking foot and said, I'm sorry for my rudeness. Your Highness's right little toe is slightly bent compared to others. It's exactly the same as His Majesty's. You're the son of a dragon. There's no mistake. Chongqing suddenly retracted his foot. His heart became colder and colder. He clearly remembered that his foot wasn't born with it. It was personally smashed by Xianxia when he was young. She didn't care about his cries and screams, and smashed off one of his toes while he was still alive. Then, she used the method of binding a woman's feet to make his toe deformed. What bullshit T descendant of a phoenix? How could this be fabricated? At this moment, a familiar cry entered Chongqing's ears. Chongqing turned around and saw Butcher Ji's human head and pig head hanging from the railing. His obese wife's face was ashen. She had been smashed by a collapsed wall and was no longer breathing. His little fatty's cries came intermittently from not far away. Chongqing was shocked. He did not have time to think about anything else and blurted out, that seems to be Gepangxiao from the butcher's family. Shani did not stop and flew past. Chongqing thought he did not hear him clearly. Wait. Shani said, I was ordered to protect Your Highness out of the city without delay. His voice came from behind the iron mask, sounding like cold iron covered with ice shards in the coldest days of the year. Chongqing was stunned. The whistling wind brushed past his ears and sticky cold sweat flowed down his spine. He could feel the cold armor of the Shantai. It was so cold, just like the iron bracelet on his wrist that could never be warmed. Gepangxiao was the best at acting spoiled. When he smiled, his teeth could be seen and his eyes could not be seen. He was very mischievous. No one disliked him. Chongqing suddenly asked in a low voice, isn't he also your student? In Xingyi's eyes, these students whom he got along with day and night were just his 2 years of hiding under the Emperor's orders, right? Well, for the big shots of the Black Iron Battalion, what was a small Yanhui city, what was a butcher's child? In this world, some people's lives were more valuable than others. Those who were liked by others were not necessarily precious. Shani was certainly not as cold-blooded as his Shantai, but he was alone at this time. Of course, the mission was the priority. He could not afford any mistakes. The western region had just surrendered. The entire Black Iron Battalion's elites were stationed there. They had only brought a small part of them. They had set up the net for 2 years. They had to kill in one blow and catch the big fish. If they could capture it, they could exchange it for 3 to 5 years of peace in the northern border. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. The reason behind this was so complicated that it was hard to explain in a few words. How could he explain it to a half-grown child in a few words? Xianxia said bitterly, "Your Highness, please forgive me." "Your Highness." It turned out that Chang'ing had taken advantage of his unpreparedness and bent down to touch the lock on Xianxi's xiantai. Of course, the heavy armor of the Black Iron Battalion was not easily broken by him, but he succeeded in pushing Xianxi's steel hand away by an inch. Xianxia had to retreat. It was the first time that Chang'ing had seen anthracite, so he did not know the difference between anthracite and the scrap metal of Yanhui City. If the armor was broken by such a brute force, the buckle that popped out would be enough to break a thick tree. At this moment, Chang'ing nimbly pulled out his foot and somersaulted down from Xianxi's shoulder. "I'm not your Highness." Chang'ing stood 2 steps away and looked at him. His face was even bleaker than the xiantai. "My foot is not a dragon's claw. It's a disability that my mother wrapped with broken porcelain. If she really has a relationship with the royal family like you said, maybe she wants to create an impostor to confuse the royal bloodline. I saw that general left in such a hurry, so you must have another important task. I'm not afraid of death, and I have no intention of stealing the identity of a noble. Now that I've explained it clearly to you, I won't delay General any longer." Xianxi's xiantai mask popped up. He looked at the boy in front of him in astonishment. Chang'ing didn't look at him anymore. He jumped down from the wall and ran in the direction of Gupanxiao's call for help. Anthracite was very conspicuous in the small Yanhui city. While Xianxia was in a daze, he was immediately targeted by a group of barbarians. Chang'ing wasn't worried. Even though he was a layman, he could see that those barbarians were just food for the master of the Black Iron Battalion. It could be seen that although the folklore of 40 black armors being able to sweep through the grassland was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't completely groundless. The martial arts that the boy had practiced for many years wasn't useless. He nimbly ran into the narrow road and jumped over the courtyard wall. He saw a barbarian punch a veteran of Yanhui City who was guarding the city. The veteran fell down without a sound. It seemed that he wouldn't survive. Gupanxiao's face was swollen like a steamed bun. He hugged his head and shrank in a corner in fear. Chang'ing saw the veteran's sword flying a few feet away. While the barbarian's back was facing him, he took a step forward and picked up the heavy sword in his hand. There was a thin stream of steam coming out from the end of the heavy sword. It was a steel armor sword. Unfortunately, it had been in disrepair for many years. He didn't know if it could still be used. When the barbarian heard the movement, he immediately clumsily turned his head around with the heavy armor. Gupanxiao's mouth was wide open. Chang'ing twisted open the steam support under the steel armor sword. The circle of sharp blades on the steel armor sword began to spin. There was a burning smell mixed with it. He didn't know how many parts were broken inside. Chang'ing almost lost his grip on the steel armor sword. He shouted loudly and turned his hand to chop at a big tree next to him. Although the buzzing steel armor sword looked like scrap metal, it cut the tree very quickly. Before the barbarian could react, the big tree fell down with a crash, smashing the barbarian underneath. Chang'ing roared at Gupanxiao, "Run!" Gupanxiao's face was covered with tears and snot. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Big brother!" But, before he could say anything, the barbarian who was pressed down by the big tree suddenly let out a loud roar. Then, he brazenly split the big beam in half and threw it away. He was like an enraged water buffalo. His eyes were red as he stared at the 2 defenseless teenagers in front of him. Chang'ing saw that this matter could not be settled peacefully, so he decided to fight. He took a deep breath, turned sideways, slightly tilted his shoulders, and clenched the sword in his hand. He took a solid stance. Unfortunately, no matter how solid his stance was, it was useless. When he stood still, he heard a caw-baw sound. The steel armor sword was completely stuck and could not move. It coughed twice, and a black smoke came out from it. It had become a real scrap metal. Gupanxiao sucked in a breath of cold air. This, go away," Chang'ing said softly to Gupanxiao. Gupanxiao lived up to his reputation of being clever. Without saying anything, he rolled himself into a harmless meatball and rolled to the corner, perfectly giving up the field. The barbarian roared, intending to use his iron fists to smash this ignorant brat into a meat patty. Chang'ing bent down the moment the iron fists landed on his head. He quickly slipped through the gap between the fists and swept past the veteran's corpse. He lowered his body and with a twist, he deftly removed the veteran's steel armor leg guards. At this time, the sound of wind behind him was heard. Changing rolled the pair of steel armor leg guards into his arms and rolled 18 times on the ground into the dog hole outside the wall of a nearby house. The moment he landed, he kicked his legs and put the steel armor leg guards on his feet. With a loud boom, the weak mud wall of the commoner's house was smashed into pieces by the barbarian's fist. Pieces of mud fell down one after another. The steel leg under Changgung's feet spurted out a small amount of steam with the help of the remaining purple gold on his ankle. At the critical moment, he was pushed 30 feet away. Changgung almost had the illusion that he was floating. Other than the iron wrist guard, this was the first time he wore a part of the steel armor leg guards on his body. On the line between life and death, he maintained his balance and grabbed onto the corner of the remaining wall. Ge Pengxiao screamed, "Be careful." The barbarian had already used brute force to push away the rampaging bricks. The steel armor leg guards let out an unbearable screech. The steam under his feet was like a cloud. He was a little surprised that this young man was not easy to deal with. He retracted his steel armor leg guards and the gears in front of his chest rotated in a painful manner. The pitch-black muzzle of the short cannon was aimed at Changgung. He was ready to end this quickly. Changgung, who had not yet learned how to coexist peacefully with the wind fire wheels under his feet, heard a buzz sound and immediately jumped forward instinctively. Suddenly, he felt a burning pain on his back. The sand on the ground splashed up like steel nails and rolled towards him. He only had time to protect his head with the scrap sword. The Central Plainsmen would never dare to put a short cannon on their steel armor leg guard's chest. This kind of powerful short cannon could shatter a person's bones. Only the barbarians, who were born with great physical strength, dared to do so. Some people said that the reason why the 3 Black Iron Battalion were able to defeat the 18 Bayman tribes was that the barbarians, who had the advantage of not being able to produce their own steel armor leg guards, were unable to do so. Now that they had gotten this batch of heavy armor leg guards from somewhere and were backed by the purple gold that stretched for thousands of miles under the grassland, would they still be bullied by the Central Plainsmen who were as weak as sheep? The young Changgung had no time to think about how terrifying this matter was. When Mr. Shen, General Shen, taught him how to take care of steel armor leg guards, he once unintentionally mentioned that the space for the short cannon on the steel armor leg guards was limited. The ice tubes used to cool it down were not that effective. In order to prevent the person in the armor from being burned to a crisp, each shot had a cooldown time of about 30 minutes. During this time, the steel armor leg guard's muzzle would automatically lock up, so he still had some breathing room. The barbarian shouted in broken Chinese, "Run, little bug. You're scared to death. Run." Changgung's eyes darkened. He slid down from the bottom of the wall like flowing water and turned around to pounce on the barbarian who was chasing him at high speed. The barbarian was caught off guard. He did not expect that Rinpochian would be so daring. He instinctively used his long sword to slash at Rinpochian. The steel armor leg guards was almost twice the height of Rinpochian. Naturally, there was a blind spot at the bottom of the armor. Changgung leaned back and leaned against the ground to avoid the oncoming attack. Changgung threw out the steel sword that was used to blow out candles. It hit the back of the barbarian's heart. The barbarian instinctively dodged. At this moment, Changgung pressed down on the iron wristband in his hand. The silk threads in his sleeves spiraled out like a poisonous snake and pierced through the barbarian's heavy armor leg guards. Changgung was speechless. He was just trying his luck. He did not expect that the iron wristband that Shinshirlu casually threw to him to play with was actually such a godly weapon. The silk threads in Rinpochian's sleeves pierced through the metal meridians of the barbarian's heavy armor leg guards. The heavy armor leg guards activated self-protection in order to prevent the purple gold from leaking out and killing the person inside. All the joints from the arms to the back were instantly locked. At this time, if the person in the heavy armor leg guards had a clear mind, he would take off the heavy armor leg guards while the upper half of his body could still move. Could it be that without the heavy armor leg guards, a burly barbarian like him would not be able to deal with 2 half-grown children? However, although the barbarian had obtained the heavy armor leg guards through some method, it was obvious that he had not completely mastered the heavy armor leg guards. The moment the heavy armor leg guards was locked, the barbarian inside the heavy armor leg guards was stunned. His first reaction was to resist the heavy armor leg guards with brute force. Even if he was born with divine strength, how could he resist the heavy armor leg guards with his mortal body? He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chongqing made a prompt decision and stepped forward without hesitation. The steel leg guards under his feet exerted the greatest power. He aimed at the gold box guards near the short cannon leg guards' back and fiercely stomped down. No matter how weak the steel leg guards' strength was, the heavy armor leg guards would still be able to crush the heavy armor leg guards. However, Chongqing's steel leg guards were also crippled in the process of the heavy armor leg guards. He kicked too fiercely and a portion of the strength rebounded onto his calf. His leg was in so much pain that he could not feel it. He did not know if it was broken. Chongqing clenched his teeth and turned over with one leg to retreat. Just as he retreated, the heavy armor leg guards' gold box guards cracked and exploded. The heavy armor leg guards had exploded into a pile of heavy armor leg guards' brain matter splattered everywhere. Chongqing's body was unavoidably splashed with red and white brain matter. With one leg in a sling, he expressionlessly wiped the blood off his face. Despite the horrible smell of blood, he was not afraid. Perhaps Xianxia was right. He was born to be a monster. Xianxia did not drop the ball at the crucial moment. Even though he was trembling like a sieve, his brain was still working. Chongqing shouted, "Big brother, let's quickly find a place to hide. I'll bring you to my father's cellar." Chongqing had just taken a step forward when the piercing pain in his leg caused him to groan and fall to the ground. Cold sweat continuously flowed down his body. Seeing this, Xianxia ran over without hesitation. With a loud shout, he carried Chongqing on his back. Even though he was young, the fat on his body was already very impressive. As he ran, Xianxia panted as his white fat jiggled. His panting did not affect his loyalty as he vowed solemnly, "Big brother, my parents were killed by them. You saved my life. I'll follow you from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Let's kill all these barbarians." His voice cracked as he said the last sentence. He sounded like he was about to cry. Chongqing's exhausted hand could not hold on to the broken sword. He could only let it fall to the ground with a dull thud. The muscles on his arm spasmed. At the same time, he laughed awkwardly and joked to Xianxia, "What do I want you for? To keep you alive and kill you to eat during the famine? Xianxia, at least I can wash your feet for you." At this moment, Chongqing's ears twitched. He heard an ominous rustling sound. He immediately shouted to stop Xianxia, "Shoo! Xianxia, my mother said that I wash my feet very cleanly. After washing my father's feet, they are whiter than steamed buns." Little Fatty's voice came to an abrupt end. He stopped abruptly and took 2 steps back while trembling. At the end of the path, a barbarian wearing shiny heavy armor slowly walked out. Chongqing was bleeding somewhere between his lips and teeth, and when he took a small sip, he tasted a mouthful of fishy sweetness. Xianxia had only run a few steps, but he was already on the verge of death. However, this little fatty unexpectedly knew the severity of the situation, and from beginning to end, he held tightly onto Chongqing's sleeves, so tight that his palms were covered in cold and sticky sweat. Chongqing, who was obsessed with cleanliness, had no time to shake him off. The two youths were like 2 cornered cubs, struggling to bare their young fangs in a desperate situation. The person at the end of the path raised his hand and lifted the mask to his forehead, revealing his handsome facial features. His cheeks were thin, and there seemed to be a shadow in his slightly sunken eye sockets, reflecting the thousands of miles of the Central Plains. When his gaze fell on Chongqing from above, the meaning in his eyes was incomparably complex, as if there was a bit of nostalgia and a bit of pride, which made him seem very humane. Unfortunately, this humane feeling was very thin, and in the end, it was still covered by the deep hatred in his eyes, like a red thread buried in the boundless snow outside the Great Pass. Although it existed, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The rumbling of heavy steel armor rose and fell one after another, and one after another, snow-white heavy armor fell behind that person. There were no less than 20 heavy armor barbarians. There was the sound of wind behind him, and Chongqing turned around vigilantly. His shoulder was first pressed down by someone. It was Xianxia, who rushed over in a full suit of black armor. Xingyi's body was stained with even more blood, and his xian tai appeared even dimmer. Xianxia didn't know the inside story, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Mr. Shen? Chongqing turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. That's the general of the Black Iron Battalion, the man by the side of the Marquis of Stability. Don't call him that. Xiao's tongue was suddenly twisted into a hemp rope, and the thousands of fat on his body stuttered in unison. Marquis of Stability. Shani apologetically extended a black iron hand to Xiao. The hand was as big as the youth's head, and it was still stained with blood. Xiao instinctively closed his eyes and shrunk his neck, but the iron hand only gently held the back of his head. It was gentler than a feather falling on his head, and it did not break a single strand of his hair. Shani blocked the two teenagers behind her, stood still, and turned to the man at the end of the path. I heard that Prince Gatu, the head wolf of the Sirius 18 tribes, has a great son named. The barbarian continued faintly, Jiao Lai, in your Central Plains words, means Hua. Greetings, Crown Prince Mars. Mr. Shen held the wind-cutting blade and slowly raised his iron fist in front of his chest. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The barbarian crown prince asked, Ghost Crow, tell me your name. I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning. Shani smiled and asked in his scholarly voice, which sounded very reasonable. Bayman's 18 tribes have been serving our country for more than 10 years. Over the years, we have been friendly with each other, and we have been doing business with each other. We have always lived in peace. I, Daliang, believe that we have never treated you unfairly. May I ask why you came here uninvited and attacked unarmed people, women, and children? Gubanxiao was stunned. Mr. Shen was still wearing a ridiculous apron when he woke up early in the morning. He was cursing as he walked around the stove. At this moment, there was a row of barbarians in front of him. He stood alone in his dark armor, giving off the impression that he was unwavering and unwavering. The barbarian crown prince and Shani looked at each other for a moment, then snorted with a fake smile. Then, he looked at Chongqing again and said in Daliang's official language, I just heard from my brothers that there are people from the Black Iron Battalion in Dingqing. I thought they were exaggerating, but it turns out to be true. Then, it seems that, the other rumor is also true? Is the son of the goddess, who was kidnapped by your Central Plains emperor, really hiding here? Chongqing's heart skipped a beat. The barbarian crown prince looked at Chongqing for a moment, then he seemed to be reluctant to look at him anymore. The tall barbarian raised his head slightly. The sky was a little cloudy, and the clouds in the sky were like a cover, casting into his abyss-like eyes. He looked at an unknown god in the sky and murmured, the goddess of the Sirius 18 tribes is the purest elf on the grassland. Even the heavenly wind has to kiss the hem of her dress. All creatures have to bow their heads when they see her. Where she sings and dances, there will be flocks of cattle and sheep, lush vegetation, and countless flowers that will bloom under the feet of the immortal heaven. There was a strange rhythm in his voice, as if he was humming a pastoral song from the grassland. General, the barbarian crown prince said, you took over our grassland, dug out the heart of the earth, and kidnapped our goddess. Now, you are asking me why I am here. You are too unreasonable. Your country's sages have been enlightened for thousands of years, but did they teach you how to be a robber? Even if you are from the Black Iron Battalion, you are the only one here. I advise you to step aside and leave that little bastard to me. I will burn him to atone for the sins of the immortal heaven and appease the resentment of the defiled goddess. I really can't bear to look at his face. Gubanxiao's mind was in a mess. When he heard this, he finally understood what was going on. He hurriedly asked, Big brother, is the little, he is talking about you? Chongqing was very annoyed and said blankly, can you stop talking? Crown Prince, if you say so. Shani shook his head helplessly and said, you are really the guilty party complaining about the victim first. Well, it is meaningless for you and me to talk about the cause of the Northern Expedition 14 years ago. If you want to fight, let's fight. His words were like iron nails landing on the ground. The low walls on both sides of the narrow alley were pushed down by the heavily armored soldiers who were even taller than the top of the walls. 2 rows of Bayman warriors divided into 2 groups and surrounded Shani and Chongqing with murderous intent. Shani took a short sword from his body and handed it to Chongqing. Your Highness, be careful. Mr. Shen spoke politely, but his hands were very vicious. Before he finished his sentence, he had already taken the initiative to attack. Nearly 10 feet of steam spurted out from the back of the black armor. The cutting wind blade in his hand shot out with a screech, like a snow-white whirlwind. The 3 barbarian warriors closest to him were caught off guard. The golden boxes in their chests were crushed at the same time, and they were immediately locked in place by the heavy armor. The barbarian crown prince shouted and took the lead to rush over, bringing with him a sultry and scorching wind. Shini did not hesitate to meet him. At the same time, Chongqing and Gepengxiao shouted, "Run!" Although the black armor of the Black Iron Battalion was exquisite, it was too exquisite. It was said that a set of black armor was more than 40 pounds lighter than an ordinary heavy armor. Shini was originally like a weak scholar, so he was not as strong as the barbarian crown prince. He raised the cutting wind blade with both hands and blocked the barbarian crown prince's thunder-like attack. However, his whole body was forced to retreat. The 2 heavy armors wrestled with each other. The surrounding low walls, courtyards, stone houses, and even the large trees that were as thick as a person's arms were not spared. Everything fell down with a crash. The barbarian crown prince shouted, "Leave that little bastard here." A few heavily armored barbarians responded and moved. The snow-white steam flew in all directions and intercepted the 2 teenagers who had a total of 3 legs. Chongqing held his sword in front of his chest. One of his legs could not withstand the force and could only hang limply to one side. His chest was beating and his heart was about to explode. His face was gloomy and childish. The wolfish nature hidden deep in his blood was forced out when he looked at the barbarian crown prince fiercely. Regardless of whether the so-called goddess was his mysterious mother or not, even if she was, what kind of strange thing was it to burn one's son as a sacrifice to one's mother? Gepengxiao wiped his snot and asked foolishly in the midst of the clamor and dust, "Big brother, you are really His Highness. Aren't you rich?" Chongqing said, "Rich my ass. I mistook you for someone else. You are going to die, why don't you run?" Gepengxiao stuck out his chest and said, "I won't run. I want to follow my big brother." "Ah, mother!" 2 barbarians rushed over from the left and right. Gepengxiao, who was still talking big just now, was grabbed by one of them and lifted over his head to throw him to his death. Gubanzhao's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. Like a dying dog, he flailed his limbs and grabbed onto the branch of the big tree beside him. In the moment of life and death, he erupted with an inhuman strength and hung himself on the tree. Unfortunately, although he was not a human, his pants were still a piece of ordinary cloth. With a rip sound, they were torn off. No one knew if Gubanzhao was quick-witted or if he was scared out of his wits, but when he saw that Pants was about to die, he took the opportunity to piss on the heavily armored barbarian's face. However, the barbarian had pushed his mask up and received the attack head-on, not wasting a single bit. The barbarian was mad with anger. He roared on the spot and swung his iron fist, wanting to kill the little brat. Unexpectedly, he lost control of his feet. It turned out that Chongqing had taken advantage of the time when he was dodging the enemy and took advantage of the barbarian's frozen position. He took aim and stabbed the short sword into the seam of the barbarian's steel leg. The short sword was worthy of being a product of the Black Iron Battalion. It was extremely sharp and unstoppable. It cut off one side of the steel leg guard. The barbarian lost his balance and knelt down, blocking his companion. Gepengxiao jumped onto the treetops like a fat monkey. He nimbly jumped onto the roof and vaulted over the wall. He bravely picked up a brick on the wall and shouted at Chongqing, "Big brother, move." White fog spurted out from Chongqing's feet. Chongqing didn't have enough time to stand up. So, he was dragged several feet away by the steel legs. Soon after, a large rock fell down and smashed onto the barbarian's helmet. Bang! The sound of the impact reverberated in the air for 3 days. Gepengxiao shouted, "Take off my pants. Bastards! Who asked you to take off my pants?" Chongqing was covered in dirt and was struggling to stand up with one leg. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on the back of his neck. A huge iron hand fell from the sky and lifted him up. Chongqing subconsciously touched the iron wrist lock, but the barbarian did not allow him to use it and slammed him against the wall. Shini, who was entangled by the barbarian's son, was too far away to help. At this moment, a sharp neigh of a horse was heard. A gorgeous iron arrow pierced through the air and nailed the barbarian who was holding Chongqing to the short wall through the thick steel plate. The short wall was unable to bear the weight of the heavy armor and collapsed with a crash. Chongqing fell into the ruins in a sorry state. He heard the piercing cry of an eagle coming from the sky. He looked up and saw two huge shadows hovering in the sky, looking down at the barbarian prince's 18 men. They were all within the range of their longbows and iron arrows. The barbarian's son suddenly raised his head and stared at them. Black Eagle. Not far away, a person replied, "That's right. Long time no see. The 3rd Division of the Xianxia sends greetings to your highness." The voice was so familiar that Chongqing's body trembled. He knelt in the ruins of stone bricks and rubble and looked in disbelief at the person who was wearing light armor and riding a horse. The person was wearing the lightest armor, which was specially used for riding horses. He weighed no more than 30 pounds and was also called a light fur coat. He did not wear a mask, and even his helmet was carelessly held in his hand, revealing a face that had accidentally entered Chongqing's dreamland. The cinnabar mole at the corner of his eye was burning red. Gupangxiao squatted on the wall and swayed. He almost fell down. He pinched his thigh and said, "Mother, aren't you my Uncle Shirlu?" "Yes, nephew." Shin Shirlu did not care and rode forward, as if the enemy's formation was not in his eyes. He arrogantly pulled out a wind blade from his waist and pushed the barbarian's body away. He turned around and laughed at Gupangxiao, who was on the wall. "Little bastard, you should find a leaf to cover your face." Gupangxiao shyly covered his face with his hands. Chongqing stared fixedly at him, forgetting where he was for a moment. Shin Shirlu met his gaze and dismounted from his horse. He bent down slightly and extended his hand to Chongqing. "Your servant Gu Yun is late to rescue your majesty." Roll 1. Northern wild geese do not return. Gu Yun was not born with a good temperament. Even though his frivolity when he was young had been tempered by the yellow sands of the western regions, his inner nature was still like a dog that could not change its habit of eating shit. He was arrogant and unruly. Over the years, no matter if others praised him or scolded him, he never took it to heart. However, in the early morning, Gu Yun, who used the pseudonym Shin Shirlu, was lazing around in the kitchen and drinking wine. When he suddenly heard Shini say that Chongqing was about to face him, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. For the first time in his life, Gu Yun felt terrified. He wished he could grow a few more pairs of useless ears to hear clearly whether Chongqing said his writing was good or bad. At the same time, he was secretly worried that his skills were not enough and that he would mislead his son. This was probably how every father would feel when they heard their child say, "I want to be like my father in the future," for the first time. Shini asked him what he would do if Chongqing hated him. At that time, he shamelessly retorted. In fact, he was completely boasting. Marshal Gu calmly showed his face in front of thousands of soldiers and horses. He looked at his godson with a calm face, expecting to see a little surprise. Even if it was more surprise than joy, it would be fine. Unexpectedly, Chongqing only gave him a blank face, as if there was nothing sadder than a dead heart. He put on that calm face of his, but his heart skipped a beat. Gu Yun thought, "It's over. He's really angry this time." There was a kind of person who was born benevolent and righteous. Even if he had experienced a lot of malice, he could still maintain his good heart that was on the verge of collapse. Such a person was rare, but Chongqing did have this kind of potential. He encountered a big change in the blink of an eye. Before he could figure out his shadowy background, he was involved in the chaos of Bayman's invasion. However, although he was full of uncertainty about his future, was full of powerless anger about his situation, and was also full of doubts about the Shin brothers, he still wanted to save Gupangxiao. He still could not restrain himself from worrying about Shin Shirlu, who was still missing. Along the way, Chongqing thought countless times, now that the whole city is full of barbarians who kill people like scything flax, and Mr. Shin is here, what will happen to his foster father, who takes half a day to cross the threshold? Who will protect him? Who will send him out of the city? All his worries turned to ashes when he heard the two words Gu Yun. Chongqing suddenly did not know what expression to use to face Shirlu. Gu Yun. How ridiculous this was. How could the world-famous Marshal Gu be a sick person who could not hear or see clearly? Did he need to worry about him? Besides, why would Gu Yun appear in such a small place where even birds don't shit? How could the Black Iron Battalion, which was supposed to be far away in the western regions, assemble so quickly? Did the barbarian heir take them by surprise, or did he step into the hole that others dug for him? These thoughts suddenly appeared in Changging's mind like fireworks and quietly slipped away like a meteor. He was too lazy to investigate any of them, but his heart was in pain. He had worried about him for so long, but it turned out that it was just his wishful thinking and overestimation of his abilities. Changging already knew what fear and disappointment were. He had also experienced despair and near death. Just the fact that he did not know the word embarrassment was enough to break his heart. Guyun saw that Changging's eyes were red and he did not respond. He finally pulled out a little guilt from his rotten conscience. He sighed and knelt down on one knee under the watchful eyes of many enemy soldiers. He carefully removed the steel leg from Changging's injured leg. His palm, which was covered with a layer of light armor, gently pressed it a few times and said, "Your ankle is dislocated. It's not a problem. Does it hurt?" Changging did not say a word. Although this child usually acted spoiled and sulked at him, he would always think of him. At this time, he suddenly stared at him with such a strange gaze. Guyun suddenly felt a little regretful. But he only regretted it for a moment. The hard-hearted Marquis of Stability quickly thought it through. Things have already been done. What's the use of regretting it? Thus, he lowered his head without showing any emotion on his face. With an indifferent expression, he picked up Changging's injured leg. Without even saying a word, he pulled and buckled the leg to close the dislocated joint. Changging's whole body suddenly trembled, but he did not cry out in pain. Probably at this moment, even if someone stabbed him with a knife, he would not feel pain. Guyun picked him up and placed him on the horse's back. He found that he could not deal with his godson, so he could only get up and bully the barbarians. He didn't even raise his head as he dismounted from the horse, greeted the soldiers, and set the bones. It was as if the armored soldiers around him didn't exist. But for a moment, no one dared to act rashly. Perhaps the word "Gu" on the commander's flag was enough to make the prairie wolves tremble in fear. The barbarian heir looked at him like a wolf king staring at a hunter who had killed his own kind. His hatred was as deep as the sea, and he was overly vigilant. 14 years ago, Guyun's father was the commander-in-chief who had slaughtered the 18 tribes. The Wolf King, who was the heir's father, was still walking with 2 horribly jagged artificial legs. It was all thanks to the old Marquis. The heir was not stupid. Even a child like Changging could vaguely understand the situation while his mind was in a mess. It was impossible for him not to react. As soon as he saw Guyun, he knew that the situation was hopeless. As if to fulfill his wish, there was a sharp cry not far away. A pale white signal tower rushed into the sky like a monkey and exploded in broad daylight. Then 7 or 8 black eagle shadows landed on the giant kite like dark lightning. The black eagle was the biggest nemesis of the giant kite. The barbarians had obtained a batch of steel armor from somewhere. They were just beginners and looked scary. How could they be a match for the superb Black Iron Battalion? Guyun calmly retracted his gaze and used his special tone to ask for a beating. How is Wolf King Gatu, the loser? Is his body still healthy? Just now, even when Shani questioned him face to face, he was still polite and had the demeanor of a great country. The barbarian heir could not adapt to martial Gu's style. He almost choked on his old blood. Guyun said, "I heard that there was an ambitious heir in the 18 tribes. He even came up with something called eroding gold. It's not that I want to say this, but the heir wants to swallow Daliang in one gulp. There are really people who are not afraid of being stuffed to death." The barbarian heir's face really changed this time. Eroding gold was the top secret of the Sirius tribe. It was also planned by the Xianxia heir after he took over the real power of the Sirius tribe. Daliang's steel armor and steam technology had advanced by leaps and bounds. The Sirius tribe had missed the opportunity in this aspect. In the past 10 years, they had been beaten to a pulp. Even if they were peerless masters, they were like mantises trying to stop a chariot in front of the modified heavy armor and iron kite soldiers. The heir, Xianxia, was very clear that if he wanted to take revenge by fighting a tough battle, it was absolutely impossible. Unless Daliang rotted out from the inside. Although Daliang had a large territory and abundant resources, it did not have a large-scale purple gold mine. Purple gold was the lifeline of the country and could not be lost in any way. Therefore, the imperial court prohibited people from reselling it. Those who violated the order would be punished with rebellion. If they were caught, it would not be surprising that their entire family would be executed. In order to power all kinds of civilian fire machines and puppets, one had to bring a letter of guarantee from the local officials, famous gentry, high scholar, and other reputable people, and buy the next grade of purple gold from the shops of the imperial court that specialized in imperial merchants. However, purple gold was extremely profitable and the black market did not stop. As the saying went, birds die for food and men die for money. Since ancient times, there were many desperados who were willing to fight for money. However, if they wanted to fight for their lives, they would not be able to find a source. The earliest gold merchants in the black market went to the grassland in person to try their luck. Only 1 in 10,000 was lucky and most of them died on the way. The celestial wolf tribe targeted the black market in Daliang. They sacrificed everything they had and did not hesitate to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Every year, they dug out a large amount of purple gold. After paying the annual tribute, they used the extra purple gold to bribe the border soldiers. This matter began to be slowly implemented 7 or 8 years ago. Later, the barbarians got in touch with Hugur, who stayed in Yanhui town. Both sides cooperated. After all these years of preparation, Crown Prince Inghua was confident that there was no place in the border town in the northern border that he could not reach and see. However, only heaven and earth knew about this matter. The main culprit knew about it. How did Guyun know? Could it be that he was really omnipotent? In just a few words, the fight for the giant kite in the sky was settled in the blink of an eye. There was no suspense. The hateful Guyun put his hands behind his back and added, "Crown Prince, let me be honest with you. I have been waiting for you in this damned place for a long time. I have nightmares every day, worrying that you won't come. If you don't come, what reason do I have to clean up this bunch of parasites at the border who eat the government's food but do not work? Thank you very much." The barbarian crown prince looked like he wanted to skin him and pull out his tendons. Guyun saw that he was so angry that he looked like a lantern. His helpless mood in Chongqing was finally smoothed out. He revealed an aggressive smile. "Project Eroding Gold, haha. You're talented. Stop talking nonsense. Take him down." After saying that, Guyun pulled Chongqing's reins. "Your Highness, you must be frightened. I will lead the horse for your Highness." Chongqing used all his strength to glare at him. However, no matter how sharp his gaze was, Guyun was invulnerable. It was as if he had never heard Mr. Shen ask him to wash the dishes. Chongqing said in a low voice, "Marquis Dingyan did not even bring a single servant. He concealed his identity and came to this shallow water. He must have schemed and plotted hard." In the past, no matter how angry he was, he could not bear to say a harsh word to Shirlu. At this time, a sarcastic remark came out of his throat. He almost choked himself to death and gripped the reins so hard that his hands turned blue. "He's so angry that he doesn't recognize me," Guyun thought with some melancholy. "What should I do?" He had always been good at igniting fires. However, he was never good at extinguishing them. Every time he wanted to appease people, they would be angrier for some reason. Guyun braced himself and softened his voice. He explained, "Due to military affairs, I was unable to reveal my identity to your Highness. I have offended you. In the past, I took advantage of your Highness. I hope that your Highness will not complain to the Emperor about me when you return." Before he finished speaking, Gepengxiao suddenly shouted from the top of the wall, "Be careful." A barbarian had hidden in the ruins. He suddenly pushed the power of his steel legs to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Guyun. He roared and slashed down with his saber. Chongqing, who was on horseback, saw this from the corner of his eye. He could not care less about the bitterness in his heart. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively rushed out and stretched out his arm to block the long saber for Guyun. "Godfather." A white mist suddenly appeared under Guyun's feet. Light fur and heavy armor were not of the same weight class. A little bit of power could make a person as light as a swallow. His figure flashed and he was already on horseback. Chongqing only felt his waist tighten. His back fiercely hit the thin armor on Guyun's chest. Then, a black shadow flashed in front of his eyes. Gu Yun did not use the wind-cutting blade in his hand. It was still a smooth black iron rod. The tip had already accurately pierced into the heavy armor's shoulder. The power on the heavy armor's shoulder was suddenly cut off. The barbarian's iron arm made a sound that made one's teeth ache. He locked the long saber in midair. At this time, the blade was less than 3 inches away from Gu Yun's forehead. However, he did not even bat an eyelid. Gu Yun fiercely squeezed the horse's abdomen. The warhorse leaped out with a long neigh. His hand that was holding Chongging's waist moved up slowly and covered the young man's eyes. The wind-cutting blade was brought up by the warhorse. Steam violently spewed out and made a slight explosion sound. The 3-feet-long rotating blade was unsheathed and twisted the barbarian's body from his shoulder up. A stream of moist and warm steam sprayed on Chongging's neck. He fiercely quivered for a moment. Then, he smelled the scent of blood. The bitter smell on Gu Yun's body, which seemed to have been pickled in medicinal soup, was hidden under the light fur and iron armor. It could not be found anywhere. For a moment, Chongging felt that the person sitting behind him was a stranger. His godfather seemed to have never existed. The barbarians turned out in full strength and launched a surprise attack on Yanhui City. It could be said that they risked their lives. Even Daliang was struggling to maintain the heavy armor. What did it mean to the barbarians of the 18 tribes? Probably, it was far from enough. Their bone marrow had to be scraped 3 times. They were a warlike tribe that grew up in the same nest as the wild wolves. With the addition of the heavy armor troops that had been plotting for a long time, they should have been invincible. Unfortunately, they ran into the Black Iron Battalion. The Black Eagle nimbly seized the giant kite, and the black armor captured the barbarian heir alive. With Gu Yun's tacit approval, they wiped out the remnants of Bei Man's troops in the city. The battle ended before the sun set that day. But this was not the end. After Gu Yun dealt with the foreign enemies, he immediately turned his weapons to his own people at lightning speed. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was intimidated by the Black Iron Battalion, he captured more than 60 generals from Yanhui City, Chongyang Pass, and other frontline forces in the northern borderline. Without any investigation, they were all detained to await trial. For a time, the northern borderline was in a state of panic. Everyone was in danger. Chongging and Xianxia were temporarily placed in the residence of Yanhui Prefecture's Governor Gua. When Governor Gua saw Gu Yun, he trembled. He was afraid that he would be implicated. When he heard that he had to take care of the little prince, he knew that he had dodged a disaster. He did not dare to neglect him at all. He sent 2 rows of people to wait at the entrance of the courtyard where Chongging and Xianxia were staying. He was only short of personally pouring tea for them. Xianxia benefited from Chongging's glory and also enjoyed the treatment of the imperial family. The little fat boy recovered from the chaos of war. When he thought that his family was destroyed, he cried. Halfway through, he remembered that Chongging was like him. They were all alone. Although he still had his adoptive father, Uncle Shirlu was nowhere to be seen. He also did not come to see him. He could not help but sympathize with him. He was too embarrassed to cry out in front of Chongging. But there was nothing else to do. Xianxia counted with his fingers, trying to figure out the key points of this matter. In the end, he gave up. This matter was too complicated for him. No matter how he thought about it, it was a mess. He asked Chongging, "Big brother, they said that your father is the emperor. Is Aunt Xiao the empress?" Chongging had half a handful of sleeve silk in his hand. When he saved Xianxia, he threw out one of the sleeve silk from the iron wrist buckle. Later, when he was cleaning up the battlefield, he secretly picked it up. Generally speaking, it was difficult for iron to coexist with sharpness and toughness. Although the sleeve silk from the cloud disc buckle could cut iron like mud, it was not very tough. The tip had already been broken in the barbarian's heavy armor. A corner of it had been melted by the hot purple gold. The blade was gone, and it had become a bare piece of black iron. Chongging used the iron nail to scrape away the protrusions on the blade as he said to Xianxia casually, "The emperor's sons are not all born from the empress. He has plenty of wives. Also, Xiangyang is a barbarian. I am not a prince. It was that barbarian woman who wanted me to pretend to be a prince." Xianxia, when the butcher's son heard this answer, he became more and more confused. He opened his mouth and stared blankly for a while. He felt that his big brother was too pitiful. Birds and beasts all had parents, but he was the only one who did not understand his own background. His parents were like a tangled knot that could not be untied. He did not know where they came from. Xianxia vowed, "Big brother, don't worry. It doesn't matter if your father is the emperor, a baihu, or an opera singer, you are still my big brother." When Chang'ing heard this, he first dryly raised the corner of his mouth. Later, he probably realized something and finally revealed a vague smile. "Xianxia, if I can also enter the Black Iron Battalion in the future, that would be great." Before Chang'ing could reply, someone suddenly said from outside the room, "The Black Iron Battalion is not like ordinary soldiers. Their daily training is extremely difficult. Can you bear the hardships?" The two youths raised their heads and saw that Xianxia had pushed open the door and entered. Xianxia had changed out of that terrifying black armor. In the blink of an eye, he was back to that fussy and downtrodden scholar who exuded the word poor. He walked in with 2 food boxes in his hands and placed them on the table. "Supper, eat." Official Guo placed great importance on maintaining his health. The supper in the residence was only soup and water. It was fine if it was an adult, but it was fine if it was an adult. How could these youths endure it? Xianxia drank 3 big bowls of chicken noodle soup in a row, but he still felt full. Even his body that was warm in the winter and cool in the summer had dimmed. When he opened the food boxes and saw that there were real steamed buns, and meat inside, his eyes turned blue. He immediately cheered and pounced forward, forgetting about the Black Iron Battalion and the White Iron Battalion. However, this little fatty was very loyal. Even if he forgot about the world, he didn't forget about his big brother. He first eagerly gave Chang'ing a big steamed bun. "Big brother, you eat." Chang'ing looked behind Xianxia and didn't see the person he wanted to see. He immediately lost his appetite and waved his hand disinterestedly. He suppressed the disappointment in his heart and greeted half-heartedly, "General Xin." "You flatter me." Xianxia knew what he was thinking just by looking at his face. He nonchalantly sat down next to him and explained, "This time, Marshal Gu is really busy with the border cleansing. It's just that he is very concerned about your highness, so he specially asked me to come and take a look." "Your highness doesn't deserve it." Chang'ing lowered his head indifferently. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, 10. Marquis is so busy every day, but he still cares about us. It's really flattering." Xianxia smiled and said, "If Marshal knew that your highness was so distant behind his back, he would be very upset. It's a pity that he's a person. If he's upset in his heart, he will never say it directly. He only knows how to find fault with other people. It's really hard on us subordinates." Chang'ing was indifferent and didn't reply. His entire mind seemed to be on the broken blade in his hand. He carefully chose a position on the blade and began to drill holes in it with an iron nail. His heart was as clear as a mirror. He didn't believe that Xianxia was an ordinary subordinate. Even if he was out on patrol, would an ordinary subordinate dare to casually order the Marquis of Stability to do the dishes and cook porridge? Unless it was an old man who hung himself, he was tired of living. No one spoke. The atmosphere was so awkward that it could die. Xianxia had a smile on his face, but he cursed in his heart. Chang'ing's expression was completely for Gu Yun to see. That bastard Gu Yun covered his eyes and didn't dare to look, so he pushed him to take the blame. He said in his heart, "Ever since I boarded the pirate ship with the surname Gu, nothing good has happened." Xianxia was born in an aristocratic family. Speaking of which, he was somewhat related to the old Marquis's maternal family. When the old Marquis was still alive, he was brought to stay with the Gu family for a short period of time. Gu Yun's mischievous and heroic deeds from a young age were half of Xianxia's military exploits. After the old Marquis passed away, the two went their separate ways. Gu Yun inherited the title of nobility and entered the palace. Xianxia went back and obtained scholarly honors. However, after high school, he refused to enter the Hanlin Academy. Instead, under everyone's gazes, he invited himself into the Lingshu. The Lingshu temple here didn't grind medicine and consult patients. They didn't cultivate the human body, only the body. They were on par with the imperial guards and directly under the emperor. They were the biggest debt collectors of the Ministry of Revenue, and also the parents of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War. Among the 7 major military branches, the Kite, Jia, Qi, Qiu, Ying, Che, Cannon, and Jiao, all the blueprints, improvements, and updates of the equipment, and even the secrets of the Black Iron Battalion, all came from the Lingshu Temple. The Lingshu Temple often mocked and humbled themselves with the title of Imperial Long Arm Master. They almost didn't speak on important matters in the imperial court. They didn't seem to be of high rank, and most of the time, they were holed up in the Lingshu Temple tinkering with those iron tools. However, no one dared to compare them with those craftsmen who made a living from the oil of the common people. The reason why Gu Yun was able to restart the Black Iron Battalion was definitely not just because of the urgency of the war or because of the Emperor's light imperial edict. To a large extent, it was because his old friend, Xianxia, helped him to smooth out the connections in the Lingshu Temple. At the crucial moment, the Lingshu Temple stood behind the young general and gave him the most favorable support. This allowed the military power that had been faintly declining over the past 10 years to once again suppress the noisy scholars. After the Black Iron Battalion came back to life, Xianxia accepted Gu Yun's invitation and left the Lingshu Temple to become Gu Yun's personal bodyguard. Of course, with Chongging's current knowledge and experience, he didn't know about these messy matters. Xianxia also didn't have the intention to explain. He just raised his head and said to Gu Pengshao, "I have a few words to say to the 4th prince." Gu Pengshao immediately responded cleverly, "Yes, yes. You guys talk. I'm tired after eating, so I should go back to sleep." After he finished speaking, he stuffed 2 steamed buns into his bosom and held a large pork shoulder in his mouth. He jumped down from the chair and ran away. There were only the 2 of them left in the room. Xianxia then slowly said, "When the war in the western region stabilized a little, Marshal Gu received a secret edict from the emperor. He was ordered to go to the northern border to find the 4th prince who had gone missing with the imperial concubine sisters." Chongging's hand movements paused for a moment. He raised his eyelids and looked at Xianxia without saying a word. Xianxia's expression was sincere and didn't seem to be fake. He said tirelessly, "When we passed by Yanhui, we found signs of Bei Man's activities outside the city gate. The Wolf King's heir has always been ambitious and had the intention to rebel. Marshal Gu was worried that there might be changes in the northern border, so he stopped to check. Unexpectedly, he met your highness among the wolves. 14 years ago, Marshal Gu followed Princess Royal and met the imperial concubine. When he first saw your highness, he felt that you looked familiar. It wasn't until we sent you back and saw the Xianxia that we confirmed that you were the 4th prince we were looking for. 14 years ago, Marshal Gu was just a dying child. The Xianxia didn't remember him. At first, we planned to reveal our identities to her and take you back to the capital. Unexpectedly, we found that the Xianxia was secretly communicating with the barbarians. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Marshal Gu secretly transferred some people from the western regions. At the same time, he wanted to beat them at their own game. This time, the elites of the 18 tribes of barbarians were all killed, the heir was captured, and a large amount of money and manpower were used by them. At least, they could keep the northern border of Daliang peaceful for 5 years. I hope that your highness will not argue with Marshal Gu about his deceit for the sake of the tens of thousands of people at the border." When Chongging heard this, he thought for a moment and nodded understandingly, "Yes." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Back then, Sirius of the northern barbarians presented 2 treasures of the Great Prairie to our emperor. One was the violet gold, and the other was the Sirius goddess. The goddess had a noble status, and His Majesty was grateful for the sincerity of the Sirius people, so he made her an imperial concubine. She was the only imperial concubine in our dynasty. If the imperial concubine knew in the netherworld that your highness had grown up, she would be very pleased." Chongging sneered in his heart. According to this, wasn't the Xianxia, Hu Gur, his biological concubine? If his biological aunt was like this, how good could his biological mother be? Chongging said, "I think that according to common sense, the story should be that the imperial concubine desperately tried to escape after finding out that she was pregnant. She even wanted to kill the child with a bowl of abortion medicine, right?" Xianxia, it was inconvenient to talk about the secrets of the palace, but this brat's guess was very accurate. However, Xianxia was a fox spirit who had interacted with the rich and powerful since he was young. He immediately pretended to be a little surprised and said, "Your Highness, what are you talking about? If it was because of Miss Xiao, then you don't have to think too much. After all, Miss Xiao is an outsider. It's understandable for her to be loyal to her own clan. Your Highness is also not her biological child. Even so, she still worked hard to raise His Highness all these years. She also tried to send a message back to the capital with His Highness's half-jade pendant. Presumably, she was prepared to die for the country and didn't want to implicate His Highness. Most likely, it was because she cared about blood ties. If your biological mother is like this, how could your biological mother not love you?" After a pause, Xianxia said, "Your Highness's appearance is like the imperial concubine's, but your temperament is like the emperor's. Blood ties can't lie. As for the matter of Miss Xiao breaking your Highness's toe, I think there must be some hidden story behind it. Or maybe your Highness was young at the time and had a memory error. It's all possible." Mr. Shen's words were reasonable and eloquent. If Chongqing didn't know that he had a strong poison in his body that slowly made people go crazy, he would probably be persuaded by the story he made up. He could no longer completely trust the truth that came out of other people's mouths. His heart was filled with speculations and suspicions. He couldn't help but tear apart every word that other people said. Just a little deeper and he felt that he was full of doubts. Chongqing suddenly felt very tired. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Xianxia was politely sent off by Chongqing with a stiff smile on his face. Chongqing sent Xianxia to the door. "In the past, I was short-sighted and thought that Gu Marquis was lacking. I was often long-winded. I hope that Marquis can forgive me." Xianxia looked down and could only see the spiral of hair on Chongqing's head that refused to look him in the eye. He could only sigh and leave Chongqing's small courtyard with a heavy heart. He walked out of the courtyard and turned into a small path. In the small garden outside the courtyard, he saw the legendary busy with military affairs Gu Yun. There were a lot of silver-cord grass planted in Darengwa's courtyard. Gu Yun sat alone in the gazebo and idly plucked the leaves of the silver-cord grass. He held the leaves in his mouth and chewed them for a while before eating them. He didn't know how long he had been sitting here alone. The silver-cord grass was almost bald because of him, like a bush that had been trampled by a goat. Xianxia coughed lightly, but Gu Yun acted as if he didn't hear anything. It wasn't until he walked closer that Gu Yun squinted his eyes with some difficulty and saw him clearly. "The effect of the medicine has worn off, right?" Xianxia sighed. Gu Yun looked confused. He subconsciously tilted his head and made a gesture of listening hard. Xianxia had no choice but to walk forward and lean close to his ear. "Let's go back first. I'll tell you when we get back. Give me your hand. There are stone steps there." Gu Yun shook his head and refused his support. He took out a glass mirror from his chest and placed it on the bridge of his nose. He slowly walked out without saying a word. The two small moles at the corners of his eyes and ears seemed to have dimmed. Xianxia glanced at the silver-cord grass that had been gnawed by the goat surnamed Gu and chased after him. Gu Yun actually lived next door to Chongqing, but it was different from here. The place where he stayed was cold and cheerless. If Chongqing said, "I don't need to be served," Governor Guo would definitely shamelessly boast about how His Highness is diligent and thrifty and loves the people, and then shove a few dozen servants over to him. But even if he was given a sack of courage, Governor Guo would not dare to run to Marshal Gu to flatter him. Gu Yun lightly said, "Don't disturb me." Other than those scary Black Iron Battalion soldiers, no one dared to rashly step into the place where he lived. In the past, when Gu Yun couldn't hear or see clearly, he would be especially tense. He especially hated it when unfamiliar people walked around him. Xianxia had not seen him so tense in a long time. He thought that after hiding in Yanhui town for 2 years, Gu Yun had already learned how to coexist peacefully with this vague human world. But now, it seemed that it was still not possible. The one who learned how to coexist peacefully was only Xianxia Lu, not Gu Yun. In fact, Gu Yun usually showed confidence and calmness, but in fact, it was most likely an act. But his act was too real, and no one could tell that he was faking it. At the same time, although his deafness and blindness were real, they seemed to be faking it. From this point of view, Marshal Gu could be said to be an example of when the false is real, the real is also fake. Xianxia did not know if he really lacked something in his heart, or if he did it on purpose. Oh right, his sincerity was also real, but it did not seem to be very convincing. It was close to evening. The curtain of night had just fallen, and the stars had not yet revealed themselves. The first thing Gu Yun did when he returned to his room was to light up all the lights. Then, he took off the glass mirror, rubbed his eyes hard, and said to Xianxia, "Give me the medicine." Xianxia was a well-mannered chatterbox. Nagging was his second main occupation other than fighting wars. He said with familiarity, "Marshal, every medicine has a side effect. I think you should drink as little as possible unless you're in dire straits." Gu Yun stood expressionlessly under the light. His eyes were a little blank, and he did not respond. Xianxia shut his mouth. He remembered that at this distance, Gu Yun could not hear him. Gu Yun's deafness was a unique skill to restrain talkative people. It was a one-hit kill, and he had never failed in all these years. Xianxia could only silently turn to the kitchen to decoct the medicine. The glass mirror was of little value. When it was placed on the bridge of the nose, it would condense a white mist to block the vision if there was a slight change in the surrounding temperature. Moreover, it was very fragile. Once it was broken, it would easily hurt the eyes. It was very inconvenient for a military general to move around. However, if it was only in one's room, it would not be a problem to wear it. After Xianxia went out, Gu Yun placed the glass mirror on the bridge of his nose again. He ground it himself, picked up the brush, and began to write the memorial. Although Governor Guo was just a small border official, he didn't live a poor life. The lamp on the table wasn't an ordinary oil lamp, but a gas lamp that could adjust its brightness. Looking at the overly complicated lace, it might have been bought from the barbarians. Next to the gas lamp, there was an imitation of a Western clock. It was very similar, but if one looked closely, it was carefully marked with the heavenly stems and earthly branches and the 12 hours. On the upper left corner, there was a small window showing the changes of the 24 solar terms. It looked a little out of place. Under the transparent clock base, large and small gears pushed forward without moving. Gu Yun hated this thing because it was very noisy when the gears turned, so he wanted to ask someone to take it out another day. However, it didn't matter at the moment. He couldn't hear it anyway. When Xianxia came back with a bowl of medicinal soup, Gu Yun had just finished writing and put down his brush. "Gu Yun, help me see if there's anything wrong with it." The gas lamp was dazzling, and there was a row of bearing Western women on the lampshade. Each of them was stroking their hair coquettishly. Xianxia covered the light with his hand and muttered in a low voice, "It's a disgrace to the refined." Then, he quickly scanned Gu Yun's memorial and sighed, "Is there anything wrong with it?" "Marshal, forgive this Shen for being ignorant, but I don't see anything wrong with it." Gu Yun, "Oh? What?" Xianxia, he pinched the corner of Gu Yun's handwriting and stuffed it back into his arms. He gently propped up his elbow and pointed to the small couch next to him, indicating for him to stay there. Then, he spread out a piece of paper and dipped it in ink, planning to start writing a new one. Gu Yun held the bowl of medicine and drank it in one gulp. Then, he leaned back on the exquisite couch. He didn't even take off his shoes. He crossed his legs and quietly waited for the medicine to take effect. At the same time, his hands weren't idle. Gu Yun's fingers quickly folded the paper into a paper swallow. Then, he threw it at the back of Xianxia's head. This person's hands were really asking for it. Xianxia heard the sound of the wind and caught it in his hand. He simply lost his temper and asked Gu Yun, "Can you hear me if I speak like this?" "It's okay, it's a little blurry," Gu Yun said. "Anyway, what I wrote just now is what I meant. You can just change it into a more decent excuse for me." Xianxia sighed and said, "Marshal, you told His Majesty that it was His Highness the Fourth Prince who saw through the conspiracy of the barbarians and the barbarians. He put righteousness before family, and allowed our army to take the initiative and annihilate the barbarians in one fell swoop. Do you believe this?" Gu Yun didn't know what kind of elixir he drank, but the two small moles at the corners of his eyes and earlobes seemed to come alive and turn dark red again. "Otherwise?" Gu Yun asked. "Don't tell me that I wanted to monopolize Dalyong's military power for a long time. As soon as the dust of the Western expedition was settled, I was thinking about taking over the military power of the northern borderline. I wanted to use the opportunity of protecting the little prince to come and set a trap for the barbarians." Or should I say that I secretly meddled with the purple gold black market and accidentally discovered that the amount of purple gold flowing into the black market in recent years was abnormally large? Shani, Guyun boasted shamelessly, you can make it sound more believable. Otherwise, what do I need you for? Besides, with that unlucky mother of his, when that child Changgung returns to the capital, it will be inevitable that those old bastards will make things difficult for him. In a while, you have to polish it up for me. Just say that although the fourth prince's life experience is miserable, his heart of loyalty and devotion to the country is undiminished. You have to make it sound a bit more sorrowful. As long as the emperor cries, I want to see who will dare to say anything. Shani, he just asked him to coax the prince, and now he made the emperor cry. Shani sneered and put down the brush, I don't have enough ink in my stomach. Marshal, you should find someone better. Guyun, Shani tilted his head and saw that he had no sincerity in playing the trick of injuring himself. My head hurts. It hurts so much that it's about to explode. Brother Jipping, other than you, there's no one else who can help me. How can you bear to let me down? This bleak mortal world is really heartless. What's the point of living? After he finished speaking, he covered his chest with his hand and fell straight down on the small couch, pretending to be dead. Why did he cover his chest when he said that he had a headache? A row of small blue veins popped out on the back of Xinyi's hand. But after a while, Xinyi sat down again helplessly. He spread out the paper and carefully revised Guyun's memorial. After Guyun lay down, he didn't pretend to be a corpse anymore because he really had a headache. Xinyi also knew that this was the after effect of his bowl of magical medicine. After drinking a bowl of medicinal soup, he would first have a sharp sense of hearing and vision for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and his body would feel extremely relaxed. After this time, he would start to have a splitting headache. When he opened his eyes, he would feel that everything around him was spinning, and all the sounds would be distant and near. This kind of symptom would only slowly subside after about an hour. Then, he would be able to see and hear like a normal person for the time being. It was hard to say how long it would take for him to be normal. When Guyun used this medicine for the first time, he was in so much pain that he hit his head against the bedpost. After that, he was able to see and hear clearly for more than 3 months. It made him almost forget that he still had 2 parts on his body that weren't working well. And as he used the medicine more frequently, on one hand, he had mastered the consummate skill of being able to fall asleep no matter how painful it was. At the same time, the medicine's effect seemed to be slowly diminishing for him. Until now, a bowl of medicine could only last him for 3 to 5 days. Maybe after a few more years, it won't be effective anymore. Shani thought. The two of them, one sitting and one lying down, were silent. It wasn't until the night was deep and the sound of the night watch could be heard from afar that Shani put down his brush, turned around, picked up a blanket, and covered Guyun's body. Guyun maintained the exact same coffin-like sleeping posture as when he was lying down. He didn't move at all. Only his eyebrows were furrowed. His lips and cheeks were bloodless, and only the 2 cinnabar moles were eerily contrasting with each other. Shani glanced at him and walked out quietly. The next day, when Marshal Gu got up, he became the lively Marquis of Stability. Before dawn, Shani was woken up by Guyun, who woke up early, knocking on the door. He opened the door sleepily. He saw Guyun proudly saying, I finally got what I ordered. Just wait and see. I'll go and ask for forgiveness. I guarantee that I'll be able to coax that little bastard. Shani forcefully blinked his eyes. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. The Marquis of Stability selected 4 soldiers from the Black Iron Battalion. They carried a large chest that was longer than the beam of a house and majestically went to look for Chang'ing. When he passed by the stalk of silver pellet grass that he had harmed the day before, he plucked a leaf and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't mind that the leaf was prickly and played a little tune that he had invented on the leaf, announcing his arrival from afar. In the end, just as he stepped into Chang'ing's courtyard, he was welcomed by a heavy sword that was brimming with murderous intent. A manservant who was about to serve tea was so frightened that he screamed. The tea tray fell to the ground, and the cups, pots, and plates all shattered into pieces. A palm-sized knife instantly popped out of Guyun's sleeve and caught the heavy sword in Chang'ing's hand. He slid out like a fish in water. The edges of the two sharp blades gently rubbed against each other, producing a long and reverberating sound of metal hitting stone. Then, Gu Yun lightly flicked his finger. Chongging's wrist immediately went numb, and the heavy sword almost fell out of his hand. He had no choice but to retreat. Gu Yun flicked the knife back into his wrist guard and placed his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, "It's so early in the morning. Is there something troubling your highness?" "It's all right. Just greet this subject. It's fine as long as your anger has subsided." Chongging, this person surnamed Gu, probably thought that he was here to offer a humble apology. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he was here to cause trouble. Gu Pengxiao was prepared to flatter his eldest brother when he was practicing his swordsmanship early in the morning. Unexpectedly, before he could even say anything, this happened first. He was so scared that he turned into a quail on the spot. He stood at the side stupidly and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Chongging looked like he did not sleep well early in the morning. His face was pale with a hint of green. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly. After looking deeply at Gu Yun, he slowly lowered the tip of his sword and said in a low voice with restraint, "I made a mistake and offended Marquis." Gu Yun rubbed his chin and did not dare to laugh. He tentatively raised his hand and wanted to put it on Chongging's back as usual. As expected, Chongging avoided it. Chongging said coldly, "Marquis, please come in." Gu Yun awkwardly retracted his hand and coughed dryly, "Chongging, wait." Chongging heard Gu Yun calling his name and his footsteps subconsciously stopped. He saw Gu Yun turn around and waved his hand behind him. The few people who were carrying the box immediately walked in uniformly and placed the box in the courtyard. At the same time, they retreated and knelt in a row on one knee. "Marshal." Gu Yun stretched out his hand and gestured for the soldiers to get up. Then, he personally went forward and opened the lock on the box. His hand pressed on the complicated lock as if he was insincerely teasing a child with a broken rattle drum and deliberately mystifying things. He turned around and smiled at Chongging. "Come, I'll show you something good." With a click, the box lid sprang open. Gu Pengxiao pulled Chongging. Seeing Chongging's indifferent face, he could not hold back his curiosity and went forward to take a look. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. He saw a set of silver heavy armor lying quietly in the chest. The armor was flawless, and its lines were so smooth that they were almost dazzling. It was so beautiful that it was frightening. Compared to it, those heavy armors that the barbarians had obtained from God knows where looked like clumsy iron lumps. Gu Yun said proudly, "I asked a master from the Lingshu temple to custom make this. The burning efficiency of violet gold is twice as high as that of heavy armor of the same level. The joints are reinforced, so it won't get stuck in the sleeves like those barbarians' lousy toys. It's a masterpiece, much better than the set I used when I was young. It's just that it doesn't have a name yet. You should be old enough to have your own name, so you can give it your nickname." Other than being dazzled by the light of the heavy armor at the beginning, Chongging's face did not have any other expression, especially when he heard Gu Yun's suggestion that he name the heavy armor Chongging. He did not know when the two words Chongging became so popular. Xianxia, Gu Yun, they all had a soft spot for his nickname. Before his enemy, whom he treated as his biological mother, died, she gave him a dose of poison that drove him crazy and named it Chongging. Before his adoptive father, whom he wanted to take care of for his whole life, died, he gave him a set of unparalleled heavy armor and suggested that he name it Chongging. Was there a more ironic coincidence than this? In short, the gifted Gu Dashwai had once again succeeded in touching the pot that doesn't boil without him knowing it. Chongging's long silence made the people around him uneasy. Gu Pengxiao walked over with small steps and tugged at the corner of Chongging's clothes. "Big brother, aren't you going to put it on and take a look? The first time I saw heavy armor was with that group of barbarians that day." Chongging suddenly lowered his head, turned around and went back into the house without saying a word, and slammed the door. Gu Yun's smile gradually became a little bitter. He stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking a little helpless. However, he quickly recovered and found a way out for himself in a self-deprecating manner. "It's my first time being someone's adoptive father. I didn't do well, please excuse me." A black-armored soldier came forward and asked, "Marshal, this armor, put it in the outer room for him. Give him the key later." Gu Yun paused, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he gave up and said, "Forget it." He was dressed in indigo casual clothes. His clothes were thin, and his body did not seem to be very thick. He had spent a lot of effort to curry favor, but his flattery had backfired. He could only worry about the closed door in front of him, looking a little pitiful. Xianxia saw the scene and could not help but criticize silently, "Aren't you arrogant? You've kicked an iron plate this time, haven't you? You deserve it." Xiao felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He scratched his head and said, "Uncle Shirlu." Gu Yun touched Xiao's forehead and forced a smile. "It's okay, you guys go play by yourselves." After that, he turned around and strode over to Xianxia. He forcefully dragged Xianxia far away and whispered, "Weren't you very happy when you gave him the iron bracelet last time? Why didn't it work this time?" Xianxia looked to the side and saw that there was no one around. He said bluntly and sarcastically, "Marshal, are you treating him like a wooden club? Do you always use the same trick?" Gu Yun was a little anxious. "Don't make sarcastic remarks." "Then what do you think we should do?" Xianxia rolled his eyes. "You see, you've done such a big thing in Beijiang and kept it from him for so long. He's been loyal to you, but what about you? He now thinks that you're pretending to be deaf and blind to deceive him. Also, his biological mother, who raised him since he was a child, is a Bayman spy. Now that she's gone, maybe she was forced to death by you." "Bullshit," Gu Yun interrupted him. "People like the grassland which must have known that they wanted to succeed before she was willing to commit suicide. If she had known that I was here, she would have understood that they had no chance. She wouldn't have died." Xianxia pondered over his words for a while. He didn't understand the cause and effect of this. He only understood that Marshal Gu's words were the heroes of the world, if not me. What did he mean by knowing that he was here? She would have understood that she had no chance, he was simply hopeless. Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to him, so he said perfunctorily, "Let him stay quietly by himself for a few days. Don't bother him with the way you coax a concubine. Wait for him to come back to his senses." Gu Yun said, "I don't have a concubine." Xianxia sneered. "Yes, you don't even have a wife." Gu Yun kicked him. However, after taking 2 steps, Marshal Gu thought about it again. He felt that this was exactly what he wanted. It just so happened that he was too lazy to return to the capital. But with a little prince, he couldn't always stay in Yanhui. He changed his mind slightly and came up with a bad idea. Gu Yun said to Xianxia, "It just so happens that the memorial from last night hasn't been sent out yet. Go back and change it. Say that His Highness the 4th Prince is pure and filial. Although it's difficult to be both loyal and filial, he put righteousness before family for the sake of the country and the people. However, after the incident, he was too grieved and fell ill. We will rest in Yanhui for a while and wait for His Highness to recover before returning to the capital. We must write it reasonably and strive to make the emperor cry." Xianxia was speechless. If he could beat him, he would have beaten him to tears with his own hands. Unfortunately, man's calculations couldn't keep up with God's plans. The next day, when Gu Yun was leaning on the wall to watch Chongqing practice swordsmanship, a black eagle suddenly delivered an urgent golden token. Gu Yun only took a glance and his expression changed. The emperor was critically ill and summoned the Marquis of Stability to bring the 4th prince back quickly. Gu Yun flipped over and jumped down from the wall. Chongqing vaguely heard him instructing someone outside the courtyard, "Tell Jipping to come see me. We will immediately prepare to return to the capital." Chongqing was stunned. He stood still with the support of his heavy sword. He smelled a hint of uncertainty about his future. Everyone in Daliang thought that he was the 4th prince, except for himself. Chongqing always felt that his fate was too lowly. If he was really a prince, no matter if he was a purebred or a bastard, he should have the bloodline of the emperor to protect him, right? Why did it have to be like this? But then again, whether he was a relative of the emperor or a lowly beggar, it was not up to him to decide. Xiao observed his expression and cleverly saw that Chongqing was not in a good mood. He immediately approached him with a smile, "It's okay, big brother. I will follow you in the future. If you become a general, I will be your imperial bodyguard. If you become a high-ranking official, I will be your page boy. If you become the emperor, I will be your grand." Ugh. Chongqing covered his mouth and glared at him. How can you speak such nonsense? Do you not want to live anymore? Gu Pengxiao's pair of mung bean eyes looked around. Chongqing's depressed mood suddenly improved. The butcher's little fatty was fine. If he continued to be anxious, wouldn't he be too useless? Chongqing thought to himself, I might as well run away by myself. Anyway, I have nothing to worry about. If I run to a deep mountain and become a hunter, no one will be able to find me. However, if he decided to run away, he first had to give up Shirlu. Gu Yun. Chongqing tried to cut himself with a knife, but it hurt so much that he could only temporarily put it aside. After putting it aside, he was carried by Gu Yun on the road back to the capital. Gu Pengxiao said that he would follow him, and he followed him. This boy who grew up in the countryside was very bold to choose a road far away from the capital for himself. He even bought one to go with the other. When they were ready to leave the next day, Chongqing looked at Xianxia, who was dressed as a boy but looked like a woman dressed as a man. He really did not have any thoughts. Xianxia gathered her courage and said in a buzzing voice, Brother Chongqing, that day you saved my life by the dark river. My father said that a real man should not be ungrateful. A life-saving grace should be repaid with my body. When Chongqing heard a real man, he had goosebumps all over his body. When he heard repaid with my body, he already had a bit of a stomachache. He replied dryly, repaying with your body is not necessary. Xianxia's ears were red. She said shyly, I just want to go to the capital with you and serve you. Chongqing originally wanted to refuse, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they inexplicably slipped down his throat. In his impression, Gu Pengxiao and Xianxia were one of his followers and the other had never spoken a complete sentence in front of him. They could not be said to have any friendship with him. However, once he left Yanhui town, these two people seemed to have become all his memories of this place. Shirlu did not count. Chongqing hesitated for a moment. He turned his head and called Gu Yun to the imperial bodyguard he used on the road. He said, I'll have to trouble this big brother to ask the Marquis of Stability. The imperial bodyguard quickly returned. The marshal said that it is all up to your highness. Chongqing gently exhaled. He thought that as expected, this kind of trivial matter was not worth mentioning. Gu Yun would not care. Bringing along Gu Pengxiao and Xianxia, Chongqing mounted his horse. He turned his head back and took one last look at Yanhui town behind him. There used to be giant kites returning here. Both sides of the river were bustling with people to welcome them. Although the town was poor, it was always peaceful and happy. Now that the flames of war swept across the border, the entire town seemed to have fallen into a shadow. Only the sound of crows could be heard from far and near. Chongqing had an indescribable premonition in his heart. He felt that those happy and simple days of the past would probably never come back. The Black Iron Battalion rushed all the way to the capital. Even though the young man was full of energy, he couldn't help but be exhausted after a few days. One day, when they were sleeping in the open in a valley, Chongqing had an ingenious nightmare in his dizziness. He dreamed that he was holding a steel knife and pierced Gu Yun's chest. Blood spurted high into the air. Gu Yun's face was as white as paper. His eyes were dim and slightly scattered. A thin line of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Chongqing shouted, Ifu, and sat up in shock. His head was covered in hot sweat. He subconsciously touched his chest. Chongqing smoothed out the ruined sleeve silk. He found that it was very unique. The traces left behind by the burning of purple gold were like decorative patterns. It looked like an auspicious cloud. He pierced a hole in it and hung it around his neck. The sleeve silk had helped him kill a barbarian. Chongqing believed that since he had seen blood, he could no longer be considered a child. He was qualified to be a real man. Thus, he always carried it with him. The Xiantai was cold to the touch and gradually calmed Chongqing's emotions. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and climbed out of his tent. When the imperial bodyguard on night duty saw him, he immediately wanted to follow him but was rejected by him. Chongqing walked alone to the riverside and washed his face. He heard the soft chirping of insects in the grass. He reached out and caught a small frost centipede in the palm of his hand. Luhua was the end of autumn. This little thing's life was about to come to an end. Chongqing felt that it was rather pitiful and let it go. He walked aimlessly along the riverside and unknowingly arrived in front of Gu Yun's commander's tent. He came back to his senses and laughed at himself. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly saw Xianxia rushing over with a porcelain bowl in his hand. A familiar smell of medicine filled the air. Chongqing's nose twitched. He couldn't walk anymore. It was very difficult for Chongqing to see Xianxia and Gu Yun as the same person. Xianxia was nothing more than a ruffian from a small border town. All day long, he loafed around, was picky about what he ate, and didn't do any work. He was both real and hateful. But Gu Yun wasn't. For most people in this world, Gu Yun couldn't be considered a person. He was more like a symbol with 3 heads and 6 arms, and his hands and eyes reached the heavens. Wasn't there only one Gu Yun in such a large country that spanned thousands of li? It wasn't just Chongqing. Even Ge Pengxiao, Xianxia, and the others felt like they were dreaming when they talked about it. However, Chongqing was different from his 2 little friends. After all, Xianxia wasn't someone else's adoptive father. Chongqing didn't resent Gu Yun for deceiving him. In any case, he was used to being deceived since birth. It didn't matter if it happened one more time or one less time. Besides, what could the dignified Marquis of Stability want from him, a poor boy who had no relatives? For a nobody like him to be able to see the Marquis of Stability once in his life, it was probably all thanks to the false identity that Xianxia forced on him. For someone to condescend to deceive him, there must be some other reason. However, of Chongqing's outward feelings, 20% were given to his neighbors, 20% were given to Su Baihu, who was always not at home, and the remaining 60% were all given to his adoptive father. Marshal Gu made his adoptive father disappear out of thin air, causing his 60% emotions to fall to the ground emptily, opening up a large area of his heart's blood. At this time, Xianxia, who was delivering medicine in the middle of the night, unexpectedly caused Xianxia and Gu Yun, 2 completely opposite shadows, to overlap. After a while, Xianxia came out with an empty bowl. Chongqing heard him instruct the imperial bodyguards in the commander's tent, "You guys guard here. Don't let anyone in to disturb him." Chongqing hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still walked over. Having been with him for many days, Gu Yun's personal guard naturally recognized him. Due to Xingyi's instructions, he could only brace himself and come forward to stop him. "Your Highness, Marshal is not feeling well today. He has already taken some medicine and is sleeping. If you need anything, just tell me and I can do it for you." In the past, they lived next to each other and could find each other as long as they did not avoid knocking on each other's door. Now, they even had to make things difficult for each other just to meet. Chongqing lowered his head, feeling a little desolate. This big brother, the guard was so scared that he knelt down. "This subordinate doesn't dare." No, that's not what I meant." Chongqing hurriedly waved his hand. Then, he smiled helplessly and sighed. "Previously, when I was in Yanhui, I served him medicine. I just want to take a look. If it's really inconvenient, then forget it." He found it difficult to continue, so he could only smile reservedly. Chongqing secretly made up his mind. If he was rejected at the door this time, he would never humiliate himself again. Who knew that at this moment, another guard beside him came forward and whispered into his ear, "Didn't Marshal instruct that if your Highness wants to see him, there's no need to report? Don't be a blockhead." Chongqing had sharp ears and eyes. Of course, he heard it. He raised his head in astonishment. For a moment, he did not know what to feel. Just like that, he was let in. The smell of medicine still lingered. The bed curtain was pulled open, and a person was lying there silently. When he got closer, Chongqing realized that Gu Yun was not asleep. Gu Yun might have a headache. His hands were tightly pressed against his temples, and his brows were tightly knitted. He did not notice that someone had come in. Chongqing, who was a few steps away, coughed dryly and called him softly, "Ho." As soon as he spoke, Gu Yun, who was on the bed, immediately turned over and got up. He reached into the quilt and pulled out a sword 3 inches out of its sheath. Chongqing did not even have time to blink before the bright blade of the sword was placed on his neck. A chill crept up his neck. The person holding the sword was like an evil dragon that had been awakened. Chongqing was shocked by his murderous intent. He blurted out, "Shirlu." Gu Yun tilted his head slightly. After a while, he narrowed his eyes. He seemed to recognize Changing and said vaguely, "I'm sorry." He stuffed the sword back into the quilt and gently groped Changing's neck for a moment. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" Changing had just recovered from the shock when a vague doubt suddenly emerged. He thought, could it be that he really can't see clearly? But then he felt that it was impossible. How could the Marquis of Stability be half-blind? Guyan felt for a coat and randomly put it on. "Why are you here?" As he spoke, he tried to stand up. Unexpectedly, his body swayed and he sat back down. Guyan took a deep breath. He held his forehead with one hand and pressed the edge of the bed with the other. "Don't move." Changing subconsciously reached out to support him. He hesitated for a moment, then bent down to lift Guyan's legs up and put him back on the bed. He pulled the quilt over him and avoided a handful of messy hair that was spread on the bed. He held his shoulders and helped him lie down. After doing this, Changing stood awkwardly at the side for a while. He racked his brains but didn't know what to say. He could only ask stiffly, "What's wrong with you?" The medicine in Guyan's body was acting up. He didn't expect that Changing, who was throwing a tantrum with him, would suddenly come to visit. He could only reluctantly endure the headache and the blurry sound in his ears. He planned to send Changing away first, so he smiled as if nothing had happened. "I've angered a little ingrate who turned his back on me. I'll have to trouble your highness to bring me a pot of wine." According to his experience, drinking a mouthful of wine at this time would make him feel better. Changing frowned and looked at him suspiciously. Guyan had a splitting headache, so he lied. "The medicinal wine made by Shani is used to treat migraines." He heard that in ancient times, the people who held the emperor's decree often had migraines. Everyone had a tendency to make analogies. When he said this, Changing was indeed fooled. He took a small pot that was hanging next to his light armor. Guyan drank half a bottle in one breath. Seeing that the bottle was about to dry, Changing hurriedly grabbed his wrist and forcefully took the wine pot away. "Enough. You can't drink medicinal wine like this." The strong wine was like fire in his stomach. All the blood in his body was boiling. Guyan exhaled. Sure enough, he felt his vision become clearer. It was just that he drank the wine too quickly, so he felt a little dizzy. The two of them didn't say anything for a while. They stared at each other for a while. Guyan couldn't take it anymore, so he leaned against the bed and gently closed his eyes. He was clearly sending him off. Changing also knew that he should leave, but his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. Changing despised himself in his heart. "You're worrying for nothing. You should be tactful and leave quickly." He couldn't help but reach out his hand and massage Guyan's acupuncture points. He felt that he was cheap as he massaged, but his hands couldn't stop. Guyan's forehead was cold. Other than frowning at the beginning, he didn't express any other opinion and obediently let him do as he pleased. Until Changing's hand was a little sore, he asked softly, "Are you feeling better?" Guyan opened his eyes and looked at Changing silently. As the saying goes, a wise man's 1,000 considerations are bound to make a mistake, while a fool's 1,000 considerations are bound to gain something. In this lifetime, Guyan would occasionally speak human language under the influence of alcohol. He suddenly said, "Even if you reach the capital, you have Godfather to protect you. Don't be afraid." Changing shook violently and almost shivered in the dim light. At such a delicate and precocious age, when he knew that he had nothing to rely on, he could clench his teeth and turn himself into a calm and restrained adult. However, this forced strength would soon collapse in front of the little warmth he craved, revealing the soft childishness inside. Guyan reached out a hand to him. "Godfather was wrong, okay?" He didn't know how this sentence penetrated the young man's frozen soul. His original intention wasn't sincere, because Guyan didn't think that he was wrong most of the time. Even if he occasionally had a conscience, he wouldn't necessarily know where he was wrong. He just used the gentleness and indulgence brought by the alcohol to give Changing a way out. Changing clasped his hand tightly, as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. His stiff shoulders suddenly collapsed, and he almost cried. He realized that all along, he had only been waiting for those two sentences. As long as that person said to him, "Adoptive father was wrong. I didn't abandon you." So long as that person said to him, "Adoptive father was wrong. I didn't abandon you." So long as he could feel that there was no longer Shonyan who abused him in this world, no longer Bai Hu Su whom he didn't have time to see for the last time, and even left him with some warm memories, then he could forgive his little adoptive father for everything. The past and the future. It didn't matter if he was called Shinshirlu or Guyun. Guyun felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, so he leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes to rest. He said almost inaudibly, "Chongqing, many things will change. No one knows where they belong from the beginning. Sometimes, don't think too much." Chongqing stared at Guyun's face without blinking. His eyes unknowingly carried a bit of cautious greed. He sadly admitted that Guyun was right. Many things would change. The living would die. Good times would disappear. Friends and relatives would be separated. Affection as high as the mountains and deep as the sea would flow with the water to the ends of the earth. Only he knew where he would end up. He would become a madman. Guyun moved deeper into the bed. He stretched out his arm and patted the area beside him. "Come up. We still have to hurry on tomorrow. Make do with sleeping here." In the latter half of the night, Chongqing fell asleep in Guyun's tent. As usual, Wu Erge refused to let him go. The nightmares came one after another. However, there was always a faint smell of medicine lingering at the tip of his nose. He subconsciously knew that he was very safe. He even vaguely understood that this was a dream. The fear and resentment seemed to be separated from him by a layer. For Chongqing, this was considered a rare sleep. Of course, it would be better if he didn't realize that he had numbed one of Marquis Ding's arms when he woke up. He even endlessly snuggled into Ding's arms. Especially Guyun, that bastard, would never understand a youth's sensitive and fickle heart. The more uneasy others were, the more he would add frost to the snow. Marshal Gu thought that Chongqing had already reconciled with him after sharing the same bed for a night. Thus, he reverted to his detestable self. Not only did he rub his arm and make fun of Chongqing for the entire morning, he also had the feeling that he would often bring out Chongqing's corpse to whip in the future. Was this person's sickly and frail appearance from the night before an act? Early in the morning, Shani saw Chongqing rushing out of the commander's tent with a flushed face and angry face. He had been walking around Guyun for the entire day. On the way, Shani rode over. He glanced at Guyun's expression and asked, "Is everything all right?" Guyun was like a wolf. He said indifferently, "He's just a child. It's just a small matter. It's nothing." Shani had witnessed how he was running around in circles 2 days ago. He was speechless and could only sneer. Guyun pretended not to hear him. He looked at Chongqing's back from afar and suddenly said, "Do you think it's okay for me to leave the Black Iron Battalion to him in the future?" Shani said blankly, "Do you want him to die a horrible death?" Guyun made a tisk sound as if he disliked him for being a wet blanket. "Do you really think that the Black Iron Battalion is a good thing?" "I'll be honest with you, Zishi. Don't think that what I said is unpleasant to hear," Shani said. "When the Black Iron Battalion was in the hands of the old Marquis, it was the nation's sharp weapon. In your hands, it has become the nation's lethal weapon. A sharp weapon is dazzling and everyone loves it, but a lethal weapon might not." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Guyun's lazy smile disappeared. The intricate and complicated relationship had to be explained from the late emperor. The late emperor spent his entire life in military affairs. He was a legendary figure. He single-handedly pushed Dalian to its peak, so that no one dared to offend him. The Black Iron Battalion and Lingshu Temple were both established by him. Unfortunately, this wise and powerful late emperor was a widower. During his reign, he married 4 empresses, but none of them lived long. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters. 4 of them were sent off by him. When the late emperor passed away, he only had 1 daughter left, Princess Royal, who was married early. Legend has it that Princess Royal Shirlu fell seriously ill when she was 7 years old and almost died. Fortunately, she was already engaged to the Marquis of Stability. The great monk of Hugwa Temple set up an everlasting lamp for the princess and advised the princess to marry early to ward off bad luck. Needless to say, after she got married, the princess's illness slowly recovered. From this perspective, the princes and princesses who died young seem to have been cursed to death by the late emperor. When the late emperor, who had lost his wife and children all his life, died, he left the Black Iron Battalion and the important military power to his most beloved princess and her husband. However, Daliang could not change its surname, so the next emperor could only adopt it from a side branch. Back then, the reason why the current emperor could successfully ascend the throne was because of Princess Royal's help. Emperor Yuanhe had a lot of feelings for Princess Royal. Until her death, he had always respected her as aunt. He also took her only son, Gu Yun, into the palace to take care of him. He personally bestowed the courtesy name Zixi and told the civil and military officials many times that Zixi is like Shen's younger brother. Even when the crown prince met him in private, he had to respect him as imperial uncle. It didn't matter whether they were uncle or aunt. What mattered was that behind this little boy, Gu Yun, was the Daliang military power of the Marquis of Stability's faction. The old Marquis old subordinates were still there. If something bad happened to Gu Yun in Emperor Yuanhe's hands, it was hard to say whether the emperor's reign would be stable. Emperor Yuanhe took advantage of Gu Yun's young age and used 10 years to weaken the old subordinates of the Marquis of Stability. The Black Iron Battalion almost ceased to exist under this soft knife. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The border of the western regions was tight, and foreign enemies had invaded. They had sent 3 generals in succession, but they were either old or good-for-nothings. Daliang, which was faintly showing signs of valuing civil affairs more than military affairs, was used to singing and dancing in the court. Unexpectedly, there was no man who could carry a weapon. The Lingshu Temple, which had been silent for many years, suddenly submitted a petition, requesting that the Black Iron Battalion be reactivated. The scrap metal that had been sharpened by the emperor for 10 years was on the verge of death. In the end, it did not die and was brought back to life by Gu Yun. Gu Yun's feelings towards the emperor were very complicated. On the one hand, after the old marquis and the princess passed away, it was the emperor who raised him. Emperor Yuan he gave him warmth that his parents never gave him. The princess was not a woman who stayed at home. She was a heroine who fought on horseback. Just the fact that she could survive until she got married and was not killed by her father who was a jinx, showed that she was a true hero. Gu Yun was born with 2 fathers. He did not know what his loving mother looked like. When he was still unstable, he was brought to the battlefield of the northern border by that unreliable couple. He grew up eating the wind, drinking the dew, and eating the sand. The little bit of pampering, softness, elegance, and gentleness that he encountered in his life all came from Emperor Yuanhe. On the other hand, Emperor Yuanhe's temperament was weak. When he was young, his weakness could barely be said to be affectionate and benevolent. When he was old, he was completely muddle-headed and incompetent. The old man did not think about how to strengthen the country and expand the territory all day long. He only knew how to think about his imperial power. If he was not playing with the balance of power among the officials, he would cause trouble for Gu Yun and change his ways to chill the hearts of the soldiers. On one hand, there was meticulous love, and on the other hand, there was meticulous restraint. Gu Yun was stuck in the middle of the 2 meticulous. He would rather eat sand at the border. Shani said meaningfully, a full moon will be a loss. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. General, the ancients have a saying that a high merit cannot shake the master. The neighbors of the 4 realms have all been beaten up by you. Is your next step going to be a rebellion? Of course, you don't think so, but it's hard to say what the emperor will think. Gu Yun said indifferently, I was given the title of Marquis and Ding, which is to fight for Daliang. Other things are not under my control. Shani opened his mouth. Gu Yun interrupted, I know what you want to say. You don't have to say it. The 2 of them had been partners for many years. One look was enough to communicate. This conversation was confusing at first. Shani certainly didn't want to discuss the current emperor with Gu Yun. The old emperor was sick and old. This time, he urgently summoned Gu Yun back to the palace. He was probably going to pass away soon. Of course, he was talking about the future new emperor. Not counting Chongqing, who was wandering outside, the current emperor had 2 sons. The crown prince was familiar with the classics and history since he was young. He was a reliable person. However, like the current emperor, he also valued literature and despised martial arts. He didn't agree with a large expansion of the military. He thought that it would harm the heavens and the people's livelihood. On the contrary, the second prince was ambitious. He had joined the army and had the courage to open up new territories. For these military generals, there was no need to say who was better and who was worse. Gu Yun's face darkened slightly. Xinyi knew that if he was tactful, he should immediately shut up. However, he still couldn't help but say, "General, as long as you have an attitude, even if it's just a tacit agreement." Gu Yun glanced at him. His gaze was like two wind blades that condensed killing intent. Xinyi's heart skipped a beat. He immediately couldn't continue. Gu Yun said word by word, "After arriving at the capital, the 3 divisions will be on standby outside the 9 gates. If anyone wants to take advantage of the emperor's illness to fish in troubled waters, no matter who they are, they will be executed on the spot. Do you understand?" Xinyi's face turned slightly pale. After a long time, he whispered, "Yes." The two of them were silent for a moment. Gu Yun's expression gradually eased. He suddenly said, "I'm not targeting you." Xinyi forced a smile. "In the 13th year of the Yuanhe era, it was the most painful year of my life. The princess and the old marquis were not around. You were also brought back to the Shin family. At that time I was almost blind and couldn't hear clearly," Gu Yun whispered. "It was snowing heavily that day. It was freezing to death. I hugged the old marquis' sword and hid behind the door, refusing to let anyone come near. It was the emperor who quietly led the third prince to my courtyard. He was the dignified emperor, but he stood in the snow for half an hour before he coaxed me out. He wrote on my palm and instructed the palace attendants to build a snowman for the two of us." The third prince. Ah Yan, he was younger than me by a year. He was as shy as a little girl and always smiled. He didn't get angry no matter what I did. Gu Yun paused when he said this. The third prince died when he was 9 years old. Xinyi said, "The emperor was a rare lover. Unfortunately, he couldn't be a good emperor if he was too affectionate." Gu Yun didn't continue the conversation. He raised his head and looked not far away. Chongqing was riding on a horse. He turned his head and said something to Gu Pengxiao, who was sitting in the carriage. Gu Pengxiao revealed his charmingly naive little chubby head and giggled in response. Chongqing seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned his head and met Gu Yun's gaze. The youth's expression suddenly became uncomfortable and he angrily turned his head back. Gu Yun said, "This boy looks exactly like his barbarian mother, but his temperament is like the emperor's. Sometimes, I vaguely feel that if Yan could grow up safely, he would also be like this." Xinyi shut his mouth. He realized that no matter what he said, it would be useless. Chongqing couldn't hear what Gu Yun and Xinyi were talking about, but he felt that his expression was like a smile yet not a smile. It was simply unbearable. After a while, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Gu Yun. He discovered that he had actually galloped his horse over. Wasn't it over yet? Chongqing didn't want to talk to him at all. He immediately urged the horse's belly and galloped forward. Unexpectedly, he ran past the carriage and arrived near the barbarian prince's prisoner carriage. The heavenly wolf prince's gaze was like maggots attached to bones. It was filled with resentment. Chongqing felt uncomfortable when he saw him. He pulled on the reins and planned to stay away from him. Who knew that at this moment, the barbarian's cannibalistic gaze passed by Chongqing and landed behind him. He suddenly grinned, "Gu Yun, millions of souls are looking at you." His voice was like a piece of rusty iron scraping across a porcelain plate. It was eerie, making people's hair stand on end. Chongqing's horse neighed uneasily and started to pace in a panic. "My tribe's wandering spirits are looking at you. The remains of the iron armor buried under the ground are looking at you. Ha 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 ha. My longevity heaven's infinite. Divine power bestow upon you inauspiciousness. You will be chopped into pieces under my tribe's sword. After death, you will be bitten by hundreds of ghosts and never be free." The barbarian prince's distorted face and Xianxia's blood-stained mouth subtly overlapped. Chongqing felt a chill from the tip of his hair to the back of his feet. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He suddenly shouted angrily and raised his hand to pull out the sword at his waist. He wanted to chop the barbarian prince's head into a rotten winter melon. But before the sword was completely pulled out, it was carelessly pushed back by a hand. Unknowingly, Gu Yun had already strolled to his side. He impatiently glanced at the barbarian prince, who was rambling on, and said, "Why don't you use your infinite divine power sparingly and bless your noble tribe to dominate the world and have a boundless longevity?" As he spoke, he casually pulled Chongging's reins. He tilted his head to look at the pale-faced youth and laughed, "Do you really believe it? Sigh, they are quite good at scaring children. In this aspect, they are at least more than 10 years ahead of me, Daliang. What's so good about a lowly prisoner? Come, let's go over there and play." Chongging, but he dares to say that you, Gu Yun did not seem to care at all. He laughed heartily. His laughter was as unrestrained as the wind and rain. Chongging's brows did not loosen. At first, he was somewhat puzzled and angry. Gradually, the gloomy and cold air surrounding him seemed to have melted into Gu Yun's unconcerned laughter. It really became ridiculous and ridiculous. For the first time, a small thought arose in Chongging's heart. He seriously thought, why should I be afraid? Wu Ergu wants me to be crazy, so will I definitely be crazy? On such a long march, Chongging's heart that was filled with fear and confusion gradually settled down in the hurried iron armor. He was like a fallen seedling, as long as there was a little light, he could straighten his back again. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the imperial capital. When the gates of the Jiucheng Palace opened to both sides, even the high and mighty Black Eagle had to land on the ground and bow down in worship. Gu Yun held the back of Chongging's head, "Don't think too much. Go and see your father emperor." When Chongging was pushed by him in a daze and really saw the old man on the sickbed, it was difficult for him to associate the haggard man with the emperor. He was so old, his beard and hair were like a ball of air-dried silver wire. His face was thin and extremely haggard. His thin lips trembled slightly as he looked at Gu Yun with difficulty. Gu Yun's footsteps paused imperceptibly. Chongging keenly heard that he seemed to take a breath. When he turned back to look, he still saw Gu Yun's emotionless face. "Your Majesty, I did not disappoint you," Gu Yun said. "I found His Highness the Fourth Prince for you." Emperor Yuanhe's gaze slowly turned to Chongging. Chongging's entire body shook. For a moment, he actually wanted to retreat. He always felt that the old man on the bed had a long hook that looked back in time. He did not see him, but saw someone through him. However, Gu Yun pushed him from behind. He could not help but take 2 steps forward. Gu Yun whispered in his ear, "Kneel down." Chongging knelt down obediently. He saw 2 lines of old tears flowing down from Emperor Yuanhe's dry and turbid eyes. They flowed down along the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, like pus flowing out from his eyes. Chongging heard Gu Yun whisper, "Call your father emperor." Chongging couldn't say it out loud. On the way here, everyone he met secretly looked at him. The waves of gazes almost drowned him, but he still couldn't see any resemblance between him and the person on the dragon bed. He heard Gu Yun whisper in his ear, "Whether it's sincere or not, just say it once." Chongging turned his head and saw his adoptive father's eyes. Those eyes were clear and cold, without a single tear stain. There was no pretense at all. He looked beautiful and heartless. This seemingly emotionless person sighed and said in a low voice, "I'm begging you." No matter how much resistance Chongging had in his heart, no matter how much he couldn't figure it out, he compromised after hearing this. He thought to himself, "Just take it that I'm an impostor to comfort him." He lowered his eyes and said carelessly, "Imperial father." Emperor Yuanhe's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if he had gathered the last of his vitality into a ball of light, exploding all together like fireworks. He looked at Chongging for a long time as if he couldn't get enough of it. Then, he said weakly, I give you the name Min. I hope that my son will be strong and bright, without any worries. May you live a peaceful life for 100 years. Do you have a nickname? Chongging, yes, I'm called Chongging. Emperor Yuanhe's lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say anything for a while. Gu Yun could only step forward and help the old emperor up. He patted his back gently and made him spit out a mouthful of old phlegm. Emperor Yuanhe choked until his eyes rolled back. He gasped for breath and lay back down with a long sigh. A chicken claw grabbed Gu Yun's hand. "Gu Yun, I'm here." Emperor Yuanhe said like a broken bellow, "His brothers are all grown up. Only my Chongging is left. I can't watch him grow up." Gu Yun seemed to have sensed something and met the old emperor's gaze. The old and the young, the tear-stained one and the calm one, they only exchanged glances and seemed to have a tacit understanding. Gu Yun, this subject understands. I'll entrust this child to you. Zishi, I have no one else but you. You have to take care of him for me. Emperor Yuanhe's voice became softer and softer as he muttered some gibberish. Gu Yun struggled to decipher his meaning. I want to give him the title of prince. Where did you find him? Gu Yun, Yanhui from Beijing. Yanhui. Emperor Yuanhe repeated in a low voice. I've never been there. It's so far away. Then, issue an imperial edict. Issue an imperial edict to bestow upon the fourth princely Min the title of Yanbei of Gojoseon, but, but not now. We have to wait until he is crowned. Gu Yun listened quietly. In the Daliang dynasty, a single title was usually bestowed upon a prince. For example, the second prince was bestowed with the title of Prince of Wei. His title was slightly lower, and he was usually bestowed with the title of Prince of Wei. Emperor Yuanhe, I'm not wronging him, but I can't protect him anymore. I can't let his brothers be dissatisfied in the future. Zishi, do you know why I have to wait until he is crowned before he can inherit the title of prince? Gu Yun paused for a moment and nodded. Chongqing didn't know what kind of riddle they were talking about. His heart started beating wildly for some reason, as if he had a premonition. Emperor Yuanhe said, because I'm going to issue an imperial edict to let you adopt my son Chongqing and let him stay with you for a few years without any title. Zishi, you have to treat him well. Even if you have your own children in the future, don't despise him. He's already in his teens, so he won't bother you for a few years. When he is crowned, let him go out and build a manor. By then, I'll use the title of prince. I've already chosen the location. When Emperor Yuanhe said this, he choked on his breath and started coughing violently. Gu Yun wanted to reach out to help him, but the old emperor waved her hand away. The old emperor looked at Chongqing, whose face was inexplicably pale. The more he looked at him, the sadder he felt. He thought to himself, why can't such a good child be by my side? Why is it that I've finally found him after so much difficulty, but I can't take another look at him? Emperor Yuanhe hurriedly shifted his gaze away from Chongqing. Like a cowardly old boy, he said to Gu Yun, it's a long journey. It's quite tiring. Let the child go and rest. I'll talk to you for a while more. Gu Yun led Chongqing to the door and handed him over to the eunuch who was waiting there. She whispered in his ear, go and rest first. I'll look for you later. Chongqing didn't say anything. He silently followed the eunuch who led the way and left. He couldn't describe the feelings in his heart. This time, he had officially become Gu Yun's adopted son. It should have been a good thing, but he couldn't feel happy for some reason. However, the words had already been spoken. There was no room for him to refuse, no room for him to resist, and even no room for him to say another word. He could only involuntarily follow the eunuch who had his head bowed as he walked away from the palace filled with the smell of medicine and death. After taking a few steps, Chongqing couldn't help but turn around to look at Gu Yun. He saw Gu Yun turn around. The Marquis of Stability's side profile was picturesque. The large and heavy court robes wrapped around his body added an indescribable sense of restraint. It made one's heart ache. What are you thinking about? Chongqing smiled bitterly and thought to himself, a few days ago, you were still the son of a border official. You had a mother who would abuse you and poison you. Today, you've become the Marquis of Stability's adopted son. Can you even dream of such a good thing? He mocked himself while feeling helpless about everything around him. The 13-year-old youth walked through the dimly lit palace corridor. There were a total of 81 steps. It was an unforgettable walk. The door closed gently. Faint smoke rose from the incense burner at the head of the bed. Emperor Yuanhe said to Gu Yun, who was kneeling at the head of the bed, I remember that you were best friends with Ah Yen when you were young. When you stood together at the same age, you looked like a pair of dolls made of jade. At the mention of the third prince who died young, Gu Yun's expression finally changed. This subject is very naughty and mischievous. I can't compare to the third prince who was educated and reasonable since he was young. You're not naughty and mischievous. Emperor Yuanhe paused and repeated in a low voice, not naughty and mischievous. If Ah Yen missed you even a little bit, how could he have died so young? Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. What kind of species will grow into what kind of tree? Zixi, the blood flowing in your body is the blood of the late emperor. Gu Yun said, this subject is afraid. Emperor Yuanhe waved his hand, there are no outsiders today. I'll tell you a few heartfelt words. Zixi, you were born to open up new territory. Even a pack of wolves will tremble and bow their heads when they see you. However, I'm always worried that you're too vicious and will harm your good fortune in the future. There were rumors in the streets that Gu Yun's maternal grandfather, the imperial emperor, had killed too many people and ended up in such a miserable state. He couldn't keep any of his children. Although Prince Wei's ambition is big, with you guarding him, the crown prince's future empire can be considered secure. I'm just a little worried about you. You have to listen to me. Everything is as bad as nothing. You have to cherish your fortune and know when to advance and when to retreat. The old abbot of Hugua Temple watched you grow up since you were young. His Buddhist teachings are boundless. If you have time, visit him more often. The old bald donkey of Hugua Temple had a crow's mouth. He once said that Gu Yun was fated to be evil and would bring bad luck to the 6 relatives. Because of this, Gu Yun was unwilling to step into Hugua Temple. At this time, hearing the emperor mention it, Gu Yun thought, oh right, I forgot about that old bald donkey. If there's a chance, I must settle the score with him and burn down his deceitful Buddhist hall. After the old marquis died, the emperor also used this argument to weaken the Black Iron Battalion. However, in recent years, the foreign people frequently traveled on the sea and frequently came to Daliang, Beijiang, Xiyu, and even Donghai. Which one of them didn't have covetous eyes looking at the divine continent? If the sin of killing was too heavy and inauspicious, could it be that peace was the most precious and everything was fine when the country fell, the territory was filled with smoke, the people were displaced, and corpses were floating for thousands of miles? If Marshal Gu was as sentimental as his eldest cousin brother, then who would the ignorant people in the great country rely on to guard the territory? Send the imperial courts Hanlin to win people over with virtue. Not only did Gu Yun want to fight, but he also wanted to fight once and for all. It would be best if he could directly flatten Xiyu and fight to the doorstep of those foreign people who coveted the land of the Central Plains every 2 to 3 days. He wanted to make them tremble in fear and no longer dare to covet other people's great rivers and mountains. When the rebellion in Xiyu was quelled, Gu Yun had submitted a petition to make such a request. The emperor might have thought that he was crazy and rejected it. Not only did he reject it, but he also sent him to Beijiang with the baffling task of finding the 4th prince. Of course, the emperor didn't expect that he would pin Gu Yun down to Beijiang and Gu Yun would kidnap a barbarian heir for him. Some people were like murderous stars. If they didn't expand the territory for good generals, they would definitely return to the imperial court and bring disaster to the country and the people. The dying passionate emperor and the heartless general in his prime, one lying down and the other kneeling, dug out their hearts and lungs for the last time on the narrow bed. Still, no one could convince the other. Emperor Yuanhe looked at his pair of cold eyes and suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. The old emperor thought that if he hadn't coveted the imperial power back then, would he be just an idle prince now? If he hadn't met the woman he was destined to meet, perhaps he would have promised his lifetime of love to someone else and wouldn't have been separated from his wife and children for so many years. This kind of emperor's throne piled with thorns and dried bones, probably only people like the Marquis of Stability who were decisive and cold-blooded were qualified to sit on it, right? Emperor Yuanhe muttered, Zixi. Zixi. Gu Yun's iron-cast expression wavered for a moment. His eyelashes drooped slightly and his straight shoulders softened slightly. He was no longer so unreasonably upright. Emperor Yuanhe asked, do you resent me? Gu Yun replied, this subject doesn't dare. Emperor Yuanhe asked again, then will you miss me in the future? Gu Yun shut his mouth. The old emperor stared at him unyieldingly. Why aren't you saying anything? Gu Yun was silent for a moment. He didn't look very sad and only said lightly, if your majesty passes away, Zixi will have no more relatives. Emperor Yuanhe's chest seemed to be gripped by a hand in an instant. He had never seen this little bastard say anything soft in his life. Now, with just this sentence, it was as if the undeclared grievances, love, and hatred of 2 generations had been written off, leaving only the faint attachment of loneliness fading away with time. At this moment, an eunuch cautiously reminded him at the door, "Your Majesty, it's time to take the medicine." Gu Yun came back to his senses. When he raised his head, he became the incomparably arrogant human weapon again. "Your Majesty, take care of your body. This subject will take his leave." Emperor Yuan has suddenly called his nickname, Little Shirlu. Gu Yun paused slightly. Emperor Yuan has struggled to reach under his pillow and took out a string of ancient wooden Buddhist prayer beads. "Come here, give me your hand." Gu Yun looked at the panting old man fastening the string of worthless Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist. His mood was a little complicated. "Eldest cousin, is looking at you." Emperor Yuanhe patted the back of his hand and said almost inaudibly. Gu Yun's heart was filled with grief. He almost couldn't maintain his composure on the surface and had to leave in a hurry. 3 days later, the emperor collapsed. The civil and military officials and the thousands of common people bid farewell to another era together. After a heavy downpour in the capital, a hidden chill rose up, revealing a bleak and bitterly cold atmosphere that was about to turn into frost. Chongqing followed a group of strangers to send off the old emperor in a daze. On the day of the funeral, 8 carriages pulled the 9-dragon coffin. Tens of thousands of steam horns were erected on both sides of the road, spontaneously playing mournful music. White smoke sprayed out like a lid, covering the entire capital. Heavy armor separated them from outsiders. Outside the armor array, there was a sea of spectators. There were Dalian people, Yi people, Baiyu people, barbarians, and even countless Western foreigners. Countless prying and speculating gazes fell on Chongqing, the mysterious fourth princely Min. Unfortunately, no one dared to approach him and talk to him under the eyes of the Marquis of Stability. Chongqing was brazenly hidden away by Marshal Gu. In the past few days, other than the Crown Prince and the Prince of Wei who each circled around him twice, he didn't come into contact with anyone else. When the dust settled, Chongqing was brought to the Marquis of Stability's Fu. From the outside, the Marquis's Fu was truly impressive. The doors were wide open, and 2 green-faced, fanged beast heads hung from them. White steam came out of their noses and mouths, and 3 Shirlu gears turned at the same time. The heavy door latches creaked as they lifted up, revealing a tall and sturdy iron puppet inside. On the screen wall hung 2 sets of Xianxia general armor. The gas lamps were dim, and the household generals stood guard at the side. A cold, austere air assaulted one's senses. Of course, when one walked in, one would discover that the only imposing part of the Marquis of Stability's Fu was the main door. Although the Marquis's Fu's courtyard was deep, the vegetation was sparse, and the facade was frighteningly imposing. Inside, there were actually a few taciturn old servants. When they saw Gu Yun, they only stopped and bowed without saying much. Most of the puppets and lighters among the people burned coal, and only a small part of them used purple gold. Usually, they were huge objects such as dams and wasteland reclamation puppets, which were owned by the local government. As for those precious small parts, only high-ranking officials and nobles of a certain rank were qualified to use them. Of course, rules were rules, but whether or not the people followed them was another matter altogether. For example, the rank of Yanhui Prefecture's Governor Guo was not high enough. He had more than 1 violet gold ware in his house. Although Marshal Gu's rank was high enough, his mansion was unexpectedly poor and plain. Other than a few iron puppets, there were barely any violet gold ware. The most valuable thing in the entire Marquis estate was probably the few plaques written by the great scholar Mr. Lin Mosen. It was said that Mr. Lin Mosen was the first teacher of the Marquis of Stability, so these plaques must have been obtained for free. Gu Pengxiao and Xianxia had moved in together with Chongqing. The 3 country children, who had never seen much of the world, stuck their heads out and looked around. Gu Pengxiao said innocently, "Uncle Shirlu." Xianxia scolded in a low voice, "That's Marquis." "Hee, Marquis," Gu Pengxiao said with a mischievous smile, "your house doesn't seem to be as exquisite as Lord Guo's house." Gu Yun smiled dismissively and said, "How can I compare to Lord Guo's house? They're far away from the emperor and are extremely rich. Unlike me, who has to go to the palace every New Year for free food just to save money." It sounded like a joke, but Chongqing, who was listening to the side, vaguely felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Without waiting for him to think carefully, Xianxia muttered to Gu Pengxiao, "Didn't the opera say that the young masters of aristocratic families have gardens, swings, and beautiful maids in their houses?" Gu Pengxiao seemed to understand. He stuck out his belly and said, "The gardens are at the back." Regardless of whether they're masters or servants, the women of aristocratic families can't casually show their faces in public. Are they for you to casually see? Don't ask blindly if you don't understand. Guyan smiled and said, "My house doesn't have maids, just a bunch of old men and old women who do rough work. I won't hide it from you. The most beautiful person in the house is probably me. If you want to see, you can look at me." As he spoke, he winked coquettishly and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Xianxia hurriedly looked away bashfully. Gu Pengxiao didn't expect that the dignified Marquis of Stability would be as shameless as Xianxia. He was also stunned. Gu Yun put his hands behind his back and played with the old prayer beads left to him by the previous emperor. He leisurely passed by the desolate courtyard and said, "My mother died early, and I didn't marry a wife. I'm neither old nor young, so why do I need so many beautiful maids? It seems strange that I'm not serious." Hearing this, it sounded like he was a serious person. Xianxia didn't dare to look at Gu Yun directly. She didn't even dare to look at good-looking men. She timidly asked, "Marquis, people say that once you enter a noble house, you'll be as deep as the sea." Gu Yun couldn't help but tease, "Why? Do you want to leave Xiaolongzi and marry me?" Xianxia's entire body was as red as a slender monkey's butt. Chongqing's face darkened, "Godfather." Only then did Gu Yun remember his status as an elder. He hurriedly became solemn with difficulty and said with a crappy benevolence, "I don't have any rules here. Tell the kitchen what you want to eat. There's a study, an armory, and a stable in the backyard. You can read, practice, or ride as you wish. Usually, Shani will come over when he's free. If he's busy, I'll hire another teacher for you. You don't have to tell me when you want to go out to play. Just bring the guards and don't cause trouble for me outside." Let me think, what else is there? After muttering to himself for a moment, Gu Yun turned his head and said, "Oh, right, there are some old servants in the house. It's inevitable that their reactions will be slower. Be more tolerant and don't be anxious with them." He only said a few words, but Chongqing's heart was inexplicably swept by the rare warmth in his words. Although the warmth wasn't directed at him. Gu Yun patted his back, "My place is a little cold and cheerless. In the future, you can take this place as your home." After that, for a long time, Chongqing didn't see Gu Yun. The new emperor had to ascend the throne, Prince Wei had to punish him, the barbarian heir who was kidnapped from the northern borderline had to be dealt with, the barbarians who broke the contract and invaded without reason had to be asked for an explanation. There were also countless social engagements, countless probing, and so on. Chongqing thought that he was diligent, but every morning when he woke up, Gu Yun had already left. At night, when he woke up with a start, Gu Yun still hadn't returned. In the blink of an eye, the summer heat was over. After a hurried autumn, it was the season to light the stove. Late at night, the stone pavement was covered with a thin layer of snow. There was a faint white fog in the air. The sound of horse hooves could be heard from the end of the path. Not long after, two pitch-black horses pulled a carriage out of the fog and stopped at the back door of the Lord Protector's manor. The carriage made a soft puff sound. The three warm pipes around the carriage released white steam. The door opened from the inside and Shani came out. Shani exhaled a white breath. He turned around and said to the person in the carriage, "I think you shouldn't get out of the carriage. Just let someone open the door and drive the carriage in. It's too cold." The person in the carriage responded. It was Gu Yun. His face was very tired, but his spirit seemed to be good. He ordered the coachman, "Open the door." The coachman trotted away. Shani stamped his feet and asked, "Has the drug's effect worn off?" Gu Yun dragged his voice lazily, "It's over. It's not a problem to kill a few more Kalaingho. Shani, what did the emperor say when he asked you to enter the palace today?" "I heard that the celestial wolf tribe sent an envoy." The old cripple shamelessly presented a memorial to the throne. He even wiped his snot on it. "He said that he wanted to give us an extra 10% of the annual purple stream gold tribute and asked the emperor to let him go because his son was young and ignorant." The old cripple was willing to take his place and become a prisoner himself. Gu Yun was not in a good mood. He did not say anything good, son of a bitch, he already has 7 or 8 cubs, yet he's still young and ignorant. Could it be that there's no good soil outside the borders, so the seedlings grow slowly? Xianxia frowned. You didn't lose your temper in court, right? How could I have such a bad temper? But if I didn't lose my temper, that poor and crazy minister of revenue would have agreed. Gu Yun said coldly. Then his tone changed and he sighed. All the sages in the court don't know how to write the words releasing the tiger back to the mountain. When the barbarians invaded Yanhui, they wore heavy armor with short cannons in front of their chests. That was the design of the Westerners. The bones of the people in the Central Plains were naturally thinner. Even the soldiers in the army were generally not that strong. The design of heavy armor emphasized lightness and agility. Usually, they would not play breaking rocks on the chest on the battlefield. There was no doubt that behind Calais Ingho was the Westerners who had always coveted Daliang. Gu Yun lowered his eyes and looked at the thin snow on the ground that slightly reflected light. He whispered, outside the 4 territories, there are tigers and wolves. He had the intention of riding a flood dragon into the sea, going straight down to the Western Ocean, and fighting all the way to the old nest of the foreign countries. But after years of campaigning, Daliang's national treasury was nearly emptied by him. Presently, because Gu Yun was supporting the new emperor to the throne, like a timely rain, the Prince of Wei, who was ready to take advantage of the late emperor's critical illness to suppress the restless Prince of Wei. But could it last long? Xianxia shook his head. Let's not talk about this. How is His Highness the 4th Prince? His Highness the 4th Prince? Gu Yun was stunned. He's pretty good. Xianxia asked, what does he do every day now? Gu Yun thought for a moment and answered uncertainly. Play? But I heard from Uncle Wan that he doesn't seem to go out much. Xianxia knew that Marshal Gu had released His Highness the 4th Prince like a sheep. He gave him grass to eat every day and didn't care about anything else. However, he couldn't be blamed because the old Marquis and the princess raised him like this. Xianxia sighed. Have you forgotten how the previous emperor treated you? An awkward look flashed across Gu Yun's face. He actually didn't know how to get along with Chang'ing. Chang'ing was already past the age where he acted coquettishly and asked for candy from adults. His character was also precocious. When they were in Yanhui town, that child even took care of his foster father more. Gu Yun couldn't play with a group of children all day long, but it was also difficult for him to guide Chang'ing as an elder. Because he was forced to do things beyond his ability, he wasn't at the age and aptitude to be a good father. Although Gu Yun said that he wanted to leave the Black Iron Battalion to Chang'ing in the future, it was only a joke after all. He knew in his heart that it was impossible. Moreover, Gu Yun knew how much hardship one had to endure in order to make a name for himself in the army. As long as he was still alive and could still lead the country of Daliang, he didn't want Chang'ing to experience the same hardship. However, at the same time, he also hoped that the little prince who was handed over to him would have a promising future. At the very least, he would have the ability to protect himself in the future. Then, how could a person not endure hardships and still have a promising future? Since ancient times, parents had been begging for the answer to this question, not to mention his half-baked foster father. He could only simply let Chang'ing grow up freely. The coachman had already opened the door, lit the lights, and was waiting for Gu Yun to speak. Xianxia said to Gu Yun, it's too demanding to expect you to be meticulous. However, he has encountered a great change and you are the only family member left by his side. You should treat him more honestly. Even if you don't know what to do, it's good to appear in front of him from time to time and write a few copybooks for him. This time, Gu Yun seemed to have heard it. He patiently replied, yes. Xianxia unloaded a horse from the carriage and took the reins. He had already mounted the horse and was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, he couldn't help but turn back and nag, Marshal, the ignorant young son and the sick father are the ones who taught you to be an adult. You are lucky to meet any one of them. Gu Yun rubbed his eyebrows in pain. Mother, you're such a chatterbox. I beg you, quickly get lost. Xianxia laughed and scolded, then rode away. It was already past the 3rd night watch and Gu Yun was exhausted. She originally wanted to go back and rest, but she was affected by Xianxia's words. Her footsteps unconsciously turned towards the rear courtyard. At this time, there were only a few lights in the entire capital. Chang'ing had already fallen asleep. Gu Yun did not disturb the old servant outside and quietly entered his room. Borrowing the light from the snow outside the window, she reached out to pull up the blanket for Chang'ing. Suddenly, she realized that the child was not sleeping well, as if he was having a nightmare. "Are you not used to living in the Marquis Fu?" Gu Yun thought as she clasped Chang'ing's wrist with her ice-cold fingers. Chang'ing quivered fiercely and gasped as he woke up. The confusion in his eyes had not disappeared as he stared blankly at the person beside the bed. Gu Yun gently shook his wrist and softened her voice. "Did you have a nightmare? What did you dream of?" Chang'ing did not say anything at first, but after a while, his scattered eyes gradually focused. His eyes that stared at Gu Yun seemed to be burning with two balls of fire in the middle of the night. Suddenly, he reached back and hugged Gu Yun's waist. Gu Yun had a piece of Xianxia hanging on her shoulder, bringing with it the coolness of early winter. The cold iron was tightly attached to Chang'ing's forehead. In a trance, Chang'ing seemed to have returned to that bone-chilling, snowy night outside the pass. He shivered fiercely and only then did he free himself from the nightmare. He thought, "I'm still alive." The gears of the clock in the room made a rustling sound as it turned. A brazier had already been raised and was placed horizontally in the middle of the room like a large pot. Thin white steam came out from below and was immediately swept away by a special bellows. Only the steam leisurely rose and circulated throughout the entire room, making it warm and cozy. Gu Yun was stunned at first when she was suddenly hugged by him. Then, a strange feeling arose in her heart. This was the first time someone had used all their strength to rely on her. It almost felt like they were depending on each other for survival. Of course, his usual frivolous attitude of "I am invincible under the heavens" was just an act. He was very clear about his own capabilities. If the Marquis of Stability really overestimated himself, the grass on his grave would probably be as tall as a person by now. But at this moment, Gu Yun really had the illusion that she was omnipotent. Chang'ing's skeleton had already grown, but it was still as thin as a child's. Reaching out, one could vaguely feel the bones under his ribs through his thin inner clothes. This thin body of flesh and blood weighed heavily on his body. Gu Yun thought to himself that he had to take care of this child as he grew up, just as the previous emperor had hoped, to see him live peacefully to 100 years old. He was finally able to make up for the powerlessness he felt towards Ayen. Gu Yun took off the armor on his shoulders and hung it to the side. Wearing his clothes, he climbed onto Chang'ing's bed and asked, "Did you miss your mother, I mean your concubine mother?" Chang'ing shook his head. Gu Yun knew that Chang'ing couldn't hold back any deep feelings towards the previous emperor. Perhaps it was to give him face, so he called the previous emperor father. He then asked, "Then did you miss Brother Su?" This time, Chang'ing didn't deny it. Baihu Su was the first good person Chang'ing had met in all these years. Although he wasn't very capable, he was generous and gentle. Chang'ing's stepfather had set an example for him. For the first time, Chang'ing realized that a person could live a peaceful life. It was just that Su Baihu was busy with military affairs and was always not at home. This allowed Gu Yun to take advantage of the situation and fill in the gap. Seeing his tacit agreement, Gu Yun raised his head and looked at the fuzzy bed canopy. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and blurted out, "Brother Su treats you better than me, right?" Chang'ing looked at him in surprise. He didn't know how he could ask such an obvious question. This time, Gu Yun miraculously understood his gaze. He suddenly felt his heart being swept by a small cold wind. He said dryly, "That can't be helped. The emperor's orders can't be disobeyed. You can only make do." Chang'ing, Gu Yun laughed. Chang'ing felt his chest tremble slightly and suddenly felt strange. The left half of his body felt uncomfortable at such an intimate distance and wanted to move further away. The right half of his body hated that he couldn't turn into a piece of paper and stick close to him. The thoughts of leaving and staying seemed to divide him into two. Just as he was fighting in his heart, Gu Yun's bad habit of being impulsive acted up again. Chang'ing's hair was scattered behind his back and unfortunately fell into his hands. He began to play with Chang'ing's hair back and forth unconsciously. He didn't use much strength and only gently pulled at Chang'ing's scalp. Chang'ing quivered and goosebumps appeared all over his body. The blood in his body changed from strolling to running wildly. It was as if he could hear the rustling sound of blood brushing against his blood vessels. An unknown source of heat spread to his limbs and bones, almost burning through his skin. Chongqing suddenly turned over and got up. He snatched back his hair and instinctively said in embarrassment, "Don't do it." Gu Yun was afflicted with illness when he was young and grew up late. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he was still a child. Therefore, he didn't treat Chongqing as an adult and didn't notice anything wrong. He retracted his mischievous claws and put his hands behind his head. He said to Chongqing, "I'm not married and of course I don't have any children. I don't even have any brothers or sisters. It's inevitable that I can't take care of you well. If you don't tell me many things, I may not know them. So if you have any grievances, don't hide them in your heart, okay?" His voice was low and pleasant to the ears. Probably because he was too tired, there was an imperceptible ambiguity in his voice. It pierced straight into Chongqing's ears, causing the hair on the youth's back to stand up and a thin layer of sweat appeared. Chongqing was nervous and puzzled. "It's just a casual chat. Why do I have to be so nervous?" "Your Highness, please forgive me," Gu Yun said with a smile and patted the side. "Come, lie down. Tell me what you dreamed of." At the mention of dreams, Chongqing's inexplicable wildfire calmed down. He stared at Gu Yun for a while and forced himself to resist the desire to tell him everything about Wu Ergu. He first probed, "Sure Lu, is there a poison in the world that can cause people to go crazy?" Gu Yun rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. "Who are you calling Sure Lu?" Gu Yun reprimanded him but didn't take it to heart. He paused and said, "There must be. The world is big and there are all kinds of strange things. Especially in those foreign lands, there are a lot of herbs that the Central Plains doesn't have. In addition, there are a lot of mysterious things that have been passed down from generation to generation. There are a lot of strange tricks that we don't understand." Chongqing's heart sank. He tightly gripped the abandoned knife hanging in front of his chest. Gu Yun asked curiously, "Why are you talking about this?" Chongqing's fingertips were cold. He was struggling in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the truth came to light. He said in a muffled voice, "No, I dreamed that one day I became a lunatic and killed a lot of people." Without waiting for Gu Yun to make an evaluation, Chongqing interrupted, "Dreams are all the opposite." "I know." He finally decided to keep Wu Ergu a secret. With his youthful spirit, Chongqing refused to admit that there was a possibility of him losing. He wanted to fight Wu Ergu to the end and stay conscious until he died. However, even though he had so much courage in his chest, he still didn't dare to ask what Gu Yun would think if he knew about this. Chongqing thought that even if he was lazy and had ulcers on his feet, his adoptive father might not dislike him. But what if he knew that he would eventually become a hysterical lunatic? He instinctively avoided talking about it and didn't want to delve into it. He only asked, "Have you also been haunted by nightmares?" Gu Yun blurted out and bragged, "How is that possible?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yun remembered that Shini had asked him to be honest with Chongqing. He felt that he had bragged too much. He coughed dryly and added, "It's not that. Sometimes when I sleep in the wrong position, I will have some messy dreams." "Chongqing, then what do you dream of?" Gu Yun didn't like to talk about his feelings because he felt that it would be awkward to say it out loud. It was like stripping naked and running around the streets in front of people. He prevaricated, "It's a mess. I can't remember it when I open my eyes. Go to sleep quickly. If you don't sleep, it will be dawn soon." Chongqing didn't say anything. However, after a while, Gu Yun tilted his head and glanced at Chongqing. He saw that Chongqing's eyes were open and staring at him. He finally couldn't help but have a headache. "Okay," Gu Yun sighed and racked his brains to recall. He said in a tone that was used to coax a child to sleep, "When I was young, I once dreamed that I was locked in a dark place. There was no movement around me. However, I knew that there were many man-eating beasts in that place, so I kept running. That day, I probably didn't stretch my legs. It's said that people who don't stretch their legs can't run fast in their dreams. In the end, I felt that my legs were made of cotton. The more anxious I was, the more I couldn't run." Chongqing asked, "And then?" Of course, he was scared awake. What else could he do? However, Gu Yun refused to admit that he was scared awake. He painted a vivid picture and said, "Then I got impatient from running. I don't know where I pulled out a gold-threaded machete and stabbed the beast that was chasing me to death. After that, I woke up contentedly. Chongqing, he actually wanted to hear a few serious words from Gu Yun's mouth. He was thinking too much. Who knew that Gu Yun would ask seriously again, "Do you know what to do when you have a nightmare?" Chongqing hesitated for a moment, and once again believed him easily. He shook his head seriously, waiting to listen to his brilliant views. Gu Yun said seriously, "The reason why you have nightmares is because there are night-roaming ghosts in the house playing tricks on you. Ghosts are afraid of filthy things. In the future, remember to put a chamber pot at the door. It will definitely chase them away." Chongqing was especially prone to taking other people's nonsense seriously. Gu Yun quickly discovered the joy of teasing him and laughed energetically in the middle of the night. Chongqing once naively thought that his little godfather was here to visit him. Only now did he know that this fellow was here purely to amuse him. He turned around angrily and turned his back to Gu Yun. The words "get lost" were written clearly on his back. Gu Yun did not get lost. He watched as Chongqing's breathing gradually stabilized. Only then did he gently pull up the blanket for him and get up to leave. Before leaving, Gu Yun wanted to take the shoulder armor that he had just taken off. Just as he stretched out his hand, he remembered that he seemed to have heard someone say that children were easily awakened in the middle of the night because their yang energy was too weak. If they attracted unclean things, it would be better to use an iron tool to press down on the head of the bed. Gu Yun had never believed such nonsense in the past. At this moment, he suddenly felt that there might be some truth to it. Otherwise, how could it have been passed down for so many years? Thus, he left the shoulder armor behind and left Chongqing's bedroom wearing a single layer of clothing. Marshal Gu might really be a ghost that could ward off evil spirits. Chongqing's second sleep actually did not have those demons and monsters pestering him. He slept until dawn. Unfortunately, when Chongqing woke up, his complexion was worse than if he had not slept for the entire night. He sat on the bed for a moment with an ashen face. He lifted the brocade blanket and took a look. He could not help but sigh with a sobbing tone. He curled himself into a ball and lowered his head to hug it. It was the second time. Chongqing could no longer deceive himself and others. This time, his dream was real and straightforward. He had blasphemed his little adoptive father in his dream. He buried his face in the blanket and vaguely yelled. He was so disgusted by himself that he wished he could knock his head against the head of the bed and die. This time, even the magic cloud-shaped scrap blade could not calm him down. Just as the youth's heart was in a mess, there was suddenly a knock on his door. Chongqing's painful and gloomy three souls were scared out of their wits. His first reaction was to hurriedly roll up the bedsheets into a ball. He fiercely clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down. His legs were weak as he opened the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he received a second shock. He saw an iron fellow that was taller than a person standing at his door. Under the Xianxia helmet, two bean-sized round eyes could be seen. Its eyes were emitting a deep purple color that was unique to the burning of violet gold. It looked particularly frightening, enough to be the main character of a ghost story in the middle of the night. The iron fellow stared straight ahead, blankly looking over Chongqing's head. It stared behind him, lifted a bull-sized claw, and knocked on his door like a woodpecker. It did not stop, it simply could not stop. Chongqing's 3 souls and 7 spirits were still fluttering in the air, acting out what it meant to be infatuated. He did not have time to wake up, but when he saw this scene, the hairs on his body that had not been able to lie down all night stood up again. He took a deep breath and quickly took a step back, grabbing the sword at the door. At this moment, Gu Yun popped his head out from behind the iron fellow, and asked excitedly, "Is it fun?" "Chongqing, fun my ass. The family generals and guards do not dare to use their weapons against you. I heard from Uncle Wang that you practice your swordsmanship in the courtyard every day. There is no one to feed you, so it's quite boring," Gu Yun said as he casually poked the back of the iron fellow's neck. The terrifying iron monster docilely quieted down, and obediently nailed to the ground in a daze. Gu Yun raised his hand to touch its big iron head, and smiled at Chongqing. "I'll give you a sword puppet to play with, okay?" Chongqing did not dare to look at him for too long, so he could only look up at the iron monster that was as motionless as a mountain. After a moment, he pointed at his chest in a daze. "I play with it? Was he really not going to be played with by it? Gu Yun pushed the iron puppet to Chongging's small courtyard, and Chongging weakly followed behind. The young man had a guilty conscience. Although he managed to maintain the calmness on his face, he still only dared to glance at Gu Yun when she turned around. After a few more glances, Chongging realized that Gu Yun was dressed very skimpily. In the early winter morning, the wind had already turned into frost. Gu Yun was only wearing a half-knee robe. She bent slightly when she fiddled with the iron puppet, and her waistline seemed to be even slimmer than Chongging had imagined. Soon, Chongging realized that he was looking at something he shouldn't be looking at. He quickly turned his head away and asked, "You didn't go out today?" Gu Yun, "Yes, it's a break." Chongging was silent for a while, but he couldn't help but ask, "Why are you dressed like this? Aren't you cold? Don't be long-winded like Xianxia. Come here quickly." Gu Yun waved his hand at him and turned the iron monster around. He patted its hard shoulder and said, "This is a variant of the iron puppet. It's different from the ordinary ones that guard the house. It's also called the sword puppet. Many children of aristocratic families in the capital have it as their first instructor. I used it when I was a child. It knows several sets of basic swordsmanship and has 7 acupoints on its body: head, neck, chest, abdomen, shoulder, arm, and leg. If you can stab any one of the first 4 acupoints, it will stop immediately. But if you touch the last 3, you have to be careful. Even if you hit the shoulder and arm acupoints, it can still move its legs and can hit you at any time. If you want to lock it, you have to stab any one of the acupoints on the shoulder, arm, and leg. How about you try? Try it." Gu Yun's explanation wasn't long. After a few words, she immediately entered the simple and crude practice: hold your sword properly. Before she finished speaking, the iron puppet had already moved. Its eyes shone brightly with purple light. It suddenly took a step forward and slashed down with its sword. Chongging wasn't in the right state. He hadn't even pulled out his sword and hurriedly jumped back a few steps in a flurry. However, the iron puppet didn't give him any room to breathe. Once it was activated, it immediately began to chase after him endlessly. In the blink of an eye, he was already forced to the corner of the courtyard. Chongging had nowhere to hide. He could only grit his teeth, hold the sword with both hands, and swing it upwards. The 2 iron swords collided. Chongging's wrist shook violently, and the heavy sword fell from his hand. His hot sweat had just disappeared, but cold sweat broke out again. He subconsciously leaned back. The iron puppet's sword stopped at a fist on his forehead. A cold light condensed on the blade. The courtyard was silent. Only Chongging's violent gasps and the rumbling sound of the iron puppet's body could be heard. Gu Yun didn't say a word, nor did she step forward to guide him. She sat at the stone table in the courtyard, took out a small wine cup from her bosom, and untied the wine pot from her waist. She took Chongging, who was being chased around by the iron puppet, as a side dish. Chongging caught a glimpse of the old man from the corner of his eyes, and his whole body felt worse. On one hand, he was like a little peacock that had just grown up. Before his feathers were fully grown, he already had the urge to teach him a lesson. On the other hand, he was full of depression. Whenever he saw Gu Yun, he would feel a little dizzy. The fighting spirit in the youth's chest wavered back and forth between being ignited and extinguished. However, the iron puppet didn't understand the situation. White steam spurted out from its feet, and it slid a few feet away expressionlessly. It turned sideways and assumed a fighting stance. Once again, it pointed its sword at Chongging. Chongging placed the heavy sword on his shoulder and took the initiative to step forward. His mind was desperately recalling the move of Gu Yun using a dagger to deflect his sword back at Yanhui Prefecture. Gu Yun played with the small wine cup in her hand. She made a tisk sound and shook her head as she watched. The edges of the 2 iron swords were violently rubbing against each other, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Once again, an unbearable pressure came from the sword hilt. Chongging's sword wasn't in place, and his strength was exhausted. The heavy sword slipped out of his hand again, and was thrown more than 3 feet away. The sword servant puppet was used as a sparring partner, so it wouldn't hurt anyone. The purple light in its eyes dimmed a few times, and it took away the sword that was hanging above Chongging's head. It slid out again and changed its posture. Chongging's forehead was sweating, but he couldn't help but divert his attention to peek at Gu Yun again. He thought in annoyance, does he not plan to leave today? What's there to see? Gu Yun watched as Chongging's sword was sent flying again and again. After drinking a pot of cold wine, he switched his 2 long legs up and down 3 times. He was very calm. Only when the iron puppet hit Chongging heavily and sent him flying did he finally stand up calmly. Chongging's skin was scraped on the ground, and it was burning. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and there was still some blood. However, he didn't bother to wipe it off because Gu Yun had walked to his side. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at the tall iron puppet in front of her. Chongging subconsciously lowered his head, and was so frustrated that he didn't look at her. When you panic, your feet will float, Gu Yun said. If you can't stand firm, no matter how powerful your swordsmanship is, it's like water without a source, a tree without roots. Chongging's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his head very seriously. It was rare for Gu Yun to be so serious. She said faintly, get up, I'll teach you. Chongging was stunned at first, and then his eyes widened. Without waiting for him to react, Gu Yun had already lifted him up without any explanation. She held his sword-wielding hand from behind and hugged him. Chongging swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and his back tensed up. Gu Yun whispered, relax, don't look at me. Look at your sword. Before he finished speaking, the iron puppet opposite him had a purple light in its eyes. It whistled over again, and its stomach rumbled like a floating war drum. Once again, it slashed down with its sword. Even if Chongging's blood really hid some kind of wildness, it could only be aroused when he was filled with anger and on the line between life and death. After all, this was just sword practice. For a moment, he couldn't care less about the intimacy that made him uncomfortable. His first reaction was still to retreat. Anyone would have such a reaction when facing such a huge monster. However, Gu Yun didn't allow him to retreat. Chongging felt his entire body being pushed up by Gu Yun, and he rushed towards the iron puppet like a fearless marionette. His wrist was embedded in Gu Yun's iron-like palm, and he couldn't help but hand out the heavy sword in his hand. At the moment when the 2 weapons clashed, Chongging felt his sword-wielding hand being flipped by Gu Yun at an extremely subtle angle. The iron puppet's downward slash was actually pried up. The cold iron brushed past his shoulder, almost cutting through his sideburns. Chongging instinctively closed his eyes, thinking that he would directly crash into it. Gu Yun sighed inwardly, thinking, this child lacks some vigor. I'm afraid he's not someone who can wield a sword. The smell of cold iron brushed past the tip of Chongging's nose, and the iron puppet's elbow was slightly stuck. Gu Yun lifted his leg and kicked Chongging's knee socket, shouting, open your eyes, arm. Chongging's knees went soft, and his leg was bounced out by an external force. The tip of his foot landed squarely on the iron puppet's arm. The machine made a click sound, and the upper arm was locked. Chongging was only halfway through exhaling when Gu Yun suddenly pressed him down to bend his waist. A sharp gust of wind brushed past his ear, and with a wing sound, the iron puppet's leg swept across the air. Gu Yun said, watch carefully. He gripped Chongging's hand tightly, and dragged the youth across the ground in a sharp semicircle. The tip of his sword brushed past the iron puppet's ankle. With another click sound, the iron puppet was completely nailed to the ground. It maintained the posture of a golden rooster standing on one leg, and the purple light in its eyes flashed. It gradually quieted down and dimmed. Chongging's palms were sweaty, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. He didn't even notice when Gu Yun let go of him. At this moment, he felt the huge gap between him and his little foster father. Gu Yun calmly flicked the dust off his body. It's human nature to retreat. If you're facing someone, it's fine to advance and retreat. But remember, if you're facing an iron puppet or heavy armor before you're wearing your armor, you must not retreat at all costs. Because these iron puppets' feet are burning with flowing purple gold, they'll catch up to you if you retreat. At that time, your heart and body will be facing backwards, and it'll be very difficult for you to gather the strength to counterattack in a short period of time. Instead, you'll fall into the enemy's hands in a fluster. Chongging muttered to himself for a long time, and suddenly asked, Foster father, are you saying that if I encounter an enemy that's much stronger than me, the chances of winning are higher if I advance instead of retreating? Gu Yun raised his eyebrows, and asked curiously, eh? Why are you calling yourself foster father today? Changbing was good at everything, but he always had a bad mouth, which was very annoying. He kept calling him Shirlu. Gu Yun was born in the first month of the lunar month, and the nickname Shirlu was given to him by the princess. Other than the princess and the former emperor, even the old marquis didn't call him that. Although he didn't mind, it was very awkward to be called Shirlu long Shirlu short by this little thing all day long. According to his experience, Gu Yun felt that there were only two situations where he could get this brat to call him foster father. One was when a blind cat met a dead mouse, and he accidentally made this brat happy. The other was when a blind cat stepped on a dog's tail, and he accidentally angered this brat. Changbing looked at him deeply for a while, and said with a complicated expression, "I was insensible in the past, but I won't do it in the future." He finally realized that he was detestable, despicable, immoral, and incompetent. How could he dare to continue being willful? Sometimes, it would only take a night for a teenager to think that he's grown up to actually grow up. Even someone as careless as Gu Yun suddenly felt that Changbing seemed to be different. It was impossible for the Marquis of Stability to rest at home every day. Daliang's civil and military officials usually started their busy day from morning roll call. A small number of idle officials could go home to find their mothers in the afternoon, but Gu Yun was obviously not an idle official. Even after the morning court, he was usually looked for by either the emperor or his colleagues. It was rare for him to have a day free from social activities, but he still had to go to Beidang. It was rare for him to be able to return home before sunset. In short, he lived a life worse than a chicken or a dog. Therefore, if he wanted to get Marshal Gu's personal guidance, he had to catch up with him before morning court to stretch his muscles and bones. From then on, Changbing began to wake up in the middle of the night. Every day, when the chicken was still dozing off, he led his sword puppet to Gu Yun's courtyard to wait. The tall and thin youth walked in front with his sword in hand, and the sword puppet followed behind him. A pair of iron arms stretched forward. A gas lamp hung on the left arm, and a food box hung on the right arm. It looked like a god of the night delivering food. When they arrived at Marshal Gu's courtyard, the old servant who woke up early would take the food box and simmer it with a small fire. Gu Yun began to give his godson a morning lesson. The god of the night delivering food became the god of the night being beaten. It was very tragic. After the imaginative lesson was finished, breakfast was also heated. The two ate separately and then went to do what they were supposed to do. Gu Yun had to go out, so Changbing went back to wait for the teacher to lead him to study. After noon, he still had to practice martial arts with the guards of the Marquis residence. Gu Yun was not a good teacher. Like Shani, he had the bad habit of thinking too much. Often, when he just stopped the iron puppet, he would already talk about how the heavy armor was arranged, how to distribute the ratio of heavy armor to light armor, how to save the purple gold, and even the differences between the horse breeds in the western region and those in the central plains, where the sorghum produced was the best to withstand hunger, etc. After this topic revolved around Daliang, Gu Yun came back to his senses and asked Changbing, "I digressed again, didn't I? What did I want to say at the beginning?" Changbing, therefore, the two of them could only sit on the feet of the iron puppet. Listening to the creaking sound of the gears in the iron monster's body, they racked their brains to figure out the theme of their long journey. In the beginning, when they heard that Marshal Gu was going to personally teach them, Gu Pengxiao and Xianxia were extremely excited. They also overcame all difficulties and yawned as they ran over to listen a few times. Unexpectedly, from the beginning to the end, they only heard one thing, "What the hell?" Gu Pengxiao commented in private, "I think it's better to listen to Mr. Shen recite scriptures." "It's General Shen. Why can't I remember?" Xianxia corrected her angrily and touched her conscience. Between a handsome man and her conscience, she actually chose her conscience. She added, "I think so too." Only Changbing had no objection to this. As long as he could stay with Gu Yun for a while every day, he would be fine even if he had to guard the door all night long. Anyway, he would only have recurring nightmares when he fell asleep, so there was nothing to be reluctant about. He believed that he could definitely suppress Wu Gu. He believed that he could become a sharp blade and grind away some of the unnecessary and bad things every day, including his fantasies about his little adoptive father. Moreover, Gu Yun was just being unorganized. If one really listened to him, what he said would at least be true and reliable. When Gu Yun was very young, he had been taken to the battlefield by his careless parents. He did not live a comfortable life of luxury in the palace. At the age of 15, he began to follow an old general who had passed away to the south to suppress bandits. Since then, he had been rolling around in the army. Among the 7 major military forces, except for the Iron Flood Dragon, which he wasn't very familiar with, he had fought with all of them. He had won many battles and suffered many losses. Therefore, he was very familiar with their strengths and weaknesses. Chongqing listened eagerly. Gu Yun was like a tall mountain to him. He looked up every day and found a direction to lower his head and move forward for the whole day. Then, step by step, he suppressed the inappropriate thoughts in his heart. However, Gu Yun himself didn't think that this was considered teaching. He also specially hired teachers and martial arts masters to teach Chongqing and the others. Every morning, whether it was giving pointers to Chongqing and the iron puppet or talking about what he saw and heard, in Gu Yun's view, he was just squeezing out some time to play with Chongqing. After a long period of observation, Gu Yun didn't think that Chongqing was suitable to follow his old path. This was because Chongqing always had a gentle and restrained appearance in front of him. He was a little stubborn, but generally speaking, he was very reasonable. Gu Yun felt that when he grew up, he would be a graceful gentleman and not some killing general that gods and ghosts would retreat. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the year. In the first year of the new emperor's ascension to the throne, he changed the name of the year to Long'an. On that day, he announced that he would be pardoning the world. Since it was the world, it naturally included the barbarian heir Calais Ingho, who was imprisoned in the imperial capital. The emperor restrained himself for more than 2 months and used this method to express his views in a roundabout way. The old Wolf King's condition of increasing the annual tribute by 10% was too tempting. He didn't want to refute Gu Yun's face, so this matter was discussed again and again. The memorials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Marquis of Stability were all withheld and delayed until the emperor's sacrifice to the heavens. The 2 rows of imperial guards separated into 2 sides. Shani rode his horse straight in and went straight to Gu Yun's side, who was dressed in light leather armor. Only then did he stop. Gu Yun glanced at him, slowly turned his horse around and walked back. Shani quickly followed and whispered, "Grand Marshal, I think the emperor is determined to release the tiger back to the mountain this time. What should we do? The emperor's sacrifice to the heavens is a promise made to the heavens. Spilled water can't be taken back. What can I do?" Gu Yun said expressionlessly, "In order to appease me, he promised to give the Black Iron Battalion 30 chariots and 400 steel armors. The imperial edict has already been sent to the Lingshu temple. He has done his duty to this extent. Do I still have the nerve to go on and on over such a small matter?" The new emperor had just passed the age of 30 and was more unyielding than the previous emperor, who was in his twilight years. Gu Yun didn't have the intention to play with power. He didn't care whether the emperor was unyielding or not. The problem was that the emperor's policy towards the border was even more short-sighted than the previous emperor's. The 2 of them stood side by side and pondered for a moment. Gu Yun said, "However, it's also true that the national treasury is empty. The emperor has just ascended the throne and is somewhat impatient. You don't know, but the foreign tall hat sent a sharp-tongued and monkey-cheeked messenger over yesterday. He chattered for an entire afternoon. My ears are buzzing now." Shani was stunned for a moment before he reacted, "Are you talking about the Western Pope?" In the hearts of most Dalian people, the foreign Russians were very improper. That Pope didn't burn incense in the temple properly. Instead, he wore a tall hat and appeared in public all day long. He wanted to meddle in everything. The emperor's words were actually useless. Wasn't this going to turn the world upside down? Gu Yun nodded. They said they wanted to establish a trade route. Yesterday, I accompanied them and listened for a while. They wanted to expand the ancient Silk Road into a large trade route within the western regions. Our 2 sides would send troops to guard it to ensure the communication between the 2 sides. They made it sound so extravagant that they even drew a map and an imaginary physical drawing. It was just to deceive the emperor. Shani smiled and said, "Trade is a good thing." "What are you talking about?" "I didn't say it wasn't." It's just that I don't know much about doing business, Gu Yun said, but I still feel that if the foreigners trade with us, they may not be able to take advantage of us. This was the truth. Western goods began to flow into Daliang since the reign of the imperial emperor. Those small things like colored glass lamps and Western scenery were very fresh for a few years. Unfortunately, they didn't last long. Although the Western wares that entered the Central Plains were exquisite, many of them had to be burned with purple gold. As soon as they entered the Central Plains, the black market for purple gold was indirectly heated up. At that time, the imperial emperor felt that if this continued, the country would no longer be a country. In order to strictly control the private use of purple gold, he prepared a soft and hard method. In one day, he issued 4 decrees to strictly investigate the private use of purple gold. Those who were caught in batches were killed. Those who were caught were punished for treason. First, he used a high-pressure iron fist to restrain the lifeline of the country. Then, he ordered the Lingshu temple to take the lead and gather a large number of civilian long-armed craftsmen. Soon, they worked overtime to imitate a pile of Western goods that had similar functions but were powered by burning coal. The hard knife blocked the export of purple gold, and the soft knife directly cut off the market of Western goods. Even if they could get their hands on purple gold, who wouldn't be willing to burn some cheap fuel? Moreover, the Western paintings were gaudy. In the eyes of the Central Plains people, they were more or less unpresentable. The real Western goods were quickly replaced by imitations. The goods of Western merchants couldn't be sold at a high price in the Central Plains. On the other hand, delicate goods like silk were said to be very popular in the Western countries. Gu Yun said, since there's no benefit, it doesn't necessarily mean that he has good intentions. Shani was silent for a moment. What does the emperor think? The corners of Gu Yun's mouth curled up, revealing an indescribable smile, and said, the emperor has nothing to fear. He thinks that with the Black Iron Battalion guarding the northwest, Daliang will be invulnerable. I didn't even know that I had such great ability. Tell me, shouldn't I be worried? Shani thought for a moment and asked, did the emperor say this in front of you? Gu Yun smiled bitterly. Not only did he say it in front of me, but he also bestowed me with a fox fur coat. Marshal Gu's problem of only wearing a single layer of clothing all year round was known by all the civil and military officials in the imperial court. He only put on some clothes when he encountered the white-haired wind outside the pass. It was hard for people not to be suspicious of the emperor's intention of bestowing him with winter clothing. Shani was silent. Gu Yun said, after the new year, it's almost time for me to return to the northwest. The Black Iron Battalion is always in Beidang. The emperor can't sleep. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, the beautiful land and mountains, condensed into a line in the new emperor's words, pressing down on the Marquis of Stability's shoulders. They felt that he had the Xian Tai in his hands, and that he was invincible and omnipotent. They relied on him, but they also feared him. Gu Yun joked, what do you think I'll do if one day I suddenly die? Xingyi's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Bah. Gu Yun didn't care too much and said, what's there to be afraid of? Life and death are decreed by fate, riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Our Gu family doesn't have a long life. Not only do we not have a long life, even our children's luck is like a weasel's. Each generation is worse than the previous. The old Marquis sighed when he saw me every day. Shani, isn't there still His Highness the Fourth Prince? Gu Yun shook his head, that child isn't fated to eat sand. Tisk, it's New Year's Eve, why are we talking about these annoying things? Quickly go and order a red-headed kite for me. I'm going home to pick up my son. After he finished speaking, he urged his horse forward and left Shani behind. Shani roared angrily, why didn't you say earlier that there are only 20 red-headed kites in the entire city? How can we order one today? Gu Yun, do as you see fit. The word do floated down, wrapped in the northwest wind and blew onto Xingyi's face. The Marquis of Stability had already left. Chong Gung had been reading a book in his room when the door was suddenly broken open from the outside. A gust of wind and snow came crashing down on his face. The rice paper on his table, which he hadn't had time to compress, scattered in all directions. This annoying person who disturbed people's peace could only be Gu Yun. Chongqing helplessly turned his head, Godfather. Guban Shao and Chao Nyangzi, one on the left and one on the right, followed behind Gu Yun and waved at him. Big brother, Master Ho said he would take us to ride the red-headed kite. Chongqing didn't like to go out. He liked peace and quiet and didn't like noise. He was annoyed when he saw a lot of people. In the past, he went to General Slope to practice his swordsmanship because his courtyard wasn't big enough. Ever since he came to the Marquis Fu, he didn't have the desire to go out. In his opinion, during the New Year's Eve, everyone should gather around a small stove, warm up a few cups of wine, and chat a little. What kind of interest was it to go out and drink the wind and look at people? Gu Yun had already taken the initiative to take off his outer robe. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Uncle Wang said that you haven't gone out since you came to the Marquis Fu. Are you planting mushrooms? Thinking of the grand scene of a sea of people in the capital, Chongqing had goosebumps all over his body. Even if he was going out with Gu Yun, he was still unwilling. Thus, he dawdled on the spot. And found an excuse. Godfather, there are rules when it comes to staying up late. Someone has to stay behind to look after the house. Gu Yun didn't allow any explanation and rolled Chongqing into his outer robe. He directly treated him as a being that could make a sound. He carried him on his shoulder and dragged him out of the room. Little brat, you're so particular. Chongqing's scalp turned red all the way to his heels. He was so familiar that he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He was so angry that he couldn't even scream. Xianxia, on the other hand, was very envious of such treatment. She drooled as she looked at Marshal Gu's back. She begged Gapongxiao's ear and said, if I can let Marquis carry me once in my lifetime, my death will be worth it. Gubanxiao was very loyal to his friends. Hearing this, he immediately wiped his nose and firmly got into a horse stance. Gathering his qi in his dantian, he puffed out his chest and held his breath. As if he was about to carry a big bag, he patted his shoulder and said, come. Xianxia and he looked at each other for a moment. She spat and angrily ran away with small steps. On New Year's Eve, Jinwu couldn't help it. When they were outside, Gu Yun finally remembered to leave some face for his godson and put him down. Chongqing's face was as calm as water. He walked in front with large strides. His back was so straight that it could be used as a flagpole. His cloak fluttered behind him. It was as if he already had a tall and imposing figure in the future. Gu Yun rubbed his nose and chased after him. He smiled shamelessly and said, are you angry? Chongqing shook off his hand on his shoulder and said stiffly, I wouldn't dare. Gu Yun said, you don't go out every day. Aren't you tired of it? Child. Chongqing looked at him gloomily. Gu Yun gave him a rare look and hurriedly corrected him, young people should be more lively. You've only been here for a few years and you're already tired of the mortal world? Chongqing had nothing to say to this lively godson. He was expressionless and didn't say a word. He wanted to shake off Gu Yun's hand again. Who knew that his hand would touch Gu Yun's fingertips and be shocked by the cold? Chongqing frowned and grabbed Gu Yun's hand. Her hand was blue from the cold, like a corpse that had just been dug out from the ground. It's not like a person's stomach was burning violet gold. How could he not be cold when he was running around in a single layer of clothing in the dead of winter? Did they have nothing better to do? Chongqing's heart ached, and the pain made the fire in his heart burn brighter. As he sulked, he quickly took off the cloak on his body and wrapped it around Gu Yun's body without any explanation. Gu Yun was pulled by him until she had no choice but to lower her head. However, she did not dodge and indulgently allowed him to fasten the collar button for her. She smiled and enjoyed his filial piety. She thought to herself, it's so good to have a son. When little Chongqing grows up, I'll find a son myself. It would be even better if I could give birth to a girl. On New Year's Eve in the capital, starting from the third quarter of the evening, a trombone sounded every minute to remind people of the approaching footsteps of the coming year. The city was filled with gongs, drums, and firecrackers. Red paper flew everywhere like colorful butterflies. By the river, upstairs, and in the middle of the road, there were people on two legs everywhere. Chongqing felt his scalp go numb with just a glance. It was as if all the people in the world were crowded in the small Sijiu city. Compared with such a lively scene, the market in Yanhui City that squeezed people into the river every year could be described as desolate and lonely. Whether it was Gu Yun who forced him to go out, or Gu Pengxiao and Xianxia who were in high spirits, they were all unreasonable in Chongqing's eyes at this moment. He held Gu Yun's cold hand and tried to warm her up as much as possible. At the same time, he had to pay attention to the two village children who were looking around and not get lost. Even if there were a few Black Iron Battalion guards around, he was still very busy. Perhaps some people were born to worry. At this moment, a long cry that sounded like an eagle's cry came from the sky. The crowd cheered. Red-headed kite. Look, the first red-headed kite of the year is flying. The capital was an important place, under the feet of the emperor. Usually, there was a flight ban. The 9 gates were equipped with countless white arrows. Even if the Black Eagle dared to approach the capital from the sky, he would only end up being shot down. Only on New Year's Eve. Outside the imperial city, there was a wide road that led directly to the outside of the city. There stood the symbol of the entire Central Plains, Flying Kite House. It was said that when the Westerners who sailed across the sea first arrived at the Central Plains, they only knew 2 famous places. One was the Imperial Palace, and the other was the Flying Kite House. The Flying Kite House was not a building. It was built by the former emperor in the 21st year of the Yuan era with the reduced military budget. It welcomed guests from all over the world and was very imposing. It was divided into 2 areas, north and south. In the north area, there was a row of tall domed towers named Yunming Grand Temple. In the south area, there was a high platform. Some people secretly joked that it was star-picking platform. Of course, no one dared to call it that in front of people. It was called the north and south. The sky was round and the earth was round, facing the imperial palace from afar. Every year on New Year's Eve, the Flying Kite House would become the center of the capital. Famous courtesans from the south and north all wanted to go up and sing a song. There was a sea of people below the stage. There was no lack of high officials and noble people on the viewing platform of the Yunming Grand Temple. After 4:45, 20 red-headed kites would rise up around the Flying Kite House. The red-headed kite was similar to the giant kite at the border. However, the giant kite made countless barbarians tremble in fear. The red-headed kite was completely used for entertainment. It was a boat, with 2 fiery red koi carps at the head. It rose up into the sky with 81 flaming wings. The body of the boat was tied to the Flying Kite House with a translucent spider silk-like rope. When the flaming wings spread out, more than 20 red-headed kites, like red koi carps, steadily hung in the air. They swayed slightly, swaying gracefully. The night sky of the imperial city was like water. The view above was excellent. There was a private room and a circle of balconies. The wine and dishes could be passed up along the cobweb-like rope. People could see thousands of lights and the red walls of the imperial palace. Gu Yun led the 3 teenagers up the stairs from the small path next to the Flying Kite House with ease. The guard on night duty recognized him and was shocked. He was about to bow down and greet him when he was stopped by Gu Yun lightly waving his hand. "I brought the children here to play. Don't be so polite. Have you seen General Shen?" A fire servant ran over from afar. "Marquis, this way please. General Shen is waiting for you on the red-headed kite." Gu Yun nodded calmly on the surface, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He actually just brought Chongqing and the others to join in the fun. He didn't expect Shani to be so omnipotent. He actually ordered a boat. Gu Pengxiao stared blankly at the red-headed kite. He followed Gu Yun and asked, "Marquis, are we going to ascend to heaven?" "Gu Yun, there's no hurry. We'll ascend in a few decades. Let's go up today and check out the place first." Chongqing listened to these 2 people's unique and auspicious words on New Year's Eve. He really wanted to stuff their mouths shut. The private room on the red-headed kite was as warm as spring. Gu Yun took off his cloak and draped it over the back of the chair as soon as he entered the room. Shani had already ordered a table of food and wine. There were also a few beautiful boys and girls standing by the side in the private room. Some of them were even bold enough to steal glances at Marquis. Gu Yun glanced at them and was stunned at first. Shani was a prematurely aging pedant. Even looking at Western paintings would dirty his eyes. He had been pretending to be serious for 20 years. How could he leave behind such a group of young and tender meat? He immediately cast an inquiring look. Shani whispered in his ear, this is what Prince Wei insisted on giving to you after he heard about it. Gu Yun was speechless for a moment. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Fire Servant was very perceptive. He immediately stepped forward and asked, Marquis, do you want to light the fire? Gu Yun paused for a moment and nodded, let's light it. By the way, call the brothers who are guarding the balcony to come in and have a New Year's Eve dinner. There are no outsiders today, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Fire Servant received the order and immediately left the red-headed kite respectfully. He jumped off the deck of the balcony and sang a long song. Several officers and soldiers of the Black Iron Battalion responded and came in. They saluted in unison in a well-trained manner, Grand Marshal. For a moment, the coldness of the Xian Tai instantly invaded the soft world. The ambiguous atmosphere in the private room was immediately dispelled. Gu Yun glanced at the servants who tactfully left. One of them was particularly pleasing to the eye. She even stole a glance at him affectionately before she left. Gu Yun smiled at her. At the same time, he thought regretfully that he had 3 half-grown children by his side. He was afraid that this entertainment in the middle of the night could only stop at flirting with his eyes. Shani pretended to be dignified and coughed dryly. Gu Yun withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. He complained, Prince Wei is not young anymore. He really doesn't know what to do. Shani put on a fake smile and said, hee hee. Fortunately, the 3 youths were attracted by the flaming wings that lit up around the red-headed kite. They all leaned against the window and looked out. They didn't notice the adults in the room who were surging with undercurrents. The flaming wings made a buzzing sound. A warm wind swept over with a whoosh, blowing the window frame. Chongqing only felt that there was nothing under his feet. He couldn't help but grab the wooden window frame. Xianxia was shouting at the side. The entire red-headed kite trembled slightly and rose to the sky. Right at this moment, when the hour arrived, a firework suddenly rose from the ground on the kite-stop platform, exploding in the middle of the 20 or so red-headed kites, dyeing the interconnected spider silk red. The platform slowly rose. The iron gears below were interconnected. A dancer in red appeared with a pipa in her arms and started to sing. Heavenly Earth was the most prosperous place. Shani opened a bottle of grape wine and raised his hand to pour a glass for Gu Yun. This is a tribute from the western regions in the first year after the rebellion was quelled. It's a luminous glass of grape wine. Good wine should be worthy of a hero. Try it. Gu Yun stared at the luminous glass for a moment. His expression couldn't help but fade. He took a sip and put it down. It wasn't that the wine wasn't good, but he always felt a little uncomfortable. Gu Yun said, forget it. I'm not used to this. I'll change to the Flower Eagle. It seems that I'm not a hero but a coward. Hey, everyone, please sit down. Don't bother about the 3 of them. They have already eaten at home. Let them play. As he spoke, he began to feel that his vision was a little blurry. He lowered his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. He knew that the effect of the medicine he drank a few days ago was about to wear off. The effect of the medicine took about half an hour to wear off. Generally, he would go blind first and then deaf. Shani knew what was going on as soon as he saw his little movements. Marquis? It's okay. Gu Yun shook his head, changed the wine, and raised his glass to the banquet. You are all the warriors of Daliang. You have followed me, but you have neither glory, wealth, nor power. The frontier is poor, and even the salary is so little. You have all been wronged. Let me toast to my brothers first. After Gu Yun finished speaking, he drank it in one gulp. Then, without any explanation, he filled his glass again. The second toast is to the brothers who stayed in the western regions. Back then, I brought them out without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. I couldn't bring them back, Shani said. Marshal, it's the new year. Let's not talk about it anymore. Gu Yun smiled and really stopped talking. He raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Then, he filled his glass again. The third toast, Gu Yun said softly, to the Empress of Heaven and Earth. May the gods and demons of heaven treat my comrades well. Chongqing stood by the window. He didn't know when, but the magnificent scenery outside could no longer attract him. He turned sideways and stared at Gu Yun without blinking. He had never seen Gu Yun raise his glass and drink it in one gulp. Such a foster father was almost unfamiliar to him. Gu Yun had never lost his temper in front of him. He also rarely showed any signs of fatigue or unhappiness. It was as if he was always teasing him. He was both amiable and detestable. It was as if other than this side of him, it was inconvenient for him to see all his other expressions. Because he was just a powerless child. Changgung suddenly had a desire to become strong immediately. At this moment, Gu Pengxiao suddenly turned around and shouted, "Marquis! General Shen, the foreign Russians brought a bunch of wild beasts to dance. Come and see." Gu Yun slowly took out a glass mirror from his bosom and placed it on the bridge of his nose. He strolled to Changging's side, pushed open the window, and squinted his eyes to look at Daybreak Terrace. The glass mirror was inlaid with a platinum chain. It slanted across his ear and covered one of his peach blossom eyes, but the bridge of his nose became straighter. His entire temperament suddenly became cold, faintly emitting the aura of a beast dressed in human clothing. Changging stared blankly at him for a while, then asked, "Godfather, what are you wearing?" Gu Yun tilted his head and teased him, "It's a Westerner's small object. It looks good, right? It's popular to wear this over there. Wait until we go out for a walk. I'll help you cheat a Western stepmother back, okay?" Changging, a young soldier from the Black Eagle Battalion, wanted to ease the tense atmosphere just now. He said wittily, "Marshal, you're not his biological father." Gu Yun laughed heartlessly. The young soldier shook his head and said, "The world has changed in the past few years. People's hearts are no longer the same. In the past, women valued our virtue, ability, and temperament, so we didn't have to worry. Now, they only care about whether men are handsome or not. Marshal, us brothers are single, not because we're ugly, but because we were born at the wrong time." The Black Iron Battalion's specialty was being single. When they heard this, they all joined in the commotion. Gu Yun laughed and said, "Get lost, don't drag me into this. Who's ugly? This Marquis is the flower of the Xiantai Battalion. My reputation has spread far and wide." The group of rough men in the army were intimidated by their marshal's shamelessness and could only roar with laughter. Shani said coldly, "Marshal, you're as beautiful as a flower. Why can't you get a wife?" This sentence poked at Gu Yun's sore spot. Marshal Gu could only cover his chest and said, "I'm waiting for a good price. The good things are the finale. What do you know?" Speaking of which, Gu Yun could not be blamed for this. Back then, the previous emperor was extremely conflicted with him. He doted on him but was also on guard against him. It was fine when he was young, but as he grew up, the Marquis of Stability's marriage became a fishbone stuck in the previous emperor's throat. If he chose someone with a lowly status, he was afraid that people would say that he had mistreated his loyal subjects, and the previous emperor would not be able to explain it to anyone. However, if he chose someone from a high and powerful family, the previous emperor's heart would be drumming. Both sides were in a dilemma. Presumably, the former emperor must have wished that Gu Yun was a little eunuch in his heart. The marriage of the Marquis of Stability had been delayed for a long time. In the end, the previous emperor chose the daughter of Grand Scholar Gua. The Gua family had been a scholarly family for generations and had a noble family background. It was said that Miss Gua was as beautiful as an orchid and was famous throughout the imperial capital. She was known as one of the two beauties of the capital along with the former crown princess and the current empress. It did not implicate anything and it was not a disgrace to Gu Yun. However, it was really strange. Ever since this famous flower was engaged, it was as if she had been hit by frost and became worse by the day. Before Gu Yun could return to the capital after the war, Miss Gua had already passed away. Speaking of which, there were many people who had lost their wives. It was nothing strange, not to mention that she was just an unmarried fiancée. However, when this matter was spread to the Marquis of Stability, it was hard not to associate it with his widowed and lonely maternal grandfather and his parents who had passed away early. As a result, the reputation of the Marquis of Stability's wife spread like wildfire. Being able to marry the Marquis of Stability granted her face and she did not need to serve her parents-in-law. However, she still needed to be alive to enjoy such a great blessing. Later, Gu Yun moved between the western regions and the northern borders and did not return to the capital for 4 to 5 years. Thus, he did not have the opportunity to take care of it. Now that the previous emperor had passed away, although the current emperor was a few years older than Gu Yun, he had called him imperial uncle since he was young. With a difference of one generation, even though there was a difference between the monarch and his minister, it was still somewhat inconvenient for him to manage his marriage. Gu Yun himself did not have the energy to care about it. One delay, two delays, and it had dragged on until now. Shani was unwilling to let him off, waiting for a good price to sell? Who do you want to sell yourself to, Marshal? Gu Yun raised his head and saw Chongqing staring at him through the glass mirror. His face could not help but be a little tense. He thought that the youth was worried that he would not dote on him after he married. Gu Yun raised his hand and patted the back of Chongqing's head in a soothing manner. I like smart, gentle, and good-natured women. Don't worry, in the future, I will definitely not bring back a hedonistic woman to disturb you. These words seemed to open a hole in Chongqing's chest. It was as if the delusional thoughts that he had already subdued had found an opportunity to come out and cause mischief again. He had no way of dispelling the sadness and ecstasy. He could only force himself to squeeze out a stiff smile. It was as forceful as forcing himself to close his eyes and sleep every night. At this time, there was a sudden commotion on the Tingyuan stage. A few Westerners took away the monkeys and parrots that were jumping around on the stage and carried a large iron cage covered with a flannel cloth onto the stage. A Western clown with a pale face wriggled and set up a big fire circle. He stroked his hair coquettishly for a long time to whet the appetite of the audience. Only then did he take off the flannel cloth on the cage. They saw that there was a big tiger in the cage. Gu Pengxiao leaned his whole body out of the window and kept asking, "Is it real? Is that a real tiger?" The clown stepped forward and opened the iron cage. He held the collar and led the big tiger out. He did not know if it was because there were too many onlookers, but the tiger seemed to be a little restless and kept struggling. Gu Yun frowned and said coldly, "This group of Westerners really know the rules. It's the new year, and they brought such a beast, Xiaojia." The black eagle, who was the most talkative just now, had a solemn expression. "Yes," Gu Yun said, "find someone to watch. There are many people down there. Don't make any more trouble." Xiaojia accepted the order and left. He directly flipped down from the red-headed kite terrace. His black shadow flashed and left a thin wisp of white steam in the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the midst of the hubbub of voices, the restless tiger began to unwillingly jump into the fire circle. Its expression was so ferocious that it looked as if it was being forced into prostitution. The cheers from the observation tower of the Yunmeng Grand Temple were louder and louder. Some people were excited and began to throw money from the top. The song and dance troupe were happy to see this. Throwing some copper coins on the Tingyuan stage was harmless. Many people did this. But on this day, an idiot came out of nowhere and threw money down as soon as he threw money. The crowd that was watching the excitement below the stage burst into an uproar. The shouts of "Gold, gold," were endless. Before they could snatch the gold, the tiger that was jumping into the fire circle was completely enraged. It roared and turned around to bite the clown who was caught off guard. The clown's arm and a small part of his shoulder were bitten off on the spot. He let out a shrill scream. The tiger roared and broke free from the crowd's control. It rushed towards the crowd below the Tingyuan stage. The people inside the circle were frightened by the beast and wanted to rush out like headless flies. The people outside did not know the inside story. They did not know why, but they heard that there was a fight for the gold, so they all squeezed in. When the two sides collided, no one could move. Some shouted gold, some cried tiger, and some fell and could not get up. It was a complete mess. The Jingwu guards who were on night duty were thrown into a mess by the crowd. There was no lack of high officials and nobles near the Tingyuan stage. Some of them did not care about the lives of ordinary people. They only cared about themselves in a hurry. Even when they were running for their lives, they did not forget to put on airs and ordered their servants to push a path for them. Gu Yun grabbed Chongqing's shoulder and pushed him back. She took the arrow basket and longbow that Shani hung behind the door and ordered, "Don't come out." The Black Iron Battalion soldiers at the table all stood up. Shani grabbed Gu Yun's elbow and blurted out, "Your eyes." Chongqing raised his head and thought, "Eyes? What happened to my eyes?" Gu Yun ignored him and waved away Xinyi's hand. She kicked open the door of the private room on the red-headed kite without any explanation. A few black eagles on the red-headed kite leaped down from the sky and flew low. A few small fireworks exploded with cold light. Another Xianxia soldier stood high up and climbed up the mast of the red-headed kite. He held a copper roar in his hand and shouted at the chaotic crowd, "The Marquis of Stability is here. Do not act rashly." These words were even more effective than the imperial edict. Many people instinctively stopped their footsteps when they heard the words Marquis of Stability. A tiger's roar came from afar. An enraged tiger pounced out like lightning and pressed a young manservant under its claws. Guyun stood on the bow of the red-headed kite's koi boat and leaned against the doorframe of the private room. She turned sideways and pulled her longbow. Her glazed mirror was still hanging on the bridge of her nose. No one would wear a glazed mirror to shoot arrows. That thing would distort her vision. Her thin clothes fluttered in the hot wind of her fiery wings. She looked indescribably casual. It was as if she was shooting arrows with her eyes closed. However, Shini knew that as long as Guyun took off the glazed mirror, no one would be able to distinguish between a human and a beast. It was as if she had her eyes closed. Why did it happen at this critical juncture? Xingyi's palms involuntarily broke out in a thin layer of sweat. Her entire back tensed up. At this moment, Guyun suddenly let go of her hand. The arrow was like a shooting star as it went straight through the cobweb-like ropes under the 20 red-headed kites and into the back of the tiger's neck. It was unknown how powerful this arrow was, but with a pu sound, it actually pierced through the tiger's head. After a loud noise, it staggered and fell to the ground. It didn't even make a sound, and died cleanly and neatly. Guyun's fingers did not stop moving. She turned around and pulled the bowstring again, directly knocking the second arrow. With her back against the door of the private room, she turned at an angle. Almost without aiming, another arrow left the bowstring and hit the observation post where the golden leaf had been thrown down. Cries of alarm rose from the observation post. The arrow brushed past the scalp of a foreigner and nailed his hat to the post. The tail feathers were still trembling. The man was so frightened that he fell from the chair. Guyun put away her longbow and expressionlessly said to the black-armored guard holding the copper roar on the mast, "Take him down for trial." It was only then that the person who was pinned down by the dead tiger came back to his senses and let out a soft sob. The people around him who had just come back to their senses were still in shock and hurriedly dug him out. Below the kite landing platform, an inconspicuous thin figure passed through the crowd and took advantage of the chaos to board a boat on the lake not far away. As soon as he boarded the boat, he took off his headscarf. He was actually a foreigner with black hair and black eyes who looked a bit like someone from the Central Plains. He was quickly led into the private room on the boat to see the person who had been waiting for him. It was a man between a young man and a middle-aged man. He wore a white shirt and a red robe with complicated patterns draped over his back. A strange-looking scepter stood to the side. His dark brown curly hair was neatly combed over his shoulders and he wore a grand ring on his finger. It was the messenger sent by the Pope. The short black-haired foreigner respectfully half-knelt down. "Your Eminence." The bishop leaned forward slightly to show that he was paying attention. "I'm afraid the result is as you expected," the black-haired foreigner said. Guyun and his family are almost symbolic to these Easterners. As long as the black crow flies across the night sky, no matter how big the crisis is, the foolish people will be blindly appeased like sheep who have found a shepherd dog. This kind of unreasonable belief is hard to understand, even if I think some of them can't even say Guyun's full name. The bishop's expression was gloomy as he pondered for a moment. The siege didn't cause any casualties. Almost none. The black-haired man lowered his head. The Marquis of Stability happened to be on the red-headed kite. He seemed to have placed guards in the crowd. I don't know if our people leaked our whereabouts, or if he has an extraordinary sensitivity to critical situations. As soon as we planted the seeds, the black crows immediately reacted. Guyun shot the seed to death from the red-headed kite and caught the sower. The bishop leaned on the carved chair, his finger hovering over his lips as he rubbed his beard. This is not his personal prestige, but the accumulation of 3 generations. The people of the Central Plains blindly believe in these black crows, almost forming a kind of belief in the Gu family. The black-haired man said, the church has long discussed why Eastern societies are full of loopholes but the people can maintain peace. I think this belief is one of the reasons. The bishop stood up and paced a few steps on the boat with his hands behind his back. This is our chance, he murmured in a low voice. It's not a bad thing. I'm going to write a letter to the Pope. We can immediately start the Lulon plan. At this time, the order below the kite building had been preliminarily stabilized. The Imperial Guards quickly came to rescue the situation. Guyon glanced at them and saw that there was nothing for him to do. He was about to signal to Xianxia to leave. His vision was very blurry, his hearing was deteriorating, and the hubbub of voices around him had quieted down. Guyon said to the Black Eagle Guard, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You follow His Highness. If they want to go home, wait for it to be peaceful outside before sending them back. If they want to play on the red-headed kite for a while, it's fine. I don't know if there will be more performances later. Chongqing hurriedly asked, Godfather, what about you? Guyon couldn't hear what he said at this time. He just patted him on the shoulder and hurriedly left. There was a heavy rumbling sound under their feet. The red-headed kite they were sitting on temporarily landed on the kite platform. Guyon and Xianxia strode away side by side. The night was cold and frosty. Chongqing picked up the cloak that Guyon put aside. Just as he was about to chase after them, he was stopped by the Black Eagle beside him. The Black Eagle said, Your Highness, please wait. The Marshal doesn't wear winter clothes in the capital. It's chaotic outside. Please don't leave this subordinate's side. Chongqing's suspicions rose sharply. Why didn't he wear it? With Guyon's body, it was obviously not because he wasn't afraid of the cold. Also, Xingyi's anxious shout of your eyes made Chongqing feel as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He couldn't help but think of Xinshiliu who pretended to be deaf and blind in Yanhui town. Of course, Xinshiliu's inability to see and hear was mostly because he wanted to act shamelessly. However, Chongqing was sure that he really couldn't see clearly when he was in Yanhui town. Was it just to confuse the Xianyang and those barbarians who wanted to infiltrate the northern border? When people think too much, they would easily become anxious. Chongqing suddenly felt uneasy. Even when the Black Eagle dutifully sent them back to the Marquis's residence, it didn't ease. When Chongqing returned to his room, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After dismissing Xianxia and Gepengxiao, he quietly wrapped his outer coat tightly and ran to Guyon's room to wait. Guyon's room was very clean, with a kind of neat and tidy unique to military personnel. There weren't any superfluous decorations. There were a few books on the table and an old gas lamp. There was a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall with the words, "The world cannot be avoided," written on it. It was obvious that it was Guyon's own handwriting. Other than a brand new fox fur coat hanging at the head of the bed, Marquis N's bedroom was so poor that it was almost shabby. Chongqing waited for a while and unknowingly fell asleep on the small table. He hugged his chest and soon had a chaotic dream. In a trance, Guyon seemed to be standing in front of him with his back facing him. In his dream, Chongqing didn't have any restraints and was much more unbridled than in reality. He intimately hugged him from behind. Godfather. Guyon slowly turned his head. His eyes were empty and 2 lines of blood flowed down his cheeks like tears. Are you calling me? Chongqing suddenly woke up with a loud cry. He was hit by the cold wind that blew in from the door and stared blankly at the person who walked in from outside. Guyon didn't expect him to be in his room. He hurriedly closed the leaky door and asked, Why are you here? His voice was somewhat hoarse and his expression was very unsightly. The moment Chongqing saw Guyon, he finally spat out the cold air that was hanging in his chest. For a moment, he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. He almost had a kind of ecstasy of regaining something that he had lost. Guyon held the door frame and stood for a moment. He endured a wave of dizziness and weakly waved to Chongqing, Come and help me up. I still have to bring you to the palace tomorrow to pay a New Year's visit to the Emperor. Be careful and you won't be able to get up. Chongqing took his elbow and helped him to the bedside. Godfather, what happened to you? On the way back, they dragged me to Beidang. I drank too much. Guyon didn't even take off his shoes and fell on the bed. He had just drunk the medicine and his head was buzzing. He weakly said, Go back and rest early. Chongqing frowned. Gu Yun's body indeed reeked of alcohol, but it wasn't heavy. Furthermore, he spoke clearly and didn't look like he drank too much. However, before he could ask again, Gu Yun had already stopped making a sound. It seemed that he had fallen asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Changbing had no choice but to remove his shoes and socks by himself. He pulled the quilt over and wrapped it around him. He felt that the chill on Gu Yun's body couldn't warm him up, so he heated up the steam brazier in the room. He leaned against the bedpost and quietly watched Gu Yun's sleeping face. "I'm not imagining things." He silently repeated these words 3 times. Then, like a trembling little animal, he slightly moved closer to Gu Yun. It was as if he wanted to smell his body, but he couldn't help but hold his breath. The next day, Changbing felt that he had just closed his eyes. He didn't even have time to have a complete nightmare before he was picked up by Gu Yun. After being tormented, he followed Marshal Gu into the palace in low spirits to pay his elder brother in name, the Emperor Longin. On the way, Gu Yun said, "You don't have to care too much about what the Emperor does to you." Back then, when the Empress Dowager was alive, she had some disagreements with the imperial consort. However, that's a matter of the previous generation. It has nothing to do with you. TSK, unlucky. Changbing responded absent-mindedly. When he heard Gu Yun curse in a low voice, he looked up and saw that Gu Yun was directing his chi in front of a carriage. It was the Hugua Temple's carriage. Dalyong's imperial family was a firm believer in Buddhism. Even Gu Yun's decisive grandfather was no exception. This was especially true for the crown prince of the current emperor. Whenever he had free time, he would want to have a chat with the great monks about Zen. However, the thing that annoyed Gu Yun the most in his life wasn't the barbarians, but these baldies. Especially the bald donkey abbot of Hugua Temple. He didn't know what oral hygiene was and had a perverse crow's mouth. Since he was young, he asserted that Gu Yun would bring bad luck to his 6 relatives when he grew up. Even now, the Marquis of Stability vented his anger on the monks of Hugua Temple for being a bachelor. When Emperor Long and Li Feng's personal eunuch saw him, he hurriedly trotted over. He was tall and burly, almost as tall as Marshal Gu, but 3 times as wide. He was born with a pair of small feet that were 4 inches long. When he took small steps, he looked like an iron tree with large leaves swaying in the wind. He was very graceful and charming. This person's surname was Zhu. Others called him Eunuch Zhu in front of him, but behind his back, they called him Zhu Xiaojiao. Zhu Xiaojiao had a bad reputation. He had 2 greasy-haired and powder-faced adopted sons outside the palace. It was unknown what they were used for. Because Daliang opened its sea trade early, the people's customs weren't as conservative as the previous dynasty. There was no end to the scandalous affairs between the high officials and nobles, so it wasn't a big deal. However, it would be even better if this eunuch didn't connive with his adopted son to use his name to collect money. Zhu Xiaojiao smiled and moved closer to Gu Yun. "Marquis, and His Highness the 4th Prince are here? Abbot Luqi of Hugua Temple is talking to the Emperor. He said that if the 2 of you arrive, you can go in directly. Abbot Luqi hasn't seen you in a long time." "Oh, what a coincidence, the masters are coming out." While they were talking, 2 monks came out one after another. Gu Yun knew the one in front. He had a wrinkled walnut-like face and looked distressed, as if he had never eaten a full meal in his life. He was the abbot of Hugua Temple. Monk Luqi. Gu Yun's gaze couldn't help but fall on the person behind him. He was also a monk who looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He wore a snow-white kasaya and had picturesque features. His clean monk's shoes stepped on the small path of the imperial city, as if he was an immortal who walked in the snow. Even though Gu Yun hated baldies, at that moment, she couldn't help but think of the eminent monk from the previous dynasty who went to India. The young monk seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to meet Gu Yun's gaze. His gaze was clear and there seemed to be a quiet and vast sea of stars in his eyes. It made people sink into it with just a glance. The young monk put his palms together and bowed to Gu Yun from afar. Gu Yun looked away as if she had just woken up from a dream. She thought, "Why am I staring at a baldy for no reason?" He didn't pay attention to the other person and rudely looked away. He asked Zhu Xiaojiao, who was the pretty boy led by the old bald donkey. Zhu Xiaojiao had watched him grow up and knew his temper. She hurriedly said, "That is the abbot's junior brother, Master Liao Ran. He just returned from overseas." Gu Yun thought, what kind of bullshit Dharma name is? It sounds unlucky. Who knew that even though he didn't like others, they would still come to him? Abbot Luchi led his pretty boy junior brother over and bowed to Gu Yun. He smiled brightly like a blooming dragon claw chrysanthemum. It has been many years since we last met. Marquis is still as elegant as ever. It is the fortune of my Dalyang's country. Gu Yun's stomach hurt from the old man's ugly face. He thought, isn't that so? I haven't been cursed to death by you yet. Of course, as the Marquis of Stability, it was not convenient for him to be unreasonable. At least, he had to keep up appearances. He nodded slightly with a faint expression, it's all thanks to the great master. The pretty boy monk, Liao Ran, followed suit and bowed. However, he only smiled without saying a word. Gu Yun could not help but glance at him again. Luchi explained, Marquis, please don't blame him. Although my junior brother has excellent perception and is proficient in Buddhism, it is a pity that he was born to practice silent meditation. Gu Yun was stunned. This Liao Ran was actually a mute. Liao Ran stepped forward and extended his hands to Gu Yun. This monk was so white that it was almost dazzling. It made his eyebrows look even darker. He looked like a piece of charred wood lying on the snow. If he was not a monk, he would have long hair as black as ink. Coupled with his red lips and white teeth, he looked like a demon made of white porcelain. Gu Yun frowned slightly and thought, what is he doing? Consecrating me? Monk Luchi said, Marquis is in a stable situation at the border. He will probably leave the capital soon. Junior brother wants to pray for Marquis' well-being. Gu Yun sneered, thank you for the trouble, great master. There is no need for that. I have not recited scriptures for a day or offered incense. I will not disturb the Buddha. Luchi said, Amiba. Buddhism is boundless and can deliver all living beings from torment. Marquis, you are wrong. When Gu Yun heard the words Amiba, she wanted to hit someone. Her patience had reached its limit and she didn't want to talk nonsense with them anymore. She said indifferently, His Majesty is still waiting, so I won't delay any longer. I'll visit Great Master another day. I won't keep you company. After he finished speaking, he dragged Chongqing and followed Zhu Xiaojiao into the palace. Chongqing unintentionally looked back and saw that the monk Liao Ran was not affected by Gu Yun's attitude at all. He was still kneeling in front of Buddha devoutly and muttering silently, as if he wanted to add the luck that he prayed for to Gu Yun, who was gradually walking away. It's up to you to believe it, but it's up to me to decide. Chongqing was in a daze when someone suddenly pulled his hand. Gu Yun said in a low voice, what's so good about a monk? It's dazzling. Chongqing retracted his gaze and asked Gu Yun, adoptive father, that great master said that you are going to leave the capital. Is that true? Gu Yun said, oh. Chongqing asked, when? It's hard to say, Gu Yun said, it depends on His Majesty's intentions. If I leave, you are the most powerful in the Marquis Fu. You have the final say. If there's anything you don't understand, you can discuss it with Imperial Uncle. Gu Yun didn't instruct him to study hard and concentrate on practicing martial arts. In this aspect, Chongqing felt that even he, as an elder, felt ashamed. Chongqing was stunned when he heard this. After a long while, he asked with difficulty, adoptive father doesn't plan on bringing me along? Ah? Gu Yun was baffled, why would I bring you along? Chongqing suddenly stopped in his tracks. Before this day, Chongqing had never thought that there would be such a matter. Ever since they returned to the capital, Gu Yun had always kept him by his side. Chongqing didn't realize that once his adoptive father led troops to the northwest again, they would be separated by more than half of the central plains. In the blink of an eye, Chongqing suddenly thought of a series of things. In his adoptive father's eyes, he was probably just a child who wasn't proficient in literature or martial arts. When soldiers went to the border, they would bring swords, spears, and armor. Who would bring a family member who was a burden? In the future, when Gu Yun went to the northwest border, if things were peaceful there, he might be able to return to the capital once a year to report on his work. If things weren't peaceful, he couldn't say how long he would have to stay there. He was already 14 years old. How many years of youth did he have left before he was crowned? When the time came, he would have to leave the protection of the Marquis of Stability and move out of the Marquis Fu alone. He would carry an inexplicable false title and live in the empty capital city. His adoptive father would eventually get married and have children. When that time came, would he still remember the little burden he left in the Marquis's household? They called each other father and son, but fate was like an inch-long broken lamp. It burned out as soon as it was lit. Only he was still immersed in an eternal dream. When he thought of this, the entire palace seemed to have turned into a giant icehouse, freezing him inside. Guyun saw him suddenly stop and turned around to look at him in confusion. Chongbing was a little panicked and blurted out, "I also want to go to the border with you. I can enlist in the army." Guyun thought, "Stop fooling around. It's already so difficult to get you out of the house for a stroll. Why would you want to enlist in the army?" However, after half a year of getting along with Changgung, he had probably found a trick of being an elder. He did not attack Changgung in front of his face. Instead, he said with an overly pretentious and somewhat exaggerated smile, "Okay, you can join my army in the future, Little Highness." Chongqing, obviously, Guyun had found the trick to being an elder to a 4-year-old child. He was 10 years late. Chongqing's hopeless longing was calmly swept away by the other party. He didn't take it seriously at all. The youth calmly shut his mouth and no longer made any unnecessary struggles. He stared at Guyun's tall back as if he was staring at a narrow door that he had to pass through in his lifetime. Emperor Long and Li Feng was Chongqing's elder brother in name, but from their appearances, it couldn't be seen that they were related by blood. The emperor looked more like the late emperor. It was Chongqing's second time seeing him. Compared to the turmoil and chaos of war last time, he could see him more clearly this time. The new emperor had just passed and was at the best age in a man's life. He had a good face. Even if he wasn't the emperor, just by looking at his face, he wouldn't be in a bad situation in his life. Chongqing was very meticulous, especially after he arrived in the capital. He was especially good at observing people's expressions. Guyun didn't mention it much, but Mr. Shen didn't have so many taboos. In private, he complained a lot about the emperor. It was easy for people to associate him with a sharp, mean, and narrow-minded image, but in fact, he wasn't. Before Guyun stepped into the room, the Emperor Longan had already ordered a servant to bring a brazier. He also said, "I already told them that Imperial Uncle will definitely come early. Quickly come in and warm up. I think you're cold." The Emperor Longan called him Imperial Uncle, but it was actually not very polite. After all, Guyun's surname wasn't Li. Back then, the late emperor doted on him in private. It was fine if he casually said it, but the emperor had preserved this childhood intimate habit. In front of Guyun, he didn't call him Shen. There was a bit of casual intimacy in his enthusiasm. It didn't seem like he was treating an official, but more like a family member. Little Chongqing also came over. Li Feng looked at Chongqing and sighed, "This young man really changes his appearance every day. The last time I saw him, he wasn't this tall. I've just ascended the throne and am always trembling with fear. These past few months, I've been under a lot of pressure and didn't take care of you. Come over and let Imperial Brother take a good look at you." Chongqing was originally prepared to be disliked, but unexpectedly, the emperor's dislike was so hidden that he didn't feel it at all. In the imperial capital of the imperial city, gratitude and enmity were all hidden. At first glance, everyone seemed to be harmonious and happy. Guyun and the emperor casually chatted back and forth. Occasionally, they reminisced about their childhood. The emperor Longan then brought out the New Year's money that he prepared for Chongqing. Chongqing was a wild child who grew up in Yanhui town. He didn't have much contact with the ways of the world and didn't see much of the world. He only knew that one shouldn't receive a reward without doing anything. Listening to Zhu Xiaojiao report one by one, he almost felt a bit uneasy. He suspected that Guyun brought him into the palace early in the morning to find the emperor to collect rent. The emperor Longan amiably asked about Chongqing's progress in studying and practicing martial arts. He then said, "You are a descendant of my Li family. In the future, you have to be diligent. You have to grow your skills so that you can share Imperial Brother's burdens in the future." "What does Chongqing want to do in the future?" Chongqing glanced at Guyun and said, "In the future, I am willing to be the marshal's personal guard and serve at your beck and call. I will help your majesty expand the territory." The Emperor Longan laughed. He seemed to be very happy and repeatedly praised Chongqing for his ambition. Gu Yun picked up a teacup and drank tea to moisten his throat. He didn't interrupt and only smiled. He smiled until the corners of his eyes flew up. It was extremely warm. Who was serving who? He thought helplessly in his heart. On one hand, he felt helpless. On the other hand, he felt that it was pleasing to the ear. It was comfortable from his ears to his heart. Even the bad luck from seeing the monk just now was swept away. The emperor long and jokingly said, "That may be the case, but the soldiers at the border are suffering. How can your adoptive father bear to let you suffer that?" Gu Yun knew that the emperor was beating around the bush and tactfully said, "If this official dares to bring the little prince to the battlefield, your majesty, as his elder brother, will be the first to not forgive this official." The emperor Longan was satisfied. He waved his hand and called Zhu Xiaojiao over. "The envoy of the foreign pope sent a large clock last time. It is bigger than the rockery in the imperial garden. It is like a small building. Every half an hour, there will be puppets coming out to perform and dance. It is very lively. Bring Chongqing to take a look. Zhan and imperial uncle will have a few words of gossip." Chongqing knew that they had serious matters to discuss. He immediately tactfully followed Zhu Xiaojiao. Zhu Xiaojiao was very attentive to this knowledgeable and reasonable fourth prince who had a complicated background. He led him all the way to the warm pavilion. The warm pavilion was a semi-enclosed garden. The outside was covered with strange-colored glazed bricks. Steam braziers were installed in the ventilation areas. It was like spring all year round and the flowers were flourishing. The large clock that the Emperor Longan mentioned was placed in the middle. It was like a western landscape that had broken into the mountain scenery. Chongqing sighed with emotion at the exquisite workmanship of the foreigners. However, like most people in the Central Plains, he couldn't appreciate those thick and colorful paintings. After the novelty passed, he quickly lost interest. His gaze fell on the corner of the warm pavilion. There was a person there. It was the monk Liao Ran whom he had met on the way. Liao Ran didn't know how to speak. He gently gestured a few times. The young novice monk beside him immediately came forward to greet him. "Fourth Prince, Eunuch Zhu, Shu, and I were graced by His Majesty. We stayed in the imperial garden to enjoy the scenery. On the way, we met the Prince of Wei. Master went to talk to him. We waited for him here. I hope we didn't spoil Fourth Prince's mood." Chongqing courteously said, "Sorry to disturb you, great master." Liao Ran made a few more gestures. No matter what he did, he had a kind of celestial aura. No one could feel that this mute monk was ill at ease. The young novice monk beside him explained, "Shu said that he felt like he hit it off with Fourth Prince when he saw you. He asked you to come to the Hugua temple if you have time in the future. He will serve you good tea." Chongqing politely said, "Of course." Liao Ran stretched out his hand to Chongqing. Chongqing didn't know why. He hesitated for a moment and then stretched out his hand. Liao Ran wrote on his palm, "Does your highness believe in Buddha?" Chongqing didn't hate monks like Gu Yun did. The tranquil temperament of these monks gave him a good impression at first sight. However, he didn't have any faith. Because he had no concept and didn't understand, he couldn't talk about whether he believed or not. Chongqing didn't want to refute Liao Ran's face, so he just smiled. Liao Ran immediately followed. Liao Ran didn't feel offended. Instead, he showed a little smile and wrote on Chongqing's palm word by word, "Unknown suffering, don't believe in gods and Buddhas." Fortunately, it's a good thing. Chongqing was stunned. The young man looked into the mute monk's all-encompassing eyes. Suddenly, he felt that the illness in his heart was seen through by the other party. For a moment, Wu Ergu, Xianxia, his indistinguishable background, and his unspeakable delusions all slipped through his heart like flowing water. They were all pierced through by the 8 words, "Unknown suffering, don't believe in gods and Buddhas." Liao Ran put his palms together and bowed to him. He was about to leave. Chongqing suddenly called out to him, "Great master, I will pay a visit to the Hugua temple in the future." Liao Ran smiled and led his little acolyte away. At this moment, they arrived at the warm room. The sound of the big clock chimed and lively music sounded. Chongqing suddenly turned his head and saw that the 12 small doors on the grandfather clock opened. 12 small wooden puppets came out. Some were playing the zither, some were dancing, and some were singing loudly. They happily finished singing a song, bowed, and turned back into the small doors. The bustle was over. After that day, Gu Yun went out earlier and came back later than before. The Emperor Long sent him to represent Daliang to sign a treaty of trade with the emissary of the Pope. Now, a market was opened at the border of the western regions. If it went smoothly, the trade route would be opened a little more. In this way, he immediately had to prepare to set off. Gu Yun had to go back and forth between the capital and Beiding several times a day. Before he left, he had to settle the matter with the Ministry of Revenue and keep an eye on the amount of purple gold allocated to the army this year. He was extremely busy. On the first month of the Shirlu season, Gu Yun and Shani came back late as usual. They had already made plans to leave the capital the next day. The two had some matters to discuss, so they returned to the Marquis Fu together. Shani asked, "Why did His Majesty also let us escort Calais Ingho? Isn't he afraid that we will secretly kill that barbarian heir on the way?" Gu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "His Majesty rejected my memorial to increase the amount of purple gold allocated this year. He said that the Lingshu temple stole a new type of puppet machine from the foreigners. It can farm for people. It's amazing. The yield per mu can increase by half. This year, they plan to promote it in Jiangnan first. Purple gold has another source of income. I really can't tell which one. What can I say? Can the Black Iron Battalion still compete with the people for benefits? His Majesty also said that the Black Iron Battalion is the country's sharp weapon. No one can be short of us. Therefore, he allocated the 10% annual tribute from the barbarians to us. Do you think I still dare to touch that barbarian heir?" The Emperor Long An's meaning was very clear. If Calais Ingho loses a single hair, the iron monsters of the Black Iron Battalion don't need to burn the purple gold. You, Gu Yun, can do it yourself. Shani thought about it and was speechless. He could only laugh in anger. The two walked past the iron puppets guarding the gate of the Marquis Fu. Shani asked, "That's right, about you leaving the capital tomorrow, have you talked to His Highness the Fourth Prince?" Gu Yun touched his nose. Shani asked, "What?" Gu Yun lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, "I told him that I will accompany His Majesty to Fragrant Hill and will not be back to stay tomorrow night. If you see him later, remember not to expose me." Shani was silent for a moment. He sighed with emotion. "Marshal, you really have guts." Gu Yun was also distressed. Ever since he inadvertently revealed that he might be returning to the border, Chongqing's entire person was not right. In the past, he practiced martial arts diligently. Now, he was playing with his life. On the first day, his wrist was injured and swollen like a steamed bun. In the afternoon, he went to archery without caring about anything. This scared his martial arts teacher to the point that he went to Gu Yun to apologize every day. Gu Yun felt that Chongqing was a little too clingy to him. Were other people's father and son also so mushy? The cotton-padded jacket was too tight. It made him sweat all over. It was really an ironing burden. The two walked side by side into the Marquis' residence. As soon as they entered, they found that the Marquis' residence was brightly lit. No one was sleeping. A little girl with colorful clothes rushed out like a firecracker. She turned around and shouted, Big brother, Marquis is back." Gu Yun thought in a daze, when did the Marquis' residence have a girl? Could it be that the big willow tree at the entrance has become a spirit? When he took a closer look, the little girl was actually Xianxia. He had dressed himself up as a young lady. Moreover, he was a young lady who was preparing to celebrate the new year happily. Gu Yun was puzzled. "What are you doing?" "Big brother Chongqing said that today is Marquis' birthday. He specially instructed everyone to wait for your return." Xianxia said, "General Shen is also here. We can eat noodles together." Upon hearing this, Shani agreed, "Okay, it's better to come at the right time than to come early." After saying that, he looked meaningfully at Gu Yun. He cleverly used his gaze to convey his meaning. "You liar, do you feel guilty?" The elderly's birthday celebration was called a birthday celebration. The children's birthday was lively because it wasn't easy to grow up by 1 year. Parents were relieved. Gu Yun was neither old nor young. His grandmother didn't love him, and neither did his uncle. If he happened to be at home, the old housekeeper would remember to take care of it for him. But most of the time, he wasn't at home. He was so busy that he forgot about the Shirlue in the first month. To be honest, there wasn't much to celebrate. There was a saying that the first year's imperial concubine, the 15th year's official. It meant that it was best for a girl to be at the first years and a boy to be at the 15th years. He could have been born on the lunar New Year's Eve, but he insisted on staying in his mother's womb for a few more hours. It could be seen that he was born with a rotten life. Not only did Xianxia dress herself up, she also teamed up with Changing and the others to drag out the sword servant puppet and ravage it. They painted 2 simple red faces for the god of night. They got a few pieces of old silk from somewhere and tied up its iron arms. The sword servant puppet held a bowl of noodles in its hands and stared blankly at Guyun. Its dark face seemed to have an unspeakable grievance. Guyun scolded in a low voice, "Bastards, is this how you play with the sword servant puppet?" Gu Pengxiao stepped forward to distribute the credit. "Marquis, the red face was wiped by the fake girl. The fire to cook the noodles was started by me. The eggs in the noodles were beaten by Big Brother." Guyun suddenly became a little reserved. He felt that the Marquis Fu, which had been quiet for many years, was suddenly so lively that he couldn't recognize it. Changing said, "Godfather, eat the noodles before entering." Guyun said, "Okay." He picked up the bowl, glanced at Changgung, and purposely picked out the egg to eat first. The first bite was a crispy eggshell. He didn't make a sound, chewed the eggshell, and swallowed it together with the egg. It was as if he hadn't eaten for 8 lifetimes. In a few mouthfuls, he finished the bowl of noodles and drank the soup. Since ancient times, the land of warmth and gentleness was a hero's grave. Guyun left the capital without any worries. Only this time was full of melancholy. Perhaps it was because every time they returned to the border, but this time they were away from home. Unfortunately, not to mention this kind of gentle melancholy, even if she was heartbroken, she wouldn't be able to stop the Marquis of Stability. The next day, Guyun packed up and went out as if nothing had happened. In the end, she did not inform Changing and went to Beiding alone. She turned around and glanced in the direction of Beijing. Unfortunately, from such a distance, he could only vaguely see the Iris restaurant. Shani strolled to his side and asked, "Marshal, have you found your conscience?" Guyun sighed. "The next time he comes back, he might not acknowledge me. Sigh, my title as a foster father is always on the verge of collapse. Let's go." The Black Iron Battalion moved out. Like a black whirlwind, they mercilessly crushed everything in their path. Everyone could not help but retreat. They were escorting the heir of the Celestial Wolf clan to the north and then to the west. They were going to eliminate the bandits in the western region and ensure the safety of the ancient Silk Road. On the second day after they left, Changing woke up early as usual. Although he remembered that Guyun was not at home, he could not help but lead the iron puppet to his empty courtyard. He practiced swordsmanship with the iron puppet alone and finished breakfast alone. Before leaving, he looked up and saw the plum blossoms in the courtyard blooming. It had just snowed a few days ago, and there was a layer of clear frost on the petals. The more Changing looked at them, the more he liked them. He could not help but reach out and break off 2. His first reaction was always to keep them for Guyun. Even though he knew that his foster father might not return in 3 to 5 days, he still carefully brushed away the frost and snow on the branches. He wanted to find a vase to put in Guyun's room. Unfortunately, Guyun's large room was cleaner than her face. He searched around but could not even find a wine bottle that could be used to arrange flowers. Changing pushed open the window and shouted to the old housekeeper, "Uncle Wang, is there a vase?" The old housekeeper responded and went to look for it. Changing held the 2 plum blossoms and stayed in Guyun's room, looking around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Guyun's bed. He was stunned for a moment. The fox fur coat that made the entire bedroom seem valuable had disappeared. At this time, Uncle Wang came in with a celadon vase. He smiled at Changing and said, "Your Highness, do you think this will do? Where should I put it?" Changing stared blankly at the empty bed and asked, "Uncle Wang, why did Marquis Fox fur coat put away so early?" The corner of Uncle Wang's eyes twitched slightly. He replied unnaturally, "Didn't Marquis go out with the Emperor?" He must have taken it away. Changging's heart slowly sank. On New Year's Eve, the Black Eagle, who was by Gu Yun's side, told him that the marshal never wore winter clothes in the capital. He would only occasionally take it out when he encountered a white wind. On New Year's Eve, he felt that it was a little strange. Since Gu Yun did not wear winter clothes, why did he hang a fox fur coat outside? What was the use of it? But at that time it was chaotic and he was plagued by nightmares. His mind was not clear and he did not think carefully. Changging suddenly turned his head. His voice was as dry as a taut string. "Uncle Wang, where did he go? Don't lie to me that he doesn't like to go out. I also know that Fragrant Hill is not as far as Beidang." Uncle Wang stood there helplessly with a vase in his hand. Gu Yun, that hands-off shopkeeper, left cleanly and did not care any more. The old housekeeper had expected this to happen sooner or later, but he did not expect it to be so soon. Changging took a deep breath and asked softly, "Has he already left the capital for the border?" "Where? To the north, or to the west?" The old housekeeper smiled apologetically. This old servant does not know much about military affairs. "Your Highness, I think Marquis did not want you to worry." Changging broke the flower branch with a crack and said word by word, "He is not afraid that I will worry. He is afraid that I will insist on following him." The old housekeeper shut his mouth. Although Changging was Gu Yun's adopted son in name, no one liked him anymore. After all, he was surnamed Li and would be a royal prince in the future. The old housekeeper felt bitter in his heart. He felt that his unkind master had chickened out at the last moment and threw this hot potato to him. He was prepared to suffer a flare-up. But after waiting for a long time, Changging did not make a sound. Changgung's pent-up anger, shouting, and yelling were all in his heart. It was not only because of Gu Yun's sudden departure. In any case, he had been tricked by Gu Yun more than once. He was already used to it and should be treated calmly. But this time, the uneasiness and impatience that had been piling up in his heart since he entered the capital could no longer be held back and burst out. Changging's heart was as clear as a mirror. He had always known that his existence was superfluous to anyone. He had no intention of being involved and was destined to be an insignificant chess piece. He would be swept away involuntarily, just like when he was in the dark river in Yanhui town. But he was blinded by the peace and happiness these days. He was greedy and wanted to grab onto something. He deceived himself and refused to think about the future. "What do you want?" Changging asked himself. "You are thinking too much." But no matter how turbulent his heart was, Changging did not say anything in front of the white-haired old housekeeper. The old housekeeper asked with trepidation, "Your Highness." Changging silently took the vase from his hand and carefully trimmed the broken flower branches. After placing them properly, he placed them on Gu Yun's desk and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble." With that, he turned and left. Changging could not help but run after leaving Gu Yun's room. He even left his sword servant puppet behind. Gu Banxiao was holding a purplish gold box in his hand. It was unknown where it came from, but Gu Banxiao was about to walk out when he brushed past Changging. He said in bewilderment, "Hey, big brother." Changging did not seem to hear him. He rushed into his room like a gust of wind and locked the door. Just like what Gu Yun liked about him the most, Changging was a naturally benevolent and righteous person. Even if he was extremely angry, he would not be able to vent it on someone unrelated to him. In this aspect, Xianxia's contributions could not go unnoticed. She had abused him for more than 10 years and trained him to have amazing endurance. At the same time, the wooer bone that had been buried in the youth's body since he was young was like a plant that needed to be watered with poisonous water. It gradually bloomed into a sinister flower. Changging began to gasp for breath. His chest felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock. The muscles all over his body tightened into a lump of rusty iron. His calves could not help but tremble. His ears buzzed and he was horrified to find that a strange tyrannical emotion was surging out from his chest. He unconsciously clenched his fingers until they made a cracking sound. This was the first time he had tasted the feeling of being trapped by a nightmare when he was awake. Changging could clearly feel that there was an invisible hand in his heart that was forcefully wiping away all the warm feelings in his heart. In the beginning, Changging's consciousness was clear. He thought in fear, "Is this the wooer bone? What's wrong with me? Soon, even his fear disappeared. His consciousness became blurry and he began to not know where he was. Thousands of thoughts rose and fell in his mind like a tidal wave. A hazy murderous intent arose from nowhere. He thought that Gu Yun had left and did not want him anymore. At the same time, he seemed to see Gu Yun standing in front of him, expressionlessly mocking him for his powerlessness. All the negative emotions in Changging's heart were magnified by the Wu'er bone. At this moment, Gu Yun was no longer the little foster father that he carefully placed in his heart. Instead, he was an enemy that he hated so much that he could not wait to catch in his hands and ruthlessly humiliate. Changging gripped the broken blade hanging in front of his chest tightly. His fingers were bleeding from the sharpened edge of the broken blade. Changgung was awakened by the unusually clear pain in his infinite numbness. He instinctively found a way out. His 10 fingers fiercely dug into his flesh, leaving a string of bloody wounds on his arm. When the Wu'er bone's attack gradually subsided, the sun was already beginning to set in the west. Changging's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. His arms and hands were dripping with blood. He leaned against the door, exhausted. He finally experienced the power of the Wu'er bone. Only then did he realize how naive he was to think that the Wu'er bone was just a nightmare. This time, Xianxia did not show him any mercy. When the old butler and the others saw that he did not come out for a long time and did not respond to their knocking, they were very worried. They kept pacing outside and would call out to him every once in a while. This made Changging feel a little better. His eyelids fluttered slightly. A drop of cold sweat rolled down from his forehead and landed on his eyelashes. He almost could not open his eyes. "I'm fine. Let me be alone for a while." "You haven't eaten for a day," the old butler said. "If Marquis were here, he would definitely not be able to bear to see your highness trampling on your body like this. Even a bowl of porridge would be better. Why don't this old servant bring it in for you?" Changging was mentally exhausted. When he heard the old butler mention Gu Yun, he silently repeated that person's name twice in his heart. He forced himself to stay awake and said, "It's okay, Uncle Wang. If I'm hungry, I'll find supper for myself tonight. Don't worry about me." The old butler heard that although his voice was weak, it was orderly and reasonable. It was not good for him to continue persuading him. He could only turn around and wave his hand at the old servant serving Changging, as well as Xianxia and Gupangxiao, who were peeking their heads out. Changging sat leaning against the door. When he raised his head, he saw Gu Yun's shoulder armor hanging at the head of his bed. That thing was dark, cold, and had an unfeeling appearance. It was left behind by the original owner to dispel his nightmares. After sitting for a long time, the brazier in the room gradually warmed up his cold body. Changging had a little strength. He got up and tidied up his sorry state. He changed his clothes and found the external injury medicine that his master gave him when he was injured during sword practice. He cleaned his wounds and carefully applied it. He took off Gu Yun's shoulder armor and hugged it in his arms. He then laid himself down on the bed. He did not cry. Perhaps it was because he had no strength, or perhaps it was because he had just bled. If one chose the path of bleeding, they would usually not be able to shed tears. Because a person's body only had so much water, they had to lean towards one side. Changging had just exchanged blows with the enemy who was destined to be entangled with him for the rest of his life. He lost miserably and also witnessed the enemy's strength. But strangely, he was not afraid. It was just like when he faced the barbarians wearing heavy armor alone in Yanhui town in Xianxia's room. His attitude was gentle, but nothing could make him yield. Oh, except for Gu Yun. Changging thought weakly, "I hate Gu Yun to death." Then he tried to hang Gu Yun's shoulder armor on his body. He had never worn armor before, so he did not know if it fit. He only felt that it was heavier than he imagined. He fell asleep wearing the armor. In his dream, there were thousands of difficulties and obstacles waiting for him. The next day, Changging announced that he was going out. The entire Marquis' residence was shocked. The scene of the fourth prince being carried out of the gate by Marshal Gu on New Year's Eve was still vivid in their minds. Gu Yun's original words were, "Drag it on for 3 to 5 days. By then, we will have passed the 7 passes and reached the northern border. He will have nowhere to go and will be obedient." But it had not even been 3 to 5 days. The old housekeeper was afraid that Chang'ing wanted him to prepare a horse to chase after them. He hurriedly said carefully, "Your Highness, the Black Iron Battalion is not like the ordinary troops. They are very fast on foot. Even 1,000 Li horse cannot catch up with them. Moreover, the army does not keep people without military status. This is a rule passed down from the old marquis. You see." Chang'ing calmly replied, "Uncle Wang, I don't want to chase after them and cause trouble. I am not an insensible child." Old housekeeper, then what are you? Chang'ing, I want to go to Hugua Temple to visit Master Liao Ran. We had an agreement before. The old housekeeper's expression was once again indescribable. If the marshal returned to the residence in the future and found out that the young highness had betrayed the country and colluded with the enemy in the temple when he was not at home, the old housekeeper did not dare to imagine Gu Yun's expression. Wouldn't it be as if he was wearing a green hat? However, the most important thing now was to coax the marquis's adopted son to make him happier. The old housekeeper had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. He ordered a row of family guards to escort Chang'ing to Hugua Temple as if they were facing a formidable enemy. It was grandiose, as if they had come to challenge him. The monk Liao Ran brewed tea and was not surprised to see Chang'ing. It was as if he had expected him to come. He kindly invited him to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. He also asked the young novice monk to bring paper, brush, and a brazier for burning paper. He assumed a posture of a long talk. It had only been half a month since they last met, but the monk Liao Ran found that the confusion and anxiety between the young man's eyebrows had disappeared. His entire person brought a bit of melancholy, calmness and determination, like a butterfly that had broken free from its first cocoon. Chang'ing thanked him and took a sip from the teacup. He almost choked. The monk said that he would serve him good tea last time. It turned out that he was purely being polite. He brewed him a cup of something unknown. It was so bitter that the root of his tongue hurt. It did not have the fragrance of tea at all. "Chang'ing, what is this?" The monk Liao Ran smiled and wrote, "Huting. It clears the eyes and promotes blood circulation. It can get rid of troubles and help sleep." "Chang'ing, isn't that gualu? I drank it in the marquis's residence. It seems." The taste was not so disgusting. The monk Liao Ran, "That is Xiaoyi. This is Deyi Gualu." Deyi sounded a bit powerful. Chang'ing was just about to follow up with a few words of praise when he saw the monk write honestly, "Deyi is cheaper." Chang'ing, he carefully looked at the monk's teacup. It was a good bowl and was very clean. It was a pity that it had been used for too long. It was inevitable that it would be knocked over. A few of them were already chipped. The monk Liao Ran, "The monk's residence is rough. Your Highness, please forgive me." The entire capital gave him the impression that it was a place of luxury. It seemed that everyone was very rich and the city was full of extravagant pastimes. The Westerners said that the floor tiles in Daliang's capital were covered with gold. In fact, it was not that exaggerated. But for some reason, the few people Chang'ing knew were all poor. There was no need to mention Shani, who was born with a bitter face of poverty. There was also Marshal Gu, who sat in such a large marquis's residence, which was an empty shell. Early in the morning, he could not wait to bring Chang'ing to the palace to ask the emperor for money. Now there was the monk Liao Ran who used chipped cups. Chang'ing said, "Hugua Temple is full of incense, but Great Master is content with poverty. You are indeed a person who has left the world to cultivate." Liao Ran smiled and wrote, "This monk has traveled far and wide. I am used to being down and out. Sorry for not treating you well." Chang'ing asked, "I heard that Great Master also rode an iron dragon to a western foreign country. Was it to preach Buddhism?" Liao Ran, "I have little talent and knowledge. I do not dare to imitate the wandering monks of ancient times. I only go out to see the world and see the people." Chang'ing swallowed another mouthful of bitterness. The more he tasted it, the more bitter it was. He could only swallow it down disappointedly. "I grew up in a small town on the border. I have never left the small town. When I came to the capital, I rarely left the marquis's residence. Am I too content with being in a corner? But I always feel that the world's happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are generally the same. If you look at other people's things, there is still no place for you to place yourself. Liao Ran, there is a corner in the heart. Troubles as big as a house can only be squeezed into a corner. There is a world in the heart. Troubles as big as a mountain are just a drop in the ocean. When Chongqing heard this, he was stunned for a long time. He watched as Liao Ran put the paper with the words written on it bit by bit into the brazier and burned it clean. Great Master, the other day you told me, I don't know the hardships, I don't believe in gods and Buddhas. Now that I know the hardships, I am here to seek advice from gods and Buddhas. Could you please give me some pointers? Perhaps there was some unknown god that reminded Marshal Gu that his son was about to be abducted by a bald donkey. In short, a month after the Black Iron Battalion set out, Gu Yun actually remembered to bring a letter home to Chongqing while he was writing a memorial to the emperor. Chongqing wrote several pages of the familiar handwriting that he had copied many times. First, he sincerely admitted his mistake. Then, he explained the reason why he left without saying goodbye. Finally, he straightforwardly expressed his longing and promised that if the Northwest was safe and sound, he would definitely rush back to the Marquis estate before the end of the year to celebrate the new year. Chongqing finished reading it from the beginning. He lightly spat and put it to the side. Even a fool would know that this thing was not written by the Marquis of Stability. It was impossible for mushy words like parting for 1,000 miles, I can't rest at night, eat and wear more clothes, don't worry about my heart to germinate from the soil in Gu Yun's mind. From the long-winded words between the lines, it was obvious that Shani had written it on his behalf. His scoundrel foster father had at most copied it once. However, Chongqing sadly discovered that even though he understood it clearly in his heart, when he remembered that these words really came from Gu Yun's pen, he couldn't help but gouge out each word and embed them in his eyes. Unfortunately, Gu Yun went back on his word. Gu Yun knew that he was guilty. This time, he made Shani, who casually represented his promise, scram. He personally wrote a long letter to Chongqing. After Chongqing finished reading it, he laughed in anger. Although he felt that this letter was quite sincere, Gu Yun really didn't have the talent to coax people. He was sincerely adding fuel to the fire. Marshal Gu first talked about a bunch of trivial matters that he thought were interesting. He wrote 1,000 words and digressed thousands of miles from the topic. In the end, he stiffly used the 4 words military affairs are busy to summarize the reason why he couldn't return to the capital. Chongqing didn't care about how delicious the scorpions in the desert were, but he still couldn't find the sentence he was most concerned about. If Gu Yun didn't come back this year, when would she come back? However, there was nothing after busy with military affairs. There was only a long list of gifts attached. Perhaps Gu Yun felt that words of apology were not sincere enough, so he used actions to express it. He brought back all the good things he had obtained this year to the Marquis estate and stuffed them all to Chang'an. There were jewels and treasures, bits and pieces, and so on. That day, the 15-year-old Chongqing locked himself in his room. Together with the Lu Lan dagger that Gu Yun had given him, he endured a bout of Wu Ergu's attack. Afterwards, he made a decision. He didn't want to stay in the Marquis' mansion like a good-for-nothing. He didn't want to follow the old master and his trembling master to learn some armchair strategies and martial arts. He wanted to go out on his own and see the outside world. On the first day of the new year, Chongqing alone followed Zhu Xiaojiao from the palace into the palace to pay a New Year's visit to the emperor. As usual, it was just a formality. Then, he stayed in the Marquis' mansion until the first month of the new year. He had the kitchen cook a bowl of longevity noodles and brought it back to his room to eat. Then, he calmly announced a decision that caused the entire Marquis' mansion to explode. Chongqing said, I plan to live in Hugua Temple for a while. After saying this, he looked at the old housekeeper's pale face and added, Uncle Wang, don't worry. I won't become a monk because I want to follow Master Liao Ran and cultivate for a while. At the same time, I want to pray for my adoptive father. The old housekeeper was speechless. What else could he say? He could only prepare the incense money, endure the pain in his chest, and send people to send Chongqing, Gepengxiao, and Chaonyangzi to Hugua Temple. This year, the Marquis' mansion's old housekeeper felt that his family's strict and mighty gate might have been cursed by some barbarian witchcraft. Those who entered this gate, regardless of whether they were born in the family or adopted from outside, each one was harder to deal with than the other. The old housekeeper still remembered Gu Yun's cowardly appearance when he was young. He was like an injured wolf cub, indiscriminately hating everyone around him. That person had finally grown up after much difficulty and was able to set up a household. Now, there came another person who was even more unfathomable. After Gu Yun left, Chongqing lived a life of running to Hugua Temple all day. Who couldn't he play with? Every day, he went to the temple. The Fourth Highness Li Min really didn't go out, but when he did, his destination was extraordinary. Every day, the old housekeeper was worried that Chongqing would have to shave his head. But he knew that 15 or 16-year-old youths couldn't listen to the advice of the elderly. Moreover, he didn't raise Chongqing, so the old housekeeper didn't dare to interfere too much. He could only run to Xianxia and Gepengxiao to beat the gong. When Xianxia heard this, the powder on her eyelids fell down. She angrily said, "What? That bald donkey wants to seduce my big brother Chongqing to become a monk?" In the world, a man with a decent appearance was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The marshal left as soon as he said he would. Until now, there wasn't even a shadow of him. Only Chongqing was left by his side. Chongqing was already at this age, but he didn't show any signs of growing up. How difficult was that? He was actually in danger of becoming bald. Immediately, Xianxia became the old housekeeper's ally. The next day, he deliberately changed into men's clothes and shamelessly insisted on going with Chongqing to pay homage to the holy land of Buddhism. When he was about to go out, he rolled up his sleeves at a pair of iron puppets at the door and made a determined gesture. The iron puppets didn't understand human nature. They stared blankly at his strange back that was like a snake spirit. However, when they returned from Hugua Temple that night, Xianxia didn't mention the matter of making the evil monk appear again. From then on, she joined the group that meditated on Buddhism every day without hesitation. There was no other reason. The evil monk was too handsome. Although the marshal was also handsome, he was too aggressive. He couldn't just sit there quietly and let others admire him. Master Liaoran was different. Xianxia thought that he was simply like a walking yubara in the human world. If he was placed in a bonsai, he would be immortalized for generations to come. Looking at him would make one feel relaxed and happy for several days. The old housekeeper didn't know what kind of magic Liaoran used on these two people, so he could only find Gepengxiao. Gepengxiao was duty-bound to accompany him. A few days later, Gepengxiao also changed sides. This was because Liaoran not only knew how to chant sutras, but he was also very proficient in many kinds of lighters and puppets. Gepengxiao even met people from the Lingshu temple at his place. Gepengxiao, who dreamed of flying a giant kite, didn't say anything and directly knelt before the monk's lotus platform. After a year, the old housekeeper was actually used to Chongqing and the others running to the temple every 2 to 3 days. At first, he didn't take it to heart. Unexpectedly, the fourth prince didn't learn from the good, but learned from the bad. On the second day at Hugua Temple, he imitated Gu Yun and left without saying goodbye. He first told the accompanying imperial bodyguards that he was going to follow Master Liaoran and cultivate in seclusion for a while. He didn't want anyone to disturb them. Of course, the imperial bodyguards really didn't dare to disturb them and only stood guard outside the door. That night, Chongqing took his 2 traitorous followers and followed Master Liaoran to travel to Jiangnan. After a few days, when the imperial bodyguards realized that something was wrong and went to find them, there was only a light letter left in the meditation room. The old housekeeper wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only send someone to report to the emperor and also send someone to send a letter to Gu Yun. After the emperor heard this, he was very relieved. First, he didn't care too much about this cheap younger brother. Second, he was a devout believer in Buddhism and had a kind of blind trust in Liaoran. When he heard that Chongqing was going to travel with him, he was a bit envious. He only hated that he was burdened by worldly things and couldn't bask in the glory of a senior monk. Gu Yun's whip was too far away and he couldn't be counted on. He heard that there were as many bandits as the hairs on an ox in the western regions. He didn't know where he was chasing after the bandits all day long. Even if the messenger arrived at Shiliang Pass, it would completely rely on luck to immediately find Gu Yun. Although Liaoran was a senior monk, he rarely preached scriptures. He also never talked about those obscure Buddhist teachings and gathas. Most of the time, he talked face-to-face about some common knowledge. As a monk, he appeared to be very unprofessional and even a bit too involved in the secular world. He would even talk about some current affairs in a very rebellious manner. However, he usually wrote and burned it. Half a month later, in a small tea house in Jiangnan, 3 teenagers and a monk were sitting around a table. Jiangnan's spring plowing had already begun, but looking around, there were few people working in the fields. 3 or 2 old farmers were wearing bamboo hats, idly looking at the iron puppets that were working in the distance. Compared to the guards of the Lord Protector's mansion and the sword servant puppet, this iron puppet that was working in the apricot blossom misty rain was not in human shape. It was like a small car, running back and forth in the field. It had a wooden buffalo head, looking very charmingly naive. This was the first batch of farming puppets that the imperial court had allocated to the Nanjing area as a trial. When Xianxia was in Yanhui town, he had an unusual interest in the scrap metal under Xinyi's hands. His eyes were shining. Liao Ran knocked on the table, attracting the attention of Chongqing and the others. After a year, Chongqing and the others could already understand his sign language, and the monk no longer had to write word by word. I have seen the farming puppets that are being promoted in Jiangnan in the west. A puppet can easily take care of an acre of land. Although it still needs to burn a little purple gold, after several improvements, the coal is enough to support most of the power. In this way, the cost is very low. It is said that a puppet saves more money than a lamp. Xianxia, that's good. Doesn't that mean we don't have to get up early and work late to work in the fields in the future? The iron puppets that were being promoted were allocated to Nanjing by the imperial court. The country gentry registered and took them away, and they were responsible for the maintenance of the puppets. If the tenants were willing to farm by themselves, they could farm by themselves. If they were unwilling, they could give the land they rented to the puppets. When the harvest came next year, the rent would be increased by 10% to compensate for the coal and a small amount of purple gold burned by the puppets. In the first year, very few people did it. After all, the rent would be increased by 10%. But in the second year, it was promoted. The people could see that the puppets were indeed more useful than people. With the rent increased, they still had more food in their hands than before. They also didn't have to get up early and work late to work. Who wouldn't agree to such a good thing? That was why there were no people in the fields of Jiangnan at this time. Liao Ran smiled but didn't say anything. Chongqing suddenly said, I don't think it's a good thing. If the iron puppets can completely replace people, what's the use of people? The land that the tenants rent also belongs to the country gentry. In the first few years, the old master was willing to support these idlers because of old friendship. How many years can he support them? Xianxia was obsessed with all kinds of lighters. What he thought about during the day, he dreamed about at night. He immediately said, they can stay and be long-armed craftsmen. Xianxia said, I know this. Adding up all the steel armor of the guards in Yanhui City, only 2 long-armed craftsmen are enough. At that time, they were only occasionally too busy, so they went to General Shen. They didn't need so many long-armed craftsmen. Xianxia said, they can find other things to do, such as, for a moment, he couldn't say what. After all, the days of the butcher's family were good. In Xianxia's eyes, there were so many things to do in the world other than farming. Xianxia pulled her gaze away from Liao Ran's face with difficulty and asked, then if everyone can't find something to do, or if most people can't find something to do, will they rebel? Liao Ran looked down at her. Xianxia's face was cooked. Liao Ran gestured and said, they won't in the next few years. The 3 youths were silent for a while. Chongqing asked, is it because of my adoptive father? Liao Ran looked at him with a smile. I remember that on New Year's Eve 2 years ago, the tiger brought by the foreigners ran away. The streets were in a mess. It was only when they saw my adoptive father that they calmed down. Chongqing paused and said, later, I heard people say that there was a sea of people near Yuanlu. If it wasn't for my adoptive father stabilizing the flow of people, many people would have been trampled to death. Liao Ran gestured and said, I secretly took your highness out and offended the Marquis of Stability. In the future, when the matter is exposed, I hope your highness can save this monk's life from Marquis. Xianxia and Xianxia laughed, thinking that the monk Liao Ran was joking. After all, in their impression, Gu Yun had always been amiable. Liao Ran smiled bitterly and skipped the topic. He gestured and said, "To this day, there is a legend among the people that the old Marquis used 30 Xiantai men to make the northern wolves bow their heads. It is said that the Black Iron Battalion is a divine army that can go anywhere and is invulnerable. With the Daliang of the Black Iron Battalion, although there are rebellious thugs among the people, it is difficult for them to reach a large scale." Changping sat up straighter and said, "But I heard that if you want to tear down a house, the first thing you do is to smash Daliang." Liao Ran looked at the young man in front of him. If Gu Yun were to come back, she probably wouldn't recognize Changping. In just a short year, he had grown a few inches taller. The childish aura that originally flowed between his eyebrows had disappeared. The young man who would feel his scalp go numb when he went out on New Year's Eve was now sitting in a tea house in Jiangnan, chatting with a monk about the people of the world. Liao Ran said, "Your Highness doesn't need to worry. Marquis has long been aware of these matters." Changping thought of the scene in Gu Yun's room that said the world cannot be avoided and was slightly stunned. Suddenly, his heart was filled with longing. He sat quietly for a moment and let the longing surge for a moment. He smiled bitterly, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. At this time, Gu Yun, who Changping was thinking about, was still in the vast desert of the western regions. She had already been in a standoff with the largest group of local bandits for more than a month. At this time, Xiliang Pass was no longer as desolate as before. Ever since Daliang and the Pope signed the Treaty of Xiliang Pass, the entire front line of Xiliang Pass had become a treasured land for accumulating wealth. Merchants and tourists quickly gathered. The population of a few towns had skyrocketed. Westerners, people from the Central Plains, and people from the small countries in the western regions lived together. Lulan, which was located at the entrance of the ancient Silk Road, had become an important place for trade. It quickly changed from an unknown small country to a land of flowing gold. The people of Lulan were warm and happy. They lived and worked in peace and contentment. They didn't like to cause trouble. During the Western region's rebellion, they didn't have much to do with it. Their relationship with Daliang had always been very friendly. Thus, the emperor deliberately placed the entrance of the ancient Silk Road here. "Marshal, Xiaojia has already taken down the bandits' lair. Should we make a move?" Gu Yun said, "Then what are we waiting for? Once we catch the bandit leader, we'll go to Prince Lolan's place for dinner tonight." As he spoke, he gently pressed his eyelids. Shini said, "Are your eyes?" "No," Gu Yun muttered. "My eyelids keep twitching." Maybe, before he could finish speaking, a personal guard suddenly stepped forward and took out a letter from his bosom. "Grand Marshal?" Gu Yun asked, "Oh, where did you get this?" The personal guard replied, "It's a letter from the Marquis' residence. It was sent to Xiliang Pass. Your family couldn't find you, so they asked Lulan to send it over." Perhaps it was Changping's reply. As Gu Yun thought about it, he opened the letter and looked at it expectantly. Then, Shani saw Gu Yun's expression change. Shani asked, "What's wrong?" Liao Ran, "That bald donkey, better not fall into my hands," Gu Yun said sinisterly. He walked around the commander's tent like a headless fly with his hands behind his back. He kicked over a small table. "Get me a few Black Eagle." Jipping, "Take over the matters here for me temporarily." Shani asked, "What?" Gu Yun said, "I want to go to Jiangnan." Shani cried out in pain, "Ouch. Ouch, my chin hit the back of my foot. It hurts so much." "Are you crazy?" The commander of the Northwest Garrison left his post and went to Jiangnan in secret. "Do you want to die or rebel?" Gu Yun calmly replied, "Today, we destroyed the sand scorpion's nest. It should be peaceful for at least 3 to 5 months. With the Black Eagle's speed, they can reach Jiangnan in 1 or 2 days. I won't take too long. I will return as soon as I find them." Xing Yizhi sank into his dantian and began to prepare a long speech. However, before he could speak, Gu Yun had already elbowed him in the stomach. Shini cried out and bent down. "I haven't said anything yet." Gu Yun said, "It's better to nip the problem in the bud." That night, the 13 Black Cavalry captured the leader of the Sand Bandits and his henchmen. Gu Yun heard the report and ordered them to take custody. Then, without resting, he left that night. Prince Benuto of Lulan had already prepared food and wine and was waiting to welcome the Black Iron Battalion. As soon as he arrived, he saw Gu Yun wearing the Black Eagle armor with a head full of sweat. The Lulan kingdom was located at the entrance of the ancient Silk Road. They were the children of the desert and hated the rampant sand bandits. Over time, they became the best guides for the Black Iron Battalion to traverse the desert to suppress the sand bandits. The relationship between the two sides was quite friendly. The people of Lulan were good at singing and dancing. They especially liked good wine. Both men and women were drunkards. The prince was the drunkard among drunkards. Marshal Gu's unfathomable art of war and outstanding martial arts did not affect him. However, Benuto admired Gu Yun's ability to quench his thirst with strong wine. He had already called himself Marshal Gu's fair-weather friend and was very responsible. Benuto dragged his voice and used a tone similar to that of a desert singer to ask Gu Yun, "Marshal Gu, why are you walking as fast as the clouds in the sky today? Are you going to chase after a girl like the setting sun?" "Shani, what kind of girl was a girl like the setting sun?" "Red and round, Gu Yun, I'm going to kill someone." "Oh." Benito, who was carrying 2 jars of wine, was stunned for a moment before he asked in bewilderment, "Chopping again? Don't tell me you don't want to eat at night after eating in the morning?" Gu Yun shouted murderously, "Get out of the way." A few black eagles flew over like shadows. They tapped the ground lightly with the tips of their feet and landed behind Gu Yun. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace, as if a black whirlwind had just passed through. Only white smoke curled up in spirals, making an enchanting curve in the air. Benuto watched his back and asked Shani with reverence, "Marshal is going to kill people 3 times a day?" Shani waved at him and gestured for him to come closer. He whispered, "My son was kidnapped." Benuto held his heart, "Oh. That must be a girl like the full moon." "Shani. No, he only has the back of his head like the full moon." Prince Benuto touched the back of his head in bewilderment. Shani walked back with a heavy heart. After taking 2 steps, his expression suddenly changed. "Oh no, Gu Yun left in such a hurry." "Did he bring any medicine?" Jiangnan welcomed Gu Yun, who was covered in sand and dust, with a light drizzle that didn't wet his clothes. He rested for a while and directly brought people to Yingtian Imperial Inspector Yao Shen's residence. According to Gu Yun's identity, he shouldn't have any relationship with Jiangnan's local officials. This involved some old matters. When Gu Yun was 15 years old, he first followed the army to suppress bandits and rescued a few unlucky people who were kidnapped by bandits. Yao Zhen, who was framed and removed from his position, was one of those unlucky people. Later, Yao Zhen had some tricks up his sleeve and was able to recover. He was then Yingtian Imperial Inspector and Marquis was considered a gentleman's friend. It was faint and had no interest, but they had always been in contact. Lord Yao happened to be on break that day. He slept until late in the morning and was still unwilling to get up. When he heard the servant's report, he was shocked. "Yao Zhen, who did he say he was?" The servant said, "He said his surname was Gu Zishi." Gu Zishi. Yao Zhen wiped the mucus from the corner of his eyes and said sincerely, "Marquis of Stability Gu Zishi? I'm still the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Court. How can you believe this kind of liar? Beat him out." The servant responded and was about to leave. "Wait." Yao Zhen hugged the quilt and sat down. He pondered for a moment. "Wait, I'd better go take a look." He was blessed with good fortune. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that leaving his post without permission was something Gu Yun could do. At this time, the monk Liao Ran, who happened to be in Yingtian Prefecture, didn't know that he was about to face a disaster. This monk was so stingy that he could dig out the meaning of Zen. He was a big boy who wanted to split into 2 halves. If he could find a broken-down temple to stay in, he definitely wouldn't stay in an inn. He ate chaff and vegetables all day long. If he wanted to eat a good meal, he had to beg for alms, commonly known as begging for food. He didn't want to spend alms, and he definitely wouldn't allow Chongqing and the others to spend alms. It was hard for these 3 teenagers to be able to endure hardships. They actually followed him and wandered from place to place. Liao Ran walked very casually. Sometimes, he would take Chongqing and the others to walk through the streets and alleys of the marketplace. Sometimes, he would wander aimlessly along the fields. He didn't distinguish between good and bad people. He went to the homes of the country gentry and benevolent, and also went to the homes of ordinary tenant farmers. He just took whatever he could get. Once, he went to the home of a widowed and childless old man. He saw that the old man really didn't have enough to eat. Not only did he not get any food, he even had to pay some money. In a prosperous time, there are people who freeze to death and starve to death. In a turbulent time, there are also glory, splendor, and wealth. Liao Ran walked through the small town's marketplace and gestured to Chongqing and the others. The two words "the way of the world" should be divided into two. The way of the world is the people's heart. The way of the world is a grain of rice under the lights of thousands of homes, a piece of green brick in the city. Chongqing said, "Great master should be a person who is out of the world. When you talk about the world, it's clear and logical." Chongqing's height was almost taller than Liao Ran. His voice had completely lost its youthful clarity and was a little deep. He spoke neither slowly nor quickly, appearing very steady. He was originally fond of peace and quiet. In the past, whenever he saw a dense crowd, he would feel uncomfortable all over. When dealing with strangers, he always felt baffled and didn't know what to say. But now, he had unconsciously cultivated the ability to walk wherever he went as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. Thinking about it, it might be because he was determined to cut off all means of retreat. Some minor unwillingness naturally became trivial. Liao Ran smiled and gestured calmly. "If you don't know the way of the world, how can you have the face to say that you're out of the world?" Liao Ran had a very intimidating face. If he washed clean, he looked like an eminent monk. If he hadn't bathed for a few days, he looked like an eminent monk who had gone through a tribulation. His bald head reflected the light of Buddha and his eyes always contained a pool of water that was ready to deliver all living beings from suffering. If he was more generous with brother Kong Fong, who was a worldly possession, Chongqing and the others would really have to admit that he was a thoroughly eminent monk. Suddenly, Xianxia interrupted the eminent monk and said in a low voice, "Don't beat around the bush. Brother Chongqing, haven't you noticed that many people are looking at us?" The few of them, there was a monk, a gentle young master, the son of a nouveau riche with a puffed chest and folded belly, and a little girl who, although delicate and pretty, had long been used to being stared at by people. Even Chongqing wasn't that sensitive to the gazes of passers-by. But this time, the stares they received seemed to be a little excessive. When the people on the roadside saw them, they stopped to look at them. Not only did they look at them, but they also pointed and secretly communicated with each other. Xianxia muttered, "I keep feeling that something is going to happen." Chongqing said, "You're right." As the tallest of the four people, Chongqing had already looked over the heads of the people and saw a notice posted on the city gate tower not far away. On the notice was a realistic portrait of a bald monk with delicate facial features. At the bottom of the notice was written, "This person pretended to be an eminent monk of the Hugua Temple, swindled and swindled. There was nothing he wouldn't do, and he was extremely wretched. He is hereby wanted. Anyone who reports him will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver." "Master Liao Ran," Chongqing said, "you're worth 10 taels of silver." Master Liao Ran stood in place like a living statue of a beautiful monk. "Presumably, my adoptive father received Uncle Wang's letter and sent people to make trouble for you." Chongqing glanced at the crowd that began to roll for 10 taels of silver from the corner of his eye and said to Liao Ran, "I'm sorry, we'd better go first." Liao Ran quickly gestured and said, "Ba, Your Highness, don't forget the promise you made at the tea house." Then, as if there was oil under his feet, the monk scampered away. He was as quiet as a statue, but as swift as the wind. The people in the market, who were waiting to win 10 taels of silver, saw that they were acting rashly and alerting the enemy. One after another, they abandoned their modesty and shouted things like "perverted monk" and "swindler." They besieged the monk from all directions. Xianxia said, "My father and the others used to hunt rabbits in the mountains like this." Chongqing and Xianxia looked at him together. Xianxia said, "Hold a stick and shout to scare the rabbit into running away. It will run into the net by itself." "Oh, really?" Master Liao Ran was much more quick-witted than a rabbit. He didn't run away in a panic. He had already seen through the structure of the small town's market. He darted left and right, his whole body turning into an afterimage. It was unknown how he figured out the route, but after a few rounds, the people who chased him from all directions were grouped together. At this time, there was a clamor of "Get out of the way" not far away. When they looked again, they saw a group of soldiers rushing over. They must have received a tip-off and came to arrest him. Chang'ing thought, sure enough, it was Gu Yun who sent people to do this. He felt a little comforted in his heart, but also a little upset. He was comforted by the fact that even though Gu Yun was far away in the northwest, she wasn't willing to let him fend for himself. Although her methods were a little harsh, she still cared about him. At the same time, he felt that he had implicated Master Liao Ran. Moreover, that person didn't even return to the Marquis's mansion for the new year. Why did she stretch her hands so far now? Xianxia grabbed his sleeve and asked, "Big brother, what should we do?" Chang'ing recovered from his complicated thoughts and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he reached into his bag and grabbed a handful of broken silver ingots. He looked in the right direction and scattered them like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. "Get the money." Fortunately, Master Liao ran away and didn't have time to take care of it. Otherwise, he would be so distressed that his hair would grow out. The people who were chasing after the monk were hit in the head by the broken silver ingots. They were stunned on the spot and instinctively wanted to pick it up. When the others heard that there was cash, they immediately gave up on the running silver ingots and came back to pick up the real money. For a moment, they blocked the soldiers behind them. Liao Ran, the monk, had already disappeared. Chang'ing smiled and said, "Let's go too." After saying that, he took the lead and squeezed through the crowd, preparing to leave this troublesome place without anyone noticing. However, before he could leave, the sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded from the other side of the narrow street. From the sound of it, it seemed that they were about to be blocked. Those who came on horseback in the busy market were either looking for trouble or to catch someone. Gu Pengxiao suggested, "Big brother, let's go through the small path." "No," Xianxia said blankly, "let's just stay here." The approaching sound of horse hooves stopped precisely at the entrance of the market. A few men from the army dismounted from their horses and stood in a row. In the middle, there was a person whom Chang'ing recognized even though he had turned into ash. Chang'ing was stunned. No one expected that Marshal Gu would come from the northwest to catch someone in person. Gu Yun had already thought about it on the way here. He would first skin Liao Ran and pull out his tendons. Then, he would catch Chang'ing and give him a good spanking. He felt that he had spoiled this child too much in the past. The methods he learned from the late emperor were indeed useless. As a father, he had to imitate the old Marquis. However, the moment he saw Chang'ing, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Gu Yun was on horseback and almost couldn't recognize Chang'ing. A teenage boy changed every day. When he was in Yanhui town, Chang'ing had always been under his watch. His growth was not obvious and he could only tell that he was growing taller by the day through his pants. Suddenly, after being separated for more than a year, Chang'ing's accumulated changes over time suddenly changed a teenager beyond recognition. His height had already caught up to the tall Gu Yun. His originally thin flesh and blood had unknowingly grown into an adult's appearance. The look of disbelief flashed across his face and was immediately covered up by his newly learned composure. Gu Yun let his horse pace for a moment and thought. Expressionlessly, "I can't beat him anymore." It wasn't that he couldn't beat him, but since Chang'ing already had the appearance of a man, it wouldn't be teaching him a lesson, but humiliating him. Year after year, to Gu Yun, there was no difference. It was all hurried and meaningless. At this moment, he suddenly felt the ruthlessness of time. He had only made a mistake. His little Chang'ing had already grown up in a hurry. He would never be able to make up for this period of time that he had missed. Gu Yun finally realized that Chang'ing was about to reach the age of Shirlu. In another 3 or 4 years, he would move to Yanbei of Gojoseon and leave the protection of his wings. What did 3 or 4 years mean? It might only be enough for him to make a trip back to the capital. Then, could it be that there was only one fated meeting left between them? After a year, the altruistic Marshal Gu finally came to his senses. He got off his horse and walked straight to Chang'ing. With a sullen face, he said, "Follow me." Chang'ing's gaze was fixed on his face, unwilling to move an inch. There was still a shallow scar on Gu Yun's neck. It was brought out from the northwestern desert and hadn't had time to heal yet. Chang'ing found his voice with difficulty. "Godfather, why are you here?" Gu Yun snorted coldly and took the lead to walk out of the market without saying a word. Even the way he speaks is different. He thought despondently. The soldiers who followed him trotted forward and eagerly said to Gu Yun, "Marshal, that monk ran away. Should we chase him?" "Chase him." Gu Yun immediately agreed, "Put him on the wanted list in the city. Even if he jumps into the sea, get him back." The soldiers replied, "Yes." Xianxia secretly pulled Gu Pengxiao's sleeve from behind. Gu Pengxiao stuck out his tongue and felt that they were like clay bodhisattvas crossing a river. They couldn't even protect themselves. He could only shake his head helplessly and hope that Master Liao Ran would fend for himself. Chongqing and the others followed Gu Yun all the way to the Yingtian Inspector Lord Yao's residence. Lord Yao was already prepared to flatter and brought people to the door to welcome them. "Your Highness, the fourth prince's presence brings light to my humble abode. Please come in. I have already prepared food and wine to welcome your Highness." Before his voice died away, Gu Yun had already walked in with a sullen face. The corners of his eyes and eyebrows showed a sentence, "Welcome what? Let him starve to death." For the entire night, Gu Yun didn't know how to talk to Chongqing. He could only stay in his room and drink cup after cup of Lulan wine that he brought with him. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Gu Yun said, "Come in." Chongqing gently pushed the door open and walked in. "Godfather." Gu Yun didn't say anything. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Chongqing closed the door with his hand and lowered his head slightly, as if it was strenuous to stare at Gu Yun for a long time. Chongqing said, "Godfather, I miss you very much." Gu Yun was silent for a moment and finally sighed, "Come here, let me take a look." Chongqing walked over obediently. Gu Yun had a strange smell of alcohol on him. It was a bit sweet, as if it was the western region's wine. There was a cold iron armor on his shoulders that had not been worn for many years. Chongqing originally thought that he could control himself, but he did not expect that he had overestimated himself. Just as he did not expect that Gu Yun would actually come to Jiangnan to find him. He secretly took a breath and went forward without permission to hug Gu Yun. In an instant, all of Gu Yun's temper disappeared. He reached out to catch Chongqing and patted Chongqing's back in passing. His chin rubbed against the other's shoulder, and he felt that the other's arm was no longer a skeleton that only looked good. Gu Yun also wanted to straightforwardly say, "I miss you too," but he had never said it in his entire life. The words rose and fell in his chest and stomach 3 times. In the end, he still got stage fright and fled back into his stomach. He only smiled faintly and said, "How old are you?" Still acting spoiled. Chongqing closed his eyes. He knew in his heart that he couldn't go overboard. He couldn't control his emotions, but his limbs and body could. He readily let go of Gu Yun and calmly stood to the side. He endured the unseen wildfire that was growing and spreading in his chest. He knew that he wanted too much, so much that it was unreasonable. Even the various kinds of resentment that arose from it were abominable. Thus, he didn't dare to show any signs of it. Chongqing took a deep breath and asked, "Why did Godfather come to Jiangnan?" Gu Yun glared at him and said unhappily, "You still have the face to ask. Isn't it all because of you?" Chongqing didn't dare to look at him and lowered his head slightly. Gu Yun only thought that he had spoken too harshly. A reprimand had already reached the tip of his tongue, but he hurriedly swallowed it back down. He put his thumb into the palm of his hand and massaged each joint 2 or 3 times. Only then did the exhaustion from running thousands of li surge up. He endured this sudden exhaustion and deliberated a few times. He tried to be as calm as possible as he said to Chongqing, "Sit. Tell me why you and that Baldy, cough." Gu Yun realized that it wasn't appropriate to call him Baldy in front of Chongqing, but he definitely couldn't call him Great Master. He paused for a moment. Chongqing said, "Master Liao Ran wanted to travel to the south. It was I who insisted on following him. If Godfather went to find trouble with him because of this, I would feel very apologetic." Gu Yun, Chongqing was too good at talking. Not only did he know how to exonerate the bald donkey, but he also knew how to exonerate himself without fanning the flames. With a single sentence, he made it clear that there was a difference between internal and external affairs, causing Gu Yun to almost feel apologetic as well. For the second time, he was secretly shocked. It had only been a year. Where did the child who spoke like a wooden club learn this from? When foster father was my age, he had already gone to the south to quell the rebellion and suppress the bandits. However, I was still unaccomplished in literature and martial arts, so I wanted to leave the Marquis Fu to see the outside world. Chongqing stole a glance at Gu Yun and discovered that his eyes were bloodshot. He immediately could not continue speaking and was filled with guilt that rose from his chest to his throat. He said softly, "I was just willful and made foster father run around. I was wrong, please punish me." Gu Yun was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "The first time I went to war with the army, it was actually old General Du and the old Marquis who forced the late emperor to come along." Chongqing abruptly raised his head. Gu Yun was not a very modest person. Even when he drank too much, he would often talk nonsense. He had bragged about how he could defeat 20 iron puppets in half an incense's time with his eyes covered and ears plugged. However, thinking about it carefully, his glorious history of becoming famous at a young age, leading the expedition to the west, and reforming the Black Iron Battalion was clearly something that he could brag about for half a lifetime. However, Gu Yun had never mentioned it. Gu Yun took out another cup and poured a cup of slightly sour wine for Chongqing. "This is Lu Lan's wine. You have grown up, so you can try a few mouthfuls." Chongqing drank a mouthful and did not taste anything, so he put it aside. He and Gu Yun had not seen each other for a long time. Just seeing him once already caused his blood vessels to be disturbed, so there was no need for the wine to enhance it. Gu Yun said, "At that time, I didn't know anything. I was purely adding to the chaos. I was young and frivolous, so I was unwilling to admit it. During the suppression of the bandits, I made a big mistake by rushing ahead on my own. In a small battle, I lost more than 30 heavy armors that were piled with gold and silver. I even caused old General Du to be seriously injured. Have you heard of General Du Zhongde?" Chongqing had heard from Liao Ran that the monk was very familiar with the civil and military officials of the previous and current dynasties. He was probably more familiar with them than the Buddhist scriptures. More than 10 years ago, the old Marquis of Stability and his wife successively died of illness. Gu Yun was still young, so it was old General Du who dealt with the border and the imperial court. Unfortunately, his old injuries relapsed and he died on the way to the northwest. This allowed Gu Yun, who was only 17 years old at that time, to lead the expedition to the west. Gu Yun said if it wasn't for that incident, he could have been strong and healthy. He wouldn't have been affected by a cold that caused his old injuries to flare up. That year, when he returned to the imperial court after suppressing the bandits in the south, he wrote a report to the imperial court. He did not mention a single word about my mistakes. The entire report was about my achievements, so he forced me to stay in the army. Gu Yun paused when he said this. He suddenly felt that it was a little inconceivable. Along the way, he was thinking about how to teach Chongqing a lesson after he captured him. He pondered about it from a literary battle to a martial battle. Who knew that it would inexplicably evolve into sitting down and explaining his embarrassing past? He originally thought that he would keep those matters a secret, but now that he dug them out, he was suddenly able to face them calmly. This was simply beyond his understanding of himself. Perhaps Shani was right. A young son and an old father were indeed heavy burdens that could make people lower their heads and see themselves clearly. The reason why I am in this position is not because I am more powerful than anyone else, but because my surname is Gu. Gu Yun looked at Chongqing and said, "Sometimes, your birth determines what you must do and what you must not do." This was the first time that Gu Yun explained to Chongqing the reason why he could not bring him to the northwest, even though it was very vague. Chongqing looked at him motionlessly. Gu Yun deliberated for a moment and said, "But if you have really thought about what kind of path you want to take, you don't have to worry too much. As long as I am still alive, I will always have the strength to sweep away those obstacles that shouldn't exist for you." Chongqing originally thought that he had trained his mouth to speak to anyone after following the monk Liao Ran. At this moment, he realized that this anyone still had to exclude Gu Yun. When he faced Gu Yun, he became abnormally clumsy. He always thought that he was a burden that the late emperor threw to Gu Yun. He was a greedy person who coveted a world that did not belong to him. But it turned out that he was not. Chongqing thought that no one would treat him like Gu Yun. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by outside the door, Marshal. Gu Yun came back to his senses and waved his hand at Chongqing, "Go and rest early. You won't be able to eat well or stay well with that monk. Oh, or do you want to stay here and sleep with me? Chongqing, his mind exploded with a boom, and his face and ears immediately turned red. Guyan smiled and said, you even learned to be embarrassed. In the past, when you cried because of nightmares, didn't I always coax you to sleep? Chongqing really did not know how to face this kind of slander in front of his face. Most importantly, Guyan said it so frankly, as if it was really the case. The youth who was about to speak eloquently was finally silenced. His footsteps were a little shaky as he ran out of Guyan's room. After Chongqing left, Guyan beckoned to the door, come in. A soldier dressed in Black Eagle armor immediately answered and entered. Black Eagle said, this subordinate was ordered to hunt down that monk. Liao Ran secretly abducted the little prince out of the capital. Although this matter was indeed outrageous, now that the person had been found, Guyan did not want to offend Hugua Temple too much. Moreover, Chongqing had just spoken on his behalf. Guyan said, forget it. Tell Xianxia to remove the arrest warrant and say that it was a misunderstanding. I will invite that Master Liao Ran to a vegetarian meal another day. Xianxia was the courtesy name of the Lord Yao Zhen. Although he said so, as long as Liao Ran was careful, he would not dare to attend the banquet. Guyan was confident that he would not even be able to drink a mouthful of saliva in front of his face. Xianning said in a low voice, this subordinate is incompetent. We still haven't found any traces of that senior monk. This evening, we saw him board a ferry. When we followed the soldiers to search the ferry, we found this. As he spoke, he took out a small cloth bag from his bosom. After opening it, he found a strip of cloth with a little golden powder on it. Guyan took it and glanced at it. He frowned. He was very familiar with this item. It was called heartbreak. It was a type of ore that accompanied purple gold. After it was ground into powder, it was added to purple gold according to a certain ratio. It could prevent purple gold from accidentally burning during long-distance transportation. When it was used, it could be filtered out using a special process. It was very convenient. However, when the imperial court transported purple gold, they would either use giant kites to travel in the air or use the official roads. They would be escorted by troops from various garrisons. How could there be such an item on a ferry that even a monk could easily sneak onto? Guyan asked, you didn't say anything, right? Black Eagle replied, Marshal, don't worry. Guyan stood up and paced 2 steps on the spot. How about this, don't withdraw the arrest warrant. Tell the public that I must catch that monk. Brothers, help me keep a close eye on that batch of ferries. Wherever they came from, that's where they go. At this point, Guyan's voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He was stunned to find that his vision had begun to slowly blur. Not far away, there was a faint shadow that was neither light nor heavy on the body of the mysterious eagle. Oh no, Guyan thought without batting an eyelid, I left in a hurry and didn't bring any medicine. No wonder he vaguely felt that he had forgotten something. Shani, that good-for-nothing, didn't remind him. Black Eagle asked, Marshal? Guyan continued his words as if nothing had happened. If possible, it's best to know who the owner of the ferry is. Pay special attention to who is in contact with them. Black Eagle didn't doubt him, yes. Wait, there's more, Guyan called out to him, if you find that monk, bring him to see me. Black Eagle immediately obeyed the order and left. After sending Black Eagle away, Guyan turned on the gas lamp on the table and sat down motionlessly. Jiangnan didn't produce purple gold. If there was really a problem with those ferries, there were only 2 possibilities, either there were officials in Jiangnan who sold them privately, or they came from overseas. If it was the former, it would be fine. Jiangnan was a rich and populous place, and the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Taking advantage of the fact that farming puppets were being promoted here, they could secretly take advantage of the situation and practice favoritism. This matter would be handled by the inspector, and it wouldn't be his turn to interfere. But if it was the latter, it would be complicated. Daliang's 7 major military branches were not weak, especially the Jia and Eagle branches, which were the most powerful. They were the accumulation of 3 generations of the Lingshu Temple's painstaking efforts. In terms of equipment alone, they were not inferior to the Westerners who were good at strange skills. Only the Jiao was not good. Although Daliang's Jiao was used for naval warfare, it was generally only used for coastal defense and rarely went out to sea. It could not be compared to the Westerners' huge ships that braved the wind and waves. It had always been like this, in the past, when the maritime trade routes connected the east, west, north, and south. Almost all the ships docked at the coastal ports were foreign ships. At that time, the Emperor Wu was in power, and Daliang was rich and overbearing. They didn't care about the daily trade with the Western barbarians. It was the Westerners who rushed over to make money. At that time, the so-called trade was when the Westerners delivered goods to the door. Only then would the Westerners condescend to open a dock and reluctantly leave behind the Westerners' bits and pieces and reward them with some pocket money. Until the late emperor and the present, although they saw the profits of maritime trade and were very enthusiastic, because the northwest front line had never been peaceful, the coastal defense of the giant Jiao entering the sea had always been put on hold. It wasn't that they didn't have the money, it was that they didn't have the purple gold quota. If there really were people on those ferries secretly reselling purple gold, then it was very likely that they would threaten the coastal defense of the East Sea. There was also the monk Liaoran who led them to the ferries. Was it unintentional, or was it premeditated for a long time? In just a short while, Gu Yun's vision had become more and more blurry. He felt around his chest and found the colored glass mirror. He put it on his nose so that at least one of his eyes could see a little clearly. Gu Yun laughed bitterly and thought, what should I do now? Chongqing fled back to his room without touching the ground. His heartbeat hadn't calmed down yet when he pushed the door open. He saw a pale monk. The breath he hadn't swallowed rose again. He quickly closed the door and said in a low voice, Master Liaoran, why are you here? Liaoran smiled and put his palms together. Ba, this poor monk is everywhere. This monk must have practiced to come and go without a trace, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He could even enter and leave the imperial inspector's residence at any time. He was truly a divine person. The monk gestured to Chongqing and said, I'm afraid the Marquis of Stability will probably let me go this time. Your Highness need not worry. Chongqing wasn't worried about him. His thoughts were clear. He thought for a moment and asked, did you deliberately use me to lure him here? What exactly is an Yingtian prefecture? Liaoran looked at him with appreciation. He slowly stretched out his hands and gestured, the flood dragon of the East Sea wants to transform into a dragon. This monk specially attracted a major heavenly tribulation. What was this hint? Was King Wei rebelling, or was there something else? For a moment, several thoughts flashed through Chongqing's mind. He only knew that this monk had entered the secular world, but he didn't expect him to be so deeply involved. His eyes involuntarily carried some scrutiny and vigilance. However, without waiting for him to ask more, Liaoran gestured to him to follow and jumped out of the window with familiarity. Chongqing hesitated for a moment, then took out his sword and followed. When Chongqing chased after the monk, Liaoran to the outskirts of the city. It was already late at night and the surroundings were silent. The sound of the wooden carriage in the city was also faintly fading away. He then stopped and called out to the person in front of him, Master Liaoran, please slow down. Liaoran paused in his steps. Chongqing spoke slowly and his attitude was not angry at all. He was gentle and polite, just like how he used to silently drink bitter tea in the meditation room. Only his palm had already moved to the hilt of his sword, ready to unsheath the sword at any time and skewer the monk. Chongqing said, I have often talked with Great Master these days and I have benefited a lot. I also know that Great Master cares about the world and is not a person who is content to talk about Buddhism and Taoism in the meditation room. Great Master may have heard of my background. Marquis has traversed thousands of miles. Even though he is a famous general, no matter what position the country places him in, to me, he is just a family member who depends on each other. I am just a small person without much ability. The iron in my hand is barely enough to stand on, so I can't worry about major matters. I only have the Marquis residence and a few people in my heart. I hope Great Master can understand. Liaoran, he did not know how Chongqing usually spoke to Gu Yun, but to outsiders, he had always been very reserved. Liaoran thought that he had already experienced it, but he never expected that there would be someone in this world who could say such murderous words like friendship is friendship. If you dare to touch Gu Yun, I will stab you to death with my sword. Liaoran lowered his head and looked at his monk's shoes that had been running for the whole day. He probed, Your Highness is a noble and has a kind heart. You should have a world of your own. There is no need to belittle yourself. Changbing's expression was indifferent and unmoved. A man is born in this world. If he can't even take care of his surroundings, why should he set his sights so far? Liao Ran smiled bitterly, knowing that it was not easy to fool him. He had no choice but to make a solemn vow. Martial Gu is the pillar of the country. If you pull one hair, it will affect the whole body. How would this monk dare to have the slightest bit of improper thoughts? Changbing's palm was still on the hilt of his sword. But the great master did intend to lead my foster father here. Liao Ran said seriously, Your Highness, please follow me. Changbing stared at him for a moment, then picked up his sword again and said with a smile, Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way and clear up my doubts. If you can't solve it, I'll still stab you to death. The Liao Ran monk took off his monk robe and turned it inside out. He saw that the white monk robe had two sides, the inside was black. He draped it over his body and covered his head. The monk then blended into the darkness. Changbing, he couldn't help but have a question in his heart. On the way from the capital to Jiangnan, he didn't seem to have seen Liao Ran change his clothes. Then, was the inside of his monk robe a piece of black cloth, or did he not wash it? Once he wore it black, he turned it inside out and wore it again. Thinking of this, Changbing's entire person became obsessed with cleanliness. It was almost impossible to walk side by side with the eminent monk. Liao Ran, dressed in night clothes, brought Changbing through Jiangnan's fine and winding little bridges and streams. They quickly arrived at the docks of the inner canal. The passage between Daliang Sea and the inner canal had been opened 10 years ago. The two lines ran parallel to each other. It was very convenient for ships to go back and forth. It had once been a bustling riverside area. In recent years, because of the heavy taxes, it seemed a bit desolate. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It was already late at night, but there were still merchant ships and boatmen busy at the docks. Liao Ran waved his hand and stopped Changbing's footsteps. He gestured, There are already spies from the Black Iron Battalion in front. Don't get any closer. Changbing glanced at him and took out a clairvoyant eye. He looked toward the surface of the water. The docks were calm. The boatmen and porters came and went. On the shore, there were some soldiers from the Jiangnan garrison checking the goods. He couldn't see anyone from the Black Iron Battalion, nor could he see anything unusual on the surface of the water. At this time, Changbing didn't trust Liao Ran very much. He didn't ask directly and silently observed. The boatmen were loading the goods. The goods were all packed in thin wooden boxes. Before boarding the ship, the boxes had to be opened and placed on a rotating conveyor belt. After the guards checked, they would be transported to the other side. There were a few boatmen waiting there to seal the boxes one by one and carry them onto the ship. A few days ago, when he passed by, he heard the local people talk about it. The sea and river docks didn't check the merchant ships so strictly. It was because Jiangnan had recently started to promote the cultivation of puppets. The imperial court had released a large amount of purple gold to prevent thieves from secretly reselling it. That was why they became nervous. As soon as the boxes for inspection were opened, Changbing couldn't help but wrinkle his nose from 1,000 feet away. What's that smell? Liao Ran wrote on the tree next to him, fragrance. Changbing stared blankly. What? Liao Ran gestured. Your Highness has lived in the Marquis of Stability's manor for a long time. The incense you use must be bestowed by the Emperor. You've never seen the cheap stuff that the common people use. This is made from a pile of leftover spices pressed into an oil or paste. The smell is very strong. When you buy it, you need to add 3 layers of sealed jars to prevent it from losing its smell. You only need to take out a little each time and melt it in warm water. It can be used for several months. It's only a small amount. The suppressed incense was too strong. When it reached a certain level, it was completely disgusting. Changbing's head hurt from the smell. He didn't have time to correct the monk's misunderstanding. The Marquis Manor never used incense. After washing, there was only the smell of soap. Changbing raised his clairvoyance. Suddenly, he saw a man's figure flash by on the merchant ship. His hair, accessories, and clothing were different from the people of the Central Plains. He thought of the things Liao Ran had told him about overseas. He asked, I seem to have seen the Dongying people that a master mentioned. Then this is a merchant ship going to Dongying. What do the Dongying people do with so much fragrance? Are they bringing it home to cook and eat? Liao Ran looked at him with admiration. The wooden boxes containing the fragrance meandered like a long dragon. 4 or 5 large ships hidden in the darkness waited there. They were even more spectacular than the merchant ships transporting fresh seafood. If one pill of fragrance could be used for 8 to 10 years, why would anyone buy so many? Not to mention the palm-sized Dongying archipelago, even the people of Daliang might not be able to buy all these ships. The soldiers at the dock were tearing up from the smell. They covered their noses with handkerchiefs and desperately urged the boatmen to hurry up and pass the boxes. There was a dog assisting in the inspection beside them, but it was already lying motionless on the side. Chongqing asked in a low voice, Master, what is the dog beside the garrison investigating? That's a dog inspector, Liao Ran said. Purple gold has a faint bitter smell. Humans can't smell it, but dogs are very sensitive. Purple gold is very important. When the Emperor Wu period ordered to reorganize the black market of purple gold, the dog inspector made a great contribution. He's still in use today. The dog inspector rolled his eyes because of the inferior fragrance. Not to mention purple gold, he probably couldn't even smell meat and bones. Chongqing said, so Master suspects that this group of Dongying people has an ulterior motive on board and led my foster father to investigate this? Liao Ran didn't have time to nod before Chongqing followed up and asked, then Master, how did you know that my marquis would come in person? And this should be a matter between Ying Tianfu and the Jiangnan garrison. He came without a mission. How could you be so sure that he would interfere? Why didn't you go find Inspector Ying Tian or the inspector? Why did you have to go to the farthest and go to the trouble of leading him from the northwest? Liao Ran was speechless. He thought that this was the first time the young man went out alone and encountered such a big conspiracy. He was shocked and would easily neglect other things. But he didn't expect that Chongqing wasn't that shocked. He only frowned from beginning to end and insisted on getting to the bottom of it. The monk couldn't help but think of the rumor that Gu Yun brought this child back from Yanhui town. Some people said that the barbarian rebellion in Yanhui town was facilitated by the 4th prince's foster mother. The 4th prince put righteousness before family, so the Black Iron Battalion was prepared to catch all the barbarians in one fell swoop. But how old was Chongqing at that time? At most 12 or 13 years old, Liao Ran suddenly wanted to ask, during the rebellion in Yanhui, did you kill anyone? But after a moment, he swallowed it back because he felt that there was no need to ask. Chongqing looked at him quietly. Under the moonlight, Liao Ran saw 2 light shadows in his eyes. He had long known that Chongqing had a special precocious intelligence and precociousness. He thought that it was because his identity changed when he was young and he was sensitive because he lived under someone else's roof in the capital. It wasn't until now that the monk suddenly realized that this young man's eyes might have seen a secret that no one else knew. He even suspected that even Gu Yun didn't know. Liao Ran's attitude became cautious. He deliberated for a moment before he slowly gestured, I know he will come. I also know that as long as he comes, he will definitely interfere. This matter has a wide range of implications. It's not something a small Ying Tianfu can settle. There are some things that Marquis should have a tacit understanding with us. Chongqing narrowed his eyes and keenly noticed that he said us. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of wind behind him. Before Liao Ran could react, the decorative sword on Chongqing's waist had already been unsheathed. This was his instinctive reaction after fighting with Iron Puppet countless times. The shiny sword hit the Xiantai's wind-cutting blade. Chongqing recognized that it was Black Eagle. Both of them withdrew their weapons at the same time and retreated. Black Eagle took the opportunity to kneel down on one knee. Sorry to disturb your highness. Marquis asked this subordinate to bring your highness and great master back. Chongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. How did Gu Yun know that he and Liao Ran sneaked here? What did the monk Liao Ran mean by tacit understanding? He understood, but was not surprised. Following the good advice, he took off his ridiculous headscarf, bowed his head solemnly and silently expressed, thank you for your hospitality. Early the next morning, a Black Eagle knocked on the door. Black Eagle said, Master Liao Ran wants to continue his travels. The marshal also wants to rush back to the northwest. He asked this subordinate to escort your highness back to the marquis's residence. Your highness, please give your orders so that we can set off when it's convenient. If he had not seen the strange Japanese merchant ships at the canal crossing the night before, Chongqing felt that he would have believed it. But before he could open his mouth, someone gently knocked on the wooden handrail of the long corridor opposite him. Black Eagle turned around and saw the mysterious mute monk standing there. Liao Ran gestured to Chongqing to wait a moment. He tidied up his clothes and directly pushed open the door to Gu Yun's room. Black Eagle and Chongqing were dumbfounded. The monk did not knock on the door. If the entire marquis's residence did not know that Gu Yun hated Baldies, Chongqing would almost suspect that the two of them had a close relationship. Probably afraid of being beaten out, Liao Ran pushed open the door but did not directly enter the room. He only bowed to the people in the room. Gu Yun was not anxious with him. A slightly impatient voice came from the room. Great Master, what advice do you have? He gestured with his hands and said, Grand Marshal, young eagles don't grow up in a golden cage. Besides, you just happen to be lacking a few attendants to hide from people's eyes and ears. Why don't you bring His Highness along? The late emperor left the position of Yanbei Commandery Prince for His Highness. In a year or two, he should be in the imperial court. Gu Yun coldly replied, Great Master, you are meddling too much. At this moment, Liao Ran took a step forward and suddenly crossed the threshold. At a place where others could not see, he seemed to have made a gesture to Gu Yun. Gu Yun, who was in the room, suddenly became silent. Chongqing heard Xianxia ask softly behind him, What do you mean? Where is Marshal taking us? His heart suddenly beat wildly. With Gu Yun's temperament, he would never take him. Chongqing knew in his heart that he had to choose between secretly follow and act without permission or obediently return to the capital and not let him worry. He never expected that Gu Yun would be willing to take him along. At this moment, his expectations were suddenly ignited and a layer of sweat appeared in his palms. He was not even this nervous when he confronted the barbarians. After a long while, he heard Gu Yun sigh, Follow me then. You are not allowed to leave my side. Do as I said before. Gu Pengxiao and Xianxia, who did not know what they were going to do, cheered loudly. Chongqing lowered his head and coughed lightly to suppress the silly smile on his face. At the same time, another question surfaced in his mind. What did Liao Ran say to Gu Yun? Was there someone in this world who could persuade his adoptive father? Not long after, a tattered carriage headed towards the outskirts of the city. The driver was a monk. In the carriage was a weak young master with 2 manservants and a maidservant. The black eagle that Gu Yun always had with him was nowhere to be seen. Chongqing could not help but look at Gu Yun. He had taken off his armor and changed into a wide-sleeved high-collared robe to cover the wound on his neck. His hair was not tied up and was draped down in an unruly manner, as if he was mocking the bald driver. His eyes were covered with a piece of black cloth. Unable to see the upper half of his face, Chongqing was annoyed to find that his attention kept involuntarily circling around his adoptive father's pale lips. He could only look down and retract his gaze. Gu Pengxiao could not help but ask, Marquis, why are you pretending like this? Gu Yun tilted his head slightly in his direction and pointed at his ears. He said in all seriousness, I am deaf. Don't talk to me. Gu Pengxiao, his deafness was really domineering. It was unknown who came up with this rotten idea. Gu Yun planned to use the identity of an incense master to get on the incense congealing boats. Some incense merchants among the people believed that the 5 senses would hinder the sense of smell, so they made people blind and deaf from a young age and made them rely on their sense of smell for a living. The incense masters cultivated in this way were the best. The people respectfully called them Mr. Incense. Gu Yun covered his eyes and pretended to be deaf. He acted like this from the moment he left the house. He even asked others not to talk to him. He was particularly engrossed in his act. When they reached the dock, there was already someone there to receive them. Chongqing lifted the curtain and saw a fat middle-aged man smiling amiably at the carriage. Mr. Zhang, you came a little late. Were you delayed by something on the road? Gu Yun did not know whose name he used without anyone noticing. Chongqing thought that the real incense master was probably kidnapped by the Black Eagle halfway. His expression did not change. He cupped his hands and said, I am sorry. My master's eyes and ears are inconvenient. The middle-aged man was stunned. Gu Yun reached out and patted Chongging's arm, extending his hand to let him support him. Chongging hurriedly caught him. At the same time, he wondered in his heart, even if he is pretending, his eyes are covered. Why is there no inconvenience in his movements? He did not even touch Chongging when he reached out to pat him. His landing point was so accurate that it seemed like he was blindly used to it. However, this doubt only flashed by. When Gu Yun got off the carriage, he bent down slightly and almost leaned into Chongging's arm. He suddenly removed his armor. At this moment, he actually looked a little thin. Chongging had the illusion that he could lift him up if he stretched out his hand. This made his mouth suddenly dry up. When he questioned the Liao Ran, his mind was no longer clear. He could only maintain the calmness on his face. At the same time, his mind was restless. He supported Gu Yun like a walking corpse to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face flashed with doubt and vigilance. He cupped his hands and said, "Forgive me for not knowing that you are Mr. Xiang. We are a small business. We sell a can of incense that costs a few copper coins. How can we afford to hire someone like you?" Before he finished speaking, a few men dressed as boatmen turned around. Their eyes were shining and their temples were slightly bulging. With a glance, it was obvious that these people were not boatmen at all. Chongging lowered his head slightly and pretended not to see. He took a step forward and subtly blocked Gu Yun behind him. He wrote on Gu Yun's palm, "Sir, they are asking about our origin." Gu Yun's expression did not change. He calmly took out an envelope from his bosom and handed it to Chongging. There was no letter in the envelope, only a cover. There was a cold smell that seemed to be a mixture of agarwood and fragrant incense. The night before, Black Eagle found 3 envelopes from the captured incense master. This was one of the envelopes. The 3 envelopes had different smells. The incense master was rather stubborn. He refused to confess no matter how harsh the interrogation was. Of course, in such a short period of time, even if he confessed, Gu Yun might not dare to believe him. Among the 3 envelopes, this was the only one that Gu Yun could clearly identify. According to legend, this incense was produced by the previous dynasty's fatuous emperor who believed in evil spirits. He ordered the palace servants to make it to help him ascend to immortality. It was called imperial incense. It was cold and unclear, graceful and luxurious. The previous emperor had secretly stored a little of it. One year, he lit it on a whim. The smell was really different from the incense commonly used in the palace. The previous emperor secretly told him that although this item smelled good, it was also called perishing incense. It was fine to light it once in private. If the imperial censors knew about it, they would explode. He must not disclose it. Many years had passed, but Gu Yun still had a deep impression of this perishing incense. Chongging tensed up just now. Gu Yun immediately sensed it. Without waiting for him to write, he began to think about the possibility of throwing this envelope out. Gu Yun waited and thought, 1 out of 3. Alright, I'm quite confident. If I can't, I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. Fortunately, he was the only one who knew about this confidence. The others could only see that he was very confident on the surface and could only be calm along with him. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He took the envelope and sniffed it a few times. His expression changed unpredictably. Chongging thought, do I have to make a move? However, Gu Yun calmly patted the back of his tense hand. The middle-aged man raised his head to look at Gu Yun again. His expression was much more serious as he said, I am Di Song, the captain of this group of merchant ships. May I know where Mr. came from and where are you heading to? This was a slang. Chongging was written in full detail in Gu Yun's hand. Gu Yun was the first to speak. She said, come from the ground and go into the wormwood. The middle-aged man who called himself Di Song seemed to be taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, his voice weakened slightly. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Xiang. Please. Gu Yun stood motionless. He was completely deaf until Chongging gently pulled him. Then, he was led forward by Chongging expressionlessly. He was just like an eccentric Mr. Xiang who had lost his 5 senses. Then, covered by Gu Yun's wide sleeves, Chongqing wrote in Gu Yun's palm, "How does Godfather know their slang?" This was actually a conversation between two crew members that the Black Eagle overheard when he was ordered to spy on the merchant ship the night before. He reported everything to him in detail. Gu Yun actually didn't know what it meant at all. He was still deceiving people. He boasted to Chongqing like a wolf, "I know everything." Chongqing was speechless. The group successfully boarded the Japanese merchant ship. Several Japanese popped their heads out and curiously sized up the legendary Mr. Xiang. Japanese were influenced by Daliang. Gods and Buddhas were prevalent in Japan. Many people saw a monk following behind Gu Yun and came out to greet him. Chongqing sized up these Japanese without batting an eyelid. There were more of them than he had imagined. In the name of escorting a merchant ship, they were all equipped with long swords. Some of them even had iron wrist cuffs and strange darts on their wrists. When he got closer, he could smell the faint smell of blood on their bodies. Suddenly, someone shouted behind him. A masked Japanese landed behind Gu Yun without anyone noticing. Without saying a word, he swung his scimitar at Gu Yun's back. Chongqing's reaction was extremely fast. Before he unsheathed his sword, he had already blocked the other party's scimitar. The Japanese screamed. His thin and small body twisted into a strange arc. He was like a boneless snake. The scimitar in his hand became an evil snake's tongue. He slashed at Chongqing 7 times consecutively. At the same time, his left shoulder suddenly bloomed. A Japanese boomerang rushed towards Gu Yun without warning. As for Gu Yun, it was unknown whether he was acting or not. He actually stood there motionless, as if he didn't feel anything. In a moment of desperation, Chongqing split the scabbard and sword in his hand into two. He threw the scabbard out fiercely. When the boomerang almost brushed past Gu Yun's chest, it was sent flying. It wasn't the first time Chongqing had exchanged blows with someone, nor was it the first time he was surrounded by danger. However, it was the first time someone had actually almost hurt his adoptive father in front of him. A thin layer of red instantly appeared in his eyes. The wooer bone in his body suddenly seemed to be ready to move. He shouted in a low voice and suddenly moved his wrist downward. He used the move he usually used to deal with the sword puppet. The scimitar in the Japanese's hand trembled violently and was almost bent. Before the other party could withdraw his scimitar, Chongqing had already kicked his waist. It was said that some Japanese had to be thinner than ordinary people in order to leap over roofs and vault over walls to ambush and assassinate. This snake-like man must be one of the best. Although he was indeed agile and treacherous, he really couldn't take a beating. Chongqing's kick almost kicked his intestines out. He couldn't hold the scimitar in his hand anymore and staggered away. However, Chongqing didn't want to let him go. The tip of his foot picked up the scimitar on the ground and nailed it in front of the Japanese. The long sword in his hand curved and was about to split the Japanese in half. This all happened in a flash. No one around, no matter if they were enemies or friends, could react. They saw Chongqing had already leaped up and was about to kill the Japanese. 3 shouts of "stop" sounded at the same time. A few Japanese long swords stretched out from all directions at the same time and hurriedly blocked Chongqing's unparalleled sword wind. The stunned monk Liao Ran finally had time to wipe his sweat. Chongqing's threat of stabbing him to death the night before was actually true. Chongqing said in a low voice, "Get out of the way." Di Song hurried over and said, "It's a misunderstanding." "It's all a misunderstanding. This is Mr. Shangtuan's first time in Daliang and doesn't know the rules. When he saw you carrying a sword, he wanted to make a joke. Little brother, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to his level." Chongqing's slightly red eyes stared at the snake man who retreated behind the crowd and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "A joke?" Di Song smiled and turned to Gu Yun who was standing at the side as if nothing had happened. "Mr. Zhang," looking at the stupefied face, he remembered that these top incense masters couldn't see or hear. He could only take a step forward and wanted to reach out to pat Gu Yun's arm. Before he could touch him, a strong wind suddenly came from behind. Fortunately, Di Song reacted quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect his wrist. "Chongqing, don't touch him." Di Song, in this group of people, one couldn't hear and one couldn't speak. They were a pair of half-grown children who were placed together like wooden sticks. Only one person could speak on behalf of them. The scabbard of the weapon in his hand hadn't been picked up yet. The atmosphere was in a deadlock. At this moment, Gu Yun finally opened his mouth. "Why are you still wasting time here? Don't miss the boat's departure time." He seemed to be completely unaware of the soul-stirring conflict just now. Di-song hurriedly mediated, "That's right, that's right. We're all family." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yun had already raised his hand as if there was no one else around. Chang'ing paused and used the tip of his sword to pick up the scabbard on the ground. He returned the sword to the scabbard and went forward to catch Gu Yun's hand, supporting him as they walked inside. The monk Liao Ran had no choice but to bring up the rear. He politely bowed to the frightened Japanese people and took out a bunch of broken wooden Buddhist prayer beads from somewhere. He applied a layer of dark red paint on the outside of the beads to pretend that they were red sandalwood. The paint had been rubbed off by the monk for a long time, turning into a bunch of mottled red sandalwood. The white-faced monk, who was also dressed in mottled clothes, smiled wholeheartedly and silently chanted sutras. As he sent the group of people in front of him off, he chased after Gepangxiao and Xianxia. This time, the Japanese people they met along the way watched their backs as if they were facing a great enemy. For a moment, no one dared to go up and greet them. Chang'ing tensely sent Gu Yun to the room specially prepared for incense masters on the merchant ship. He cautiously glanced outside the door before closing it. Chang'ing turned around. Gu Yun turned around and put a finger to his mouth. With Gu Yun's current hearing, unless someone shouted in his ear, he wouldn't be able to hear anything clearly. The surroundings were so quiet that only whispers could be heard. However, he could tell from the airflow caused by Chang'ing's rapid turn when he closed the door that the child might want to talk to him, so he stopped him first. Gu Yun's special medicine was prescribed by an old subordinate of the old Marquis when he was a little over 10 years old. Before that, he had always endured the inconvenience of his ears and eyes. The old Marquis was iron-blooded for half his life. He was strict with himself, but he was stricter with his son. He didn't know how to write the word doting. No matter whether Gu Yun could see or not, no matter how he felt in his heart, he had to practice what he needed to practice. The iron puppets would never show him any mercy just because of his inconvenience of hearing. They weren't the sword puppets that he used to coax Chang'ing to play with. Although the sword puppets looked scary, they were specially adjusted so that when they fought with people, the swords in their hands wouldn't hurt people. The real iron puppets were a group of inhumane iron beasts when they fought. Why would they care about this? He had to deal with them through his weak sight and hearing, as well as the breeze that flowed around him. No matter how hard the young Gu Yun tried, he could never keep up with the old Marquis requirements for him. Every time he could adapt to a new speed and strength, it would immediately be increased. The old Marquis' original words were, "Either you stand up by yourself, or you find a beam and hang yourself." The Gu family would rather have no descendants than to keep a useless person. This sentence was like a cold steel nail that was nailed into Gu Yun's bones when he was very young. It couldn't be removed for life. Even when the old Marquis passed away and Gu Yun entered the palace, he didn't dare to relax for a day. This kind of extreme senses that had been honed over the years could always help him cover up a little in some situations. This was also the reason why he didn't wear thick clothes until his mortal body couldn't withstand the cold. This was because the thick fox fur coat and bloated cotton-padded clothes would affect his senses. Gu Yun groped in the air for a moment and wrote on Chang'ing's palm, "The person who fought with you just now was a Japanese ninja. Those people are very good at sneaking around. Be careful, the walls have ears." Chang'ing lowered his head and couldn't help but grab Gu Yun's calloused hand. Then, he let out a long breath of anger that was churning in his chest and shook his head in self-mockery. Gu Yun was always calm. The one who was scared half to death was always him. Gu Yun was puzzled. He didn't know why he was sighing. He turned his head to look at him and raised one of his eyebrows. Chang'ing took advantage of the fact that he was blindfolded and stared at him impudently. Gu Yun followed his arm to his head and patted his head. Chang'ing closed his eyes. He almost wanted to rub his head against Gu Yun's hand. Fortunately, he restrained himself. He took off Gu Yun's hand and wrote, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of battle with my adoptive father. I'm a little uncertain and a little scared." What he was most afraid of was the moment when the Japanese threw the boomerang at Gu Yun's chest. Gu Yun seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. Chang'ing asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I've been too indulgent with you," Yun wrote on his palm. "If I dared to say the word scared in front of my father back then, I would have been beaten." Chang'ing thought silently, "Then why didn't you beat me?" Not only did Yun never beat him, but he also rarely spoke harshly. He was never fierce. In the beginning, when he faced the sword puppet, he was afraid and couldn't get used to it. Yun never showed too much disappointment or impatience. After more than a year, Chang'ing recalled that gaze. He felt that it wasn't the gaze of a strict senior teaching a junior. It was more like he was smiling and watching a child play clumsily. Yun wrote again, "The Japanese are very troublesome when they fight. They have a lot of tricks, but there aren't many real experts. Look at how menacing his boomerang is. In fact, the trajectory is curved. It's just to test whether I'm really blind or not. There's nothing to be afraid of on this ship of Japanese. I'm worried about their destination." Merchant ships had to slowly leave the inland through the passage between the sea and the canal. They would enter the sea and head east to send living creatures to the mainland of Japan. They would pass by several inspection stations. There had to be a perfumer accompanying the spice ships. When they passed by the inspection stations, they had to hand in the samples that had been inspected. Therefore, no matter what the true purpose of these merchant ships was, there had to be a perfumer to cover it up. After the ship traveled for more than 10 days, Xianxia sneaked into Yun's room. "Ho! Mr. Zhang, brother Chang'ing." After saying that, he saw the eye mask on Marquis's face and muttered, "I forgot that he's deaf." As he spoke, he began to take things out from his arms. First, it was 2 compasses. Then, it was a box that kept emitting white steam. This little fatty was very mysterious. His stomach seemed to be retractable. When it was retracted, it could store a lot of things in his arms. When he took things out, he didn't seem to lose weight. "Chang'ing, what's this? Is there something burning inside?" Xianxia laughed, "Hee, purple gold." Chang'ing was surprised, "Don't you find it hot?" Xianxia took off his clothes and saw a dark plate on his chest. It was used to insulate the area of the heavy armor where the short cannons were installed. He had cut it into a belly band. Xianxia shamelessly patted his stomach, "Iron belly band." Yun took off the eye mask and fastened the glass mirror. She came over and carefully looked at Xianxia's masterpiece. She was very impressed. She felt that these brats usually didn't know anything and only knew how to play. However, when they were so young, they had the courage to leave Yanhui town and follow Chang'ing to the capital. Although they didn't seem to have a gully in their hearts, they definitely had a lot of ideas. Xianxia imitated Liao Ran's sign language and gestured, "Who said that only women can wear belly bands?" Yun gave a thumbs up. That was right. Chang'ing, the 2 compasses on the table were spinning in circles facing each other. Xianxia gestured to the 2 of them to look. He gently knocked the table with his hand and gestured a 3. The compasses had been messed up for at least 3 days. Yun often went out, so she understood with a glance. Feng Shui masters usually brought 2 compasses when they went out. If one of them failed, they could tell by looking at the other one that it was because the compass was broken or there was a problem with the location. There were often places in the sea or the desert where compasses would fail. Generally, merchant ships and fishing boats would avoid them. However, this group of Dongying people not only did not avoid them, but also deliberately drove in. There was no doubt that the route had deviated from the fixed destination. "Come from the ground, go into the wormwood." What exactly did this wormwood refer to? Xianxia, "Fortunately, I brought this." As he spoke, he opened the small box that was emitting white steam. Inside, there was an extremely exquisite small object. In the middle, there was a small wheel that was spinning rapidly. It was connected to a shaft, and there were a few golden rings on the outer circle. In the corner, there was the word Ling engraved in seal script. It was actually a product of the Lingshu Temple. This is a mold made by the Lingshu Temple. When it spins, this shaft will always point in one direction. Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed. "It's this one. It's more accurate than the compass, but it requires purple gold. The finished product was not produced. I heard that it was rejected by the higher-ups." Master and I secretly made one. Before we came, we removed a bowl of purple gold from the bottom of Big Brother's sword puppet. Guyun carefully reached out and picked up the small object. It was too exquisite. He was afraid that he would break it if he used too much strength. If Shani saw this, he would devote himself to you. Chonggung's chest tightened when he heard his words. Gepengxiao dug out a sheepskin map from somewhere and spread it on the table. His short and curly fingers gestured on the map for a long time before finally landing on a point. According to this direction, Master Liao Ran and I deduced that we will arrive at this place soon. It was a small island in the East China Sea. The map was not very clear, like a string of ink dots that were randomly thrown on. The entire territory of Daliang was in Guyun's mind, but he could not remember where there was such a place. There was not even a decent gas lamp on the merchant ship. The oil lamp in the room was dim. Even with the colored glass, it was very difficult to see. He frowned slightly and tried to brighten the oil lamp. Gepengxiao said, "This is the map that Master Liao Ran gave me." I looked at it. The map produced by the Ministry of War doesn't have this place. It's probably an uninhabitable island surrounded by either turbulent currents or submerged reefs. There are also many rumors of ghosts among the people. The locals don't know that there is an island here. This place was far from land. It was impossible to swim there. If they did not take a ship, they could only rely on flying. The kites moved slowly and relied heavily on the compass. If there was a celestial pole chaos near the island, they would not come over. Moreover, this place was basically the territory of the Japanese. If the kites or flood dragons of Daliang went over for a stroll for no reason, it would more or less be a provocation. The maintenance of the Eagle had high requirements for the armorists. It was not easy to maintain. The front line of the East China Sea was used to peace and was not equipped with this kind of army. Chonggung could not help but ask, if the map produced by the Ministry of War doesn't even exist, then where did Master Liao Ran get this map from? Gepengxiao replied seriously, he said that the previous dynasty's incapable ruler loved the pearls of the East China Sea. The fishermen were forced to pay tribute and formed a pearl hunting team. They accidentally stumbled upon this place and drew it. Chonggung was speechless. The foolish Liao Ran monk's lie was really perfunctory. Gepengxiao turned to Guyun and gestured, "Marquis, what should we do?" Before Guyun could answer, the entire boat suddenly trembled violently. Guyun held on to the oil lamp that almost toppled over and gave Gepengxiao a look to put away the things on the table. Gepengxiao immediately took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, sucked in his stomach, and quickly stuffed this pile of chicken and dog bits into his bosom. Chongqing grabbed the sword on the table. "I'll go out and take a look." Gepengxiao, "Wait, I want to go too." The two of them left the mountain one after the other. Guyun took off the glass mirror and put it aside. She rubbed her sore eyes. The small island's location was very subtle. It crossed the Dongying Islands and did not connect with Daliang. It went straight to Jinan Prefecture. If it was well designed, it would be easy to get close to the capital. However, no matter how weak Daliang's navy was, it was not something that the small Dongyi people could shake. So far, no violet gold ore had been found in the East China Sea. Daliang was very strict with the export of violet gold. In this regard, it was like a miser. If the Dongying people wanted to use violet gold in large quantities, they would either buy it from the Westerners at a high price or find ways to get it from Daliang's black market. As for the black market, if the bandits did not collude with the officials, it would not last long. The violet gold black market, which had been hated by 3 generations of emperors in Daliang, was like a centipede that was still alive even after death. As long as the wind was slightly relaxed, it would immediately revive. Even if one were to think with one's toes, one would know that it was definitely not a business of desperados. There must be the shadow of various forces behind it. Not to mention others, Guyun's hands were definitely not clean. Otherwise, with the amount of violet gold that the imperial court gave him every year, he would not even be able to raise the family sparrow, black dog, and black horse, let alone the black eagle. To smuggle violet gold on such a large scale, the background of the people behind it was definitely not small. At this moment, the wooden door of the cabin was suddenly pushed open. The ethereal monk Liao Ran walked in. He bowed to Gu Yun very familiarly and closed the door behind him. Gu Yun, he could only put on the glass mirror that he had taken off and receive the guest. Gu Yun still could not understand. Why did Liao Ran think that he would not be beaten? Was it because he felt that he was good-looking? Liao Ran bathed in Gu Yun's cold gaze. He lowered his head indifferently and found a chair to sit down. He leaned in front of Gu Yun and gestured, "Tonight, we will almost reach Howley. At that time, this monk will be at the marshal's disposal." "Gu Yun, you're welcome. What can you do?" "I don't lack illumination." Liao Ran, Gu Yun sat up a little straighter, and the blade in his eyes that couldn't see anything clearly was still there. "I really didn't expect that the hand of Lin Yuan had already reached Hugua Temple. Master, why don't we get to the point? What do you want to do by getting involved in this matter?" Liao Ran's smile that was specially used for begging gradually disappeared. It was replaced by a face of compassion like that of a senior monk. "Lin Yuan Pavilion has no ill intentions," Gu Yun said with a faint smile. "Otherwise, why do you think you are still alive?" It was said that the previous dynasty was tyrannical and the monarch was muddle-headed and incompetent. When the dynasty was on the decline, heroes rose from all over the country. The reason why Emperor Taizu stood out among them was largely because the mysterious Lin Yuan Pavilion chose him. Lin Yuan Pavilion included all kinds of people, from officials and nobles to peddlers and servants. At the beginning of Dalyang's founding, Emperor Taizu wanted to confer the title of Lin Yuan Pavilion because of its great merit. At that time, the pavilion master refused and hid in Jianghu, causing this colossus to be silent again until today. Gu Yun, Lin Yuan Pavilion hides in prosperous times and emerges in troubled times. Everyone says that the Black Iron Battalion is a crow. I think your excellency is the real crow. Liao Ran lowered his eyes like a benevolent and handsome Buddha. Marquis knew of my origin, but he did not stop me from getting close to the fourth prince. Gu Yun looked at him silently. Liao Ran, this monk boldly guesses that Marshall's worries and thoughts are the same as ours. The boat steadied and the oil lamp on the table flickered. Gu Yun restrained his hostility and sat by the table with his long hair scattered. There was a faintly discernible wrinkle between his eyebrows, as if he had put all the serious matters under his feet on his face at once. The two of them were speechless. They communicated with each other by rapidly gesturing without any obstacles. Liao Ran, the violet gold is burning too vigorously. This fire cannot be extinguished. No one can stop it. Has Marshall thought of a way out? Then, without waiting for Gu Yun to answer, he continued, people say that the Marquis of Stability is a martial artist who only knows how to fight. He is just a knife in the Emperor's hand. I don't think so. Otherwise, why hasn't Marshall married yet? Could it be that it was really my senior who cursed him? Gu Yun seemed to laugh. He put away the glass mirror and covered his eyes again. He didn't want to communicate with Liao Ran anymore. After he was done, he gestured, the Gu family has no way out. If such a day really comes, I can only become fuel and be buried with my maternal family's country. Oh right, the next time you see the divine doctor who cured my eyes, please send my regards to him. From the moment the first bowl of violet gold was dug out, the world was destined to never be peaceful again. There would be a day when even the most diligent farmers would be defeated by the iron puppets that came and went in the fields. Even the most peerless experts would find it difficult to withstand a cannon that could wipe out 1,000 soldiers. Everyone would face an unprecedented turmoil before they could regain their position. They would either be extremely rich or extremely noble, or extremely humble. And those who were defeated in the arena lit by violet gold would never have the chance to make a comeback. This matter was the same whether it was between families or countries, or whether it was as small as the 3 religions and 9 sections. When everyone began to realize this, the inevitable chaos would come. It was just a matter of whether that day would come sooner or later. This was the context of the era. Even if you were an invincible hero, a noble, a general, or a minister, you couldn't stop it. After Gu Yun finished his last sentence, he stood up calmly and ignored Liao Ran. He walked out of the cabin with his hands behind his back, intending to see what was going on outside that could make Liao Ran rush over as if he was facing a great enemy to show his loyalty. As soon as he stood on the deck, he smelled a strange smell coming from the sea breeze. It seemed like something was burning. Gu Yun stood at the door and carefully distinguished the smell coming from the wind. He immediately realized that it was the strange smell of burning violet gold mixed with impurities. The merchant ship slowly passed through the shallow sea beside the island. There were 2 rows of neat long dragons on both sides. The shiny warships were lined up in a row with ample ammunition. The merchant ships that privately transported violet gold moved forward in a line. They were like inconspicuous grain carts shuttling through thousands of soldiers and horses. Although Guyun couldn't see, he had already guessed what was going on around him from the sudden tension in the air. Even the Jiangnan Navy might not be able to withstand this kind of battle array, let alone the small black eagle he brought with him. At this moment, a familiar person leaned over and silently reached out to touch him. Other than Chang'ing, most people wouldn't do this. If they wanted to support him, they would. If they didn't want to, they wouldn't. There weren't as many steps as Chang'ing. Guyun felt that Chang'ing seemed to be inexplicably nervous in front of him. He always had to first express his existence in a very low-key manner. Then, unless Guyun reached out to let him support him, he would blindly follow him step by step and never reach out his hand. Unreasonable, Guyun held Chang'ing's outstretched arm and wondered in his heart, "Why are you so nervous with me? Is there a more benevolent father in the world than me?" Chang'ing quickly wrote on his hand, "There are at least hundreds of warships here." "I'm not sure if they're sea serpents." "Yes," Guyun replied, "I can smell it. It smells like violet gold." Chang'ing, didn't the monk Liaoran say that people couldn't smell violet gold and only dog inspectors could? Little Godfather's ability was actually unnecessary. Guyun secretly sighed and muttered resentfully in his heart, "It's all because of your stingy and prodigal brother. He insisted on sending me far away to the northwest before he could be at ease. Now, the old turtle in the back garden's lotus pond has turned into a spirit and is going to stir up trouble. Serves him right." In the evening, the monk Liaoran changed into his night clothes and ran to look for Guyun. Guyun was wearing a glass mirror and her ears could only hear large movements within 2 feet. She could barely see who was in the room through the glasses with one eye. The soldiers beside him were a mute monk, a fake girl, a little fatty, and a son who was very good at acting coquettishly. Outside was a fleet of heavily armed Navy Jiao warships, as well as countless Japanese warriors and private soldiers. However, no one was nervous because Guyun was here. In any case, he alone could represent thousands of soldiers and horses. "Don't pretend," Guyun said to Liaoran, "there must be someone in this haoli. Otherwise, why would you be so scheming? Hurry up and confess. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope." Liaoran silently chanted a Buddhist prayer. He took out his red sandalwood prayer beads and handed them over. When Guyun reached out to take them, he couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. His unusually sensitive nose caught a whiff of a rancid smell. Guyun leaned back. He was never polite to the monk. He bluntly said, "Oh my God, master, how long has it been since you bathed? You're almost covered in milk." The 3 youths immediately retreated 3 steps away at the same time. Chang'eng simply didn't have the strength to recall the first time he met Liaoran in the palace. Master Liaoran was sincere enough to meet the emperor. He actually washed himself like a little white lotus. Guyun's face was cold. It was simply terrible. His eyes and ears were inconvenient. The monk was mute. His nose was very sensitive. The monk didn't like to bathe. Sure enough, there was no bald donkey in the world who didn't oppose him. There were 108 prayer beads. Except for the partition beads, the middle of every 2 prayer beads could be twisted open. There was a steel seal inside. There were a total of 3 Shirlu seals. Each seal represented a person in Linyuan Pavilion. Guyun was silent for a while. "Is Linyuan Pavilion going all out?" Liaoran smiled but didn't say anything. Chang'eng frowned and asked, "What is Linyuan Pavilion?" He suddenly spoke. Guyun was caught off guard and didn't hear clearly. It wasn't until he saw Liaoran and Chang'ing gesturing that he guessed their conversation. He immediately interrupted, "It's a group of people who are very good at putting on airs." "Okay, don't explain." "How do we contact these people?" Liaoran said, "I don't know about the others, but I know that one of them is a musician who is the commander of the fleet. We just need to contact her first. The monk can be of service." Guyun thought to himself, "Our Northwest Decent Army doesn't even have a cricket that can sing. How can there be a musician in this private army?" Where's the justice in this? Changgung said, you must be careful. The Dongying people are suspicious of us. I can feel that the noodle man is nearby several times. With Changgung taking the lead, Gu Pengxiao also began to speak. Marquis, when will our people arrive? Gu Yun sat calmly in place. He had the face of a Daliang military god. In reality, he didn't hear. He was trying hard to guess the shape of Gu Pengxiao's mouth, but there was no sign language. He couldn't read the shape of his mouth clearly. Liao Ran quickly came out to save the situation. He gestured, you must wait patiently. Once the Jiangnan Navy moves, it will be easy to alert the enemy. Through him, Gu Yun immediately realized that Gu Pengxiao was talking about reinforcements. He thought, I can count the number of Black Eagle I brought with me on one hand. I don't even know if that good-for-nothing Yao Shen who sleeps for 10 hours a day will be of any use. They're more like cleaning up the battlefield. As he thought this, he once again interrupted Master Liao Ran. He boasted shamelessly, a navy of this scale can't be gathered in a day or two. I suspect that someone in the court is plotting a rebellion. Cleaning up this scrap metal is not the goal. Finding that person is the most important. Master Liao Ran, who had good intentions to save the situation but had been interrupted twice, sat across from Gu Yun in a good temper. He smiled like an unwashed Yubala. Chao Nyangzi suddenly coughed dryly. He didn't say anything. Ever since he saw Gu Yun's disheveled appearance, he couldn't speak in front of Gu Yun. By a freak combination of factors, he had benefited the deaf man. Chao Nyangzi carefully gestured, I can also help run errands. Gu Yun probably knew that this child only knew how to be infatuated all day long. His kung fu was very sloppy. He immediately rejected, no, continue to pretend to be your little maid. Chao Nyangzi carefully said, I will dress up as a Japanese. Gu Yun raised his eyebrows. Chao Nyangzi hurriedly explained, I will. I've even dressed as a man before. Gu Yun, he leaned forward slightly and sincerely asked, young man, do you know that you're originally a man? Chao Nyangzi's face instantly turned red. His 3 souls and 7 spirits swayed back and forth on the rope. He simply couldn't be bothered to listen to what he was saying. Gu Yun's shoulder was suddenly forcefully pulled back. Changding was no longer afraid of touching him. He stood behind him with a serious face. His expression was as calm as water, just like the old pedant Shen. Gu Yun coughed dryly and leaned back along with his hand. He solemnly said, that won't do. You can't speak Japanese. Chao Nyangzi opened his mouth and said something. Other than Gu Yun, everyone present was very surprised. He said something very complicated, mixed with a few Dongying words that they didn't know the meaning of. The rest of the words were in Daliang's official language. The Dongying people on the merchant ships often traveled around the coast of Daliang all year round, so they all knew how to speak Daliang's official language. It was just that their accent was strange and occasionally mixed in their native language. Chao Nyangzi actually learned it perfectly. After Chao Nyangzi finished speaking, he saw that everyone was looking at him. He suddenly couldn't stay calm and lowered his head to cover his face. Changding asked in surprise, where did you learn it? Chao Nyangzi replied in a sobbing voice, I heard it from the 2 Japanese who send us food every day. With Changding's understanding of him, he didn't need to ask about the latter part. There must be one who was good-looking. Thus, when night fell, a slender Japanese boy sneaked onto the island without anyone noticing. There were too many Japanese here and it was late, so no one noticed him. He shivered at the Haijiao fleet that was lined up horizontally and vertically, then ran away. At the same time, an uninvited guest came to Gu Yun and the others. Changding opened the door slightly and saw Di Song outside with a smile. He said, the general heard that a Mr. Xiang came to our merchant ship and specially asked me to invite you to a banquet. Changding calmly replied, wait a moment. After speaking, he expressionlessly slammed the wooden door and leaned his back against the door. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. He gestured to Gu Yun, Godfather, the rebel army leader wants to see you. What should we do? Gu Pengxiao's heart jumped and he unconsciously held his breath. Soon, his face turned into an eggplant. Gu Yun's reaction was very strange. Changding saw that after being stunned for a moment, he actually laughed. It was a kind of smile, as if victory was within his grasp and he had a tacit understanding with someone. "Someone really gave me a pillow just as I was about to doze off," said the Marquis of Stability, who craved for the world to be in chaos. "I haven't seen a rebel army leader alive in many years." Gu Pengxiao was very easy to fool. Seeing that Gu Yun did not take it to heart, he immediately relaxed without any vigilance. It was as if he was about to see not a rebel army leader but a rare treasure. However, Chang'ing refused to listen to his nonsense. His face was taut and all the doubts that had accumulated in his heart for the past few days all came out in an instant. He silently gestured, "Where are the Jiangnan Navy and the Black Iron Battalion?" At this time even someone as blind as Gu Yun could see the livid expression on Chang'ing's face. Although Chang'ing did not know what Lin Yuan Pavilion was, everyone knew about the enmity between Marshal Gu and Hugua Temple. If Gu Yun had people in his hands, why would he bring the monk Liao Ran to be an eyesore? Last time at Yanhui, there was a secret edict from the emperor. This time, Gu Yun came to Jiangnan purely because he left his post without permission. It was already amazing that he had a few Black Eagle imperial bodyguards by his side. Where did he get soldiers? Also, why did Gu Yun pause for a moment before speaking before rudely interrupting Liao Ran? It was as if she was purposely making life difficult for the Liao Ran. Although Gu Yun was quite hateful in private, she should not stir up such unnecessary trouble when it came to business. For a moment, Chang'ing even had a terrifying guess in his heart. Could it be that Gu Yun wasn't pretending? Could she really not hear what they were saying? Could she have inferred what they were saying after seeing Liao Ran's sign language? As this thought flashed through his mind, Chang'ing felt incredulous at first, but then all sorts of strange details over the past few days surfaced in his mind. First of all, Gu Yun was not a person of few words. However, in the past few days, regardless of whether they were in private or together, Gu Yun had never spoken to him. All the necessary communication was through sign language. Were the Japanese so heavily guarded along the way? That's right, unless that monk who could only use sign language was present. Second, Gu Yun used the identity of an incense burner to sneak onto the merchant ship. There were many low-class incense burners in the world. Why did he have to pretend to be a Mr. Incense? Thinking about it carefully, not only did this not have any good effects, but it also added a lot of trouble. It was very likely that he would expose himself. Chang'ing did not believe that Gu Yun was just honing his acting skills. Third, there was another detail. The monk Liao Ran did not knock on the door when he entered Gu Yun's room. Was it because the monk was extremely daring and did not know etiquette, or did Liao Ran know that knocking would be useless? Chang'ing should have thought of these suspicious points long ago. However, Marshal Gu had been in charge of the Central Army for a long time. He had an indescribable temperament that made people inexplicably believe that everything was under his control. Everyone else only needed to be ordered around by him. Unknowingly, he overlooked many unnatural aspects. Gu Pengxiao noticed that Chang'ing's expression was strange. He looked at him in confusion. Outside the door, Di Song gently knocked on the door again and said loudly, "My general is waiting." "Please hurry up, Mr. Zhang." Gu Yun patted Chang'ing's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "The Black Iron Battalion is here. Don't be afraid." After saying that, he took out the black cloth to cover his eyes and handed it to Chang'ing, indicating that he should put it on for him. Chang'ing took the cloth. His expression was uncertain for a moment before he covered Gu Yun's eyes. At a place where Gu Yun could not see, Chang'ing first shook his head at Gu Pengxiao. Before Gu Pengxiao could react to what he meant, Chang'ing said in his direction, "Godfather, if you continue to be like this, I won't recognize you anymore." Gu Pengxiao widened his eyes, "Ah?" Gu Yun smiled and waved in Gu Pengxiao's direction, "You too, stop chatting. Follow me. Don't leave my side later. It's not bad to come here and gain some experience." Gu Pengxiao was once again stunned by this irrelevant conversation. Chang'ing's heart sank. He really could not hear. He only knew that he was talking to Gu Pengxiao through some method. Then, were his eyes also, but they were clearly fine a few days ago. Without waiting for him to think carefully, Gu Yun had already pushed open the wooden door and walked out. Chang'ing's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed forward to support him in a panic. This time, he couldn't care less about his shyness and awkwardness. He nervously grabbed Gu Yun's arm with one hand and wrapped his other hand around Gu Yun's back, half carrying him forward in fear. Gu Yun thought that the sudden change made Chang'ing uneasy. He casually patted Chang'ing's arm. Chang'ing, in view of the fact that Gu Yun's method of dealing with his own people was also a mixture of truth and falsehood, he already could not tell whether his little adoptive father was sincere or just pretending to have nothing to fear. Di Song, who was waiting at the door, saw Chang'ing and Gu Pengxiao beside Gu Yun. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, this way, please." "Eh? Is the master and the girl not here?" "The girl is not acclimatized. The master stayed behind to take care of her." Chang'ing swept a glance at Di Song. He focused all his energy on Gu Yun. He even took the time to smile like a needle in a silk floss. "What, does the general want us all to be here for him to inspect?" Di Song said politely, "What are you saying, young master?" These were originally a few desolate islands that were scattered on the surface of the East Sea like sheep dung. The largest island was so large that one could walk around it once in a day. The smaller island was only about 1 mu square. The sea serpent warships were parked all over the place. Iron ropeways that were emitting white steam were connected to each other, extending in all directions. From afar, it looked like a city that was suspended on the surface of the sea. As Chang'ing walked, he briefly wrote down some information on Gu Yun's palm. At the same time, the youth couldn't help but have a question in his heart. The location of this island was indeed hidden. It was probably not easy for people to discover that some purple gold was smuggled here. However, a Mount Punlai was about to be built here. Was the Jiangnan Navy dead, or did they have people in the Jiangnan Navy? Just as his thoughts were running wild, Di Song, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. A group of people who looked like dancers walked past them with light steps. They walked on the iron ropeway leisurely as if their feet didn't touch the ground. Amidst the white smoke, they looked like a group of fairies. The leader was a woman in white with a zither in her arms. When she saw Di Song, she stopped and curtsied. She wasn't very good-looking. Her facial features were faint as if covered by a layer of gauze. There was nothing eye-catching about her body. She looked very comfortable. However, when he turned his face, he couldn't remember what she looked like. Di Song said, "I don't dare. Miss Chen, please go ahead. Don't make the general wait." The woman didn't decline. She nodded in greeting. Holding the zither, she curtsied and floated away. The smell of calming incense hit them in the face. Chang'ing saw the corners of Gu Yun's mouth curl up slightly as if she was smiling. At the same time, Xianxia, who was disguised as a Japanese youth, ran all the way to a very inconspicuous boat. The guard was sleeping. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and held an iron rod in his hand as he approached. He was thin and small, and his hands and feet seemed lighter than others. When he approached the guard, the other party didn't react. Xianxia looked at the person snoring with the help of the moonlight on the sea. Seeing that the saliva was all down his neck, he felt relieved and thought, how unsightly. A wave gently brushed past, and the boat trembled slightly. The guard turned over and almost fell off the wooden chair. He smacked his lips and woke up. Only then did he realize that there was someone beside him. The guard turned over and sat up. He saw a Japanese youth standing in front of him, and greeted him in Japanese. The guard relaxed and rubbed his eyes. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the person in front of him, Xianxia had already swung the rod down and hit the back of his head. The guard fell to the ground without a word. The assailant patted his chest and said, "You scared me to death. You scared me to death." Xianxia's face was frightened, but her hands were not careless. She quickly took a bunch of keys from the guard's waist and turned around to enter the ship's cabin. Sure enough, just as the person who led her here said, there was a prison cell with 20 to 30 people who looked like craftsmen. As soon as Xianxia appeared, a startled cry came from inside, "Woku pirates!" "Shoo!" Xianxia said in a low voice, "I'm not a Japanese. I'm Marshal Gu, the Marquis of Stability, and I'm here to quell the rebellion. I'll let you out first." The night grew darker, and a thin layer of fog rose from the waves on the sea. Liao Ran and a nimble man in black entered the cabin. There were dozens of steel armor neatly arranged in the cabin. Liao Ran carried a bag and took out a bottle. He turned around and threw it to his companion. The two of them looked at each other and began to spray ink on the steel armor at the same time. Di Song brought Gu Yun and the others all the way to an inconspicuous sea serpent. Before they reached the end of the cableway, they could faintly hear laughter and music in the cabin. The moment Di Song stepped on the deck, something strange happened. A roar that Chang Gung was very familiar with suddenly came from the corner. Then, white steam burst out, and an iron puppet hidden in the darkness suddenly stepped out, brandishing its blade and slashing towards Gu Yun. Even Di Song was caught off guard. He was so frightened that he screamed and sat on the ground. Changing reflexively wanted to draw his sword, but his hand was pushed back by someone who was caught off guard. The next moment, his arms were empty. Gu Yun, who couldn't see or hear, had flipped over from behind the iron puppet's blade. His figure was almost casual, and the back of his foot tapped lightly on the monster's shoulder. In a split second, the snow-white blade in the iron puppet's hand illuminated a slender line of his face. Changging's pupils shrank. Wait, isn't he blindfolded and can't hear? The sword light disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Gu Yun disappeared behind the iron puppet. Screams rose in the night sky and stopped abruptly. Di Song trembled fiercely. The iron puppet's actions froze in midair. Then, a Japanese corpse was thrown over. Gu Yun's robe fluttered up and down in the sea breeze. He stood on the deck and held the Japanese's waist sword in his hand. He took out a handkerchief and wiped it in disgust. Then, he raised his head slightly and stretched out his hand as if there was no one around. Changging's throat moved slightly. His heart was beating like a drum. He immediately went forward to support him. Gu Yun said, "If this is general sincerity, we really didn't come." Di Song wiped the sweat on his cheeks. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Yun stopped him. "No need to explain," Gu Yun said indifferently. "Deaf people can't hear." With that, he turned to leave. At this moment, the cabin door suddenly opened. 2 rows of private soldiers came out side by side and made a path. Changging turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard in the cabin. He stared at Gu Yun's back and shouted, "Mr. Zhang, please wait." Gu Yun turned a deaf ear. Changging wrote on his palm, "The chief thief is out." Gu Yun thought, "Son, he's not the chief thief." The middle-aged man stood up and cupped his hands. "I've heard of Mr. Zhang's name for a long time. That dog emperor has such a talent, but he doesn't use it well. He's really done for." Gu Pengxiao became more confused as he listened. He thought, isn't Mr. Zhang an alias that Marquis casually gave? How did he hear of his name? His polite words are too fake. Gu Yun didn't avoid people. He turned his head and asked Changging, "What did he say?" "He said, I've heard of your name for a long time. If the emperor doesn't use you, he's courting death." Changging wrote briefly. In a flash, he connected the cause and effect. That's right. Gu Yun pretended to be an incense burner to sneak onto the merchant ship. The incense burner was the same as the boatmen and the Japanese guards. Although he needed his own people, he was still a small figure. Why did the chief thief want to see him? Either their identities were exposed, or the monks' people used some method to forge a fake identity for Gu Yun. Immediately, Changging thought of Gu Yun's smile after being stunned for a moment when he heard that the chief thief wanted to see him. He felt upset again. Did he know at that time, after a year, he didn't need to raise his head to look at Gu Yun? The youth's specially made iron wrist buckle couldn't be worn anymore. He even felt that Gu Yun, who wasn't wearing armor, could be held with one hand. However, the long distance that he couldn't catch up to surfaced in the youth's heart again. Gu Yun didn't look back and nodded coldly. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "Although the Japanese barbarians didn't know etiquette just now, I don't know Mr. Zhang. Moreover, I saw that it was inconvenient for you to hear and see. Although I've already received the recommendation letter, I still don't know the brilliance of an expert. Haha, I've learned something new this time. Ching Su, quickly pour some wine for Mr. Zhang and apologize on my behalf." Changging briefly conveyed the middle-aged man's nonsense to Gu Yun. Before he finished, he saw a person stand up. It was the woman in white he met on the way. She poured a bowl of wine expressionlessly. It wasn't a cup, but a bowl. The woman walked over slowly. She didn't say anything and directly handed it to Gu Yun. The calming incense that he smelled just now and the sea breeze came to his face. Although she was just a geisha, there was no seduction in her appearance and behavior. Instead, there was a hint of indifference and coldness. Gu Yun reached out and took the wine from the woman's hand. He seemed to sniff it in a low voice. Then, a smile appeared on his face and he thanked her in a low voice. Before Chang'ing could stop him, Gu Yun had already picked up the bowl and drank it in one gulp. The woman lowered her eyes obediently, bowed slightly, and retreated to the side. Seeing this, the middle-aged man laughed and said, "Mr. Zhang is so straightforward. I like straightforward people like this." Chang'ing was anxious on the spot. He grabbed Gu Yun's hand and wrote on his palm, "What if it's poisonous?" Gu Yun thought that it was the ignorant head of the bandits who asked. He calmly replied, "If you want to poison Mr. Xiang who can't see or hear, I'm afraid you'll have to spend some effort to find some tasteless medicine." Chang'ing, fortunately, Gu Yun's attitude was very arrogant. Although the sentence sounded a bit clumsy, it didn't seem to be wrong. At the same time, he was even more certain that Gu Yun really couldn't hear. He wasn't pretending at all. The middle-aged man said, quickly, "Please take a seat." This time, Chang'ing didn't dare to cause any trouble. He conveyed the message to Gu Yun in full detail. The group of people walked into the cabin. The indifferent girl began to play the zither. The middle-aged man said, "Fortunately, that fatuous emperor lost his virtue and allowed us to gather the heroes of the world. It's truly a blessing." Gu Yun sneered and said, "I don't think it's a blessing to be in the same room with a bunch of woku pirates." Every word of his was sarcastic. This sarcastic remark inexplicably brought out a bit of otherworldly popularity. The middle-aged man didn't take it to heart. It was obvious that he was going all out to meet all the freaks in the world for the sake of rebellion. He laughed and said, "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles." Mister's words are biased. Ever since the imperial emperor opened up the sea trade, how many barbarians have entered Daliang? Just this batch of farming puppets from Jiangnan alone has a foreign influence. As long as they can succeed, who cares if they're Japanese or Westerners? As he spoke, he began to sigh with emotion. He listed out the various abuses of the people since the Yuan He era. Chang'ing and Gepengxiao usually dealt with the mysterious monks of Hugua Temple or the contemporary great scholars invited by the Marquis Mansion with a lot of money. At first, when he heard this clear and logical argument, he felt that it was very refreshing. Not a single sentence could withstand scrutiny. It was really full of nonsense. He didn't know what he was talking about. Gu Yun didn't say anything. He just sneered. After sitting for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he suddenly seemed to lose his patience. He interrupted the middle-aged man and said, "This Zhang sincerely came to seek refuge, but Sir found a puppet to brush me off. This is really disappointing." The middle-aged man's expression changed. Gu Yun didn't say anything else. He pulled Chang'ing to stand up and said, "Since it's like this, let's go." The middle-aged man shouted, "Stay. Sir Zhang, stay." Gu Yun turned a deaf ear. At this moment, the guards at the door suddenly separated into two sides. A thin and tall man wearing a cloak walked in with large strides. He said in a clear voice, "Sir Zhang, do you think I have the qualifications to speak with you?" The middle-aged man rushed down in a few steps and came to the side of the thin and tall man. He said to Gu Yun, "This is my family's Huang Qiao, Sir Huang. This is a serious matter. I must verify Sir's identity. I hope Sir will forgive me." Chang'ing frowned. He felt that the two words Huang Qiao were somewhat familiar. He was about to write on Gu Yun's palm when Gu Yun gently pinched his finger. Gu Yun, who was still extremely deaf, didn't know how, but he heard Di Song's words. "Sir Huang," Gu Yun said in a low voice, "Jiangnan's Navy and Land Commander, secondary second rank, you really surprised me." As he spoke, he slowly removed the blindfold on his face. His eyes were like cold stars. How could he be blind at all? He pulled his arm out of Chang'ing's hand and waved his hand at the youth with a worried expression. He smiled a little indecently and said, "Sigh, Sir Huang, when I followed old General Du at his beck and call, you were still a brigadier general. After so many years, do you still remember me?" Xianxia tried the sixth key before he managed to pry open the iron cell door. "Quick, come out quickly." The people locked inside had already become frightened birds. When they saw the rod in his hand, they were so frightened that they collectively shrank back. The leader in the cell was an old man in his 60s. He trembled as he cupped his hands and said, "Young general, we are only long-armed soldiers captured by the rebel army. We are not following them to rebel. Young general, you must report this to Gu Marquis." Xianxia hurriedly carried the iron rod behind his back and said, "My family knows. There is one more thing that I need your help with." Thus, on this inconspicuous boat, a group of barefoot long-armed soldiers supported each other as they filed out of the cell. They jumped into the sea one after another and swam out in all directions. Their footsteps shook the deck. Just as the guard was about to wake up, he was hit in the face by another rod. After Xianxia finished this job, he put his hands on his waist and looked down at the guard. He felt that it was inconceivable. When a handsome man fainted, he would be pitiful like a jade mountain collapsing. When an ugly man fainted, why did his eyes roll to the back of his head? He shook his head and said, "Unreasonable." Then, he pinched his nose and dragged the man into the cell. With a click, he locked the cell. His job was done and he ran away. At this time, in the main ship's cabin, Gu Yun, who only had 2 youths beside him, stood calmly with his hands behind his back. He looked at the group of armored private soldiers in front of him with a smile that was not a smile. The temperament of a 15 or 16-year-old inexperienced person was completely different from that of someone who had experienced the sharpening of swords on the battlefield. At first glance, one might not recognize him, but as long as his face was not disfigured, his facial features would not change much. When Huang Qiao heard Gu Yun speak, his face was filled with bewilderment. He stared at Gu Yun for a long while, then suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and took a step back. You are." Gu Yun held the Japanese samurai sword in his hand that he had casually snatched. He casually weighed it in his hand and tied the blindfold to his loose hair. He smiled and said, "How rare. It seems that Commander Huang has recognized me." Huang Qiao was dignified and respectful just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he seemed to be possessed and uncontrollably trembled. Gu Yun responded, Gu Yun. It's been a long time." Before he finished speaking, he heard a clang. It was one of the private soldiers who couldn't hold their weapon and dropped it in fright. The cabin was silent. Only the woman in white who was playing the guqin in the corner didn't seem to have heard anything. She played the guqin in her hand without a single note out of place. The song Jiangnan's fishing boat sings at dusk was particularly ear-piercing in this situation. "Impossible." The middle-aged man who had been talking nonsense earlier blurted out, "The Marquis of Stability is suppressing bandits in the northwest. How could he? You need to study more before you start a rebellion." Gu Yun looked at him and said earnestly, "The East Sea did not raise eagles before, but you should have heard of it, right?" Before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from outside the cabin. Someone hurriedly raised a lantern to illuminate the scene, only to see 2 or 3 ghostly shadows shuttling back and forth outside the cabin at an extremely fast speed. As soon as they touched the main ship, they would immediately leave. "Black Eagle. It's the Black Eagle." "No. Impossible." "Shut up." Huang Qiao shouted. "How can the Eastern Sea have the Black Iron Battalion? How can there be the Marquis of Stability? Impossible. Release the arrows. Release the white rainbow arrows and shoot down these people who are pretending to be gods." "Sir, be careful." The Black Eagle flew over his head, and the arrows fell like rain. Those who wanted to activate the white rainbow arrows were chased by the arrows until they covered their heads and fled like rats. The surroundings were in chaos. The girl playing the zither in the corner did not move. She stretched out her hand and plucked at the zither strings, changing it to ambush from 10 sides. It was especially fitting for the scene. Huang Qiao's eyes widened. So what if Gu Yun is here? I don't believe that he can bring the Black Iron Battalion from the distant desert here. Kill him. Let's see who that dog emperor can rely on. Go. A group of soldiers drew their weapons and glared murderously at the 3 people who were surrounded in the middle. Gu Pengxiao was stunned. Under the cover of the music, he secretly pulled Chongqing. "Big brother, you're right. What should we do?" Before Chongqing could answer, Gu Yun had already knocked Gu Pengxiao's sparse head. He smiled calmly and said, "That's right. I only have these Black Eagle Imperial bodyguards by my side. Commander Huang has guts and wisdom. Well said. Gu Pengxiao blinked his eyes. Big brother, that's not right. Marquis is very confident. Chongqing was speechless. The row of soldiers drew their weapons and took a step forward while others took a step back. They formed a wave-like formation, rising and falling at times. No one dared to stand in front of the mountain. Gu Pengxiao was already dizzy. He thought, does he have people or not? Although Chongqing did not dare to be conceited, he usually thought more than Gu Pengxiao. Unexpectedly, he was as confused as Gu Pengxiao. He thought, is he deaf or not? The puzzling Marshal Gu walked towards Huang Qiao with a smile. He completely ignored the soldiers who were advancing and retreating around him. If I remember correctly, Commander Huang's master is Chang Zhilu. He seems to be the Prince of Wei's maternal uncle. Why? When the late emperor passed away, the Prince of Wei failed to mobilize the imperial guards. Now, he wants to take the water route? Chongqing suddenly remembered that when Gu Yun brought him back to the capital, he dragged along half of the Black Iron Battalion. He directly left the Black Iron Battalion outside the capital and pointed his sword at the capital. When the two of them hurriedly rushed to the palace, they met the Prince of Wei and the Crown Prince, who were kneeling outside the late emperor's hall. Gu Yun even stopped to greet them. Now that he thought about it, that greeting was especially meaningful. So the Prince of Wei wanted to rebel at that time, but was suppressed by Gu Yun, who rushed back to the capital. When Huang Qiao heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He immediately thought that his conspiracy had been exposed. Then, whether the emperor had long noticed the Prince of Wei's disloyalty and exposed himself in the capital, or whether there was a traitor among his own people in the land of the two rivers, it was no longer important. He only knew that Gu Yun was here. He was dead meat. Of course, Huang Qiao would never have guessed that Gu Yun only had a vague impression of the masters of some of the generals in the imperial court and was casually deceiving him. Gu Pengxiao was dumbfounded as he thought, what? So Marquis already knew that the Prince of Wei wanted to rebel. Chongqing's hand pressed on the sword at his waist. Huang Qiao knew that he was about to die, so he could only risk it all. He immediately roared and pounced towards Gu Yun with a ferocious expression. In the corner of the cabin, a few decorative iron puppets roared at the same time and raised the sharp weapons in their hands. Chongqing suddenly swept past Gu Yun and blocked Huang Qiao's sword before Gu Yun could make a move. He said in a deep voice, I would like to experience Darren's martial arts. The main general had already taken the lead. No matter how scared the soldiers behind him were, they could not shrink back. They immediately swarmed forward and rushed into the small cabin. Gu Pengxiao hurriedly searched his body but did not find anything that could save his life. He quickly followed Gu Yun. Gu Yun held the Japanese sword horizontally and casually pushed aside a sword that was slashing towards him. He smiled and said, Shoo, didn't everyone hear me? His skill in pretending to be mysterious was even more superb than his real martial arts. Everyone could not help but listen attentively. The sword in Chongqing's hand slashed across Huang Qiao's blade with an ear-piercing hum. With a buzzing sound, the youth expressionlessly kicked Huang Qiao's waist. Huang Qiao screamed and fell onto the foot of an iron puppet. The iron puppet did not differentiate between friend and foe. It attacked anyone it saw. Huang Qiao dodged in a sorry state. The sound of a zither could be heard in the cabin. It was unknown what that girl was thinking. She changed from ambush from 10 sides to a male phoenix seeking a female phoenix. The waves outside were still faint as the Black Eagle whistled past. Gradually, everyone's expression changed. They heard battle cries, whistles, and gongs. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were surrounding them from all directions. Huang Qiao was shocked. At that moment, he could not help but think of the terrifying legend of the Black Iron Battalion. Back then, outside the Beijiang Pass, there was a white wind that filled the sky. On the boundless grassland, wolves and sheep trembled together. The strong wind swept over the Yin soldiers. They were dressed in black iron armor. White fog rolled behind them as they broke through the wind. Even gods and ghosts were frightened. At this moment, a large number of sea serpents dimmed in the dark night. More and more ships were cut off. It was as if there was an invincible monster in the dark, swallowing the sea serpents that could not fight back. The soldiers and Japanese warriors on the ships were in a mess. Suddenly, a huge firework exploded in the sky, illuminating half of the sky. Someone with sharp eyes exclaimed, "The Black Iron Battalion." In the remnant light of the firework, a group of soldiers dressed in black heavy armor had already boarded the ship. The leader turned around, his gaze like lightning. Changgung suddenly leaped forward and slashed at Huang Qiao from above. Gupang's small eyes turned, and he took out an iron ball the size of a pill from his bosom and threw it at Huang Qiao's feet. "Big brother, I'll give you a hand." The iron ball seemed to be able to accelerate by itself. It rushed to Huang Qiao's feet with a swoosh. Commander Huang's footsteps were suddenly messed up. He blocked a few strikes at random, but Changgung slashed his wrist. He screamed and fell to the ground. The small metal ball directly flew out of the crowd, jumped out of the deck, and whizzed up, exploding in the air. Changgung turned around and stabbed the scabbard in his hand into the chest of the iron puppet that was approaching him. He twisted and pressed. The iron puppet let out a few coughs on the spot and stopped moving. Changgung said, "Godfather, the chief thief has been subdued." Gu Yun laughed heartily. "The chief thief is still in the imperial court." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the cabin as if there was no one around. No one dared to stop him. The Black Eagle circled above the deck. Gu Yun took out a palm-sized iron tablet and threw it up. A black eagle caught it with its hands and stood on the tall mast. It removed the copper roar from the sea serpent and said in a clear voice, "The chief of the rebel army has been subdued. The tiger tally for the Xiantai is here. If there are any soldiers of the Jiangnan Navy, if you see this order, you will be forgiven. Those who disobey will be beheaded on the spot." The tiger tally for the Xiantai was bestowed by the imperial emperor to the Marquis of Stability. In times of crisis, it could be used to command the 7 major military forces. There were a total of 3 talismans. Gu Yun had 1, the imperial court kept 1, and the emperor had 1. More than 30 long-armed soldiers who were locked up in the water had cut off half of the sea serpent's power. No one could contact each other. More than half of the rebel army's private soldiers were the navy brought by Huang Qiao. A small portion of them were the miscellaneous soldiers that were recruited. When they heard the Black Eagles shout, they were instantly thrown into chaos. Some stubbornly resisted, some rebelled on the spot, and most of them did not know what to do. The frightened Dongying people attacked and inexplicably fought with their own people. The lights on the main ship lit up. Changgung pushed the tied-up Huang Qiao out. The rebel army on the main ship saw that the situation was hopeless and threw down their weapons. That heartless musician girl was still playing the guqin. She had changed many tunes, but all of them were played decently. Gu Yun's face appeared calm under the faint light. Changgung looked at him in confusion. For a moment, he thought that Gu Yun must have seen many such scenes. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder where the Xiantai soldiers came from. It was easy to hide 2 or 3 Black Eagle soldiers, but could the Xiantai soldiers be hidden as well? Furthermore, how did he bring the Xiantai soldiers from the northwest Great Desert, just now? Was he pretending to be deaf or not? For a moment, even Changgung couldn't help but feel that Gu Yun had long known that the Prince of Wei had his eyes on the Donghai Navy. He was waiting for them to prepare their cannons before attacking them in one fell swoop. A familiar rumbling sound came from the distance. Yao Zhen had finally mobilized the Jiangnan Navy. The giant serpent went out to sea. A long kite had already appeared in the air. Gu Yun communicated with the Black Eagle in the sky using simple hand gestures. A Black Eagle carrying the Xiantai Tiger Tally accepted the order and flew onto the long kite. It took over the navy that Yao Zhen had brought. Huang Qiao closed his eyes tightly. The situation was hopeless. The endless music finally stopped. The white-cloaked female guqin player calmly walked out of the cabin with her guqin. She glanced at the tied-up Huang Qiao. Huang Qiao glared at her ferociously and hissed, "Chen Qingxiu, even you are going to betray me?" Chen Qingxiu glanced at him in confusion and walked past him expressionlessly. Her face was like a painted skin. When she toasted, she was expressionless. When she played the guqin, she was expressionless. When she heard fighting, she was expressionless. When she was questioned, she was still expressionless. She leisurely walked in front of Gu Yun and said, "Marquis." Gu Yun hurriedly restrained his arrogance. Thank you for your help. I wonder if you and Mr. Xianxia are. Xianxia was the old divine doctor who had prescribed medicine for him many years ago. That's my grandfather, Xianxia said pointedly. The wind on the sea is strong. Marquis should go sit in the cabin. Gu Yun could tell that she was reminding him of the side effects of the medicine. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Xianxia saw that he wasn't listening and didn't waste words. She only restrained herself and said, "May the world be peaceful and healthy. May everyone live a long life." Gu Yun said again, "Thank you." Xianxia turned around and got off the boat. Perhaps she was tired from playing the guqin. She didn't even look at the messy rebel army. Gu Pengxiao said, "Hey, there are so many people fighting at the other end of the cableway. Why did that sister leave just like that?" Gu Yun frowned. Just as he was about to call out to her, he saw a Japanese rush out from the cableway. He opened his mouth and shot an arrow at her. Black Eagle, who was high up, immediately pointed an arrow at the Japanese. The Japanese fell into the sea. Xianxia's footsteps were light. It seemed like she was dancing to the rhythm of the cableway. The Japanese's arrow hit the metal cableway and brushed past her. She didn't even look up and continued to drift away like a female ghost. Gu Pengxiao, sure enough, all the freaks in the world came out of Linyuan Pavilion. When the giant kite and flood dragon arrived, the rebel army was already in a mess. Black Eagle took care of the prisoners on the main ship, and the regular army began to clean up the mess. A black armored soldier rushed onto the main ship. Chongqing was shocked to find that this person was Master Liao Ran. Master Liao Ran was not as familiar with heavy armor as Bei Man's men who attacked Yanhui town. Although he had immense strength with the help of the machinery, he walked unsteadily and couldn't control his power well. He jumped up and down like a heroic but clumsy rabbit. He barely managed to hold on to the mast and stood still. Luckily, he didn't kneel down directly. Upon closer inspection, the black armor on his body was fading a little, revealing the pale metallic color inside. There was also a strong fishy smell on his body. So the Black Iron Battalion that scared the rebel army out of their wits was this group of people. Where did the battle cries come from? Ventriloquism. Chongqing gritted his teeth quietly. He felt that he had been tricked by Gu Yun again. Liao Ran, the monk, struggled to hold up two mechanical arms. He wanted to sign a few words, but he couldn't control the mechanical arms well. He couldn't open his 10 fingers, and they trembled like kelp. No one could understand what he was saying. He was sweating as he gestured. He struggled in the heavy armor. Gu Pengxiao said blankly, "Marquis, Master seems to have an urgent military situation." Gu Yun turned his head slightly and said, "It's okay. That idiot can't come out. Help him remove the armor from the outside." Gu Pengxiao, the monk, was trapped in the heavy armor and looked at him innocently. Gu Pengxiao took a deep breath and said, "Master, aren't you proficient in all kinds of steel armor and fire engines?" The monk couldn't say it, nor could he gesture. He could only use his unusually intelligent eyes to try to convey a message. Proficiency doesn't mean I know how to wear it. Monks aren't used on the battlefield. Gu Pengxiao could only work with Chongqing to remove the heavy armor from the outside. Master Liao Ran rolled out of the heavy armor. He didn't have time to tidy up his appearance before he walked in front of Gu Yun. He gestured with a serious expression and said, "Commander, the Jiangnan Navy has arrived. The Lord Yao is already on the kite. No matter what, you should go rest in the cabin first." Chongqing was stunned. He felt something from these words. He suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Yun, who acted as if nothing had happened. Gu Yun didn't insist. He made a sound of acknowledgement and slowly walked back while playing with the Japanese sword he had seized along the way. Chongqing hurriedly followed. At this moment, the snake-like Japanese quietly approached them while sticking close to the shadows on the deck. The silk in the sleeves on his wrist revealed a faint light. The snake man revealed a twisted smile. He saw the moment Gu Yun was about to enter the cabin. His pair of iron sleeves activated at the same time and 6 silk in the sleeves shot towards Gu Yun. The Black Eagle whistled down. Chongqing was shocked and instinctively pounced forward to protect him. However, the sea breeze cut by the sharp weapons had already reached Gu Yun's body. He reached out to grab Chongqing and took him a few steps back. The Japanese sword in his hand bounced off and the 3 silk in the sleeves hit the body of the sword at the same time, directly breaking the sword into 3 pieces. Guyun turned and flung his hand. His sleeves fluttered as he carried Chongqing and nimbly rolled out. The silk in the sleeves scattered the black cloth that bound his hair. The snake man was shot to death by the black eagle high up in the sky. Guyun didn't take this little episode seriously. He patted Chongqing and said indifferently, "A fish that slipped through the net. It's fine." After he finished speaking, he supported Chongqing's shoulder and wanted to stand up. Who knew that he would stumble? Chongqing caught him in fright and inadvertently touched his back. He found that Guyun's clothes looked like they had just been fished out of the water. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Guyun deliberately slowed down his breathing, but in the end, his body would always tremble involuntarily. Just now, he was standing like a mast, so others couldn't tell. Now that Chongqing was hugging him, he felt some kind of intense pain that was about to burst out of his body. Guyun panted lightly for a moment, and his brows furrowed imperceptibly. Chongqing laughed carelessly and lied through his teeth. "All right, it's just a Japanese. You won't be scared if I touch your hair. Don't hold on to me so tightly." Chongqing, he really felt sorry for him and wanted to beat him to death. Guyun leaned on the long scabbard of the Japanese katana and propped himself up again. Blue veins were exposed on the back of his pale hand, and they were about to burst out of his skin. The bowl of wine that Xianxia gave him contained the medicine that he usually drank. Guyun leaned closer and sniffed it. He hesitated between deaf and blind and "my head is about to explode, but I can still see." He quickly chose the latter. Actually, it wasn't a big problem if he didn't drink it. After all, Guyun didn't know beforehand that the musician in Linyuan Pavilion was coincidentally Divine Dr. Chen's granddaughter. However, when the bowl of medicine was in front of him, he couldn't overcome his desire to control. Guyun admitted that Shani was right. He also knew that one day, he would have to live peacefully with this incomplete body. However, knowing was one thing, and he couldn't do it for the time being. Even if he knew that he could live without any obstacles without relying on his eyesight and hearing. Even if he knew in his heart that any kind of illness, once it became a habit, it wouldn't be considered an illness anymore. But the old Marquis had deprived him of the most carefree years of his childhood for this, and though times had changed, it was still hard to reconcile. There was nothing he could do about it for the time being. He could only wait for time to solve everything. In fact, after getting along with the Chongqing for the past few years, Guyun's resentment towards the previous generation had faded a lot. Although he would not treat the Chongqing as harshly as the old Marquis, he could gradually understand the old Marquis' fatherly heart. The elimination of all enmity and resentment in the world is mostly dependent on forgetting and putting oneself in someone else's shoes. Chongqing gritted his teeth and said, "I won't." Not only did he not let go, but he even tightened his grip on Guyun's hands and insisted on sticking to Guyun's body. He was practically holding Guyun hostage all the way into the cabin. Guyun asked curiously, "Why did you invent a new trick of acting coquettishly?" Chongqing said sarcastically, "I was scared to death by the Dongying people." "Guyun," Chongqing said to himself in his heart, calm down a little." While he was trying his best to calm himself down, he helped Guyun to sit down on the bandit leader's chair and adjusted a relatively comfortable position for him to lean on. Chongqing frowned and scrutinized Guyun's expression. He lowered his voice and asked in his ear, "Godfather, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Guyun knew that he could not hide it. After thinking for a while, he decisively chose to act shamelessly and hooked his finger at Chongqing. Chongqing leaned over with a solemn expression. Guyun said in a low voice, "Unfavorable menstrual flow and abdominal pain." Chongqing did not react at first. "What?" After asking. He came back to his senses. The young man's face turned red in an instant. It was unknown whether it was due to embarrassment or anger. Guyun had a splitting headache and wished he could bang his head against the wall. When he saw that Chongqing's face was tender and cute, he endured the pain and laughed at the same time to relieve the pain. Chongqing's eyes were almost spitting fire as he glared at him angrily. Guyun was well aware of the rhythm of touching the head when teasing. He coughed dryly and said seriously, "I didn't have time to eat tonight and drank a bowl of cold wine from Miss Chen. My stomach hurts a little." "It's okay. These words sounded reasonable at first, but who among those who had been in the army all year round didn't have a full meal when they were hungry? How could someone like Marshal Gu, who was exceptionally thick-skinned, have the face to pretend to be weak? Chongging's efforts to calm himself completely went up in smoke. He was about to explode in anger and blurted out, "Sure Lu Gu, you." After saying you for a long time, he could not think of how to react. Gu Yun suddenly laughed and raised his hand to pat Chongging's head. "Why? You've grown up and know how to feel sorry for your foster father? You didn't do it for nothing." His palm was like a heavenly screen. The monstrous anger in Chongging's heart was smacked down. In the blink of an eye, there was only a small amount of smoke left. It was extinguished powerlessly and helplessly. Chongging thought to himself, who would feel sorry for you? You don't speak the truth. Why should I worry about this? I won't die anyway. However, Gu Yan's ugly expression stung his eyes. Chongging could control what he said and what he thought, but he could not control the anxiety in his heart. He sulked alone for a while and sighed secretly. He turned around and walked around the large, imposing chair. He pressed his hands on Gu Yan's temples and rubbed them methodically. His face was as gloomy as water after a quarrel. Chongging could see that Gu Yan's shoulders were relaxed. Normally, he would not feel pain in his chest and abdomen. His limbs were also moving normally. Presumably, a little flesh wound on his arms and legs would not hurt him so much. After thinking about it, he probably still had a headache. Chongging remembered that he also had a headache on the way from Yanhui town to the capital. As he massaged, he could not help but ridicule, "Foster father told me last time that you had a migraine. Did you forget today?" Gu Yan, he had indeed forgotten. The number of lies he had told in his life were as vast as the sea. If he remembered every single one of them, there would probably be no room for anything else in his brain. Chongging, Gu Yan, I do have a headache. Isn't it because I'm exhausted from working hard for Daliang? Sigh. He actually said it without blushing. Chongging was in awe and completely lost his temper. After Gu Yan finished speaking, he used his unique skill of falling asleep immediately. He closed his eyes and enjoyed Chongging's service. Unfortunately, the matter outside was not over yet. He had to keep an ear open at all times and did not dare to really fall asleep. Chongging had just started massaging his acupuncture points without any distractions. As he massaged, his gaze involuntarily fell on Gu Yan's face. For people who were used to seeing such things, there was not much difference between being handsome or ugly. Even the monk's bewitching white face was no different from Uncle Wang of the Marquis mansion after he had seen it for a long time. Oh, Uncle Wang was even cleaner than the monk. Only Gu Yun was an exception. Gu Yan's hair, which had been scattered by the Dongying people, did not have time to tie it up again. It was scattered all over his shoulders. Chongging stared at him for a long time. All kinds of dreams that were deeply suppressed in his memories involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If he did not restrain himself, those memories would take a mile after taking an inch and arouse some of his extended fantasies. Every time this happened, he would forcefully interrupt his thoughts, just like how he fought against Wu Ergu. He would repeatedly recite the meaningless scriptures that Liao Ran taught him in his heart. It was like using a whetstone to repeatedly grind his heart. But for some reason, this trick suddenly did not work. Perhaps Chongging used all of his self-control to restrain his anger just now. His thoughts suddenly ran wild. The restless Wu Ergu in his body weaved an indescribable fantasy for him. He seemed to see himself bending down and kissing Gu Yun's forehead, the space between his eyebrows, the bridge of his nose, all the way to his lips. Those lips would definitely not be very soft, nor would they be very sweet. They would probably be bitter, like the smell of medicine that would never be removed from his body, or perhaps a little bit of wine. Chongging really wanted to take a bite out of him. As soon as this thought popped up, his lips and teeth seemed to immediately have a slightly sweet taste of blood, which made his entire body tremble. Chongging fiercely trembled for a moment, and suddenly came back to his senses. He found himself standing behind Gu Yun's chair in a daze, and his tongue had been bitten by himself. The next moment, Chongging realized that his fingers were still beside Gu Yun's ear. He immediately retracted his hand as if he had been scalded. He froze for a moment. His breath was unstable as he called out softly, "Godfather?" Gu Yun was pretending to be asleep. He did not open his eyes, so he did not see the bloody light in Chongging's eyes that had not faded away. Chongging looked at him deeply. He picked up his sword and quickly ran out of the cabin. Outside the cabin, the sea breeze whistled. The Black Eagle hovered near the main ship as a guard. Below them, the real Jiangnan Navy was methodically cleaning up the battle under Yao Shen's command. The Dongying people, who scattered when the tree fell, simply jumped into the sea and prepared to take a small boat or swim away. The four-faced sea serpent had already cast a dark net in the water. Not long after, it caught a large group of people who walked into the net. Huang Qiao was personally brought to Yao Shen. Yao Shen had a playful expression on his face. He was bending down not far away to say something to him. These hurriedly entered Chongging's eyes, but he did not take them to heart. The burning heat on his body and face slowly dissipated in the sea breeze. The unique gloomy coldness of the sea, like gangrene attached to the bones, quietly wormed its way into his bones. The coldness was unforgettable and engraved in his heart. Chongging faced the sea and said to himself in his heart, "You bastard." He thought that he could no longer stay at the Marquis's manor or Gu Yun's side. 2 days later, in Lord Yao's manor, the peach blossoms in the courtyard had bloomed. The fragrant water vapor blew in. Gu Yun sat by the window, eating melon seeds as she waited for Yao Shen to write a memorial. Fearing that there would be changes in the capital, the urgent memorial had already been sent to the capital. The capital had sealed off the news. However, each party had their own spies. They had already spread a few words. They said that the emperor was furious and ordered the imperial guards to surround and capture the Prince of Wei. The Prince of Wei planned to escape the capital at night. He walked to Dishan Gate and was caught. As for how he would be dealt with, no one knew. Now that the dust in Jiangnan had settled, another memorial had to be written to explain the cause and effect to the emperor. Yao Shen put down the brush with a sleep-deprived face. "Marquis, how do you think this matter should be settled?" Gu Yun indifferently replied, "Just say that the imperial inspector sensed that there was something strange on the sea and secretly sent people to investigate openly and secretly. He thwarted the rebel army's plot in one fell swoop before it could take shape." Yao Shen said, No, I'm just a scholar. I vomited the entire way. How could I? Naturally, it was Marquis who entered the enemy's ranks alone and turned the tide." Gu Yun smiled. "Marquis? The Marquis of Stability is far away in the northwest. Could it be that he knows the art of flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth? I heard that the Lord Yao was quick-witted in the face of battle. He ordered his soldiers to wear black armor to intimidate the rebel army and cause them to fall into chaos. This method is truly admirable." Yao Shen blurted out, "I won't do it. Don't harm me." The Lord Yao was 36 years old this year. It was the age when a man was at his most vigorous. He had a spirited mustache and was born with a shrewd and capable face. This person's official career rose and fell several times in the first half of his life. From beginning to end, he stayed in the land of fish and rice and did not leave. He had no achievements. He had the unique skill of not being able to get out of bed day and night. People had probably forgotten that in the 12th year of the Yuanhe era, Gu Yun's teacher, Lin Mosen, was still alive. He was the chief examiner of that year's examination. When he saw Yao Shen's essay, he couldn't help but slap the table in praise. He presented it to the Yuanhe emperor and personally conferred him the title of Shuangyuan. Gu Yun said meaningfully, "Quelling the rebellion in the Eastern Sea and eliminating a war that could have endangered the capital's important areas. Don't you want such a great merit? Lord Yao, your future as a general is just around the corner." Yao Shen smiled bitterly and said, "I can only eat as much as I can. This lowly official has no talent and no virtue. I'm content to retire comfortably in a corner. How can I have the ability to ride the wind and transform the clouds? Marquis, please spare this lowly official." Gu Yun said, "I still want to report to the emperor and send you to the northwest to be an army supervisor." Yao Shen held his head and bowed. "This lowly official has an 80-year-old mother and a young son waiting to be fed. I beg the hero to spare my lowly life. If you see something good in my family, you can take it." "Gu Yun, how about this, Marquis? Look, since this matter happened here, the governor of Liangjiang, Zhou Daren definitely can't avoid it. I'll go and discuss with him. Yao Zhen smiled apologetically. Seeing that Gu Yun's expression didn't seem too good, he hurriedly added, that's right, there's also the young highness. When the young highness was traveling in Jiangnan, he happened to see the rebel army capturing the civilian long-armed master. He saw injustice on the road and sneaked in alone. As soon as these words came out, Gu Yun didn't say anything. Although it was inconvenient to say Chongging's background now, he definitely had a grudge against him. Now that this matter might involve the Prince of Wei, the emperor was bound to be bitterly disappointed. Seeing his younger brother, who had always disliked him, clearly stand on his side, he might be willing to let go of the previous generation's grudges. Chongging was about to reach the age where he could be conferred the title of prince. If he could gain the emperor's favor, his future path might be better. Gu Yun weighed the pros and cons for a moment, then glared at Yao Zhen in annoyance. This person was indeed very talented. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to maintain a long-term friendship with the Marquis of Stability after meeting him once. However, it was true that he didn't seek to improve himself. All he pursued was to muddle along and wait for death. He used his intelligence and wisdom to bribe and flatter. Yao Zhen smiled and asked again, Marquis, do you think this is okay? Gu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to him. He rolled his eyes, put on his clothes, and stood up. He prepared to quietly leave Jiangnan. In this matter, the Linyuan Pavilion and the Black Iron Battalion were both involved. However, it was inconvenient for them to show their faces. How to smooth it all depended on Yao Zhen's pen. When Gu Yun pushed open the door and came out, he saw Chongging in the courtyard cutting a bamboo flute. Gepengxiao, Chao Nyangzi, and the Lord Yao's two younger daughters were surrounding him. Chongging's hands were skillful and gentle. He cut a small bamboo flute for each of them. The two little girls were not even 10 years old, and they were jumping and jumping around him. Gu Yun was in a good mood when he saw Chongging. Although he had never said it, he had always hoped that Chongging would grow up to be a sharp but not overly clever person. He also hoped that Chongging would grow up to be a person who was not indecisive. He didn't want to be as weak as his father, and he didn't want to be as extreme as his mother. Chongging's growth was completely in line with his expectations. Even his appearance was inherited from his parents. He walked over and took a newly formed flute from Chongging's hands. He smiled and said, "Is there one for me?" The relaxed smile on Chongging's face froze. He took the flute back and handed it to the little girl who was eagerly waiting at the side. He said, "It's a small thing to play with children. It's very crude. Godfather, don't make fun of it." Gu Yun, he silently stared at the flute in the little girl's hands and thought, I want it too. The child, who wasn't even as long as Gu Yun's legs, put her hands behind her back and fearlessly looked up to meet Marshal Gu's eyes. Chongging put down the things in his hands and motioned to Gepengxiao and the others to play with the two little girls. He followed Gu Yun. His heart sank, and he said to Gu Yun, Godfather, are you going back to the western regions? Gu Yun replied, yes. Go back to the capital for me and meet the emperor. Zhongzhe will teach you what to say. Don't worry. Chongging nodded silently. You've done a meritorious deed this time. The emperor might reward you, Gu Yun said, he might let you attend court in advance. If you mention it, he might even let you come to the northwest to find me. When they met again this year, Chongging was like an adult who didn't panic in the face of danger. The childish appearance he had last year was gone. Gu Yun's determination to not bring him to the northwest had also loosened. Now that the northwest was still somewhat peaceful, Gu Yun thought that he could bring Chongging to gain some knowledge. In any case, he didn't need to follow him. In the future, when he returned to the imperial court, he could still be counted as his capital. When Gu Yun left home, Chongging had always wanted to go to the northwest with him. Gu Yun thought that he would finally get what he wanted and be overjoyed for once. Unexpectedly, Chongging stopped in his tracks. After a moment of silence, he said, Godfather, I don't want to go to the western regions. This was completely different from what he had expected. Gu Yun was stunned and blurted out, why? Chongging answered reasonably, the western regions have foster father's Black Iron Battalion holding down the fort. If I went, I would only add to the chaos. I would also have to trouble you to give me some imaginary military achievements. There's no meaning in that. Although Gu Yun generally thought this way, he still felt like he had been splashed with cold water when Chang'ing pointed it out to his face. Forcing his expression to not change, Gu Yun said, "Then, that's fine. When you return to the capital, you can attend court in advance. My teacher has some students. You can get to know them in advance, Chang'ing, isn't that the same?" As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the end of the corridor. Jiangnan's bright sun was slanting down, and the garden was filled with spring flowers. But from what the servants of Yao Manor had said, although it looked splendid, in reality, it would only bloom for 10 days to half a month. Not long after it bloomed, it would wither. And this was still in the garden. If it bloomed in the wilderness where people rarely tread, it would quietly bloom and then quietly wither. Life and death were like the blink of an eye between heaven and earth. With only a few wild birds and beasts by her side, who would know, flowers were like this. Many of the meaningless love and hate in people's hearts were like this. Chang'ing, foster father, Master Liao Ran has many strange people by his side. I want to travel the world with them. It won't affect my studies and martial arts, wasn't this nonsense? Before he finished speaking, Gu Yun's expression had already darkened. He interrupted, "No." Chang'ing leaned to the side and looked at him silently. The youth's eyes, which were backlit by the light, contained something indescribable. Gu Yun had never noticed it before. Now that he suddenly encountered it, he was a little frightened. He immediately realized that his tone was a little stiff. He softened his expression slightly and said, "It's fine if you go out to play. When you return to the capital, have Uncle Wan transfer a few guards from the Marquis Manor to accompany you around. However, there is one thing. You are not allowed to go to places without a court relay station. Every time you go to a relay station, you have to send me a letter to report your safety." Chang'ing said indifferently, "Living a life of luxury and living a life of luxury? Then I might as well go to the Hugua temple to burn incense with the madams and misses when I have nothing to do. That way I can save money on food and horses." Gu Yun, this brat actually knew how to talk back. She even managed to do it with an air of elegance and calmness, but with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Yun's good mood, which had been soaked by the spring scenery in Jiangnan, suddenly disappeared. She thought to herself, "Why can't I talk sense into him? Did I spoil him so much that he's going to sleep with me?" His tone started to become a little impatient. The road of the martial world is long, and people's hearts are sinister. What's so fun about it? Other than running for his life, he only knows how to beg for food. If something were to happen to you on the way with him, how am I going to explain it to the late emperor? Ah, Chang'ing thought indifferently, as expected, it's because you have to explain it to the late emperor. If the late emperor in the underworld hears that I'm a little bastard that Xianxia got from who knows where and is specially used to confuse the royal bloodline, he might be so angry that he's planning to come back to the underworld and strangle me to death. Every time he looked at Gu Yun, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Every time he sinned deeply, he wished that he could immediately flee in fear of punishment. However, that person actually held on to him and refused to let him go. Chang'ing faced the ignorant Gu Yun. For a moment, his heart was filled with lingering resentment for no reason. However, he quickly regained his senses. Chang'ing withdrew his gaze from Gu Yun and said calmly, "Godfather told me a few days ago that as long as I've thought of the path I want to take, it's fine. You're not going to take it anymore?" Gu Yun's heart burned with anger. "I said to let you think about it yourself. Does this count as you having thought about it?" Chang'ing said seriously, "That's exactly what I think." "No, think about it again. Tell me when you've thought it through." Gu Yun did not want to flare up at him outside, so he swung his sleeves angrily and turned to leave. Chang'ing watched his back view and brushed away the petals on his body. He heard footsteps behind him. He did not need to turn his head to know who it was. He said, "Master Liao Ran, please excuse me." Liao Ran did not dare to come out at first. He stuck his head out and looked around for a long time. When he saw that Gu Yun had left, he was relieved to show himself. He gestured to mediate the situation and said, "Marquis has good intentions." Chang'ing lowered his head and looked at his hands. Thin calluses had already formed on his hands, but they had not been baptized by the scars yet. He said coldly, "I don't want to be a good-for-nothing who relies on him for everything under his good intentions. This monk feels that your highness is a little extreme." Liao Ran gestured and said, even when the saints were young, most of them grew up under the protection of their parents and elders. Based on your highness's standards, wouldn't everyone in the world be good for nothing? A great talent matures slowly, so you must guard against arrogance and rashness. Chongqing did not reply. It was obvious that he did not listen. Liao Ran said again, I see that your highness's expression is gloomy. The poison has already entered your bones. Chongqing was shocked. He thought that Liao Ran knew about Wu Ergu. However, Liao Ran said again, people's hearts are all poisonous. Some are deeper, some are lighter. Your highness, at your age, you should not have acted up so thoroughly. Your thoughts are too heavy. Chongqing smiled bitterly and said, what do you know? He always felt that everything around him, the title of a prince, the false reputation, they were all stolen from him by Xianxia. One day, someone would see that he was not compatible with these things. They would expose him and make him lose everything. Chongqing was used to being in a constant state of anxiety. He always felt that he was an outsider in the capital. Gu Yun was planning for his future from His Highness the Fourth Prince's point of view. He did not feel that it was real at all. Every day, when he looked in the mirror, he knew that he was an earth dragon rolling in the mud. However, other people insisted on attaching horns and scales to him. They racked their brains to dress him up as a real dragon. Little did they know that no matter how much decoration they put on, it was still nondescript. He was ultimately an earthworm that could not be brought up to the table. Since that was the case, it was better to stay away from it to avoid being embarrassed in the future. Only Gu Yun brought him such unforgettable happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. He could not deceive himself and gently let it go. He just often felt that he did not deserve it. Chongqing did not wallow in self-pity for long. He quickly regained his senses and asked, oh right, master, I have always wanted to ask you. What is my foster father's illness? He was very strange during that trip to the East Sea, but he refused to tell me. The monk hurriedly shook his head, Ba, I dare not say. Chongqing frowned, not only is he trying to be brave, but you are also helping him? Is Marquis a person who tries to be brave for no reason? Liao Ran laughed, if he is not willing to mention this matter, it is not because he is afraid that others will know his weakness. It is probably because this is his reverse scale and the poison in his heart. Who dares to touch the reverse scale of the Marquis of Stability? Your Highness, please spare my little life. Chongqing furrowed his brows thoughtfully. It was not easy for Gu Yun to be absent from the desert for 2 days. Originally, he wanted to properly appreciate the scenery of Jiangnan, go out for a walk on a horse, swim in the lake, see a few beauties, and so on. Before he left, he had enough fun. In the end, he was not in the mood after Chongqing's 2 sentences. He shut himself in the room and refused to go out. In any case, he was angry when he saw Chongqing, he was angry when he saw Yao Shen, and he was even angrier when he saw Yao Shen. The 2 brats of the Yao family were still unwilling to stop. They played the bamboo flute one after another. Everyone within 10 miles could hear them. They were like a pair of noisy Mina brothers. When Gu Yun heard the tuneless sound, he recalled how Chongqing took the flute from his hands. He became even angrier. Didn't he give everything to his adoptive father first? Why did he change so suddenly? It was a pity that although the fate between parents and children seemed to be connected by blood, it did not last long. Moreover, they were not related by blood. They were not even connected by blood. In the evening, a black eagle landed in the courtyard. Marshal, General Shen sent a letter. Gu Yun swallowed his anger and took a look. He saw that Xin Yi's blabbering letter was rather concise. It only had 3 words, urgent, return quickly. Ever since Xin Yi left the Lingshu temple and went through fire and water with him, what kind of battle had he not seen? He would never write an urgent letter to urge him for no reason. Black Eagle, Marshal, you see, Gu Yun, got it. There's no need to return. We will set off tomorrow. Chongqing's side had not decided yet. Gu Yun originally wanted to wait for 2 days before deciding, but Xin Yi urged him urgently. He had no choice but to walk around the house twice before getting up to look for him. Chongqing was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Gu Yun watched for a moment. Suddenly, he pulled out the Black Eagle's sword. The Black Eagle's armor had not been removed. The heavy sword was as wide as an adult's palm. He held it lightly in his hand like a feather duster. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, the sword had already swept out. Chang'ing caught it firmly and did not retreat a single step. He's improved, Gu Yun thought. His hands also have some strength. He suddenly lifted and used the strength of the sword in his hand to flip over. His sword was like a full moon. Chang'ing did not dare to take it head-on. He staggered a few steps, but he could not block the strength of his sword. The heavy sword in Gu Yun's hand was like a snake spitting out its tongue. In the blink of an eye, he had already stabbed 3 times. Chang'ing blocked with his sword. He had already retreated to a corner. He turned sideways and leaped onto a pillar. He spun in the air and stepped on Gu Yun's heavy sword. Gu Yun shouted and suddenly let go of the hilt. Chang'ing suddenly lost his support and staggered. Gu Yun reached out and grabbed the hilt again. He gently pressed it down on the shoulders of the youth who had not yet stabilized himself. The light of the Xianxia sword gave him goosebumps. Gu Yun laughed and patted Chang'ing's shoulders with his heavy sword. He then threw the heavy sword to Black Eagle behind him. Not bad. You haven't slacked off in your martial arts. Chang'ing moved his slightly numb wrist. I'm still far from Godfather. Gu Yun boasted shamelessly. Yes, I'm still far from it. Chang'ing, under normal circumstances, shouldn't he first be modest and then earnestly teach him a few words? Why did he still go along with it? Was there such an immodest godfather? Gu Yun said, if you come to West Beidang, I can teach you personally. As expected, it was still because of this. Chang'ing could not help but laugh. Speaking of which, it was strange. Sometimes, when a person really wanted something, he would not be able to get it no matter how hard he tried. When he suddenly felt that he did not want it anymore, that thing would come to him instead. Chang'ing tactfully declined. When I was in the Marquis residence, I once asked my master why Godfather was so powerful when he practiced swordsmanship in the Marquis residence. My master told me that having a solid foundation in martial arts mainly depends on how much effort one is willing to put in. Being powerful in martial arts is mainly because there are many situations of life and death on the battlefield. It doesn't matter who teaches you. Gu Yun's smile disappeared. Chang'ing said, Godfather, I've thought thrice. I still want to go out and see the world. Gu Yun frowned. Isn't the world between the capital and the border the same? What else do you want to see? Daliang can't hold you anymore? Do you still want to swim to the west? They were going to quarrel again. The Black Eagle did not dare to make a sound at the back. The tall sky killer hugged his heavy sword and pretended that he was a pile of coal that had been forgotten. Chang'ing did not utter a word. He only looked deeply at Gu Yun. For a moment, he wanted to vomit out the things that he had suppressed in his heart. However, he held it back. He imagined Gu Yun's possible reaction and felt that he might not be able to bear it. Gu Yun said, you don't have to say any more. I don't want to know where your messy thoughts come from. Get that monk to scram tomorrow and return to the capital obediently. Since you don't want to go to the northwest, then stay at home. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Chang'ing wanted to shout at Gu Yun, the Marquis residence is not my home. However, these words were already at the tip of his tongue. He bit them into 2 halves and swallowed them back down. He was instinctively afraid that he would hurt Gu Yun's heart. Even though he did not know if Gu Yun had a heart that could be hurt. Godfather, Chang'ing said quietly, I'm very upset that you had to come all the way from the northwest. However, if you're not reasonable, I can only be willful. If I can run away once, I can run away twice. You can't watch over me forever. The Marquis residence can't imprison me. Gu Yun was furious. The Marquis residence had always been where his heart belonged. No matter how much he did not want to return to the capital, he still looked forward to returning home. Only now did he know that in Chang'ing's eyes, that place was like a prison. Gu Yun said, go ahead and try. The 2 of them parted on bad terms again. Black Eagle hurriedly chased after him. Gu Yun had not gone far. He did not care whether Chang'ing hurt him or not and coldly instructed, you don't have to follow me tomorrow. Follow His Highness the 4th Prince to the capital. You can't let him take a step out of the capital. Black Eagle said. Yes. It was fine if a fire at the city gates affected the fish in the moat, but even the black eagle flying at the gate was burned into a bald chicken. It was truly an unexpected disaster. Early the next morning, Gu Yun left in a fit of anger. He did not see Chongqing again. Before he left, the wicked Marquis of Stability sneaked into the courtyard of Lord Yao's 5-year-old child and took away the bamboo flute that was placed on the swing. When the child woke up, he found that the flute had disappeared into thin air. He was so sad that he cried for an entire day. Gu Yun rushed back even faster than when he came. After landing, the first thing he said to Xianxia was, "Prepare the medicine for me." Xianxia looked dignified. "Can you still hear me now?" "Yes," Gu Yun said, "I can't anymore." "If you have something to say it quickly." Xianxia took out a few pieces of paper from his bosom. "This is Sand Scorpion's confession. I didn't show it to anyone else. I personally interrogated it. I will wait for the marshal to come back and make a decision." Gu Yun read 10 lines at a glance as he walked. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped and he folded the paper in his hand. For a moment, his expression was a little scary. Sand Scorpion's invasion of Gusi Road was just a coincidence. His target was Lulan. He had a treasure map of Lulan in his hand. The so-called treasure was actually 1,000 hectares of purple gold ore. Xianxia lowered his voice and asked, "Marshal, this is a serious matter. Should we report it to the imperial court?" Gu Yun blurted out, "No." He quickly thought, "Where's the map?" Xianxia whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Sand Scorpion tattooed on his belly." Gu Yun asked, "He didn't say where he got it?" "He robbed it," Xianxia said. "These bandits are unscrupulous. The people of the Central Plains, the Western regions, and the Westerners robbed anyone they met. They didn't even know whose things they stole and smuggled it in." Gu Yun made a no sound. He narrowed his eyes that were starting to blur and looked at the prosperous Lulan in the distance. A young man from Lulan saw him from afar. He sat on the city wall and played the zither crazily. He looked at Gu Yun and kept laughing. Gu Yun didn't have time to play with these people of Lulan who only knew how to drink and play after eating. He turned back and stuffed the papers to Xianxia. "Silence them." Xianxia's pupils shrank slightly. "Silence them, destroy the corpses and destroy the evidence." Gu Yun's lips almost didn't move. His words were between his teeth, "Even those bandits. Say that the bandits wanted to break out of prison. Our soldiers had no choice but to kill them. This matter is between you and me. If it is leaked out, you will be held responsible. Immediately trace the origin of the treasure map." Xianxia replied, "Yes." A moment later, he asked again, "Marshal, I heard that there are rumors in the capital that the Prince of Wei is under house arrest?" Gu Yun glanced at him. "You also said that it's a rumor. The imperial edict hasn't been issued yet. Don't make wild guesses. Go do your thing." Xianxia responded. Gu Yun's tired face didn't disappear. He stood in place and gently pressed the corners of his eyes. He hoped that he was overreacting to this treasure map of unknown origin. The flood dragon disaster in the East Sea hadn't been resolved, and there were changes in the northwest. He felt that these things weren't coincidences. Half a month later, 2 memorials from Jiangnan were placed in front of the Emperor Longan, Li Feng. Li Feng knocked on the table. A man in his 40s with a long beard immediately stepped forward and lit the gas lamp for him. This person was the emperor's uncle, Wang Bao. He was the emperor's #1 favorite official. Li Feng opened the memorials. It was the speech that Yao Zhan and Gu Yun had discussed that day. They hit the Black Iron Battalion and the Linyuan Pavilion. They flattered all the officials in Jiangnan from top to bottom. In the end, they sang praises. The emperor didn't say anything after reading it. He picked up the second memorials. The second one was a secret memorial. The speech was completely different from the previous one. It said, "On the day of the suppression of the bandits at sea, the Marquis of Stability, Black Eagle, and Black Armor appeared in the East Sea. They captured the bandit leader. According to the bandit leader's confession, there was a woman on the rebel Hai Jiao. Her whereabouts were mysterious. They suspected that she was from the Linyuan Pavilion. She seemed to be an old acquaintance of Gu Yun." After Li Feng finished reading it, he didn't say anything. He handed the 2 memorials to Wang Bao. Uncle Wang quickly finished reading them. He carefully sized up Li Feng's uncertain expression. He tried to guess his meaning and said, "This. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Stability is involved. Although he has done meritorious deeds, he left his post without permission." "This is also," Li Feng said, "he has the Black Eagle and can travel 1,000 miles in a day. It's only a matter of days for him to travel unhindered in the Central Plains. Although he left his post without permission, it's not considered improper. It's just that Jin doesn't understand. Why is it so coincidental? What role did the Marquis of Stability play in this?" Wang Bao's eyelids twitched as he realized something. Li Feng's slender fingers tapped on the table. "There's also Linyuan Pavilion. Linyuan Pavilion has been hidden in the Jianghu for many years. Why did it suddenly appear? When did Gu Yun get in touch with these people? Linyuan Pavilion, if one didn't appear in a flourishing age, then there would be chaos." Wang Bao took a deep breath. "Your Majesty is saying that Gu Yun harbors ill intentions." Li Feng glanced at him and smiled faintly. "What are you thinking, Imperial Uncle?" Imperial Uncle Shirlu grew up with Zhen since he was a child. He made great contributions in suppressing the rebels. If you think like that, wouldn't you be chilling the hearts of loyal officials? Wang Bao didn't understand what he meant. He only dared to agree and didn't dare to say anything else. Li Feng said, "It's just that my Daliang has thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. The north and south are all dependent on him. Wouldn't that tire Imperial Uncle to death? Zhen thinks that it's time to find someone to share his burdens." Huang Tu's hegemony went down several times and left a page in history. Since ancient times, the emperors of each dynasty were not the same. Some came to govern the country, some came to bring disaster to the country, some came to cultivate immortality, and some came to stir up trouble. The late Emperor Yuan and Emperor Yuan were undoubtedly cultivators. They were forgiving and kind, but muddle-headed and incompetent. Although his son's political views were similar to his style was undoubtedly stormy. Long and Emperor Li Feng never believed in governing a country is like cooking a small fish. He was diligent in his governance and had a tough personality. Since he ascended the throne, he changed the previous emperor's soft style of being lazy in government affairs and energetically began his turbulent ruling career. In the first year, he sent Marquis Gu Yun to escort Calais Ingho back to Beijing. At the same time, he established a new ancient Silk Road with various parties, opening the western region's trade channel. Whether it was repairing relations with Beiman or sending Marquis Ding to the western region's front line to supervise the expansion of the Silk Road, it showed the emperor's hatred for the increasingly strained state treasury to the world. It had the meaning of if you, Gu Yun, can't earn back the money, you can sell yourself. Long in 2 years, the king of Wei colluded with the Dongying people and tried to take the capital from the sea. Unexpectedly, the conspiracy was exposed. The Jiangnan navy quickly took down the leader of the pirates on the Sea Serpent. The king of Wei was imprisoned and later took poison to commit suicide. Emperor Longyan used this as an opportunity to ruthlessly clean up the officialdom in Jiangnan. 8 Shirlu officials were implicated. Among them, more than 40 were executed. After autumn, they were not all executed, but 3 batches. The others were punished by the palace and sent to exile, never to be employed again. In the same year, new laws were introduced from Jiangnan. The land occupied by the gentry and landlords was strictly investigated. However, after the investigation, the land was not distributed to the common people and tenants. Instead, it was taken back by the imperial court. After the local power was collected, it returned to the central government. Long and 3 years later, every piece of land had to go through layers of examination and approval. The degree of centralization of power was not comparable to that of the Emperor Wu. No one dared to raise any objections. Those who had objections were all from King Wei's faction. If they weren't stabbed in the back, they would be stabbed in the back. Another 2 years later, Long and 4 years later, Li Feng began to implement the decree law, which required the long-armed foresters to register at their own place and obtain a decree before they could continue their work. According to their experience and ability, the imperial court divided the long-armed masters into 5 classes. Every order had a seal under it, and every seal had a serial number. The holder of the order had to keep a record of what they had cultivated and done. There were strict restrictions on what one could do at any level, and unregistered long-armed masters were strictly prohibited from accepting jobs without permission. All armors and lighters related to military supplies are not to be touched by non-military long-armed soldiers. Those who violate this order will have their fingers cut off and sent away. As soon as this decree came out, there was a lot of controversy in the court. But no matter how the officials argued, the emperor and the cabinet that had been cleaned up and put on the same pants with the emperor all said the same thing: if the long-armed forefathers branch wasn't strangled to death, how could the valve of the purple flowing gold be tightened? Just as the debate over the decree law had yet to reach a conclusion, Li Feng threw out the next heavy thunder: decree law of the beating of the drums, directed directly at the military. The Daliang dynasty originally had 7 major military branches based on their different functions. They also had a commander in each of the 5 regions: Jiangnan, the Central Plains, the Northern Frontier, the Western regions, and Nanjiang. During this time, the appointment and removal of military officials, military pay, provisions, armors, lighters, and so on were all coordinated by the Ministry of War. Other matters were handled by the commanders of the various military regions. The Marquis of Stability had a Xianxia tiger tally in his hands, which could be used in emergency situations to mobilize the troops of the entire territory. Li Feng kept the arrangements of the 5 regions and didn't touch the tiger tally in the Marquis of Stability's hands. He only set up a few military supervisors in addition to the commanders of each region. The military supervisors were directly under the Ministry of War and rotated every 3 years. They were only responsible for one thing, which was to ask the Ministry of War for the decree of the beating of the drums. If the decree of the beating of the drums didn't arrive and the commander dared to move the troops, it would be considered a rebellion. Other than the Black Iron Battalion, all the garrison troops in the 5 regions had to follow this decree. Once the decree of the beating of the drums came out, the entire country was in an uproar. Who would care about the trivial matters of the long-armed soldiers among the common people? The emperor and the civil and military officials squabbled like chickens and ducks for the new year. On the same day, 3 of the 5 commanders wanted to retire. It was such an uproar that it alarmed the Marquis of Stability far away in the northwest. The Marquis of Stability didn't even have time to express his opinion on the emperor's death-seeking decree. He had already braced himself and went to various places to stabilize the morale of the troops. He patiently listened to the old generals morning and morning. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Gu Yun just happened to return to the capital to report on her work. She was showered with more than 50 handkerchiefs by the young ladies and young wives on the streets. She didn't even have time to be proud. In just a few days, she had already given them all away to wipe people's tears, even diapers were spared. Even the common people joined in the chaos. The scholars of the academies all over the country talked about almost nothing else all day long. They pulled out this decree and that decree like a rolling cart and repeatedly whipped the corpse, arguing back and forth. The lifeless imperial court of the Yuanhe years finally gave them something to talk about. This chaos continued for a long 6 years. The beating of the drums decree still hadn't come to a conclusion. The emperor wasn't willing to rescind the decree, but for the time being, he didn't send anyone to supervise the troops. The decree hung in the air in name but not in reality. It was like a sword hanging in the air, ready to smash the head of one of the 2 sides at any time. It was another cool autumn. For years had passed since the flood dragon disaster in Jiangnan. The Prince of Wei's bones were already cold. This matter had become an expired topic of conversation, and no one brought it up again. Next to the official road in the middle of Sichuan, there was a small wine shop called Apricot Blossom Village. It was said that the most common village in Daliang was Apricot Blossom Village. 8 out of 10 places with a shed to sell wine were called Apricot Blossom Village. A young man gently lifted the curtains and entered. He wasn't more than 20 years old. He wore an old robe, dressed like a poor scholar, but his appearance was very handsome to the point of being fierce. His nose was high, his hair was like a knife, and his eyes were slightly sunken. His gaze was like a cold star, but it didn't make people feel aggressive. He had a gentle, jade-like aura. At first glance, he made people's eyes light up. After looking for a long time, people wouldn't get tired of looking at him. The wine shop was very small. Even a big dog would have to bend down to enter. There were only 2 tables inside, and they were already full today. The shopkeeper was also a waiter and an accountant. He was fiddling with an abacus with nothing to do. His gaze couldn't help but be attracted by the young man. He secretly praised him for being so handsome. He cupped his hands and said, "Sir, I'm sorry. You've come at the wrong time. There's no place to sit. There's a place to rest about 5 miles ahead. Would you like to go there and take a look?" The scholar said good-naturedly, "I'm passing by and I'm a little thirsty. I'll have to trouble the shopkeeper to pour me a pot of good wine. I don't need to sit." The shopkeeper took the wine pot. As soon as he opened the lid, the residual smell of wine surged out. Green bamboo leaf. Okay. The guest at the table next to him took the initiative to greet him. "Sir, please come here to rest. I'll make room for you." The scholar didn't refuse and cupped his hands in thanks. Before he could sit down, he heard someone at the table next to him say, "What's the noise about? I think His Majesty is very good. As an emperor, what's wrong with holding great power? I'm not being respectful, but is it possible that he doesn't care about anything all day long? If he's not eating vegetarian food and praying to Buddha, he's fooling around with the palace servants. Is he a good emperor?" The scholar didn't expect that there would be people sitting in the wine shop watching the world's affairs. He looked up and saw that the speaker was an older man with his trousers rolled up. His hands were thick, and there was even a year's worth of engine oil between his fingers. It seemed that he might be a low-level long-armed engineer. To the side, an old farmer immediately agreed. "Isn't that so? Look at the price of rice now. Since the beginning of my reign, have you seen anything cheaper?" Seeing that he had supporters, the long-armed engineer became even more proud. He said arrogantly, "When I entered the city 2 days ago, I heard a group of students from the academy discussing the Tao. When it came to the drumming order, there was a young man who didn't have hair on his mouth who said that His Majesty was weakening the military strength of our Dalyung's borders. What an armchair strategist, how laughable. Didn't you see the King of Wei's rebellion? These commanders are far away from His Majesty. If they have any thoughts of rebellion, not only will His Majesty's country be unstable, won't it be us common people who will be unlucky? I heard that with the Ministry of War's governance, who knows how much less military expenditure will be when the time comes. The common people won't have to bear so much tax. Isn't that a good thing?" With these words, the people in the wine shop all nodded. The old man who had called the scholar to sit down also said, "The Marquis of Stability hasn't jumped out to object, but others have already made a fuss for him." The scholar didn't pay much attention at first, but when he heard the words Marquis of Stability, he subconsciously raised his head and blurted out, "What does this have to do with the Marquis of Stability?" The old man smiled and said, "Young master, you don't understand. This time, His Majesty didn't move the Black Iron Battalion, but in reality, he took away the military power in the hands of the Marquis of Stability. Think about it, if in the future, only the drumming order can be mobilized, then what about the Xianxia and Tiger Tally in the hands of the Marquis of Stability? Using soldiers without the drumming order is considered treason. If the Ministry of War doesn't give the drumming order, will the 5 commanders listen to the Ministry of War or Marquis?" The scholar smiled and said, "So that's how it is. This student has learned." Finished speaking, he saw that the shopkeeper had finished ordering the wine, so he didn't want to listen to the nonsense of these villagers. He politely thanked the old man who had given him his seat, put down the money for the wine, and left. When he left the wine shop, he saw that there was already someone waiting in the previously empty spot. The person didn't say anything and seemed a little embarrassed when he saw the poor scholar. He gave a curtsy and stood to the side like a mural. The scholar helplessly held his forehead and thought, "He's catching up faster and faster." This scholar was Chongqing. For years ago, after he quarreled with Gu Yun, he was escorted back to the capital by the Black Eagle. After rejecting many of the emperor's rewards, Chongqing tried for half a year. Every day, he exchanged blows with the Marquis's household. In the end, he successfully escaped from the Marquis of Stability's household. Gu Yun sent people to pursue him several times, and the two sides bitterly tugged at each other for an entire year. In the end, Gu Yun saw that the child was like a young eagle that couldn't be locked up and couldn't be held back, so he could only compromise and let him go. However, no matter where Chongqing went, he would encounter a few Black Iron Battalion Imperial bodyguards who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Later on, under the recommendation of the monk Liao Ran, Chongqing became a disciple of an unknown civilian expert. He followed his master and lived a life of appearing and disappearing mysteriously. He traveled all over the mountains and rivers, as well as places where no one went. For a time, he shook off the Black Iron Battalion. However, every time he appeared near the relay station, he would be targeted again. As soon as he entered the center of Sichuan, this young soldier was waiting for him. However, the current Chongqing was no longer the youth who didn't know what to do and was full of stubbornness. He led his horse to that person and said with an amiable expression, "It's been hard on this brother. How is my adoptive father?" The young soldier was a little tongue-tied. He didn't expect Chongqing to come over and talk to him. He was at a loss as to what to do and replied, "Your young master is doing well. He said that if the border is stable at the end of the year, he will return home to celebrate the new year." "Okay, then I will depart for the capital in 2 days." Chongqing listened and nodded. One couldn't see how happy he was, nor how reluctant he was. As he spoke, he handed over the jug of wine that he had just filled. "It's been a long journey. Brother, drink some wine to warm yourself." No matter how ignorant the young soldier was, he knew that his sudden appearance was an eyesore. Unexpectedly, not only was Chongqing not in a hurry, he even kindly invited him to drink. For a moment, he was overwhelmed by the favor. He didn't dare to touch the mouth of the jug with his own mouth. He trembled as he took a sip. He didn't dare to spill a single drop. He returned the jug with both hands and led Chongqing's horse. Chongqing said, "In the spring, I actually went to the northwest once. It was just that my adoptive father was busy with military affairs, so I didn't show up to bother him. The ancient Silk Road is really prosperous. A pile of yellow sand in the vast sea can actually become crowded. There aren't many places that are more prosperous than the ancient Silk Road." The young soldier looked around and saw that there was no one around. He said in a low voice, "With the marshal in charge, the bandits have gradually disappeared in recent years. Many people have settled down at the ancient Silk Road to do business. There are all kinds of trinkets from all over the place. The marshal said that if your highness has anything that you like, he will bring it back for you when he returns to the capital in the first year." Chongqing paused and said lightly, "It's good that he's back." The young soldier didn't understand the meaning in his words and thought that he was just being polite. People who had been in the military for a long time didn't know how to flatter people, so they obediently kept silent. Chongqing walked on the official road in the center of Sichuan as usual, but his chest was a little hot. He thought that parting was like water, and that once he poured a handful of water, everything would be washed away. Unexpectedly, the Guyun was carved on. After washing for a long time, the marks became deeper. When he heard that Guyun would return to the capital at the end of the year, it was just autumn. Chongqing was shocked to find that he was already nervous. Just now, he was eager to return home and blurted out, "Prepare to return to the capital." Now, he regretted it. He wished that he could eat his words and run away to the ends of the earth. Just as he was thinking nonsense, a thin woman with a person on her back walked toward him. The woman walked very strenuously and had to stop to rest every few steps. She was panting like an ox. She tripped over a stone on the side of the road and fell to the ground with a cry of surprise. Chongqing immediately came back to his senses and went forward to help the two people up. "Auntie, are you all right?" The woman walked for an unknown distance. She was so tired that she couldn't speak. Before she could open her mouth to speak, tears had already fallen. Chongqing was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask why she was crying. He just helped the unconscious old man on her back up and put his hand on his pulse. A moment later, he said softly, "This old man is just not in good condition all year round. The fire in his heart is too strong. He will be fine after 2 needles. His life won't be in danger. If you trust me, please come with me first." The young soldier of the Black Iron Battalion didn't expect that His Highness would have medical knowledge. He hurriedly went forward to help carry the sick old man. Chongqing let the woman get on his horse and led the way. Not long after, they arrived at a village. There was a house at the entrance of the village. It was built very elegantly and there was a string of bacon hanging at the door. Chongqing tied up the horse with ease and directly pushed the door open to enter. He led the patient into the inner room and placed him on a small couch. He took out a box of silver needles from under the pillow and rolled up his sleeves to personally administer the needles. The young soldier carefully asked, "Are you staying here?" Chongqing quickly raised his head and smiled at him. "No, this is just my friend's house." Before he finished speaking, he heard someone outside the house say, "Why did you come in without an invitation again?" While speaking, a slender woman in white lifted the curtain and walked in. The young soldier's whole body tensed up and he subconsciously became nervous. He didn't even notice that the person was at the door. The other party's martial arts must be above his. Chongqing didn't stop and didn't feel embarrassed. He only said, "Miss Chen, I thought you weren't here." It was Chen Xingshu of the Linyuan Pavilion on the pirate ship of the East China Sea. Chen Xingshu complained, but there was no anger on her face. It was as if she was used to these uninvited guests barging in. She entered the room and put the herbs in her hands aside. She first greeted the strangers and said, "My surname is Chen. I'm a Jianghu doctor." She claimed to be a Jianghu doctor. Her movements had the temperament of a young lady from a respectable family. She did not smile and her face was cold. When the woman saw her, she was a little reserved. She mumbled for a long time and could not speak. She could only bow with her hands folded in front. Chen Xingshu glanced at Chongqing, who was performing acupuncture, and said, "He's half my disciple. He can't bring the dead back to life, but he can deal with ordinary illnesses." Eldest sister, don't worry. Her appearance made it impossible for people to tell her age. She was dressed like a young lady. The young soldier next to her felt his heart beating like a drum. She was an unmarried lady. Even if she was a doctor, His Highness just casually entered her room without greeting her. Was it appropriate? Looking at her familiar appearance, she must have been here many times. If this was in the capital, some families were particular. When the husband and wife met each other, they would send someone to inform them first. Although it was said that people in the Jianghu did not care about trifles, the young soldier followed Chongqing alone for the first time. He constantly speculated about the relationship between this unfamiliar woman and the fourth prince. He did not know how angry Gu Yun would be if she knew about this. His heart was bubbling like boiling water. He could not think of how to report to the marshal. He was so anxious that he almost cried. While they were talking, the old man on the bed snorted. He coughed heavily a few times and slowly woke up. Chongqing did not mind that it was dirty. He took a spittoon from the side and helped him spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm. When the woman saw this, she was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Chen Qingshu handed Chongqing a handkerchief and ordered, "Go and prescribe a medicine. I'll check it for you." She spoke in a gentle tone, but the content of her words was somewhat commanding. Chongqing did not say anything and immediately spread out the brush and paper. After pondering for a while, he began to write the prescription. The Black Iron Battalion soldiers' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When he was with Gu Yun, he had heard Marshal Gu mention more than once that the fourth prince had grown up and could no longer control him. However, he was clearly pointing to the east and not the west. He was even more obedient than a primary school student in school. How could he be as unruly as someone who had quarreled with the Marquis of Stability since young? While he was in a mess, Chen Qingshu had already started chatting with the woman. Seeing that the patient was getting better, the woman relaxed a lot. As they chatted, she learned that it was because the local farming puppets had been wantonly carried out, and everyone had no land to farm. Although the imperial court had regulations that the landlords could not mistreat their tenants, who would be willing to feed them for free after a long time. Arrears and shortfalls were common. Those who still worked with the puppets gradually felt that it was unfair. Later, the farmers, the long-armed foresters, the other small traders, and the land managers all felt that they were at a disadvantage and did not see eye to eye with each other. The woman's husband did not want to idle around at home and cause trouble, so he went to the south with his fellow villagers to find something to do. Unexpectedly, there was no news of him after he left. Her father-in-law was sick and their child was young, so they could not count on him. The barefoot doctor in their village felt that he had nothing to do all day and had already left. She could only force herself to carry her father-in-law on her back and travel a long distance to find a doctor. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingshu frowned. The south? There was a flood in the south this year, and there was not enough time for disaster relief. What is there to find? The woman's face was blank. It was obvious that she had lived in a mountain village for a long time. Other than the small piece of land in front of her house, she did not know of any other place in the world. Changing, who was writing a prescription, asked, "Did you get the grain allotted this year?" Upon hearing this, the woman glanced at the old man on the couch who was struggling at death's door. Her face revealed a distressed expression. "To be honest, I haven't. I'm already so old, so it's not good for me to go to your house and ask for trouble. Fortunately, the price of grain this year is low and we still have some savings. It's enough for me to go out and buy some." Although she said this, Changing knew in his heart that these people had been farming for generations and were used to being thrifty. They did not spend money easily. Every time they spent money, their hearts would be cut by a knife. Otherwise, why would she carry her father-in-law on her back for such a long distance and walk step by step instead of being willing to hire a carriage? Chen Xingshu said, "Isn't there a public land of the imperial court? I heard that the public land of the imperial court is handed over to the national treasury every year and officials are assigned. The rest of the land can be given to local residents." The woman smiled bitterly and said, "Our public land has no seeds and has been abandoned for 2 years." Changing asked, "Why? Is it because the land is not good?" The woman said, "I heard that it's because it's very close to the hometown of some official. The county magistrate wanted to occupy the 2 mu of land to build a temple, but for some reason, the higher-ups did not agree. In any case, after a few times, no one could say what the land was for, so it was abandoned." As soon as she said this, the 3 people in the room fell silent. 3 mountains and 6 rivers, only 1 piece of land, but they still want to abandon it. Chen Xingshu sighed and said, "These people." Changing did not say anything. It was unknown what he had thought of, but he quickly finished writing the prescription and handed it to Chen Xingshu for inspection. Chen Xingshu said, "It's okay. Big sister, come with me. I have some common medicines here, so you don't need to buy any more." As she said this, she led the woman, who was very grateful, to the backyard. Seeing that she had left, the Black Iron Battalion soldier was relieved. He walked slowly to Changing and did not say anything. He just followed behind him. When he saw that Changing wanted to do something, he silently rolled up his sleeves and went to do it first. After a while, he had already cleaned the spittoon and put away the paper and pen. Finally, he thought of the first sentence and stammered, "Young master, you are very familiar with this place." Changing replied, "When I came to Sichuan, I often stayed here." "What? A man and a woman alone?" The soldier's face turned red. He felt that his task was very important. If he did not clarify this matter, he might be cut into a spittoon by Marquis when he returned. Changing saw the soldier's thunderstruck expression and understood what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? Although this is Miss Chen's house, she is usually not here. The house is usually empty. Jianghu friends who happen to come here will stay for a few days. If she happens to be at home, the woman will stay and the man will go out to find another place. This time, I wanted to take you here for a few days, but since she is back, we should go out and find an inn." The soldier thought that he was half relieved and thought, "Oh." However, before he could completely relax, he quickly became worried again. The young soldier thought bitterly, "The Grand Fourth Highness has to save on the cost of staying in the inn." Looking at Changging's tattered robe again, the soldier blurted out, If master knew that young master was living such a life outside, he would be very sad." He was not very good at talking. He was a little slow in his actions. Therefore, when he said this occasionally, people felt that he was very sincere. Changging's heart stopped, and he did not say anything for a while. At this time, Chen Qingshu came out with the medicine and the woman. She glanced at Changging's expression and said with a frown, "Calm down. What did I say to you?" Changging came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Chen Qingshu was half his teacher. This was true. 2 years ago, when Changging's Wu Gu acted up, he was discovered by his master. This heavy secret that only he and the heavens knew finally had another exit. His master claimed that he did not know medicine and took him to many places. Finally, he found Chen Qingshu in the eastern capital. Unfortunately, Wu Ergu was a secret of Bei Man's witch. Even the experienced and knowledgeable divine Dr. Chen did not have a clue. She could only prescribe some medicine to calm him down and slowly study it. During this time, Chongqing asked her about Gu Yun. He asked in a roundabout way, "Miss Chen, is there a kind of person in the world who has eyes and ears that are not always accurate?" Of course, Chen Qingxi knew what he meant, but it was inconvenient for her to say too much. Therefore, she simply replied, "Yes." Chongqing asked again, "What kind of person can be relieved with medicine?" Chen Qingxu answered, "Innate, acquired injuries, depending on the condition of the injury. Poison people may be able to help." She thought that Chongqing would directly ask about Gu Yun after beating around the bush so many times. However, he did not. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated this young man's intelligence. After hearing this, Chongqing was silent for a long time. Finally, he begged her to accept him as her disciple. The Chen family produced a divine doctor every generation. They were particular and not particular about it. Their family motto was only practicing medicine to help the world. Just like those divine doctors with eccentric temperaments in the novels, they only treated difficult and miscellaneous diseases. Those who needed to be expelled from the family would be treated by her. She was willing to treat serious injuries and incurable diseases. Children with colds and women with dystocia came to her for help. Naturally, she would not be stingy with what she had learned in her life. There was no rule that family knowledge cannot be passed on to outsiders. If someone asked, she would teach. However, Miss Chen said that she was not considered a master yet, so she did not dare to accept him as her disciple. Therefore, she could only be considered half a master. The Chen family lived in Taiyuan Prefecture. During autumn and winter, Chen Qingxu usually did not stay in the south. Chongqing guessed that she was still in Sichuan and must have something to do. He took out a money pouch and handed it to the soldier of the Black Iron Battalion. He sent him to hire a carriage to send the old man and woman back. How could the soldier be willing to accept money from his poor fourth prince? He hurriedly refused and hurriedly left. After these miscellaneous people left, Chen Qingxu took out a cloth pouch and said, "It's good that I ran into you. This is my new Shenzhen. Take it back and try it." Chongqing thanked her and put it away. He took a little bit and stuffed it into his pouch. Chen Qingxu inadvertently caught a glimpse of the pouch. Her eyes lit up. She saw that there was no mandarin ducks playing in the water or butterflies flying in pairs embroidery on it that would make people dizzy. Inside the clean silk pouch, there was an extremely thin layer of soft leather. A small circle of patterns was carved on the leather with a carving knife. It looked like an iron wrist clasp that was connected by a mechanism. At the tip, one side of the blade was exposed, almost flying out. It was extremely delicate. Chen Qingxu casually praised, "Where did this pouch come from? It's so unique." Chongqing said, "I made it myself. Do you want it?" Chen Qingxiu, even though divine Dr. Chen was always calm and collected in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of shock at this moment. "It's very sturdy," Chongqing recommended. "Right, I haven't asked you yet. The Mid-Autumn Festival has already passed. Why are you still in Sichuan?" The Marquis of Stability went south and passed by Sichuan. "He asked me to meet here," Chen Qingxiu asked in return. "What, you don't know?" Chongqing, every dog has its day. This time, the person who was shocked was the other person. After a long while, Chongqing used the lingering fragrance of the Shenzhen to find his voice with difficulty. I don't know. My adoptive father, why did he go south?" Chen Qingxu was baffled and said, "Of course the Marquis of Stability left the northwest because of military affairs. I only said a few words to him because of Zuyin. He wouldn't tell me what he wanted to do." Chongqing, but just now, the little brother from the Black Iron Battalion told me that he would return to the capital in the first year. Chen Qingxiu was even more baffled when he heard this. It's not Chongyang yet. Does Marquis not returning to the capital in the first year have anything to do with where he is right now? Chongqing, he was speechless for a moment and finally couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about it, probably only he, who was extremely eager and scared, would treat the 3 or 4 months of time as nothing. "I thought you came because you knew about this." After all this fuss, you just happened to pass by, Xianxia said. In his letter, he said that it would be around these few days. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you stay and wait for him? Chang'ing answered absent-mindedly. His thoughts had already drifted thousands of miles away. Chang'ing, Chang'ing. Xianxia whispered in his ear. Chang'ing suddenly came back to his senses. Xianxia said seriously, I told you before. If it's not an antidote, no matter how soothing the nerves, it's just a supplement. The most taboo thing for Wu Ergu is to be unsettled. Every thought in your mind is the nourishment for the poisonous seedling. Today, you've already been distracted twice. What's going on? Chang'ing said, I'm ashamed. He looked down with an indifferent expression. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. Naturally, he turned the topic to the prescription he had just prescribed. Thinking about it, she had practiced medicine all over the world. She had treated countless wounds and chronic diseases, but she didn't know how to treat a person's heart, right? Not long after, the soldier of the Black Iron Battalion hurried back. Seeing that Chang'ing didn't leave him behind and disappear again, he was greatly relieved. Chang'ing borrowed a few copies of the medicine classics. He bid farewell to Xianxia and took the soldier to an inn in a nearby town. The autumn insects of Shu were rampant. In the dead of the night, they were even noisier. Chang'ing put the newly concocted sedative powder beside his pillow. He felt that Miss Chen's new medicine was really not that good. Not only was it not soothing, it was also very refreshing. He couldn't sleep for half the night. He had to get up and read. By candlelight. After lighting a bowl of lamp oil, he memorized 2.5 of the 3 copies of the medicine classics. He read until dawn, but he still didn't feel sleepy. There seemed to be an inexplicable golden box in his chest. It was burning endless purple gold with white steam. No matter how Chang'ing silently recited calm down tens of thousands of times in his heart, no matter how he looked at Gu Yun's arrival with a normal attitude, and no matter how much he tried not to think about this matter, eagerness and anxiety still entangled his bones. Every moment, a vine full of sharp thorns whipped his heart. One moment, it was painful, and the next moment, it was numb. No matter how much he deceived himself, it was useless. Early the next morning, Chang'ing stopped the soldier of the Black Iron Battalion. Little brother, if you want to go south through the middle of Shu to Nanjiang, how do you usually go? The soldier replied, official business naturally goes through the official road. Other things may be done cheaply. That's hard to say. It's also possible to crawl in from the ravines. Chang'ing nodded silently. Not long after, the soldier was surprised to find that Chang'ing had changed out of the tattered robe he wore when he was running around Jianghu. Although it was not very luxurious, it was very exquisite. It could be vaguely seen that he was either rich or noble. Chang'ing changed from a poor scholar to an out-and-out rich young master. Even the innkeeper could not help but speak to him respectfully when he saw him. He dressed like a young master and walked his horse on the official road every day. It was unknown whether he was waiting for someone or for an exhibition. The young master's clothes could not help but get dirty. After a day of dust, a layer of dust would fall on them when he came back at night. Chang'ing was unwilling to trouble others. He washed them himself. He had to wash them because there were only 2 sets of young master clothes. If he was not diligent, he would not be able to change them. Every day, the moment Chang'ing mounted his horse, he would think in his heart, why don't I just leave? He had not seen Gu Yun for more than 4 years. He missed her day after day. Luoqing looked at the mountain and could not help but be alarmed. He was afraid that it would collapse with a boom if there was any movement. He wanted to run, but he was reluctant to run. He fought with himself in his heart all the way. Before he could come to a conclusion, he had already arrived at the official road. Chang'ing could only take things as they came. He wandered around the area all day, drinking the wind and eating the sand. Usually, he could not even wait for a rabbit. When he returned at night, he thought, tomorrow morning, I will pay the bill and leave. However, the next morning, he broke his promise again. He still fought and came to the side of the official road. These crazy days passed for no less than 4 or 5 days. In the evening, when Chang'ing turned his horse around to return to the inn, he saw the setting sun in the west was as fierce as blood. It was very beautiful. He could not help but slow down, letting his horse pace and eat grass. He recalled his actions these days. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, if the Liaoran knew about this, he would probably laugh at me until I was a senior monk without front teeth. Right at this moment, Chang'ing suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves behind him. It seemed like a group of carriages and horses were passing by. He turned his horse to the side to give way. He subconsciously turned his head and saw several tall and handsome horses galloping over, pulling a carriage behind them. From afar, those horsemen were wearing casual clothes. They were no different from other travelers who were hurrying on their way. However, Chang'ing's heart did not know why, but it suddenly began to beat wildly. Even if the strong wind whistled past his ears and the horses' hooves beat the ground, Xianxia could still hear that something was wrong with the sound in the carriage. He urged his horse to catch up with Gu Yun, covered his chest with one hand, and imitated the action of vomiting. He winked and signaled with his eyes, "What should I do if that person vomits?" Gu Yun smiled inconspicuously and said, "Serves you right, clean it up yourself." Gu Yun went south because of the death of the Nanjiang army's commander-in-chief, Fu Zhiqing. General Fu's mother had just passed away, so he wrote a memorial to the imperial court, claiming that he wanted to go home and observe filial piety for his mother. Death of a mother was actually a plain excuse. It was fine if he left, but it was also fine if he didn't. In any case, there was a way to get back at him. However, the feudal officials had never done this before. If the commander-in-chief went home for a few years, who would be responsible if there was a war? What's more, the entire Daliang knew that General Fu was originally a bandit leader. Back then, he was beaten into submission by the old marquis, and only then did he become an official. Even now, when he saw the emperor, he couldn't restrain himself and would occasionally say a few vulgar words. He wasn't that particular. General Fu was clearly dissatisfied with the drumming order, and with the flood in the south this year, the front line of Nanjiang was extremely chaotic, so he simply stepped on this critical juncture and left. Sitting in the carriage was the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Sun Jiao, who was a loyal fan of the drumming order. Originally, the emperor sent him as an imperial envoy to Nanjiang to comfort the meritorious officials. Unexpectedly, Sun Jiao shrank back at the last minute and tearfully submitted a memorial, claiming that he was prepared to never return and was prepared to sacrifice his life for the country. The emperor had no choice but to send a golden arrow straight to the northwest, throwing the good-for-nothing burden and the mess to Gu Yun. Gu Yun had been tirelessly cleaning up the emperor's mess for the entire year. He was so angry that he couldn't reason with the emperor, so he could only torment the shameless Sun Jiao even more. Coincidentally, they were passing through Sichuan. Gu Yun asked someone to write a letter to Chen Qingshu and asked her to meet him here. In the past few years, he felt that the effect of the medicine that old Master Chen gave him back then was waning. In the past, he could still endure it for 4 or 5 days. Now, it had reached the point where he had to take the medicine every other day. While riding on the official road, Gu Yun saw a young master walking his horse on the side of the road from afar. At first, he didn't pay attention to him, but when he passed by, he inadvertently glanced at that person and happened to meet the other party's gaze. With just a glimpse, Gu Yun's divine steed leaped more than 10 feet away. Before he could react, he had already instinctively reached out to grab the reins. The horse let out a long neigh, its front hooves leaped high into the air before landing on the ground. Gu Yun stopped and stared at the young master who looked somewhat familiar, but she didn't dare to recognize him for a moment. It can't be that coincidental, right? Gu Yun thought hesitantly. Am I thinking too much and mistook her for someone else? Xianxia caught up with him. How, Aya? The soldier of the Black Iron Battalion who was following beside Chang'ing finally came back to his senses. He hurriedly dismounted from his horse and said excitedly, "Marshal." Gu Yun's horse seemed to be startled. It raised its front hooves slightly, snorted, and scratched the ground. At this time, even if Chang'ing was thrown into a pile of Enshensen, it probably wouldn't be able to stop his wildly beating heart. He sat on the horse for a moment, almost numb. His mind was blank. His mouth, which was usually full of eloquence, was now full of overbearing flowers, blocking all the words he wanted to say. He could only rely on his instincts and show a slightly stiff smile as if nothing had happened. Gu Yun called out in a low voice, "Chang'ing?" The two words exploded in Chongging's ears like a yellow bell. He forced himself to calm down and rubbed his nose awkwardly because he couldn't calm down. I just happened to pass by Shu. I happened to hear from Miss Chen that my adoptive father would arrive in 2 days, so I wanted to stay for a few days. I didn't expect to meet you so coincidentally when I came out for a walk. The soldier at the side was stunned and thought, does walking a horse require one to bathe and change clothes at a fixed time? He looked at Chongging's unremarkable mixed hair horse in awe. He suspected that this was a divine horse hidden under the mixed hair. The carriage door opened with a bang. Lord Sun ignored the touching scene of father and son reuniting after a long separation. He staggered out and vomited. With this interruption, Chongging's hanging breath finally returned to his chest for a short time. He turned his head and glanced at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War who looked like a chicken. He pretended to be surprised and said in a cultured and refined manner, "What, did I say something disgusting?" Gu Yun laughed. In the past few years, although he knew about Chongging's whereabouts intermittently, he didn't expect him to become like this. It was as if he had been reborn. Gu Yun forgot for a moment that they parted on bad terms the last time they met. He also forgot the long resentment, the Cold War, and the annoying fact that he persevered in finding people to keep an eye on Chongging's whereabouts. He was surprised that he could stop and recognize Chongging because he was too different. His every movement, every frown, and every smile were all different. Time seemed to shrink in front of him again. Gu Yun counted with his fingers. Indeed, it had been more than 4 years. Shani came over and said with a smile, "My God, Young Highness actually. Do you still remember me?" Chongging, "Hello, General Shin." Shani said with emotion, "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to recognize you. Only your adoptive father, who misses you every day and misses you so much that he's worried sick. When he sees someone who looks like you, he can't help but take a few more glances." Gu Yun couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted him, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" Shani looked at one and then looked at the other. He chuckled and rode his horse forward. He bent down and carried Official Sun onto the carriage and waved his hand in front of him. "Official Sun, are you okay? Hold on a little longer, we'll reach the inn soon." Sun Jiao leaned against the carriage and gasped for breath. She was about to kick her legs. Soon, Official Sun realized that Chongging was his savior. Ever since they met Chongging on the road, the animals of the Black Iron Battalion changed from running all the way to strolling leisurely like they were taking a stroll. Even the sound of the horses' hooves became gentle. Under Chongging's lead, the group of people arrived at the town's inn. There weren't that many rooms in the inn. At least 2 people would need to share a room. Gu Yun said, "I'll go to my son's room." "There's a single room left, let's give it to Assistant Minister Sunday." Sun Jiao instinctively said politely, "No, no, how would I dare to wrong Marshal?" Shani patted his shoulder from behind and said to Sun Jiao in a low voice, "Official, quit while you're ahead. He's in a good mood after meeting the 4th prince. Or do you want to see his face that says I'll take your life soon?" Sun Jiao, Chongging's palms were sweaty the whole way. There were a few times when the reins almost slipped out. He was in a drunken state. He knew that he should stay sober, but he couldn't help but indulge in it. When he saw Gu Yun, he was hesitating between staying and running, but when he saw Gu Yun, he didn't have any thoughts anymore. Gu Yun finally remembered to settle the score. She entered the guest room and closed the door. Her expression darkened as she said to Chongging, "You're getting more and more outrageous. The old housekeeper said that you haven't returned to the Marquis' estate for 4 years. The last time you entered the palace to report on your work, even the emperor asked me about it. What do you want me to say?" In the past, whenever Gu Yun's expression was not right, Chongging would be nervous. He would be so nervous that he wanted to admit his mistake or talk back. After many years, he realized that the restraint and panic in his heart had disappeared. Whether Gu Yun was smiling or angry, he hated that he couldn't engrave it in his eyes. For years ago, he endured the bitterness in his heart and pretended to be calm as he said to Gu Yun, "The Marquis' estate can't keep me." For years later, he looked at Gu Yun and carefully revealed just the right amount of emotion. "Adoptive father isn't here. What's the point of me going back by myself?" Gu Yun, he was originally fierce, but after hearing Chongging's words, he couldn't even maintain his cold expression. His iron heart also softened like a piece of cotton. Gu Yun turned to the small guest room and saw a few books on medicine on the table. She casually flipped through them and asked, "Why did you think of reading this?" "Chongqing, I learned some medicine from Miss Chen." Gu Yun's heart skipped a beat as she thought, could it be that the people from Linyuan Pavilion said something to him? Then, he secretly sneered. Firstly, he felt that his thoughts were more or less unrequited love. Secondly, the people from Linyuan Pavilion weren't talkative people. "Chongqing, I originally wanted to learn medicine well so that I could take care of adoptive father in the future. Unfortunately, my talent is limited and I only know a little." "Gu Yun, why is this kid's mouth so sweet?" He thought helplessly, it's really annoying. After guarding the ancient Silk Road for many years, Gu Yun's sharpness gradually dissipated. It was as if a divine weapon had been sheathed. Both of them didn't mention the unhappy parting last time and calmly talked about what they had seen and heard over the years. As Chongqing spoke, he realized that there was no sound beside him. He gathered his courage and turned his head to look. The bed in the inn was too narrow. Half of Gu Yun's body was hanging outside the bed. The quilt was only casually draped over a corner. His feet were almost touching the end of the bed. He had one hand behind his head and was resting with his eyes closed for a moment. He had actually fallen asleep. Chongqing suddenly stopped talking. He stared at Gu Yun's side profile for a long time in the darkness. He raised his hand and withdrew it. He repeated this several times. His fingers struggled in the air for a long time. Then, he held his slightly trembling breath and gently hooked his arm around Gu Yun's waist. He patted him like dust and whispered, "Adoptive father, come in a little. You're going to fall down." Gu Yun was awakened by him, but he quickly realized where he was. He made a no sound and didn't open his eyes. He turned his body along with his hand and said vaguely in a low voice, "I fell asleep while talking. This is prematurely aging." Chongqing pulled the quilt over him and took off his crown. "It's because I put Xianxia next to your pillow. You were in a hurry. Go to sleep." This time, Gu Yun didn't say anything. He really fell asleep. There was only a large space between the bed and the bed. When they spoke in a low voice, it suddenly gave people the illusion that they were close. Chongqing almost lowered his head and kissed him on the temples. It seemed that this was natural. However, he immediately realized that he was being rebellious. He quickly lay back down obediently. The Xianxia seemed to be useful. Anyway, Gu Yun slept very soundly when he relaxed. However, this effect was also dependent on the person. For Chongqing, it was useless. Gu Yun was lying next to him. When he closed his eyes, he felt that he was dreaming. He couldn't help but open his eyes to confirm it. After a few times, his sleepiness disappeared. Chongqing simply stopped sleeping and quietly stared at Gu Yun. He watched for the entire night. The next morning, Xianxia rushed over. She first gave Chongqing an example to teach the dying Lord Sunday. Then, she left Lord Sun to Chongqing to play with. "No, take care of him." She went to see Gu Yun herself. Chongqing only raised his head and glanced at her back as she went upstairs. He didn't show the slightest abnormality, as if he wasn't very curious. Xianxia flipped through Chongqing's medical books in Gu Yun's room. Xianxia didn't ask about the symptoms. She first checked herself. After a while, she said, "Is Marquis' eyesight weakening now?" Gu Yun said, "I should have taken the medicine last night. I wanted Miss Chen to take a look, so I didn't drink it." Xianxia pondered for a moment. "When my grandfather prescribed the medicine to Marquis that year, he must have already instructed Marquis. This medicine is not an antidote. I'm afraid it won't last long." There was no surprise on Gu Yun's face. She only asked, "How long do I have?" Xianxia's expression was solemn. "If Marquis restrains his medicine from now on, he may be able to drag it on for a few more years." "Restraining it may not work," Gu Yun said. "In your opinion, how about increasing the dosage of the medicine or changing to a new medicine?" Before Xianxia could answer, Xianxia had already said in a deep voice, "The medicine has residual poison. You've already used it diligently enough. If you change to a new medicine, you'll only change it to a more aggressive one. Isn't that drinking poison to quench your thirst?" "That's true." Xianxia said, "The Chen family is called the divine Dr. Madame Chen in vain. All these years, we've been helpless against the marshal's eyes and ears. We're ashamed. Guyun smiled. Miss Chen, what are you talking about? I'm the one who has troubled you a lot. Chen Xingshu shook her head. We always feel that the barbarians around us are ignorant and uncivilized. We've been trapped in the Central Plains for too long. Marquis, please give me a few years. After a few days, I plan to set off for a trip. Perhaps I can come up with some ideas by accident. Guyun was shocked when he heard this. He met Chen Xingshu in Sichuan not only to let the Chen family confirm his situation, but also to find an excuse to stay for 2 days so that some people wouldn't know that he had come. He didn't expect a young girl like Chen Xingshu to be able to solve a problem that even her grandfather couldn't solve. He hurriedly said, Miss Chen, please don't be like this. It's the same whether I listen to you or not. Bayman has been our enemy for generations. If you get involved in danger because of my trivial matter, how can I face the Chen family in the future? Chen Xingshu didn't answer. She just took the small bag that she carried with her and took out a handwritten booklet. This is a set of acupuncture techniques that I figured out myself. It's useless, but it might be able to relieve the headache caused by the medicine. His Highness has learned acupuncture from me for a period of time, so he can understand it. Seeing Guyun frown, Chen Xingshu added, I didn't say it. His Highness guessed it himself. Guyun's expression changed a few times. In the end, he sighed and felt that his head was already aching faintly. After Chen Xingshu finished explaining in a few words, she found a pen and paper at the last minute and wrote 2 prescriptions for recuperation. It's better than nothing. Then, I'll take my leave. Marquis, take care. Wait, Guyun stopped her. Miss Chen, please take your time to consider the matter of coming out of your seclusion. Chen Xingshu turned around and glanced at him. Her ice-cold face revealed a faint smile that was like a blooming iron tree. It's not entirely because of Marquis' illness. It's just that there are some things that someone has to do. I'll say this without shame. Although my status is low and weak, I think the same as Marquis. I was born in the Chen family and entered the abyss. How dare I rely on my ancestors and live a sheltered life behind others? She said, Marquis, we'll meet again someday. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Guyun to urge her to stay and went downstairs. Chang Gung had been wandering the Jianghu for a long time, so he was considerate. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Miss Chen, I'll send you off. Chen Xingshu waved her hand and looked at his face. Even though he was young and strong, and it wouldn't be a problem if he didn't sleep for a night, she could still see some clues on his face. Chen Xingshu asked, What's wrong? Did the Anshensen not work? Chang Gung smiled bitterly, It's my own problem. Chen Xingshu thought for a moment, I've always told you to calm down. In fact, I don't know what's wrong in your heart. Maybe it's really easy for you to say that. It's impossible for people to not have 7 emotions and 6 desires. If you really can't control it, it's better to let nature take its course. Chang Gung was stunned and couldn't help but purse his lips. He thought to himself, how can I let nature take its course? Chen Xingshu was in charge of killing but not burying. She said, let nature take its course. After she finished speaking, she left. Chang Gung was in a daze for the whole day. Guyun stayed in the small inn for 2 whole days. Sun Jiao wanted to leave quickly, but he didn't dare to rush him when he thought of the flying carriage that was so hurried that his intestines were about to fall out. Unexpectedly, after they set off, Guyun didn't rush as if he was rushing for his life. Instead, he had the 4th prince, who stuck to him all day long. They walked as if they were on a spring outing. Sometimes, they mingled with the caravan that came back from the north to make a living. The people in Nanjiang were valiant and fierce. Bandits ran rampant. Assistant Minister Sun's appeasement of the border officials was fake. He wanted to use the prestige of the Marquis of Stability to seize the evidence that Fu Zhiqing, as an official of the imperial court, colluded with the bandits. He wanted to use the Nanjiang army as a breakthrough point to carry out the drumming order. However, ever since Guyun entered Shu, he began to have all kinds of things to do to delay the journey. The southern part of Shu was Fu Zhiqing's territory. That local tyrant might have already known their whereabouts. How could he catch them off guard? Official Sun stopped vomiting. He was so anxious that a circle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shani whispered to Gu Yun, offended gentleman but not a villain. You should be more or less done. Be careful that the grandson will do something bad to you when he returns to the capital. Gu Yun smiled. When Shani saw his indifferent smile, he couldn't help but want to say something. He wanted to make a long-winded speech. Who knew that Gu Yun said almost inaudibly, a gentleman or a villain is not a problem. Shani said angrily, making trouble is a problem. Gu Yun didn't lower himself to his level. He lowered his voice even more, that person is a problem. The Ministry of War and I are like fire and water. Don't you understand? Shani was stunned for a long time. He sighed and didn't say anything. Since when did the insufferably arrogant Marshal Gu start to pay attention to this kind of trick? Gu Yun said, I don't want to listen to your nagging. I'm going to find my son. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse forward and ignored Shani. Shani, he felt that. These two were simply too corny. There were green mountains on both sides of the south. Even in autumn and winter, they didn't show any signs of withering. They were still verdant and lush. There was a winding path in the middle that spiraled up the mountain. Gu Yun held the horsewhip and casually introduced the place to Changgung as if he was talking about the mountains and rivers. When we see this kind of landscape, we always feel nervous. If someone else has set an ambush and we come in, we'll be waiting for them to give us a good beating. Even within the borders of Daliang, it's easy for a famous horse to occupy a mountain and claim to be the king. Before he finished the word horse, a sharp horn sounded from the green mountains. Shani broke down, Marshal, are you a crow? End of chapter 39. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.